This was it, the final gate, the last stand between humanity and the absolute evil that threatened to devour the world. The very ground groans, cracking under an immense, unseen pressure as a chilling growl echoes across the desolate landscape. From the shadows, a figure cloaked in darkness emerges. A skeletal face with piercing blue eyes scoffs at the lone warrior, its voice dripping with contempt, mocking him for standing alone and for the comrades he couldn't save. But standing against this darkness is the last warrior of mankind. His face is weary, his armor battered, but his eyes burn with a resolve that has outlasted hope itself. The creature taunts him, asking if he's afraid to die. Fear, however, is a distant memory. It's been a long, long time since he's had the luxury of feeling anything but duty. A brilliant blue aura explodes around him, a silent testament to his power and his acceptance of this final role. He raises his sword, his expression hardening. There's only one thing left to do now: end this monster and seal the gates for good. With a final surge of power, he becomes a whirlwind of deadly energy, spinning through the air, aimed straight for his foe. A defiant roar tears from his throat as he pours every last ounce of his life, his soul, into this one final attack. This is the end! The skeletal being simply raises a hand, a low, arrogant chuckle escaping its lips. The hero's final, desperate act is nothing more than an amusement to it. A massive beam of dark energy erupts, slamming into the ground with enough force to shatter the very foundations of the battlefield. The two colossal powers collide in a blinding flash. The hooded figure stumbles back, looking down in disbelief. Through the smoke and chaos, the hero emerges, his sword held high, his spirit unbroken. The fight isn't over yet. His eyes narrow, scanning his enemy. And then he sees it, a fleeting crack in the demon's defense. This is his only chance. He lunges forward, his blade a silver blur cutting through the air, aimed directly for that single point of weakness. With a sickening crackle, the demon's protective barrier shatters like glass. Victory. A voice echoes in his memory, praising him as the hero of mankind who will close the last gate and become a legend. But standing on the precipice of his triumph, he feels nothing. A hero? A legend? None of it matters to him anymore. He remembers the final words of a fallen comrade, her hands stained with blood, begging him to protect the world because he was the chosen one. He recalls another, dying in his arms, calling himself a burden and pleading for him to save everyone else. The weight of their hopes was crushing. He sees the desperate faces of the people, chanting his name, their survival resting entirely on his shoulders. "We need you," they'd all said. All those voices, all those expectations, they swirl in his mind, becoming an unbearable pressure he can no longer withstand. He was a hero. He was a warrior. He was everything they needed him to be. And now, he's just tired. An exhaustion so profound it has settled deep within his very soul. A gentle light begins to envelop him. He feels a sense of relief wash over him as he prepares to join his enemy in oblivion. Finally, he can escape this cursed destiny. A pang of regret hits him. For the sake of mankind, he couldn't even protect the one person who was most precious to him. But as his body dissolves into particles of light, a profound peace settles over him. He's free from all responsibility now. He can finally rest. He closes his eyes, welcoming the long-awaited end. His last thought is a peaceful one. I don't have to hold a sword ever again. But the quiet nothingness is suddenly shattered by a cheerful, booming voice. "Peekaboo! Oh my!" Did our young master just wake up? A giant, friendly face with a bushy white mustache looms over him, its eyes wide as it shouts with glee, "Peekaboo!" His mind reels in confusion. What kind of bizarre attack is this? He was certain he had died after closing the last gate. He decides to worry about his situation later. Right now, his warrior instincts tell him one thing: subdue the strange man first. The old man just laughs. "Ha ha! Madam, look at this." From another angle, we see a baby gripping an old butler's finger with surprising strength. A beautiful woman with blonde hair gently scolds the man Ian for waking the child. But Ian is delighted, pointing out how energized Master Riley is. A jolt of realization hits him like a physical blow. He stares at the tiny, pudgy hand in front of him. Wait a minute, this little hand is mine? Then the name clicks. Riley? His new mother smiles, already seeing his talent. For a fleeting moment, he wonders if this is just a forgotten memory from his own childhood. But the reality is far stranger. The hero has been reincarnated as Riley, the youngest son of the master swordsman, Count Ippolita. The universe, it seems, has a twisted sense of humor. As he's trying to process this impossible new reality, a door creaks open. The woman notices, saying, Ah, Riley must be fully awake now. A man with a stern, imposing presence stands in the doorway. He looks down at the baby with immense expectation and asks, "Are you ready to receive the sword's blessing?" This man, the swordmaster and head of the Ippolita family, declares that as the youngest son, Riley is expected to receive the blessing of a sword. The room buzzes with excitement. The servants are already imagining another great swordsman in the family. But inside the baby's mind, a cold, familiar dread is taking hold. This isn't a fresh start, it's a recurring nightmare. He's horrified. He had promised himself he would never hold a sword again, and now he's been reborn into a family completely obsessed with them. What a sick twist of fate. A servant wheels in a rack full of gleaming, sharpened swords. The sight, the metallic clang, it all comes rushing back, triggering the deep trauma he thought he'd left behind in death. He screams internally, his mind shouting at these oblivious adults. "These aren't toys. They're real swords, you idiots!" A servant completely misinterprets his frantic squirming. "Oh, I think the young master wishes to hold the sword as soon as possible." All Riley can think is, "What in the world are you talking about?" Another servant eagerly calls out to the count, "Look! He's already showing interest in swords!" But all Riley wants to scream is, "No! Stop it, you fools!" He tries to push the swords away, his tiny body trembling with a mixture of rage and terror. In his mind, he's screaming that he hates swords, that he swore he'd never touch one again. But all that comes out is the desperate, helpless wail of a baby. Reincarnated with all his painful memories, he is trapped in a new kind of hell, surrounded by the very thing he despises. Looking at the grand mansion that is now his home, only one thought echoes in his mind. "Why can't I just die again?" 19 years have passed. In a rowdy tavern, the air is thick with ale and gossip. The hot topic of the night? The great Ippolita family is finally choosing its next leader. Back at the Ippolita estate, the family's grandeur is on full display. The patriarch, Stein Ippolita, sits flanked by his two eldest sons. Their family is blessed by the sword, a legacy of unmatched power, and these two candidates are living proof of it. First, there's the eldest, Ryan Ippolita. He's the very picture of destructive power, a man who's already carved a name for himself on the battlefield with overwhelming force. Then there's the second son, Lloyd Ippolita. He wears a confident smirk that tells you everything you need to know about his own skill. Unlike his brother's raw power, Lloyd's gift is speed. They say he's so fast he can slice a water droplet in half as it's rising, a true prodigy of the blade. Back in the tavern, a man asks his friend about the third son. The friend just hesitates, taking a long, thoughtful drink from his mug. Finally, he says it, the third one is apparently completely useless. Another patron overhears, confused. How could a son of the legendary Count Ippolita possibly be a failure? The man explains that the third son is just lazy by nature, a total disgrace to the family name. Someone else vaguely remembers the story of him reaching for a sword as a baby. The man just scoffs. That reputation faded long ago. Now, he's just known as the lazy son, a title he'll likely carry for the rest of his life. Suddenly, a heavy mug slams down on the table, silencing the entire tavern. It's Ian, the Ippolita's loyal butler. His face is a mask of cold fury, his eyes sharp with anger as he growls. "How dare you speak such nonsense?" While Ian defends his honor, the third son Riley is lazing about in a field. The gossip echoes in his mind. A blemish, a lazy, good-for-nothing, and he couldn't care less. In fact, this reputation is exactly what he's worked for. Ian's voice passionately argues that the young master simply hasn't shown his full potential yet. But Riley is busy, his focus entirely on something much more important. Lying on a tree branch, he looks up at the sky and thinks to himself, "That cloud looks like a hamburger." Ian's impassioned defense is completely lost on him. Ian insists that Riley is sincere and has a good heart. Meanwhile, Riley's only sincere thought is about the lack of soda in this world. He lets out a big, lazy yawn, mumbling to himself, "I really want a Coke." Lying in the grass, he reflects on his life. Lately, he's been dreaming of his past. He once thought the memories would fade, but they're as clear now as the day they happened. He remembers it all. In his past life, he accidentally drew a holy sword that no one else could touch. In that single moment, his destiny was sealed. He had to fight the demon lord and save the world. From that day forward, his own identity was erased. There was no me. There was only the warrior. He looks back with a tired expression. He was trapped, forced to live a life that was never his own. He clenches his fist, the grass crunching in his hand. So, in this life, he made a promise to himself. He will never, ever hold a sword. Absolutely, Never. His eyes flash with a red glint of pure, unyielding determination. Just then, a familiar voice calls out, "Master Riley." He sits up. It's Ian. "Ah, Ian," he says calmly. The butler approaches, noting that, as expected, he found Riley relaxing here again. Ian gently probes, asking if he's practiced his swordsmanship at all. He reminds Riley that the successor selection is coming up, a major event where all eyes will be on him. Riley just waves him off. Why should he care what other families think? Ian gets flustered, trying to explain the importance of his reputation, but Riley cuts him off, asking why he should bother changing rumors that are completely true. Ian finally snaps, shouting that a lazy life doesn't fit someone of his intelligence or status. Riley looks at him with a deadpan expression and simply says, "Ian." He tells his loyal butler not to get caught up in others' opinions. After all, this lazy life is his own secret to happiness. As Ian walks away defeated, Riley smirks. He knows that true wisdom comes from experience, not age. But Ian just mutters to himself, completely missing the point. But you've only lived for 19 years. Later, at the dinner table, Ian brings up the successor selection to Lady Iris, Riley's mother. He argues that Riley has to compete, that he can't just sit by and do nothing. Iris puts down her spoon, her expression thoughtful. She agrees that, of course, Riley deserves the chance to compete. Riley looks over at his mother, a bit disappointed, thinking, "So you feel the same way as Ian does?" But then, his mother smiles warmly and says, "But I just want Riley to be happy." She wants him to find his own path, free from the crushing weight of the Iboletta name. Riley is so moved he starts tearing up, stuffing his face to hide his overwhelming gratitude. His mother is his greatest ally. Ian is completely confused. He asks Lady Iris if she isn't angry. She just calmly stirs her soup and asks why on earth she would be. Ian gestures to the empty seats, reminding her that his brothers are out training tirelessly as expected of them. He asks if she won't even talk to Riley about his future, but Riley cuts in, reminding Ian of what he'd already told him. "Don't worry about what others think." Ian looks to the Count for support, but his father just says, "You know how clever he is, don't you?" He recalls Riley's childhood. He learned to speak at 1-year-old, faster than anyone in the family's history. By 2, tests declared him the most gifted person they had ever seen. As a child, he could read complex books far beyond his years. But in the Iboletta household, that intelligence was only ever seen as potential for the sword, not the mind. Riley smiles, content. With a loyal butler and a mother who completely supports his lazy lifestyle, he has everything he needs. He's built the perfect, peaceful life. He feels completely at peace until he sees his mother clutching her throat. She weakly calls out his name as blood trickles from the corner of her mouth. She lurches forward, her body going limp as she collapses onto the table. A servant rushes to her side, frantically trying to wake her. But Riley is frozen in shock, whispering, "Mother!" In an instant, the calm, peaceful world he so carefully built shatters into a million pieces. His mind can only scream her name. The dinner table is a scene of chaos. A splash of dark red blood stains a pristine white plate. In Riley's mind, a single thought screams in denial. No, not this life. This life was supposed to be safe. Servants cry out in panic as more blood spills onto the floor. He had built this life so carefully. A life with no sword, no responsibility, where the people he cared about were supposed to be happy. He looks at the scene. The question echoes in his head, filled with a pain he thought he'd left behind. But why her? In that instant, something inside him snaps. The lazy, half-lidded eyes fly open, revealing a glare so sharp and cold it could cut glass. The lazy sun is gone. The warrior is back. He rushes to her side as Ian cries out that she won't stop coughing up blood. They need a physician, and they need one now. But before that, emergency treatment is critical. From down the hall, a figure in a purple dress watches the chaos for a moment before turning to leave. As she walks away, a small, weak voice whispers, "Finally, the things that bothered me are going to disappear." The voice is barely audible, but to Riley's heightened senses, it's as clear as a bell. He knows with absolute certainty who did this. The person who poisoned his mother and shattered the one piece of peace he so desperately craved was his father's first wife, Orly Finn Iboletta. A flash of pure rage crosses his face. How dare she? He clenches his fist as Ian reports that he's applied pressure to stop the bleeding. Riley's voice is firm, filled with an authority no one has ever heard from him. "Ian, leave her to me. Go and call a physician." Ian hesitates, confused by this sudden, commanding presence. But what can you do? Riley doesn't miss a beat. He reminds Ian of the medical books he devoured as a child. He'll perform first aid while taking her to her room. Seeing the unwavering conviction in Riley's eyes, Ian agrees to get a physician immediately. But as he turns to leave, Riley stops him.
And Ian.
One more thing. The request hangs in the air, heavy with 19 years of broken promises to himself. My wooden sword. Ian's eyes widen in absolute shock. Riley's face is shadowed, his expression intense. The vow that formed the core of his new existence is about to be broken. Bring me my wooden sword. In his mother's room, Riley tears a piece of cloth from his shirt, his movements quick and precise, a stark contrast to his usual laziness. He gently places a compress on her forehead. He's done everything he can for now. But the hardest part is yet to come. The door bursts open as a servant announces the physician has arrived. Later, Ian stands before Riley, his expression grave. Riley asks him, "You're thinking the same thing I am, aren't you?" Ian confirms his suspicion. This was no accident. It was a deliberate assassination attempt. Ian informs him that the maid who served the meal has been imprisoned and will be questioned. But behind the scenes, Orly smirks to herself. She knows the investigation will lead nowhere near the true culprit. She's confident she's covered her tracks. Ian bows his head in shame, apologizing profusely. If only he had been more vigilant, none of this would have happened. Riley looks out the window, a strange, calm smile on his face. He tells Ian about a story he saw in his dreams, a saying from another world. "There's a saying," he begins, a dangerous glint in his eye. With a chilling grin, Riley delivers the line, "You should never touch the nostrils of a sleeping lion." This isn't a random proverb, it's a direct threat. He turns, the wooden sword Ian brought him now in hand. He's going to pay someone a visit. Ian can only stare, stunned, as the young master he thought he knew walks away with a deadly purpose. Riley asks Ian to take care of his mother, then closes the door behind him, the sound echoing in the silent hall. As he walks, he thinks about his life. There was only one thing he ever truly wished for: to live a long, happy life by the side of someone important to him. In this life, that person was his mother. But a storm of fury builds in his eyes. How dare they try to take his one and only wish away from him? He finds Orly in a grand hallway, greeting her with a cheerful smile that doesn't reach his eyes. He is raising his sword again, but this time, it's not for humanity or some grand destiny. He stops directly in front of her. "Madam Orly, I'm doing this for my one and only wish." Orly's eye twitches with annoyance. This pathetic boy doesn't intimidate her in the slightest. She turns to face him, her tone dripping with condescension. "Yes, Riley, it's been a while." With a mocking smile, she asks, "How are you, our young lazy sword?" Riley plays along, his own smile unwavering. He tells her he's doing great and adds a sharp edge to his words. "Thanks to you, not only am I healthy, but my mother's is as well. We'd both like to thank you." Orly lets out a fake, high-pitched laugh. "Oh, you silly boy." She arrogantly declares that as the lady of the house, taking care of such things is the least she can do. She changes the subject, pretending to be concerned about his mother and him. She notes the wooden sword, mocking him for finally deciding to act his age. Riley simply says he had a small change of heart, gripping the sword a little tighter. Then his smile vanishes. He looks her straight in the eye and says, "Funny, I think I can smell the same scent on you that was in my mother's soup." For a split second, her composure cracks. She quickly recovers, claiming she was just checking on dinner. She tries to laugh it off, saying his suspicion isn't like him. The sky darkens outside as Riley retorts, "You're the one acting weird, not me." She turns her back on him, her voice turning cold. "They say people die when they suddenly change. Don't do anything stupid." With a final warning to go back to being the lazy boy he's always been, she walks away, completely confident that she's won this little exchange. Later that night, Orly receives a report from a spy she had tailing Riley. Her agent informs her that after their meeting, Riley went straight to the training field. The spy continues, reporting that Riley didn't even seem to know how to hold a sword properly. Orly scoffs. Of course he didn't. He's the famous lazy sword. She calls him a pathetic brat for daring to talk back to her. She decides there's no reason to waste any more time. "Finish this tonight," she orders. Her assassin melts into the shadows. But even as the plan is set in motion, Orly can't shake a feeling of unease. Could it really be this easy? She remembers the look in his eyes. He seemed lacking, as always, but for a moment she felt something sharp and dangerous from him, like a hunter waiting quietly for its prey. Meanwhile, in the darkness, the assassin wonders what his target is even doing. Orly puts her cup down with a decisive clink. "Begin." Her assassin bows and vanishes into the night. The assassin moves like a ghost through the darkened halls, heading straight for Riley's room. He carefully opens the door to find his target sitting up in bed, looking right at him. A calm voice cuts through the darkness. "What took you so long?" The assassin freezes, his eyes wide with shock. This wasn't supposed to happen. He was supposed to be asleep. Riley's eyes glow with a faint red light, the wooden sword resting casually on his shoulder. A terrifying smile spreads across his face as he says, "I've been waiting for you." The assassin is completely stunned. He was certain his presence was hidden. But before he can even process what's happening, Riley moves. In a single blur, he slams the wooden sword forward. The assassin scrambles back, his mind racing. He realizes it now. Riley's clumsy display at the training field wasn't incompetence. It was an act, a perfectly laid trap. Pure, unadulterated fear flashes in the assassin's eyes. He hasn't just been discovered, he's walked right into the lion's den. He looks down at the floorboards, which have been completely shattered from the impact of a single strike. This wasn't just a hit, it was a display of monstrous, inhuman power. Riley tilts his head, his creepy grin widening. "What are you doing?" he asks, his voice deceptively casual. As the assassin hesitates, a powerful aura flares around Riley, a whirlwind of red and blue energy. "Why aren't you focusing on our battle?" He lunges forward, appearing instantly before the assassin. He knows exactly why he's here. "You came to kill me on Madame Orly's orders." With a sickening crunch, his wooden sword shatters the assassin's defense. The man can only gasp. "How did you know?" The assassin chokes, trembling as Riley presses his attack. Riley sneers. "I guess Madame Orly wasted her money on you." He taunts him for sending someone who can't even handle a single wooden sword. The assassin looks down, his mind refusing to accept it. This kind of power? From a simple piece of wood? In a desperate move, he throws a volley of daggers, but Riley deflects them with effortless, almost lazy grace. The assassin can't believe his eyes. The deadly projectiles are sent spinning harmlessly across the floor, rendered useless. The assassin is completely and utterly outmatched. A single bead of sweat rolls down his face as he realizes the rumors about the lazy sword were the biggest lie he'd ever heard. He collapses to the floor, defeated. "Darn it," he mutters, his mission a total failure. The last thing he ever sees is the silhouette of the boy he was sent to kill, his eyes glowing like embers as he raises the wooden sword for the final, silent blow. The next morning, the Grand Ippolita mansion looks peaceful, betraying none of the night's deadly events. But inside, Ian opens the door to Riley's study with a heavy heart, ready to deliver more bad news. He finds the young master lounging in a chair, a book covering his face as if he'd fallen asleep reading. When Ian calls out to him, Riley just mumbles. Ian's voice is grim. "Young master!" It's happened again. Here, in this very mansion, a corpse was found. Riley peeks out from under his book, his expression completely unfazed. He's playing his part perfectly. He casually waves a hand. "I thought it was something serious. It's just a corpse?" Ian is flabbergasted by his nonchalant attitude. Ian shouts that this is a serious breach of security, far worse than the usual challengers who come for the count. It was an assassin who had snuck into the mansion. Elsewhere, Orly is being debriefed. She asks how he died. The answer, a broken neck. Worse, the body was found right in front of her room. She feigns shock, but inside, she's panicking. On top of everything, news of his mother's critical condition has finally reached the Count, throwing the entire estate into chaos. Ian looks at Riley, who has been strangely active lately, and tells him this is no time to be lazing around. He warns Riley that he shouldn't be alone, since there could be more assassins lurking about. Ian says that he worries for Riley especially, because he has almost no way of defending himself. Before he can finish, Riley places a hand on his arm, stopping him. "Ian," he looks at his loyal butler with complete confidence. "I can protect myself. You just focus solely on my mother's safety." Ian is left speechless by this sudden display of maturity. Riley then adds, "And one more thing." He hands Ian a folded piece of paper. "Take this. If you make tea with the herbs listed here, it will help my mother recover faster." Ian stares at the list of rare medicinal herbs, utterly baffled. "Young master, when did you learn all this?" Riley gives him a sly smile. "Did you think I only play around? I've been busy in my own way." He tells Ian to return to his mother's room and that he'll be back soon. He has to take care of something first. Lying on his bed is the wooden sword, and next to it, the assassin's sheathed dagger. He's not just defending, he's collecting evidence. In another room, Count Stein leads the investigation. He asks his men if they've searched the entire mansion. His subordinates report that they've found nothing, no weapon, no clues. One of them theorizes the intruder had inside help, which is why he came in seemingly unarmed. Orly suggests they investigate the local assassin guilds, trying to steer the investigation away from herself. She seethes internally, furious that her plan has backfired so spectacularly. How could this have happened? Then a crucial question hits her. Where is the assassin's dagger? It means someone inside the mansion has it. As she wonders who it could be, we see the dagger, safe in Riley's possession. He is always one step ahead. Later, Riley stretches under a tree, back to his usual lazy self. He finds Ian and asks, "How is Mother?" Ian looks relieved and a little bit amazed. He reports that she's feeling much better thanks to the herbs Riley prescribed. Riley says that's good to hear and prepares to go back to sleep, but Ian stops him, kneeling with a new sense of urgency, pleading for him to take up the sword for real this time. But Riley just flops back onto the grass with a sigh, saying that sometimes a man has to know when to give up. He changes the subject, pointing to a fruit up in the tree and asking Ian to get it for him. Ian is exasperated, telling him they have plenty in the kitchen. But as he looks up, his eyes catch a glint of something that definitely isn't a fruit. Riley watches him, knowing his little breadcrumb has been found. Ian asks what it is, and Riley just tells him to wait a minute. With a powerful leap, he grabs the object and lands gracefully on the ground. Riley looks over from the grass, feigning ignorance. "What is that? I don't think that's a fruit." Ian stares at the object in his hand, his face pale with shock. "What is this doing here?" he stammers. "It's a dagger." Riley looks on, his expression sharp and knowing. "It has the same symbol as the assassin's sheath," he says, confirming Ian's unspoken fear. The proof they need is now in their hands. On a dark, misty night, a lavish carriage cuts through the lonely road, its purpose shrouded in secrecy. Inside, the curtains are drawn, hiding its mysterious passengers from the prying eyes of the world. A raspy voice cuts through the silence, asking for confirmation. "Number 3 is dead? Was it suicide?" A subordinate, cloaked and masked, reports back to his master. "We don't know the details yet, sir." The master, a man with a fearsome presence and a sharp purple beard, asks the most important question. Where is the body? His subordinate informs him that the corpse is still inside the heavily guarded Ippolita mansion. The master clenches his fist. His contact, Orly, is in deep trouble. He gives a simple, decisive order: "We're going to the Ipa village." The subordinate seems surprised. "Sir, are you going to handle this personally?" A wicked grin spreads across the master's face. "Of course he is, but the key is not getting caught." He pulls on his gloves with a sharp snap, his voice low and dangerous. "We will take care of this as quickly and as quietly as possible." He adjusts his cloak, his eyes narrowing with grim purpose. He has to clean up his daughter's mess before it gets any worse. The morning sun shines on the Ippolita estate, a picture of peaceful nobility. But inside, Orly sits restlessly, her fingers tapping a frantic rhythm on the arm of her chair. She bites her thumb in frustration, cursing her own failure under her breath. She can't stop thinking about the missing dagger, the one piece of evidence that connects her to the crime. The image of Ian presenting that dagger to the Count is burned into her mind. She sees the Count taking the evidence, and in her mind, he's sealing her fate. She slams her fist down, furious with her incompetent assassin. If he was going to die, he could have at least done it cleanly. Why did he have to drop the dagger? She throws her head back and lets out a silent scream of frustration. Just then, a knock echoes at her door. She quickly composes herself, annoyance flashing across her face. "Who is it?" a young man's voice calls out from the other side. "Mother, it's me, Lloyd." She sighs in relief, telling him to come in. For a second, she was worried it was that pest, Riley. "It's her stepson, Lloyd." He enters and she asks what brings him here when he must be so busy. He says simply, "So, you heard about it too." He explains he just came to check on her, having heard the assassin was found right outside her room. Orly feigns gratitude, but Lloyd looks at her with genuine concern, noting she doesn't look well. He assumes it's the shock and offers to stand guard while she rests. He gives her a charming smile, resting his sword on his shoulder. Orly manages a small smile in return, admitting that his presence does make her feel a bit better. She then changes the subject, asking if he's heard the news about a certain industry arriving in the village. Orly's eyes widen slightly. "The Tess industry is here?" Lloyd confirms it. Servants who went to the village saw a large number of them. A sly, knowing smile spreads across Orly's face. So, her family already heard about her little problem. It seems her father is here to clean up the mess. She thanks Lloyd for the news, smiling brightly as she dismisses him, saying she feels much better now. After he leaves, her expression darkens into one of cold confidence. "A lot of them," he said. "That means her father is likely here himself." A cruel smile plays on her lips. If her father came personally, then this problem will be taken care of, properly and permanently. Her eyes fill with hatred as she thinks about that troublesome second wife and her lazy, good-for-nothing son. This time, you won't be so lucky. Meanwhile, Riley is doing what he does best, taking a nap under a shady tree. But as he sleeps, his thoughts are anything but restful. He had hoped this life would be simple, that his only job would be to swat away a few annoying flies. But it seems things are getting a little more complicated. He sits up, a weary look on his face as he speaks to the empty air. "You're all ready, aren't you?" He sighs, annoyed. I really didn't want to get involved again. Under the cover of night, a group of elite assassins from the Test Guild gather outside the mansion. Their mission: retrieve the corpse of their fallen comrade. Just as they're about to start, their leader is stopped. The man with the purple beard steps forward, about to give his final orders. But a voice suddenly echoes from the darkness, calm and clear. "I don't care what you do outside this mansion, but..." We see Riley, his back to them, his eyes glowing with a dangerous red light. "Do not give me a reason to take action. Let's not bother each other." He adds one final rule. "And whatever you do, do not enter the mansion." He tells them that's all he has to say, and that they should choose wisely. One of the assassins nervously asks his leader if he was the only one who heard that. The leader confirms it. They all heard the warning. They're baffled. They've never heard of a lone wolf assassin operating within the Ippolita family's territory. A subordinate asks if they should order a retreat, but the leader is resolute. "No, we have to finish this." He declares that he will retrieve the dagger himself. He gives his orders: a small team will retrieve the corpse, the rest will create a diversion. His final command is chilling. If anything goes wrong, take your own lives. Leave no evidence. An assassin voices his concern about the guards, but their orders are absolute. The leader is firm. Orly personally asked for this favor. They cannot fail. Another chimes in, saying that since the target's son doesn't even know how to use a sword, it should be an easy job. One of the assassins clenches his fist, seeing this as his chance for a promotion. As they prepare to move, the mysterious warning echoes in their leader's mind. "Didn't I tell you not to come inside?" He shakes off the feeling of dread and leads his team forward, walking straight into the trap. They creep down a long, ornate hallway, their footsteps silent on the glowing floor. A voice stops them dead in their tracks. "Sorry, but you're going the wrong way." It's Riley, leaning against a pillar with a lazy smile. He stands up straight, a rope in one hand and his wooden sword in the other. He holds them up. "I did warn you." His lazy smile transforms into a menacing grin, his eyes blazing red with deadly intent. "This was your decision." Riley stands before the assassins, a playful but chilling smile on his face. "I believe naughty children who ignore a kind adult's advice should be punished. Don't you agree?" The lead assassin scoffs, recognizing him. "So it was you, lazy sword?" He smirks behind his mask. "This is good. Now, we don't have to waste time looking for you. To show our gratitude," he begins, as his men tense up, ready to strike, "we will let you die comfortably." In a flash, the entire squad lunges at him from all directions, but Riley is perfectly calm. He senses them all, one at the back and another one using stealth. An assassin lunges from the shadows, his blade aimed directly at Riley's neck, but in the next instant, his eyes fly open in pure, unadulterated shock. He looks down to see a wooden sword has already pierced through his chest, his body entangled in a rope that seemed to appear from nowhere. He stares at the blade, utterly bewildered. There was no movement, no warning. When did this sword even? Riley yanks his sword back with a cold look. "This is why I told you we shouldn't bother each other." The other assassin screams as the wooden blade tears through him. This is the price for underestimating the boy they called the lazy sword. A surviving assassin watches in horror, his mind reeling. Impossible! A man was torn apart with just one slash? As Riley casually spins the rope, the assassin trembles. The report said he would be the easiest target. Riley just smirks, enjoying their dawning terror. Was that information wrong? He plants his sword in the ground and calls out into the empty hallway. "Hey, I can hear you, so just come on out." He warns them. "I'm sorry, but today, none of you will be leaving here alive." The last stealthed assassin emerges, his eyes burning with rage. "How dare someone?" he snarls, his pride wounded. He lunges forward, his body a blur of motion. Riley just closes his eyes and sighs. In a flash of red, he moves. The assassin feels a sudden, sharp impact against his sword hand. "Impossible," he gasps, staring at his mangled, useless hand. My hand! My hand!" he screams as Riley casually balances the wooden sword on his fingertip, completely unharmed. Panic sets in. The assassin clutches his ruined hand, his only thought to get away. "I have to run! I can't die like this!" He turns to flee, but he doesn't get far before letting out a choked gasp. He's been caught. Riley's rope is now wrapped tightly around his neck. Riley's voice is ice cold as he reminds him, "This is why I warned you not to make me take action." The assassin's eyes bulge with terror as he realizes the horrifying mistake they all made. Riley pulls the rope taut. "It was your decision." Blood splatters against the windows of the grand hallway. The pristine floor is now stained crimson. Riley stands alone amidst the carnage, not a single scratch on him. The fight was over before it even truly began. He turns and walks away, a bored expression on his face. I thought this might be fun, but it was just tedious. He wonders to himself, now, where are the rest of them? Elsewhere in the mansion, the diversion is in full swing. Ian and a maid named Sarah hold off a wave of assassins. Sarah cries out that there are too many of them, wondering how they all snuck in. Ian roars in fury, his sword glowing with a powerful blue aura. He unleashes a wave of energy. "How dare you set foot in this sacred place?" The assassins are thrown back, crying out in pain. He scoffs. Were they only small fries? But as he catches his breath, he knows the fight is far from over. Sarah points out that they've already defeated 15 of them, but more just keep coming. Ian makes a decision. They have to split up. He tells Sarah to guard Lady Iris's room while he goes to find the young master. Sarah tells him not to push himself too hard as he dashes off into the chaos. Ian runs through the halls, his mind racing, a single prayer on his lips for Riley's safety. He reassures himself. Riley has always been talented at hiding. Surely he's found a safe place to wait this out. He runs faster, his heart pounding. "Please be okay." He turns a corner and skids to a halt. A lone, cloaked figure blocks his path. This one feels different. Ian stops, his guard instantly up. He can sense this is no ordinary grunt. The assassin eyes him, sensing his power. "This one is no small fry," Ian growls. "I don't like to repeat myself, but if you get out of my way now, I will let you live." The assassin remains silent, drawing his weapon. Ian sighs. "So, you won't listen." "I don't have time to play games." He lunges, his sword glowing, intent on ending this quickly. Blades clash in a blinding flurry of sparks. The assassin is skilled, parrying Ian's powerful, desperate strikes. Ian blocks a counterattack, impressed by his opponent's strength, but his worry for Riley makes him reckless. The assassin presses his advantage, his eyes narrowed in cold concentration. A vein pops on Ian's temple. "You dare to challenge the Ippolita family with such pathetic skill?" the assassin roars back. The assassin charges forward, his blade aimed at the downed butler. Ian clutches his stomach, gritting his teeth in pain. The assassin smirks, seeing his opening. He brings his sword down for the killing blow. But just as the blade is about to connect, a sharp thump echoes in the hall. A dagger suddenly appears, embedded deep in the assassin's back. The assassin freezes, stunned. He recognizes the blade. "This is a dagger from our own guild?" He hadn't felt any presence, no killing intent at all. Ian's eyes widen. He sees his chance. An opening! He surges forward, his sword a blur of motion. He lands a fatal blow, ending the duel in an instant. The fight is over. Ian stands over the body, panting heavily, his own wounds forgotten. A flash of movement catches his eye. He looks up and sees a figure standing at the end of the hall. "Young master!" He rushes toward him, pure relief washing over him. "Young master, you're safe!" Riley calmly looks at the body, then at his own hand. That's weird. Why did it miss? His expression is cold, his gaze analytical, showing no relief or concern. "I was aiming for the heart." He flexes his fingers, looking down at his hands. It's been a long time since his past life. This new body is still something he's getting used to. A slight miscalculation, he figures, is only natural. He turns and walks away from the carnage, leaving the bodies of the assassins to be discovered. The cleanup, he thinks, is almost finished. Now, it's time to put the mask back on. Just then, a frantic voice shouts out his name. It's Ian, his loyal butler, looking completely panicked as he searches for him in the darkness. But Riley isn't on the ground. Ian looks up to see him lounging casually on a thick tree branch, as if he's just been enjoying the night air. Riley looks down and calmly asks, "Ian?" Ian is flooded with relief, exclaiming how glad he is to have found him. But his worry immediately takes over, and he asks what Riley is doing out here in the middle of this chaos. With a desperate look, Ian insists they don't have time and begs Riley to come with him. Riley, however, just tilts his head with a slight smirk and plays dumb, asking if more assassins showed up. Ian freezes, completely stunned. "How did you know?" he stammers, before yelling that assassins have indeed broken into the mansion. Riley puts on a shocked face, exclaiming how terrible that is. But to himself, he can't help but think his acting skills have gotten a little rusty since his hero days. Ian, completely fooled, just assumes Riley was hiding out of fear. A wave of genuine concern washes over Ian. He clutches his chest, thinking that if anything were to happen to his young master, he doesn't know what he'd do. Ian's face becomes serious again. He tells Riley this situation is far more dangerous than before. Still playing his part, Riley asks just how bad things have gotten. Ian gives him a grim look. He reports that between him and the maid Sarah, they've already fought off 15 assassins. The scale of this attack is massive. For a split second, the lazy act vanishes from Riley's face. His eyes sharpen as the only question that matters comes to his mind. Wait, then what about my mother? Ian looks at his young master, completely misreading the cold calculation for simple fear. He's touched, thinking that even in a moment like this, Riley's first thought is for his mother. To think everyone calls him lazy, he's actually so caring. He can't believe how noble his young master truly is. Riley quickly snaps him out of it, saying that Sarah is protecting his mother, and since she's far more courageous than him, they should be fine. He lets out a sigh, keeping up the act of a relieved son. He looks towards the mansion and tells Ian they should probably go and join the others. Ian looks around nervously, saying the energy in the air feels dangerous and that the Count must have drawn his sword. But Riley cuts him off, saying he already took care of this area, so they can just go. With a protective look, Ian tells Riley that, since he's the weakest in the family, he should be extra careful. He steps in front of Riley, declaring that he'll protect him. Riley puts on an overly emotional expression, saying he's so touched he could cry. The hero who once saved the world is now officially the weakest link. But just as Ian is about to lead the way, Riley's expression turns serious. "Ian, wait," he says, his voice suddenly losing its earlier panic. He tells Ian that he saw something strange while he was hiding. Ian stops, turning back with a questioning look. Riley holds up a crumpled piece of paper, explaining that it might be related to the assassins. Ian leans in, his eyes narrowing. This could be a crucial clue. Riley's eyes glint with mischief. The trap is about to be sprung. He explains, with a perfectly straight face, that it's a used piece of toilet tissue he found. Ian recoils, his face twisting in absolute disgust as a foul aura seems to emanate from the paper. Ian shouts in outrage, but Riley yells back, defending his honor by saying he's lazy, not dirty. With a weary look, Riley simply hands the crumpled paper to Ian and tells him to just check it first. Ian holds the paper at arm's length as if it's a biohazard, a look of pure disgust on his face. But, trusting his young master despite the absurdity, he reluctantly begins to unfold it, bracing himself for the worst. As the paper flattens, he sees it's not what he thought at all. There's writing on it, a list of ingredients: Laka's leaf powder, moonglow herb, cocaine mushroom. Ian's eyes widen in shock. He recognizes these ingredients. But more importantly, he recognizes the handwriting. His mind races, disbelief warring with the evidence right in front of him. The note details a plan to add the ingredients right before a meal. It can't be. A chilling realization dawns on him. This is the recipe for the poison that was in Lady Iris's soup, and the handwriting, there's only one person it could belong to. His face contorts with horror and disbelief as he whispers the name, Lady Orley. Meanwhile, in another part of the mansion, a different battle rages. The assassin is skilled, dodging and weaving. The assassin is battered and bleeding, realizing he's up against someone on a completely different level, his expression cold and determined. The assassin knows he picked the wrong opponent. He thinks to himself that beating this guy is impossible. But the assassin isn't just fighting to survive. He's already achieved his primary goal, retrieving the first assassin's dagger. Now, he just needs to buy enough time to escape. He calculates that he has 2 minutes before a smoke grenade goes off. If he can just last until then, the evidence against Orley will be gone. His eyes glow with a menacing red light as he tells the assassin that not even begging will save him now. In a flash of red light, his sword a blur of motion as he unleashes his true speed. The assassin desperately tries to block, his face a mask of intense concentration as he overpowers the assassin's guard. He grits his teeth in frustration, yelling, "Pathetic! Is dodging all you can do?" He had planned on capturing him alive, but now he's changed his mind. A cold sweat runs down the assassin's back. This is bad. As a true swordsman, he tells the assassin he will allow him one final word. Suddenly, a voice cries out, "Master!" This momentary distraction is all the first assassin needs. He screams the information that will change everything. We now know who was behind the poisoning of Lady Iris, his eyes wide with shock and confusion. The name hangs in the air, a damning accusation. Orly, the walls are closing in. The name that seals her fate has been spoken aloud, and Orly's face is a mask of pure panic. She knows her world is about to come crashing down. The Count turns from Ian, his voice sharp with urgency. What is this about Iris being poisoned? Ian shoves the crumpled paper into the Count's hand, telling him to look at it. Orly watches with wide, terrified eyes, demanding to know what it is. The Count begins to read the list of ingredients aloud, his voice low and dangerous. Soup plan. Laka's leaf, he continues, his gaze fixed on the paper, while Orly and her father can only watch in horror. Moonglow herb. Cocaine, mushroom. The Count's hand trembles with rage, crumpling the paper in his fist as the full weight of the betrayal sinks in. He reads the final, damning line, should be included, just before the meal. His face contorts into a mask of pure fury. Ian's voice is grim as he delivers the final blow. Yes, he says, and the owner of that handwriting is Lady Orly. Orly covers her face, a silent scream caught in her throat. The trap, so perfectly laid by Riley, has snapped shut. Elsewhere, Riley lies in bed, perfectly calm. He knows Ian must have delivered the letter by now, which means he thinks with a lazy stretch that soon everyone will know it was Orly who orchestrated everything. His plan is unfolding exactly as designed. Suddenly, his mother Iris bursts in, her face etched with worry. She rushes to his side, asking if he's all right. Riley just tells her not to worry, that nothing happened. He feigns confusion, his lazy eyes half closed as he thinks, assassins? Seriously? What is all this chaos about? Putting on a cute childish face, he tells her he's just glad that she's okay. The act of the innocent, loving son is still flawless. Iris hugs him tightly, relief washing over her. Me too, she whispers. I'm so glad that you're all right. Just then, a knock comes at the door. It's Ian. Sarah, the combat maid, watches from the side as Riley tells him to come in. Riley gets straight to the point, asking Ian how it went and if he was correct. Ian stands silent for a moment, the weight of his discovery heavy on his shoulders. Sarah looks on, confused. She asks Ian where he was, mentioning that he left so suddenly. Ian struggles to find the words, his hand covering his mouth as if to hold back the awful truth. Finally, with a heavy heart, he says it. It was Lady Orly. Sarah and Iris both gasp, their eyes wide with disbelief. What? Ian's fist is clenched, his voice filled with sorrow and rage. He explains that they found the culprit behind the poison in Iris's soup. He looks directly at Iris, forcing himself to say the terrible words. It was Lady Orly's doing. Iris can only stare back, completely stunned. A weak, trembling smile forms on her face. It's a joke, right? She can't, or won't, believe it. Ian explains that young Master Riley found a piece of paper, a note about the poison, written in Orly's own handwriting. Iris turns away, her mind reeling. She tells Ian she must have heard him wrong, asking why. Why would Orly do something so horrible? The betrayal hits her like a physical blow. Why would Orly try to... Her eyes blaze with a mix of hurt and anger. The shock is too much. She lurches forward, coughing violently as Sarah rushes to support her. Riley gently holds his mother, trying to calm her as she whispers that she knew Orly hated her but never thought she would go this far. Riley's expression turns cold and serious. He looks at Ian and asks, "Where is my father?" Ian explains that the Count is with Orly right now, but his expression is grim. He adds that there's an uninvited guest with them. On the floor, the discarded cloth of an assassin serves as a reminder of the chaos that has invaded their home. Back in the main hall, Tess, her father, stands beside her. Tess looks utterly defeated. "I suppose it's all over," he mutters. "We got the dagger, but..." The mission was a complete failure. The Count looks at the imposing man, recognition dawning in his eyes. "Father-in-law?" he asks, the title dripping with sarcasm. Tess and Orly stand before him, their plot completely exposed. Orly can only fume, but then a bitter realization hits her. She clenches her jaw, thinking, the one who looks stupid right now is me. All her pent-up resentment comes pouring out. She glares at the Count, her voice shaking with rage as she screams, "That day you took a second wife. Do you know how much I suffered?" She continues her tirade, saying that if he had just shown her some warmth, none of this would have happened. But the Count cuts her off, his voice cold as ice. "Don't say such nonsense, Orly." He looks at her with utter disdain. "What you wanted was this family's power, not me." He reminds her of their wedding day. The first thing she checked wasn't his face, but the wedding contract with her family's guild. Tess looks away, unable to deny the truth. The Count continues, saying she was satisfied once she had his family's name. He takes a step forward, his anger finally boiling over. "But you brought these filthy assassins into my home." He gets right in her face, his eyes blazing. "And now you dare to say it was all my fault?" His voice drops to a lethal command. "Get out of my sight now." The scene cuts to the dark woods outside the mansion. Orly stumbles, collapsing against her father. She's in a daze, muttering that this must all be a dream. She tries to convince herself it's just a nightmare, that if she just closes her eyes, she'll wake up in her bed. Tess, ever the pragmatist, knows better. He thinks to himself that this was bound to happen someday. Perhaps this failure will be a good lesson for his daughter. He tries to reassure her, saying that as long as his guilt stands, they won't fall easily. He tells her they can just start over. But Orly isn't listening. She's seething with hatred, muttering, "That wretched boy!" Suddenly, Tess's eyes dart to the side. He's heard something in the darkness. A figure emerges from the shadows. It's Riley, casually flipping an assassin's dagger in his hand, a smug, chilling grin on his face. He looks at the disgraced pair and asks, "Is the fun part over already?" Tess stares in disbelief. Riley? The lazy, useless third son? He can't understand why he would possibly be here. Riley explains that he's here to continue his mother's revenge. He then looks directly at Orly, his voice laced with mock familiarity. "So, Orly, Auntie?" The disrespectful title makes her snap. She takes a step forward, her voice rising to a scream, calling him the most sloven and useless person in the entire Ippolita house. Her rage consumes her. "How dare you speak to me so recklessly?" she shrieks, lunging at him. Riley just watches her, unfazed. "What? You're going to hit me?" He gives her a lazy, taunting smirk, reminding her that if she attacks him now, their father won't be so merciful later. The threat hangs in the air, and Orly can only grit her teeth in frustration, but before she can do anything else, her father's hand clamps down on her shoulder, telling her to stop. Riley just watches, his expression cold and unreadable. A dark, menacing aura radiates from Tess. He calls Riley a cocky little brat, saying his boldness is a stupid mistake. He takes a threatening step forward, surrounded by his remaining assassins. He asks Riley a chilling question. "Who said you could return to the mansion alive?" Riley simply picks at his ear, completely unimpressed. Tess declares that this is for the better. If he takes Riley hostage, he can bury this whole incident. He tells the stunned guildmaster that since he hasn't been harmed, he's willing to let things slide. His gaze darkens, his voice dropping to a low growl. However, that's not the case for this woman. His eyes are filled with pure ice as he lists her crimes. "She threatened my mother and sent assassins after her." He tightens his grip, his voice a cold whisper. "She shouldn't have tried to kill my mother twice." A wave of killing intent explodes from him as he declares that she will pay the price. In that instant, a blade slices through the air, aimed right for Riley's back. But Tess has made a fatal error. He's not dealing with a lazy noble, he's dealing with a monster. Riley dodges effortlessly, moving as if he saw it coming a mile away. Tess and Orly can only stare in absolute shock. He avoided that? Orly completely loses it, screaming at her father's men to kill him all at once. The remaining assassins surge forward. They descend upon him from all sides, a flurry of motion and lethal intent. One of them yells the order to tear him into pieces. But Riley just stands there, a calm in the center of the storm. A slow, predatory grin spreads across his face. Ah! An assassin's blade stops inches from his throat, held back by nothing more than a wooden sword. The sight triggers something deep within him, a memory from a lifetime ago. This feels familiar. He remembers his past life when he faced assassins just like these. But back then he was merciful, arguing that even killers were still human. That mercy cost him everything. A memory of a loved one dying in his arms flashes through his mind, the direct result of his naive ideals. He was a fool who paid the ultimate price for his kindness. He plants his feet firmly. The past is the past. "Very well," he declares, his voice devoid of all emotion. "From this moment on, this is self-defense." With a cruel smile, he warns them not to bother begging for their lives. And then he moves. He moves like a whirlwind of death. Bodies are thrown through the air, their weapons useless against the lazy swords of the Ippolita family. Blood splatters across his face, but his eyes are clear and resolved. "I'm sorry," he thinks, "but I won't live like I did in my last life." Tess can only watch, his face a canvas of horror and disbelief as his elite assassins are torn apart. In seconds, it's over. Riley stands in a field of bodies, a dark red aura pulsing around him. Tess is frozen, his mind struggling to process the carnage. "No way!" They said he'd only swung a sword once. His gaze falls on the weapon in Riley's hand. A wooden sword. Are you kidding me? He thinks. Suddenly, Riley is right in his face, so close their noses are almost touching. He leans in and whispers a grim correction. It's twice now. Riley stands over the terrified guildmaster with a condescending smile. He says that since Tess was once a warrior, he'll grant him a merciful end. The feared leader of the Tess industry, now completely broken, begins to beg. He falls to his knees, pleading that he doesn't care if Riley kills him, but to please spare his daughter. Tears stream down his face as he desperately tries to bargain for her life, saying she's a kind child who just lost her way. He continues to beg, his voice cracking with desperation. Please, at least my daughter, please. Riley looks down at the pathetic man, his cruel smile never wavering. He gives his answer in a single, cold word. No. A spray of blood marks the end of the conversation. Standing in the blood-soaked forest, Riley looks at his hands. This new body is definitely different from his old one, but after 19 years of rest, he admits he was bound to get a little rusty. He clenches his trembling, blood-stained fist. The adrenaline is starting to wear off. He wipes the blood from his mouth with a grimace. It's time to go back. He knows that at the mansion, Ian and the others must be going crazy. And he's right. The mood at the Ippolita estate is one of pure panic. Sarah rushes up to Ian, frantically asking if he's found the young master. Ian can only reply with a defeated, "I couldn't." Sarah's worst fear spills out. "Don't tell me, did the assassins take him hostage?" She clenches her fists, her voice filled with anguish. Is it because everyone thinks he's the weakest one in the family? Ian tries to calm her, insisting Riley is just hiding somewhere, though his own face is pale with worry. But Sarah knows better. Riley was in his mother's room one moment and gone the next. This isn't the time for games. Ian's face hardens with dread. This has to be the assassins' doing. There's no other explanation. Sarah demands to know what they're going to do. Ian makes a decision. I will search the mansion one more time. He tells Sarah he might find him if he just looks again. But as he speaks, another voice cuts in from the balcony above. What did you just say? Sarah looks up, her eyes wide with shock. Riley disappeared? Down below, Ian and Sarah are in a full-blown panic. Ian knows how this will look. The weakest member of the proud Ippolita family, kidnapped without a fight. His mind races with the worst-case scenarios. The shame of this failure would be unbearable. Hearing that Riley was kidnapped, his immediate reaction is not concern but disgust. How pathetic, he scoffs. There's no need to look for him. His face twists in a snarl of contempt. He declares that the Ippolita house has no place for someone as weak as Riley. Just as the panic reaches its peak, a lazy voice drifts out of the darkness. Did you call for me? Riley casually strolls into view, stretching as if he just woke up from a nap. In a rush of relief, Sarah throws her arms around him, demanding to know where he's been. Riley is a little taken aback, noting her genuine worry, but the moment of relief is cut short. The stern voice of the family patriarch rings out, simply saying his name, Riley. Riley's lazy expression vanishes, replaced by one of formal respect. He turns to face his father. Yes, father. The Count's eyes are as hard as stone. He gives a simple order. Follow me to my office. In the Count's office, the atmosphere is heavy with tension. The Count gets right to the point, stating that he heard Riley was the one who discovered the incriminating paper. Suddenly, Lloyd explodes with rage, screaming at Riley and accusing him of hiding after being kicked out by Orly. Riley puts on his best confused face. Kicked out? By Lady Orly? He asks, feigning complete ignorance. Lloyd lunges at him, shouting at him not to pretend. Lloyd gets right in his face, his voice trembling with fury, and makes the accusation plain and simple. You must have fabricated that paper. He grabs Riley by the collar, shaking him as he screams that, because of him, his mother has been banished. Tell me, what kind of tricks are you playing? He demands. But Riley remains calm, realizing Lloyd doesn't suspect his power, only that this is some petty scheme. The Count's voice cuts in like a whip. Lloyd, I won't repeat myself. Riley lets go. Regardless of how Lloyd feels, the facts are absolute. Orly poisoned Iris and led assassins into their home. The Count turns to Riley. He clarifies. This isn't an interrogation. He just wants to know how he found the paper. After all, something like that doesn't just fall from the sky. Riley begins to weave his story, a perfect blend of truth and lies. He explains that he came across assassins who were targeting his mother. He continues, using his reputation for weakness to his advantage, reminding them of the incident in the training grounds a few days ago. Lloyd scoffs, remembering how clumsy Riley had been. He paints a dramatic picture, an assassin rushing towards him in the dark. He claims he barely managed to fight back with the only thing he had, his wooden sword. He tells them he barely escaped with his life, and when he returned, the assassin was already dead. The lie is brilliant. It implies he got lucky, while subtly suggesting he might be stronger than he looks. And for the grand finale, he says he found the note tucked away in the dead assassin's clothes. It's a perfect story, built on the weak persona he's cultivated for 19 years. The Count closes his eyes, processing the tale. He remembers that Riley was indeed the one who discovered the first assassin. Lloyd protests that his mother would never do such a thing. The Count agrees, but reminds him of the cold, hard fact she let assassins into their house. The Count's hand trembles with suppressed anger. "That is why I kicked Orly out," he says, his decision final. Lloyd grits his teeth, furious but unable to disobey. As they turn to leave, their eyes meet in a silent clash of suspicion and hidden contempt. But the Count isn't finished with Riley just yet. "Also," he adds, he tells Riley he has more to say and orders him to come to his office the next day. Riley looks back, his expression unreadable, and agrees. The Count is clearly not fully convinced by his story. As Riley walks down the hall, he passes his eldest brother, Ryan. He calls out to him, "Ryan Hung!" Ryan stops for a second, but doesn't even bother to turn around. He simply walks away without a single word, making his disdain for his younger brother painfully clear. "You cheapskates," Riley mutters to himself, completely unimpressed by his arrogant brothers. Inside a side room, Ryan asks for Lloyd's opinion. Surprisingly, Lloyd admits he doesn't think Riley was lying. The story was just plausible enough to be confusing. Ryan dismisses the issue of their mother, telling Lloyd they can't let their emotions cloud their judgment now. Ryan says that, to be honest, he's grateful to Riley. Lloyd is shocked, asking how he could possibly say that. Ryan's eyes turn cold. "Then am I wrong?" he challenges. "Is it all right for Mother to be killing people?" Lloyd argues that she's their mother, but Ryan shuts him down. Calling assassins into their home is a crime. There is no excuse. Lloyd falls silent, unable to argue with that logic. Ryan presses his advantage. "Do you really think that Mother was not in the wrong?" His words are a test. He places a hand on Lloyd's head, his expression softening into something almost paternal. Ryan smiles, a rare and unsettling sight. He tells Lloyd, "This is not the time to be emotional." His eyes gleam with ambition. He reminds Lloyd that the successor to the family has not yet been decided. He lays out his plan. The incident with their mother can be dealt with after the succession is settled. Once he wins the race and gets the Ipoletta name in his hands, he will return everything back to normal. From the doorway, Riley watches, realizing his father still sees some kind of hope in him, which makes him a threat to Ryan's plans. Ryan tells Lloyd to focus on the goal and worry about their mother later. Lloyd, completely swayed, agrees to trust him. The game of succession has just begun, and they have no idea who they're really playing against. The next morning, sunlight streams into the Ipoletta mansion, but for Riley, a storm is brewing. Today, he faces his father. Ian, the head butler, is practically buzzing with energy. A personal summons from the Count himself? This is the moment he's been waiting for. Ian apologizes over and over, admitting he'd clearly underestimated the young master's potential. "There," Ian declares proudly, "you look a good 10 years younger." Riley just deadpans, wondering if that makes him a 10-year-old. Ian's hands tremble with excitement. He leans in, telling Riley this is a golden opportunity, a real turning point. Kneeling before him, Ian's voice is filled with ambition. He explains that with Orly gone, this is the perfect chance for Riley to finally prove his worth and claim his place as the family heir. The old butler is practically glowing with hope for this marvelous turn of events. Riley, completely unmoved by the hype, just tells him it's time to go. As they walk, Ian tries to build him up, suggesting the Count is finally ready to test his son's true skills. He's been saying it all along, that the young master is far more capable than anyone realizes. Riley raises a hand and knocks on the heavy, ornate door to his father's office. A single, firm command echoes from within. "Come in!" As Riley steps inside, he can feel Ian's intense, encouraging stare burning into his back from the doorway. Ian clenches his fists, mentally psyching himself up as if he's the one about to be tested. He silently cheers Riley on, full of a warrior's spirit. Count Stein sits at his desk, his gaze fixed on his youngest son. The silence stretches for a moment before he speaks a single phrase that shatters Riley's entire world. "Move out." Riley's mind just stops. The lazy, indifferent mask he wears every single day cracks, revealing pure, unfiltered shock. "What?" he stammers, completely blindsided. This has to be some kind of cruel joke. As his mind races, his father slides a piece of paper across the desk. It's an invitation to the Kings and Swordsmen's competition, a prestigious event happening in 1 month. It even mentions that his famous older brother Ryan will be participating. Riley feels a surge of annoyance. Sure, his other brothers can't go, but his father could have just told him to enter the competition. But ordering him to move out of the mansion? That feels unnecessarily harsh, a punishment that doesn't fit the crime. He immediately shifts gears, forcing a bright, cheerful laugh. He tries to play it off, to regain control of the situation. Spreading his arms wide, he puts on a show. You know what they say, right? It's all about the experience. He flashes a cheesy grin, hoping to charm his way out of it. But I don't really need any experience, do I? The Count's expression remains like stone. He reminds Riley that this is a path all his brothers have walked. Riley keeps pushing, his smile unwavering. Can't they just go again? I hear it's a great place. But his father simply points out the invitation was sent specifically for him. With a piercing gaze, the Count calls the invitation a love call, an offer from the world beckoning him to prove his strength. Those words strike Riley like a physical blow. The very idea of the world sending a love call for him to fight is his worst nightmare made real. The act drops completely. His face turns serious, his voice firm. I'm not going. He's ready to shut down, to retreat into himself just like he did when this all started. But his father is relentless. How long do you intend to do as you please? He asks, his voice sharp. Don't push your luck. Riley holds his ground, insisting he doesn't have the skills to compete. Desperate, he plays his last card, his mother. He reminds his father how worried she gets, how she fretted over him just swinging a wooden sword. You should have seen her face, he pleads. He clenches his fist, making one final heartfelt appeal. So please, father, give up on this idea. Don't make me go. He bows his head, his voice dropping to a sincere whisper. Please, don't force me to use a sword. This is the core of his being, the one wish he has cherished since the moment he was reborn into this life. The Count simply watches him, his expression impossible to read. Then, a gentle, almost encouraging smile touches the Count's lips as he says two simple words. You can do it. But for Riley, these words are not encouragement. They are a curse. Riley's eyes fly open in horror. The words echo in his mind, but it's not his father's voice. It's the ghosts of his past comrades. You can do it, soldier. Without you, it's impossible. He sees himself standing on a bloody battlefield, surrounded by the phantoms of his past life. The word soldier rings in his ears. It was never a choice. It was a duty, a job that required him to fight until there was nothing left. He snaps back to reality, but now his father's face is a painful reminder of those same suffocating expectations. It's the same look he saw a lifetime ago. He has to turn away, unable to meet that gaze. Don't look at me like that. He whispers, the words barely audible. Defeated, he turns to leave, muttering that he won't be competing. He can't. He makes a break for the door, but his father's voice cuts through his panic. Riley, this competition is different. The Count's tone is now unyielding. He tells him he's not a child anymore. That for the sake of the family's honor, he has no choice. Riley spins around, his frustration finally boiling over. Why should I care about the family's honor? He shouts, but the words catch in his throat. Standing in the doorway is Ian, who had clearly been listening the entire time. The butler looks completely flustered, insisting he wasn't eavesdropping. But Riley doesn't have time for excuses. He shoves past the old man and makes a run for it. The Count rises from his chair, his voice booming with absolute authority. Ian, catch him now! The butler is frozen in shock, caught completely off guard by the sudden turn of events. Catch him! The Count roars again, leaving no room for argument. Sometime later, Riley is huddled in a dark storage closet, letting out a long, frustrated sigh. He leans his head back against the wall, utterly exhausted. He wonders why, of all things, he had to retain the memories of his past life. And worse, why did he have to be reborn into a family of swordsmen? It feels like the universe is playing some kind of sick joke on him. This whole family is obsessed. He can understand teaching the sons to fight, but training the maids in swordsmanship too? It makes absolutely no sense. He sighs again. He can't believe a few simple words from his father were enough to rattle him this badly. Now he has to find a hiding spot this entire mansion of trained fighters can't discover. Suddenly, a soft voice calls out from the other side of the door. He assumes it's the maid, Sarah, and asks what she's doing there. But it's his mother, Iris. She explains she's looking for him. Sarah, standing beside her, asks why. Iris tells her that the Count wanted to speak with Riley about the competition. She lets out a knowing sigh. So, Riley went to hide again, didn't he? From inside the closet, Riley listens, as Sarah notes that it's a shame he ran away when the Count finally showed some expectation of him. Sarah then gently brings up a sensitive topic, asking Lady Iris if it ever bothers her that she doesn't have an heir of her own bloodline. Iris gazes out the window, a soft smile on her face. She admits it bothers her a little, but ultimately she's okay with it. She confides in Sarah that what truly worries her is that she sometimes sees a profound sadness in Riley's eyes. She recalls a time she asked him privately if something was wrong, if he had something on his mind. But he just put on a brave face, insisting he was fine and that it was nothing important. She'd never seen him look so vulnerable before, and the memory clearly still weighs on her heart. Her voice fills with a deep, unconditional love. She tells Sarah that even if the entire world gives up on him, she will always be by his side, because his happiness means more to her than anything. She then asks Sarah if she, too, thinks Riley is foolish. Sarah immediately and firmly denies it, saying she would never think such a thing of the young master. A warm smile graces Iris's face. Relieved, she asks Sarah to help her prepare a new room. She turns to leave, her hand moving toward the closet where her son is hidden. As her hand closes around the handle, she calls his name, her voice gentle and knowing. "Riley!" The door swings open, revealing Riley standing right there. He looks up at his mother, his eyes wide, having heard every word. A soft smile plays on her lips. "Did you hide here again?" Words fail him, a single, choked word escaping his lips. "Mother!" Iris laughs gently. She tries to lighten the mood, saying she just had something on her mind and happened to find him. Riley pulls away, his head bowed in shame. "I'm sorry," he says, a rare and genuine apology for all the worry he's caused. But Iris just waves it off with a cheerful laugh, teasing him gently. "You can't keep doing this, you know," she reminds him. "This is just like what he did when the first assassin broke in." He vanished, making everyone frantic with worry. Her expression softens, filled with concern. She explains that when he disappears, so many people are left wondering and worrying about him. She asks if something is on his mind, guessing it might be about the swordsmanship competition. Riley just looks down, his fist clenched, unable to find the words. "Why?" she asks, her tone like a mother gently scolding a child. "Is it because—" Finally, he confesses the truth that has haunted him since he was reborn, just holding a sword. "It frightens me." Iris studies her son for a long moment, and then a brilliant, mischievous smile spreads across her face. "Then how about a date?" Riley is completely stunned. "What?" "A date," she clarifies, her eyes sparkling. "With your mother." In a moment of genius, she's found the perfect solution. If she goes with him, it's no longer a forced exile, it's a mother-son trip. And just like that, the plan is set. Outside the mansion, Count Stein sees his wife and son off by a grand carriage, asking if they have everything they need for the journey. Iris confirms they do, as Riley reports that everyone has finished packing and is ready to leave. Ian, ever the loyal guardian, looks concerned. He asks the Count if he and Sarah will be enough protection, suggesting they might need a few more guards. But Riley throws his hands up with a confident smile. "Of course it's enough," he declares, adding with a touch of flattery, "I know how skilled you two are." As they're about to board, Iris calls out to Riley with a radiant smile, Ian standing proudly beside her. Riley looks a bit embarrassed, telling his mother she really didn't have to come. But she just links her arm with his, reminding him this was their deal. She playfully wags a finger, telling him not to say things that might make others jealous. This is her very first date with her son, and she plans to enjoy every moment. The Count sighs, muttering under his breath, "Who would possibly be jealous?" But Iris just winks at him playfully, asking if he's the one who's jealous. He can only cover his face and sigh again. But he knows his wife has outplayed him. With her by his side, Riley will definitely participate in the competition now. Iris cheekily reminds her husband that their agreement was to focus on the positive side of this arrangement. She turns back to Riley, ready to offer some motherly advice for their trip. The Count just clears his throat, gracefully accepting his defeat. Riley turns and bids a formal farewell to Sarah and Ian, who will be their guards. The Count gives his final, stern order to his two most trusted servants. "If anything happens to them, you two are responsible." They both bow deeply, swearing on their lives to protect their lady and young master. With everything settled, they inform the Count they will be on their way. As the carriage pulls away down the long, tree-lined road, inside, Iris is thrilled. It's been ages since she's traveled, and she's looking forward to the adventure. Riley, however, is just confused by the name. Iris explains that Solia is the name of the capital city they're heading to, and that this is Riley's first time ever leaving the family estate. He scratches his cheek, admitting he never knew their home even had a name. With a proud smile, she explains the Ippolita estate was named after her own father, a testament to his close relationship with the royal family. Riley turns to Sarah, asking if she's from Solia. She confirms she is, from the Eastern District. A simple map shows the capital city divided into 3 main districts surrounding the central castle. Sarah cheerfully explains the layout of the sprawling city. She points out the massive walls that protect the capital from any outside threats. Riley is impressed, noting how huge the city is. "That's because it's both a city and a kingdom," she exclaims. As the carriage rumbles along, she suddenly remembers something Riley mentioned before. She tries to recall the name of a drink he once described. Coal? Cola? The word hits Riley like a lightning bolt, awakening a deep, forgotten craving from his past life. Sarah describes it with a dreamy look. A drink that burns on your tongue, is amazing with ice, and cools you down in seconds. Riley grabs her, his eyes glowing with an unnerving intensity. "Can you be a bit more specific?" he demands, his voice shaking. Flustered, Sarah recalls more details. He had said it was sweet like wine, but wouldn't get you drunk, calling it a drink fit for the gods. She adds that it's famous for its unique color, darker than black ink. The pieces click into place in Riley's mind. It's real. "Cola!" he screams, a primal roar of pure, desperate need. He lunges across the carriage, shaking Sarah by the shoulders, demanding to know if what she's saying is true. "Is it true?" he shouts again, desperate for confirmation that his favorite drink from his past life actually exists here. Iris cuts in, completely misreading the situation. She thinks Sarah is trying to convince her underage son to drink wine. Ian quickly clarifies, explaining that Riley described a drink with 0 alcohol, one that even children enjoy. Riley's eyes gleam. That's it. That's the taste, the feeling. It's exactly right. He's ecstatic, practically floating on a cloud of fizzy joy. "That's amazing!" But his celebration is cut violently short. The carriage jolts to a sudden, brutal stop, sending him flying into Sarah. Iris and Sarah cry out in shock, thrown by the sudden impact. Sarah's expression hardens instantly. Her combat training takes over. "It's an attack!" Outside, Ian already has his sword drawn. "Where are they?" he shouts as Sarah points toward the dense tree line. A horde of ugly green-skinned creatures emerges from the woods, wielding crude clubs and shields. Goblins. From the carriage, Riley watches, utterly unimpressed. He figures a trained maid like Sarah should handle this easily. Still, he gives an order, telling Ian to guard their flanks. But Ian simply looks back at him with a serious expression, telling his young master that he needs to trust in Sarah's skill. Riley clenches his fist, a dark, impatient aura starting to leak from him. His mother calls his name, but his focus is now locked on the fight. He watches Sarah engage the goblins. Her form is good, her swings have power, but to his eyes, she's moving in slow motion. It's agonizing to watch. A wave of annoyance washes over him, fueled by his desperate thirst for a cola. He wonders if he should have insisted on bringing more guards. Ian shouts encouragement from the side, telling Sarah that the young master is rooting for her. Riley's face just twitches with irritation. That's it. He can't take it anymore. "Huh? I have had it with all of this," he screams, his patience finally snapping as a faint aura of power erupts around him. "All of you, get out of my way." For 19 years, he perfected the act of the useless noble. But now, with the taste of a long-lost memory just within reach, the hero inside finally snaps. As Riley steps forward, Sarah looks back in shock, yelling at him to get back inside. She doesn't understand. To her, he's just the defenseless young master walking straight into danger. But Riley just brushes past her, moving with a speed and purpose she's never seen. In one smooth motion, he snatches the sword right from her hands. Sarah stumbles back, her mind reeling as she screams for him to wait. Riley grips the sword, his focus absolute. And the thought driving him isn't about protecting his family or upholding his honor. It's a single, all-consuming idea he might finally get to drink a cola. But if this pointless fight drags on any longer, the shops might close. He glances back at Sarah. Her movements are all wrong. She's so focused on swinging with brute force that she's wasting her natural agility. It's inefficient, it's slow, and in that instant, everything changes. The lazy boy vanishes, replaced by the ghost of the hero he once was. He thinks to himself that the key isn't power. It's about controlling the distance, striking unexpectedly, and getting out. A desperate war cry forms in his mind. If they don't end this fast, there will be no time for cola. With that, he explodes into motion, a crimson blur of pure, deadly intent. The remaining goblins freeze. Riley looks at them, his eyes glowing red, and says, Watch me carefully this time. A whirlwind of red energy and steel rips through the goblins. In a single, fluid motion, it's over. Sarah and Ian just stand there, completely frozen. They just witnessed the lazy, useless young master annihilate an entire goblin squad in the blink of an eye. Ian's face is a mask of pure disbelief, struggling to connect the boy he raised with the warrior he just saw. Riley casually wipes a speck of dirt from his cheek. He turns to his stunned audience and says, as if nothing happened, "Okay, let's go. We can start moving again." Back in the carriage, the silence is deafening. Ian finally breaks it, turning to Iris with a heavy look. He asks her quietly, "Did you know?" Iris looks over at Riley, who's already leaning back with his eyes closed, the picture of laziness. She feigns ignorance, asking Ian what he means by her son's skills. She offers a soft, gentle smile. "I don't know much about sword fighting," she says, a masterclass in deflection. She tenderly brushes a strand of hair from Riley's face, her expression full of love. She tells Ian she's just happy Riley wasn't hurt. When she saw him charge at the goblins, her heart nearly stopped. Ian stares at her, and understanding slowly dawns on his face. Iris looks at him with pleading eyes, asking him to keep this a secret. She begs him not to tell anyone back home, especially not Riley's father. She knows exactly what would happen to her son's precious, peaceful life if the Count ever learned the truth. Ian looks conflicted. He asks why, but he already knows the answer. This secret is the only thing protecting the lazy sword from a life Riley desperately wants to escape. The carriage continues on. With a heavy sigh, Ian finally relents. "Of course, ma'am, he'll keep the secret, for now." The dark forest gives way to the bright, bustling streets of a massive city. Riley looks out the window, a flicker of genuine interest in his eyes. Iris, however, is still worried. She mentions that she feels bad for Ian, who they sent back to the castle all alone. Sarah quickly shakes her head, reassuring her. "No, it was the right choice to send him back, my lady." She imagines Ian staying with them, talking non-stop about the goblin incident and hounding Riley with endless questions. The very thought makes Riley look exhausted. Sarah's mood brightens instantly. She gets excited, declaring that, since they're in Solia, they have to enjoy themselves. Iris just smiles, giving her permission. Sarah asks where they should go first. Riley's eyes light up with a mischievous glint. He declares that the first stop is obvious. They need to find some sugary wine with no alcohol. A wide grin spreads across Sarah's face. "I knew you'd say that." The grand city of Solia stretches out before them, a magnificent castle standing tall in the distance. Sarah points towards a district in the city. She knows a cafe she used to visit often, and she's certain they'll have what the young master is looking for. Elsewhere in the city, the mood is much darker. A stern-looking man watches Riley's group from a rooftop, identifying them as his targets. He turns to a young girl beside him. Her clothes are ragged, and a brutal scar covers one side of her face. He tells her coldly that it's time to earn her keep. He looks down at her with pure disgust, calling her human trash and reminding her of her mission. The girl just looks down, her expression empty as she quietly responds, "Okay." Back with Riley's group, they've found the cafe. A wooden mug is slammed onto the table, filled with a frothy, dark, bubbly liquid. Riley stares at it, his eyes wide with disbelief. It actually exists in this world. A genuine, unguarded smile. Tears well up in his eyes. He honestly thought he'd never taste it again. He takes a long drink, and pure bliss washes over him. The taste, the bubbles, the smoothness. This is it. This is perfection. The entire cafe falls silent. Everyone turns to stare at the strange, noble boy celebrating a simple drink, like he'd just conquered a kingdom. Iris and Sarah watch him, their faces a perfect blend of confusion and secondhand embarrassment. Riley turns to his mother, his eyes sparkling, and asks if he can have another. Still a bit dazed by his outburst, Iris just nods. "Ah, yes, of course." As he savors his drink, he lets out a satisfied sigh. Sarah looks at him with a deadpan expression. "Young master, you sound like an old man." Suddenly, a commotion breaks out on the street. The scarred girl is being held by a large man, yelling that she didn't do anything. He snarls back, accusing her of lying. The girl pleads for help, but the man shouts to the crowd that she's a pickpocket. Sarah clenches her fists, her face filled with righteous anger. She can't just stand by and watch this injustice. As Sarah stands up to intervene, a hand suddenly grips her wrist, stopping her. It's Riley. He quietly tells her, "Sarah, don't go." She looks back at him confused. "But, young master," she protests, wanting to help the girl being falsely accused. Riley doesn't even look at her. His gaze is fixed on the scene outside, his eyes sharp and calculating. The goofy boy from a moment ago is gone, he says calmly, his voice low and serious. It's all an act. He takes a casual sip of his drink, telling her to just ignore it and sit back down. Sarah is completely bewildered, asking what on earth he means. She pulls her hand away, unable to process his words. How can he call this an act? These people are clearly in trouble. But Riley's next words stop her cold. He says they weren't looking for help. They were looking at her sword. Sarah just stares, confused. Outside, the performance continues. The girl cries for them to let her go as the men drag her away, a classic play designed to lure in a hero. Riley explains that if she were truly asking for help, she'd be scanning the crowd, trying to catch anyone's eye. But her gaze, and the men's, was locked onto one thing. Their eyes were fixed on the sword at Sarah's hip. The goal wasn't to get help, it was to draw in a capable warrior, likely to rob them. This wasn't a cry for help, it was a trap. He lets out a small laugh, dismissing the whole pathetic display. That night, back at their inn, the mood is much quieter. Riley enters a room to find Ian slumped on the bed, his hand bandaged and his shoulders heavy with defeat. He asks the old butler what's wrong. Ian confesses he was trying to handle things on his own, to get the tickets for the swordsmanship competition without bothering him. He grits his teeth, his voice cracking with frustration. He says he just wanted to get the tickets, but he couldn't even manage that simple task. In a sudden burst of frustration, he grabs a drink from the table and chugs it down in one go. He slams the empty cup down, the sharp sound echoing his own feelings of anger and helplessness. We flash back to earlier that day. Ian had stormed into their room, absolutely fuming after his visit to Solia Castle. He had gone to the ticket booth set up just outside the castle walls, a place bustling with hopeful contestants. Standing before the receptionist, he formally requested 4 tickets. When asked where he was from, he proudly stated his affiliation, the Ippolita family. The name alone made the receptionist jump. He presented the family seal, and she quickly processed his request for 4 participation tickets. Ian stood there, basking in the prestige and power that his family's name commanded. But when he received the tickets, his pride shattered. They were for viewing, not for participating. A wave of pure fury and humiliation washed over him. Back in the present, Riley just chuckles awkwardly, saying he didn't realize it was such a hassle. But Ian isn't finished. He cries out that the humiliation didn't end there. Riley sighs, looking exhausted, already dreading the rest of the story. The flashback continues. As Ian waited, stewing in his anger, a loud, familiar voice called out his name. A large, boisterous man with spiky blonde hair clapped him on the shoulder. It was Schneider, an old acquaintance from his mercenary days. Schneider is all smiles, asking Ian if he's also here for the big competition, completely oblivious to his friend's foul mood. He jokes about Ian having a family now, but Ian clarifies that he's merely a butler for the Ippolita household. Schneider's interest is piqued. A butler for the great Ippolitas? He starts guessing which of the famous sons Ian could be serving. Is it the great sword lion Ryan? Or the speed sword Lloyd? With every famous name he listed, Ian's expression grew darker and darker. Schneider finally lands on what he thinks is the obvious answer. He must be serving the head of the family, Count Stein himself. It's the only thing that makes sense for a legend like Ian. Mortified, Ian tries to change the subject. But Schneider overhears him asking about audience tickets and looks confused. Just then, the receptionist returns. She remembers that there was a third son, and after a moment, she recalls the name, Riley. And then she says the words that seal Ian's humiliation. Isn't his nickname the Lazy Sword? The words hit the legendary mercenary like a physical blow. To be serving the family's laughingstock in front of his old friend, he felt like he could die from the shame. Back in the present, Ian collapses onto the bed, sobbing about how pitiful he must have looked. He wails in despair, while Riley can only watch, completely bewildered by the old butler's emotional breakdown. The old butler thinks to himself that if only Lady Iris hadn't made him promise to keep the goblin incident a secret, if he could just tell everyone the truth about the young master's power. But he can't, and lets out another frustrated cry. Ian continues to sob, the tears of a proud man's wounded honor streaming down his face. He pounds the bed in frustration, the weight of his public humiliation too much to bear. The next morning, Sarah and Iris are already at the breakfast table. Iris greets Riley cheerfully, asking if he slept well. Riley looks utterly drained. He sighs, muttering that maybe coming here was a mistake. Ian, standing behind him, looks just as exhausted. Sarah, however, is buzzing with excitement for the competition. But Riley's mood is the complete opposite. He just wants to go home. Iris giggles, remarking that she never knew Ian had such an emotional side. Riley grumbles that it wasn't just emotional. Ian spent the entire night repeating the same story every 30 minutes. Ian appears, looking a little sheepish. He clears his throat and wishes everyone a good morning. Riley just returns the greeting tiredly. Getting down to business, Riley asks where they're headed today. Sarah replies that they'll be touring the eastern district of Solia. She explains with a grin that since the competition starts tomorrow, today is their only chance to do some proper sightseeing. Riley asks why they aren't going to the southern district instead. Ian steps in to explain that the southern district isn't a good place to visit. It's not clean, and, more importantly, it's not safe. Riley smirks. He mentions he used to live in Solia and agrees the south side is a dump. Since he hates places like that anyway, he's fine with the plan. Sarah cheers, happy with his decision. With the plan set, Sarah pumps her fist, ready for a fun day of touring. Iris smiles, saying she's looking forward to it. They arrive at a massive, ornate gate. The bustling city noise fades away, replaced by a quiet, reverent atmosphere. They've come to the Solia Temple, a grand, pristine building dedicated to the goddess Reincarnated. The temple is known as a place of healing, where the wounded and sick are treated with divine power. Because Iris had been so ill, she feels she owes this place a debt of gratitude. As Riley walks down the long, red carpet, the bright, holy light of the temple shines down on him. He looks around, a grim expression on his face. A temple, huh? He watches the priests and their followers, thinking that the atmosphere here isn't so different from his past life. People worshipping a god, receiving oracles. He looks on with cynical eyes, wondering if these people would also throw their lives away for a prophecy. Nearby, a high priest speaks with Iris, relieved to see that her once serious illness seems to have vanished completely. The priest congratulates her, saying, "The goddess must be watching over her." Iris smiles warmly and thanks him. Riley has zero interest in their conversation. He waves them off, telling Sarah he's going to look around for a bit. He stretches, casually walking through the grand hall with Ian following closely behind. Ian remarks on how magnificent the temple is, noting that people travel from all over the world just to see it. But for Riley, the grand building only brings back a dark, suffocating memory. In his past life, he met a saint in a temple just like this one. A flashback shows him as a younger man. A robed saint stood before him, and the moment she saw him, she declared that he was the one chosen by the holy sword. A shadow falls over his face as he relives that fateful moment. It was that single declaration that destroyed his peaceful life forever. It was the beginning of his endless war. Staring up at the statue of the goddess, he's lost in thought. Just then, a small figure in a white robe appears in the crowd. The robed figure is walking towards them. It's the Saintess of the temple. She approaches, her presence commanding an immediate silence and respect from everyone in the hall. Her face is hidden by a hood, but a faint, knowing smile plays on her lips. In a clear voice, she says, "Welcome to the Solia Temple." The very symbol of the fate he ran from is standing right in front of him. Ian immediately bows his head in deep respect. But Riley, he just stands there, silent, his expression cold and utterly unimpressed. Ian hisses at him from the side, panicked. "Young master, why aren't you greeting her?" Riley's response is blunt. "Why should I?" he scoffs. If she expects a greeting, she should show her face first. The disrespect is so casual, so blatant, it shocks the entire hall into silence. Ian tries again, insisting she's an important figure here. But Riley just glances at the priests around them. And am I not the son of an important person too? For him, titles and status mean absolutely nothing. But instead of being offended, the Saintess just chuckles behind her hand. "You're an interesting one, boy." This is not the reaction anyone expected. Amused, she pulls back her hood, revealing a young woman with light purple hair and sharp, intelligent eyes. Ian's jaw drops. He recognizes her instantly, his voice shaking as he stammers out her name. "Saintess Precia?" While Ian apologizes profusely, Riley remains completely unmoved, his expression as bored as ever. Ian desperately begs him to offer a proper greeting, calling her the youngest Saintess in Solia's history. But the title just brings a wave of disgust over Riley. He mutters to himself, wondering if this world also has a twisted system of praising saints. Ian overhears him and looks back, his face a mask of pure disbelief. "Young master, what did you just say?" "Nothing," Riley says flatly. "Just talking to myself." But the truth is, Riley doesn't just dislike the word saint. It would be more accurate to say he despises it. It throws him back to his past life, to the very moment his freedom was stolen by a single declaration. "You have been chosen by the holy sword." He remembers being commanded to wield that sword and slay the demon lord, a destiny he never asked for, forced upon him by others. They told him only the warrior chosen by God had the power to save them. They called him their only hope, their savior, a crushing weight placed on the shoulders of a man who only wanted to rest. Looking back on it now, he still can't believe he ever agreed to go through with it. The memory is too much. His eyes flash with irritation, and he turns on his heel to leave. Ian calls after him, asking where he's going. Ian whispers frantically for him to at least introduce himself, but Riley just brushes him off. Introduce myself? I don't even want to look at her. Priyesha watches him go, a curious frown on her face. Riley tells Ian to hurry up, assuming his mother is finished by now. But just as he's about to walk away, a clear voice rings out. Excuse me? Ian's face drains of all color. Oh no, he thinks. Priyesha moves with surprising speed, cutting off their path. She stands before them, her voice firm. Stop right there for a minute. Riley turns, his expression dark. Priyesha looks at him with an unreadable expression. You. A wave of dread washes over Riley. He braces himself. Is this it? Is she going to say the same thing? Tell me to pick up a sword and kill a demon king. She motions for him to come closer. Lend me your ear. Priyesha leans in and whispers something completely unexpected. Whatever she says leaves Riley's eyes wide with absolute, unfiltered shock. She pulls back with a smug, satisfied smirk. Seeing your reaction, I was right, she teases. Riley is completely baffled. He can only stammer back. Why the heck would you even think that? She explains simply. Because your reaction was boring, even after you knew who I was. His complete lack of awe made her curious. Riley is speechless. What kind of saint is this? Ian is having a full-blown meltdown in the background, unable to process what he's witnessing. Priyesha puffs out her chest proudly, declaring that as the youngest saintess ever, it's normal for her to be proud. Riley just sighs. Yeah, what a great saint. He dismisses her, which finally seems to get under her skin. She gets angry, demanding to know how he can speak to a saintess that way. Riley shoots back. Okay, you're a saint. So what? The simple question catches her completely off guard. She's so used to her title meaning everything, she doesn't know how to respond. Riley turns to a horrified Ian. Should I kneel and cry in front of her? Is that what I'm supposed to do? The poor butler can only stammer, at a total loss. Riley's face twists in pure annoyance. He has had enough of this game. Priyesha's playful demeanor fades as she senses the shift in the air. He looks at her, his voice suddenly cold and serious. I don't like this, he says it plainly, for everyone to hear. I'm sorry, but I really hate saints. I hold a grudge against them. He finishes by saying they should just go their separate ways. His words are blunt and brutal, and Priyesha clenches her fist as the weight of his hatred hits her. Her face crumples, and tears well up in her eyes. One of her priests cries out her name in alarm. Now Riley is the one who's confused. He offers a handkerchief, asking, What? Are you crying? You started it. She slaps a handkerchief from a priest's hand, yelling, Forget it. I don't need one. The cloth flutters to the ground as she glares at Riley, her pride deeply wounded. With tears in her eyes, she accuses him. That's blasphemy. Riley just shrugs, completely unconcerned. So what? I don't believe in any religion. Priyesha looks at him, frustrated, complaining that he's the one who started all this and is now making her out to be the bad guy. Riley lets out a heavy sigh. This is why I didn't want to come. He turns to Ian and says, Let's go. He walks away without a second glance, declaring there's no reason for them to stay here any longer. Priyesha watches him go, wiping a tear from her eye, completely stunned. Ha! What was that? She's completely bewildered. I'm a saint, so why does he hate us? One of her priests tries to comfort her by saying, It's possible for some people to dislike them, which only makes her angrier. Do you call that comforting me? She yells. Another priest nervously tells her not to be bothered by it. He dismisses Riley as just an immature noble, clearly just trying to say anything to make her feel better. But she turns on him with a pointed question. Have you ever thought that way too? The priest panics, insisting he's never had such a thought. Another priest steps in, showering her with praise, telling her not to listen to what that rude young man said. She seems to calm down a little, nodding in agreement. She takes a deep breath, composing herself. She tells herself to just ignore it and continue her prayers. But as she does, a spark of divine energy seems to flash around her. Something has been triggered. She whirls around, looking in the direction Riley left. A new thought enters her mind. She watches Riley and Ian's retreating figures disappear down the long hall. A priest looks at her, confused, but she just mutters, Ah, impossible. She stares after him, a look of dawning realization on her face. Perhaps That man was. She now knows he is far more than just some rude noble. Later, safely outside the temple, Ian finally works up the courage to ask, "Young master, what did the Saintess whisper to you?" Riley recalls the baffling moment. Preasia leaning in, whispering, "Perhaps. Do you like men?" He turns to Ian and says simply, "She asked me what my type was." The old butler is completely lost. Riley just waves it off. "Forget it. It's not important," he sighs, muttering that it made him angry, but he'll just let it go. He looks back toward the temple, his resolve hardened. Being close to a saint won't do me any good. His desire to stay as far away from his past as possible is now stronger than ever. After the disastrous visit to the temple, Iris looks at her son with gentle concern, asking if something happened in there. Riley immediately puts on a carefree smile, throwing his arms out wide. "No, not really," he says, completely brushing it off. In the background, Ian still looks like he's seen a ghost. With the temple behind them, Sarah excitedly announces their next stop, the Magic Tower. Riley smirks, admitting he is a bit interested in magic. After all, moving things without using your hands sounds incredibly convenient. Ian immediately chides him, insisting that magic is not for lazy pursuits, especially for an Ippolita. In the distance, a tall, magnificent clock tower rises above the city, shimmering with a faint, magical energy. This is their destination. Riley looks up at it, a thoughtful expression on his face. He remarks that the city feels different from this side. Sarah agrees enthusiastically, explaining that the air itself feels different the closer you get, thanks to the pure mana gathered around the tower. She points to a faint ring of light near the top, explaining that it's a powerful magical device. Riley just says, "Oh," but his mind is already somewhere else. Magic, huh? For someone who knew so little about it, this was a fascinating idea. In his past life, the only supernatural powers were divine curses and blessings. Things like being chosen by the Holy Sword, a fate he never asked for. He thinks that this new world is so much better than that one, where he was forced to accept a life already decided for him, surrounded by fallen comrades. "I don't want to experience that again." The thought hardens his resolve. He will never be a pawn of destiny again. But magic is different. It's a power built on your own choices, something you earn and control yourself. For the first time, a sliver of genuine hope appears. He wonders, could magic be the key to overcoming my trauma? Sarah snaps him out of his thoughts, excitedly suggesting he should try the mana detection device at the tower. She encourages him, saying it'll be fun. But Riley knows for his family, this isn't just a game. His brothers, Ryan and Lloyd, were both prodigies with mana. They both mastered the Aura Blade, a difficult skill that imbues a sword with mana at a young age. Ryan learned it at 12 and Lloyd at 14. They were celebrated as geniuses. Sarah and Iris both urge him on, telling him to just give it a try. Riley looks hesitant, feeling the weight of expectation. But Ian is practically glowing with anticipation, a fiery aura of hope surrounding him. He thinks to himself, now is the time for the young master's true power to be revealed to the world. After all, in his prime, the mercenary hero Ian was renowned as one of the best mana users during the Great War. He clenches his fists, remembering the overwhelming power he felt from Riley during the goblin attack. He's felt it firsthand. Ian's eyes burn with passion. This is it. Finally! Today is the day our young master shatters his nickname as the Lazy Sword. They finally arrive inside the magic tower, and Iris marvels at how much bigger it is than she imagined. Riley correctly guesses it's a spatial magic device. Around them, huge crystals float in the air, a testament to the power contained within these walls. He notes that the people here are all a bit strange, just as you'd expect from a tower full of mages. As they look around, a young man in a blue robe approaches them. Ian immediately steps forward to greet him. The mage smiles politely, asking what brought them to the tower today. Ian explains they're just here to look around. But the mage informs them that the tower isn't open for casual tourism and politely asks for their identity. Ian provides the letter from the Count. The mage's attitude immediately changes, and he agrees to let them tour the first floor. But he warns them not to touch anything without permission. Just as he says this, Riley reaches out and touches a giant blue crystal. The mage shrieks, telling him he can't do that. Riley pulls his hand back, feigning innocence. "Ah, sorry, it was just such a nice color." The mage is flustered, insisting that even the son of a count can't just touch these artifacts. Riley just asks why. The mage simply says, "I can't tell you." He adjusts his glasses, explaining that if something has a sign, they can touch it. If not, they can only look. Riley looks annoyed by the lecture. Iris smoothly steps in, asking if he could give them a tour. The mage happily agrees. He introduces himself with a bow. "My name is Ferda." Ferda begins the tour, explaining the endless types of magicians, from sorcerers to alchemists. He demonstrates how most of them use magic books to channel their spells. He then shows them an alchemical device that turns water into ice. Riley immediately compares it to a refrigerator, a word from his past life. Ferda is confused, having never heard the word. Riley just laughs it off, saying it was nothing. As the tour ends, Ferda invites them to visit again, mentioning that with the right clearance, they might see the second floor. Riley asks what they can see up there. Ferda grins, explaining that's where the trainees practice, casting spells like fireballs, something he guesses Riley might be curious about. A sly smile spreads across Riley's face. That does sound interesting. Just as he's getting intrigued, Ferda calls him over to a different area. There, on a pedestal, is the mana measurement device, a crystal ball glowing with a faint yellow light. Iris and Sarah look on with excitement, while Ian radiates a dark, hopeful aura. Riley looks a little nervous. Sarah points to the device, reminding him that he promised to try it. Riley admits that yes, he did say that, but he glances over at Ian, whose intense, burning gaze is making him incredibly uncomfortable. He hesitates, thinking it over. But Ian's fiery glare doesn't waver. The pressure is immense. Finally, Riley gives in with a sigh. Okay, I'll do it." He steps up to the pedestal, where a small sign indicates the device is free to use. He asks Ferda how it works, and the mage explains that he just needs to place his hand on the crystal ball. Ferda elaborates that the ball will shine, and the water inside will rise based on the amount of mana detected. Riley scoffs. "So I just put my hand on it? That's it?" But before he does, Ian pulls Ferda aside for a quiet word. Ian asks a very specific, very loaded question. What happens if the device breaks because the amount of mana is too much? Ferda thinks for a moment, saying that if that ever happened, people would be lining up to recruit that person no matter their age. He then adds a crucial detail. In its entire history, the crystal ball has never once been broken. Just cracking it is enough to be considered a genius. He laughs it off. Unless it was a dragon, that thing will never break. Ferda mentions that the few people who have managed to crack it are legendary figures, like the current Archmage of the Magic Tower. He also mentions a famous mercenary hero, but trails off, unable to recall the name. Ian stays silent, knowing exactly who Ferda is talking about. It was him. With Ferda unable to remember, Iris and Sarah giggle at Ian's obvious excitement. Sarah whispers, asking if he's expecting something, and Ian just clears his throat, failing to hide his massive grin. With everyone watching, Riley takes a deep breath. "So, shall we start?" He places his hand firmly on top of the crystal ball. A brilliant light immediately explodes from the orb, pulsing with an unseen and immense energy. The moment of truth has finally arrived. For a brief moment, the light intensifies. Ferda, the mage, watches with professional curiosity. Sarah and Iris look on with bright, hopeful eyes, excited to see the result. But Ian is rigid with tension, his eyes wide with a mix of terror and exhilarating anticipation. This is the moment he's been waiting for. And then, just as quickly as it began, the light fades. The orb goes dormant. Riley lifts his hand, putting on a confused expression. "What's this? Is it over?" Everyone leans in, desperate to see the result. They all crowd around the pedestal, their eyes fixed on the crystal ball. Inside the orb, the water has risen just a tiny, pathetic amount, sloshing around at the very bottom. Ferda pushes up his glasses. It's normal. Average, I mean. The reactions are instant. Ian lets out a silent scream of agony. Iris offers a polite smile, and Sarah's face is a mask of shock. Ian is completely frozen, his mind refusing to process what he just heard. "What? What did you just say?" He clutches his head, his voice trembling with disbelief. Normal? Not off the charts, not immeasurable, but normal. All his hopes, all his dreams of vindication are shattering before his very eyes. Riley, however, puts on a brilliant performance. He cheers, "Wow, average! Can I become a wizard now?" He looks so genuinely thrilled that Iris and Sarah can only giggle, completely bewildered. Ferda chuckles, pleased by the young master's enthusiasm. He says that while it's not enough for complex spells, it's fine for everyday magic. But behind him, a dark aura of pure despair begins to leak from Ian. Ian's voice is a low, dangerous whisper. "What do you mean, average? That can't be." Ferda turns, finally noticing the butler's ominous presence. "Mr. Ian, are you all right?" Ian explodes. "That can't be true." He lunges for the crystal ball, his face a mask of pure denial. Ferda throws himself in front of Ian, yelling that he can't do this. But the old butler is beyond reason, screaming that something must be wrong with the device. He shakes the poor mage by the shoulders, roaring, "Something is definitely wrong with it." While Ian has a full-blown meltdown in the background, Riley just whistles nonchalantly and turns to his mother. "I'm getting hungry," he says casually. "What's for dinner?" Iris reminds him they have a reservation. Iris calls out to Ian, telling him to stop. But the butler, still clutching the crystal ball, cries out, "But my lady, the result!" Sarah looks on, completely unimpressed by the legendary mercenary's tantrum. Ferda clings to Ian's leg, tears in his eyes, pleading for him to stop this madness. It's a scene of pure chaos, a famed warrior having a breakdown over a magic orb while a young mage begs him to see reason. Suddenly, Sarah lets out a sharp gasp. "Mr. Ian!" She points behind him, her eyes wide. "Look! Master Riley is using magic!" Ian freezes, his mind racing. Could it be? Is he finally showing his true power? He immediately lets go of Ferda, his instincts screaming at him to dodge whatever immense force is coming. And just like that, he trips over his own feet, falling flat on his face as Sarah drags him away. Riley smoothly walks past. "Now then, let's go eat." It was all a perfectly executed trick. Ian looks back, realizing he's been had. "I can't just leave like this!" But Riley just keeps walking, a satisfied smirk on his face. He is well aware of his own immense potential, and he will do whatever it takes to protect that potential from the prying eyes of the world, and the heavy burden that comes with it. Ian reaches out dramatically as they leave, crying out against the unfairness of it all. Back in the tower, Ferda lets out a long sigh of relief. He's gone. Finally! The crystal ball sits on its pedestal unharmed. Everything seems to be back to normal. Ferda grabs a broom and begins sweeping, trying to erase the chaotic events of the day from his mind. He sighs, utterly exhausted. He wonders what kind of old man possesses that much raw strength. He grumbles about the young master who touched everything and the crazy old butler. Just then, another mage approaches, greeting him. The mage notes how tired Ferda looks, but Ferda just sighs, not wanting to talk about it. But then, he notices a group of his colleagues gathered together, whispering nervously. The other mage sees them too. "What's going on?" he asks, heading over to investigate. The mages are all staring at something, their faces pale with shock. The lead mage looks absolutely horrified. Ferda approaches, completely confused by the commotion. The lead mage turns on him, his voice sharp. "Ferda, what are you doing?" Another mage asks frantically. "You were on duty on the first floor today, weren't you?" Ferda stammers. "Huh? Yes." The mage points a shaking finger. "Then what is this?" Ferda looks where he's pointing, and his eyes widen in pure, unadulterated terror. The giant blue mana stone. The one Riley touched has been completely drained. Its vibrant color is gone, leaving it a dull, lifeless gray as cracks begin to form across its surface. Ferda can't believe it. "That was a priceless artifact," he stammers. "Who in the world could have done this?" The other mage is panicking. If Ferda doesn't know, they have a massive problem. Another whispers in fear that if the archmage, Astros, finds out, they'll all be in deep trouble. The first mage declares that they have to find the culprit, no matter what. Their own careers could be on the line if they get blamed for this. But how can they find someone who could do this? It can't be the work of any ordinary person. They turn to Ferda, desperately asking if he saw anyone suspicious during his shift. But Ferda is just as lost as they are. There are no clues, no leads, nothing. Just then, a deafening crack echoes through the hall as the giant mana stone shatters into a million pieces. The mages can only stare in horror at the pile of rubble. A wave of pure, unrestrained magical energy erupts from the shattered stone, swirling up and around the magic tower. After a long day of carefully playing the fool, Riley is just trying to find a moment of peace. But in a city this alive with energy, trouble is never far behind. As they walk through the bustling streets of Solia, his mother senses his quiet mood. She holds his hand a little tighter and gently asks, "Riley, is something wrong?" Riley looks down at their joined hands and shakes his head. "No, not really." "Why do you ask?" He explains that, while there are a lot of interesting things to see, most of them aren't as great as they seem on the surface. All around them, the city celebrates, completely unaware of his inner turmoil. Looking up at the evening sky, Riley lets out a sigh. "It's just that so much has happened today." His mind drifts back to the temple. It was the first time in this life he'd ever stepped inside one, only to run into a Saintess. The one type of person he never wanted to meet again. It brought back all the old worries, the fear of having some heavy responsibility forced on him again. Then there was the magic tower, where he had to carefully control his mana to seem average, a deceitful trick he never would have needed in his past life. He turns back to his mother with a reassuring smile. Anyway, I'm glad nothing bad happened. He tries to lighten the mood, adding, "Besides, what's the big deal? Ian and Sarah are here with us." Speaking of Ian, the old butler is a few steps behind them, completely slumped over in despair. Sarah tries to comfort him, but Ian is crushed. He just can't get over that miserably average mana result. Iris glances back at them with a soft smile. "Do you think something special happened to Ian?" she asks playfully. Riley smirks, playing along. "Weren't you disappointed, Mother? Finding out your son is just a normal man." He's testing her, curious about her reaction. But Iris just beams, her expression full of pure, unconditional love. "This mother of yours thinks she's very lucky that my dear son got an average score. For her, his safety and happiness are all that matter." Riley is silent for a moment, taken aback by her genuine warmth. A small, genuine smile finally breaks through his lazy facade. "Is that so?" he asks, his heart feeling a little lighter. As Riley and Iris walk on, Sarah and Ian trail behind, Ian still lost in his gloom. Riley holds his mother's hand again, fully back in his carefree role. "Shall we take a look over there, Mother?" They continue enjoying their evening together. Meanwhile, in a dark, secluded alley, a group of thieves is planning their next move. A young woman with pink hair, clearly the leader, crosses her arms. She declares that since they messed up their last job, it's time to get back to work. One of her crewmates clarifies. "You mean pickpocketing, right? Since it's the festival today?" The leader nods, a sly look on her face. They still have time before midnight, but if they miss this chance, they'll have nothing to show for the festival. Suddenly, one of the men spots a potential target, a noble-looking group with escorts. The leader's eyes narrow with a sinister glint. Her gaze sharpens as she focuses on the group. She nudges her partner with a grin. "Hey, Hemel, how about that group over there?" Hemel looks over and his eyes widen in recognition. He sees Riley, laughing with his mother. He turns to his leader, a scowl on his face. "They're the ones from the other day, right?" He remembers the scene perfectly. "Yes! Those guys!" The one who pretended not to see that girl being bullied. He's talking about Riley, completely misreading the situation. The leader sizes them up, a confident smirk on her face. A young man, a lady, and a maid. An easy target. Then she spots the gloomy figure of Ian trailing behind them. "Oops," she adds, "and that old-fashioned butler. 4 in total." Hamil asks if she's really going after them. She grins wickedly. "Of course, it's time to punish those heartless people." She frames it not as a crime, but as righteous justice. Another member of the group looks on, sweating nervously. He thinks to himself that it should be an easy job. 2 nobles and 2 escorts should be a piece of cake for them. But still, he can't shake the feeling that something is dangerously wrong. A menacing aura seems to hang around their targets. Shaking off his fear, the man clenches his fist. "Okay, let's do it." The plan is set. The thieves begin to move, slipping through the shadows of the alley. They blend into the festival crowd, closing in on Riley and his family, who are still enjoying themselves, completely oblivious. Hemel glares at his targets, ready to make his move. The leader gives a subtle nod, signaling the start of their attack. She quietly begins to count, moving into position. 1. A thief approaches from behind, eyes locked on his target. Another closes in from the side. 2. But just as she's about to say 3, a hand clamps down on her accomplice's shoulder. It's Ian. The pathetic, gloomy butler is gone, his eyes now glowing with a dangerous red energy. Before the thief can even react, Ian's fist slams into his gut with terrifying force. The man lets out a choked gasp, his eyes wide with shock and pain. At the exact same moment, another thief reaches for Riley, but he's met with a brutal kick to the chest from Sarah, who appeared out of nowhere. The thief crashes to the ground, his leg bent at an unnatural angle. He cries out in agony, his bones clearly broken. The remaining thieves are frozen in shock. Ian stands over his victim, his voice dripping with ice. "What are you doing? Where did you come from?" The thief on the ground can only groan in pain. The leader watches in disbelief as Sarah effortlessly twists Hemel's arm behind his back. A wave of nausea hits her. She clutches her stomach, trembling. "Darn it, I don't feel so good. This isn't how it was supposed to go." Ian's voice cuts through her panic, cold and terrifying. "Did you think you'd be safe after trying to touch the master of Ibeleta?" The name hits the thieves like a physical blow. Ibeleta, the noble family, famous for producing generations of swordmasters. The horrible realization dawns on them. They just tried to rob the most dangerous family on the continent. The leader stumbles back in terror, a cold sweat running down her spine. Sarah looks down at the terrified woman, her expression filled with disgust. "Animals," she says, her voice flat. The leader can only tremble, clutching her head in absolute fear. Sarah holds her nose, as if bothered by a foul smell. She asks if they're from the slums of Solia, commenting on the stench of filth coming from them. The woman stammers that she used perfume, but Sarah scoffs. "Did you think perfume would wipe away the smell of the slums?" She says she'll spare her life this once, out of pity for her hometown. Sarah's eyes turn deadly serious. "Only," she continues, her voice low and threatening, "if you pay the price for trying to touch the person I serve." Sarah grabs her, her grip like iron. Leaning in close, Sarah delivers her final warning. "Next time, choose your opponent more carefully. The people I serve don't like to be bothered." Back in the main square, Riley turns to Ian, who is now standing calmly behind him as if nothing happened. "Ian, where's Sarah?" Ian smoothly replies that she went to the bathroom and will be back shortly. Riley waves it off, turning his attention to the food stalls. "I was just curious." But as he turns away, he mutters that she should have informed him first, a hint of suspicion in his voice. Suddenly, Riley looks up at the sky, a strange expression on his face. "Huh?" A massive firework explodes, painting the night sky in a brilliant burst of color. The festival has officially begun. Riley and Iris watch in awe, their faces lit up by the display. For a moment, all the tension and danger is forgotten. Sarah reappears, her composure perfectly restored. She looks at the fireworks and says, "Now it feels like it's really starting." Iris turns to her, confused. With a huge, excited smile, Sarah announces the main event they've all been waiting for, the Royal Swordsmanship Contest. In the heart of Solia, the grand arena buzzes with anticipation. The moment everyone has been waiting for, the Royal Swordsmanship Contest, is finally about to begin. This is where the most talented young nobles in the kingdom will clash, their blades and reputations on the line for all the world to see. As the announcer's voice echoes, declaring the start of the Festival of Swords, the crowd goes wild. But up in the VIP seats, Riley leans back with his arms crossed, looking utterly bored by the whole affair. Ignoring the spectacle, he turns to Sarah and casually asks about snacks. She beams, presenting a tray piled high with food, happy to report. "It's all taken care of, young master." Ian, ever the serious attendant, leans in, his gaze fixed on the arena. He notes that this year's lineup of fighters is particularly strong. Riley barely glances over, questioning if that's really the case. Ian confirms it, reminding him of the impressive competitor list they reviewed earlier. With a shrug, Riley admits he saw the list, but paid it no mind, earning a deep, weary sigh from his old butler. This casual disregard for swordsmanship is a constant source of frustration for Ian. Trying to lighten the mood, Sarah chimes in with a nervous laugh, helpfully explaining that 3 matches are scheduled for the day. Ian adds that the matches should wrap up before dinner. In his eyes, even if these fighters are skilled, they still fall far short of the Ippolita family's legendary standards. As the arena continues to fill, other nobles settle into their seats, their excited chatter filling the air. Riley scans the VIP section, muttering that it feels surprisingly empty compared to the packed festival streets outside. His mother, Iris, agrees, mentioning that she also expected a much larger crowd. Sarah leans in to explain the system. Because this is a tournament for nobles, commoners can't just walk in. They need a special invitation from the Solia temple. Iris looks concerned, asking if that means common folk are completely excluded. Sarah quickly clarifies, "No, that's not the case." She gestures vaguely, describing a magical floating crystal that projects the entire event for the public to watch. It's a marvelous piece of technology developed by none other than the Magic Tower. Iris's eyes light up with wonder. Sarah confirms that thanks to the crystal, everyone outside the arena can enjoy the matches in real time. A mischievous grin creeps across Riley's face. The thought of a noble humiliating himself in front of the entire kingdom is clearly amusing to him. Sarah shakes her head, dashing his hopes. To protect the dignity of the noble houses, there's a built-in delay. The VIPs see everything live, but the public broadcast is a full day later. This gives the Magic Tower time to edit out any embarrassing moments at a family's request, ensuring that only a polished version of events reaches the common people. Riley leans back, genuinely intrigued. The conveniences of this era never cease to amaze him. In his past life as a hero, there was only grit and survival. Now, magic solves everything. His reflection is cut short by a sudden surge of energy from the arena floor. His eyes, usually half closed with boredom, finally focus. "Ah," he murmurs, "it's starting." The crowd erupts in a deafening roar as the first two contestants step into the dueling circle, ready for battle. Nobles in the stands scream their support, some even lacing their voices with mana. Ian mutters under his breath about their lack of decorum, clearly annoyed by the noise. Riley, meanwhile, just looks confused by all the fuss. "I don't get what they're so worked up about," he whispers to himself. Ian glances at his young master, a familiar ache in his heart. He thinks to himself that if Riley were down there, the crowd's reaction would be 100 times louder, and Ian would be the first to demand silence for him. Snapping back to the present, Ian explains that the first match is between the Voiron and Drije families. Both are well-respected houses known for their swordsmanship, though he's quick to add that they are a world away from the mastery of the Iboletas. The referee's hand drops and the fight begins. Iris and Sarah watch with wide-eyed excitement, completely absorbed in the duel. Riley, however, remains perfectly still. The two swordsmen become a blur of motion, their blades clashing with a sharp, ringing sound that echoes through the arena. Crimson energy trails their swings as they exchange a rapid flurry of attacks and parries. The blonde swordsman lunges forward, unleashing a powerful, arcing slash meant to end the fight. Their blades lock in a shower of sparks. After a brief but intense struggle, one of them is disarmed, and the match is over. Riley takes a slow sip from his drink, a thoughtful look crossing his face. "Well," he muses aloud, "it was entertaining, I guess." Ian turns to him, surprised by the faint praise. "Entertaining, young master?" Riley leans back, closing his eyes. He admits it was nice to see sword styles he hadn't encountered before. "Other than that," he continues with a sigh, "it was like watching kids play fighting." Sarah smirks, having witnessed his true power firsthand. "Well, after seeing you cut down that goblin horde in a single breath, I'm not surprised you feel that way." Ian's old frustration resurfaces, and he glares at Riley. "Then why didn't you compete?" Riley's answer is immediate and blunt. It's a bother. The simple, honest reply hits Ian like a physical blow. "A bother?" He sputters in disbelief. Riley looks him dead in the eye, his expression completely serious. "I like my nickname, Lazy Sword." He says it with a chilling sincerity. "Really?" Ian can only tremble, a storm of rage and confusion warring within him. This nickname is a mark of shame, yet Riley wears it like a crown. His mind reels. He wasn't joking. Why would someone with such godlike potential actively choose to be seen as a failure? Looking closer, Ian sees past a lazy facade for a fleeting moment. He sees a deep, profound exhaustion in his master's eyes, a weariness that doesn't belong on a 19-year-old's face. He's hiding his skills, hiding his true self. Ian's heart aches. Why would he cling to that hideous title? Riley's voice snaps him back to reality. "Ian?" he asks, noticing the butler's troubled silence. Before Ian can find his voice, Iris speaks up with a thoughtful smile. "Well, if Riley is so intent on living a peaceful life, perhaps this would be a good place to find him a wife, don't you think?" The unexpected suggestion makes Riley choke on his drink, sputtering in shock. Both Ian and Riley stare at her, utterly flabbergasted. Iris just smiles, her eyes twinkling with mischief. She covers her mouth to stifle a laugh. "I was only joking." Ian was looking so serious. Riley slumps in his chair, completely drained by the emotional whiplash. Clearly flustered, Riley abruptly stands up. "I'm going to the restroom for a bit." Iris smiles warmly and tells him to go ahead, while Sarah watches him leave with a hint of concern. Ian follows his young master down the corridor, his own heart still racing. A wife? The very idea seems to have shaken Riley to his core. Their walk is interrupted by a sharp voice. "Hey!" Riley turns, his expression already one of annoyance. A young man with slicked back, purplish hair stands blocking their path. He points an accusatory finger at Riley. "It was you, wasn't it? The one saying arrogant things earlier." Riley plays dumb. "Arrogant? What are you talking about?" The noble scoffs. "Don't play innocent. I heard you loud and clear." The man's face twists in anger. Frustrating, like kids playing around. "Do you have any idea how much effort they poured into this day?" He declares that if Riley takes back his disrespectful words, he might be forgiven. Wanting to avoid a scene, Riley just sighs. "Ah, sorry. That was careless of me. I apologize." He tries to walk away, gesturing for Ian to follow. "Let's go, Ian. The next match is probably starting." But the noble isn't finished. He glares, his voice dripping with contempt. That apology had no sincerity at all. "Is that what you call an apology?" Riley's patience is wearing dangerously thin. He knows he misspoke, but this guy is blowing it completely out of proportion. The noble puffs out his chest dramatically. I am Aplock, first son of the Erengium family. On behalf of the proud swordsman competing today, I will punish your insolence." A low, dangerous growl escapes Riley's throat. This has officially crossed the line from bothersome to infuriating. Aplock points at him, his voice booming with misplaced authority. "You must be from a noble house to be seated here. State your family name." Riley sighs internally. This was a mistake. He knew he should have kept his mouth shut. It's a bad habit that's followed him since his past life. Ian glances at him, his expression tense. "Young master," he whispers, ready for action. "What are your orders?" Riley gives his loyal butler a sidelong glance, as if the answer should be obvious. "What do you mean, what?" And then, with perfect clarity, he reveals his master plan. "We flee." Without another thought, he turns and bolts down the hallway, Ian scrambling to keep up. For a split second, Aplock and his companion are frozen in disbelief. Then, outrage kicks in. "How dare you!" they shout, immediately giving chase. But Ian is a former mercenary for a reason. He spins around, spreading his arms to block their path. "Excuse me," he says firmly. "I can't let you." Aplock doesn't even let him finish. In a blur of motion, he easily sidesteps the old butler's defense, proving he has some skill of his own. He lands behind Ian with a smug grin. "Not bad for an old man, but unfortunately for you, it's 2 against 1. As his hand reaches for Riley's shoulder, Ian's voice cries out in alarm. "Young master!" His voice is dangerously low. For someone who lacks any real nobility, a cold dread washes over Aplock. He's frozen in place, sweat beading on his forehead. Slowly, Riley prees Aplock's hand off his shoulder. "Huh! Hey!" He turns, his lazy eyes now sharp and cold as he tightens his grip on Aplock's wrist. "I already apologized." Aplock flinches, instinctively trying to pull back, but he can't move an inch. It feels like his arm is caught in a vice. Gritting his teeth, he summons his mana. A blue aura flares around his arm as he pours his strength into breaking free. But it's utterly useless. Riley's grip doesn't even budge. Riley just stares at him, his expression one of pure, chilling disappointment. With a casual twist of his wrist, Riley overpowers the mana-infused arm. A sharp crack echoes as Aplock cries out in pain. Ian and Aplock's companion can only watch in stunned silence. This lazy, unimpressive young master just effortlessly crushed a trained noble swordsman. Aplock stares at Riley, his mind racing in panic. What is this guy's deal? There's no trace of mana coming from him, yet his strength is monstrous. Riley leans in, his voice a low growl. "Why did you have to go and annoy me like this, huh?" Aplock groans in agony, clutching his wrist as his companion rushes to his side, shouting his name in alarm. Riley's patience has completely evaporated. "Just let me." In a single, fluid motion, he shoves them both. A flash of red energy follows his arm as he slams Aplock and the woman against the stone wall, his voice rising in pure frustration. "Live in peace." The impact cracks the solid wall behind them. Ian's jaw is practically on the floor. He's seen glimpses, but never this raw. Aplock and his companion slump to the ground, trembling and utterly defeated. Riley looms over him, his shadow falling across their terrified faces. "You said your name was Aplock, right?" he asks softly. "I'll say this only once, so listen carefully." He leans in close, his voice a barely audible whisper. "You take drugs, don't you? The stench is all over you." From a distance, Ian can't hear the words, but he can see the absolute terror blooming on Aplock's face. Riley continues his quiet threat. "If you don't want that little secret getting out, you'll live quietly from now on. Understand?" Aplock can only stammer out a nod. "I understand." A faint, menacing red light glows in Riley's eyes. "And if a single word of what happened here today gets out, I don't care if you're from the Erengium family or any other. I will tear it all down." Aplock is shaking now. "Yes, of course." Ian is left completely bewildered. What could his young master have possibly said to break that arrogant noble so completely? Riley's voice, now sharp and commanding, cuts through the silence. "Ian!" The butler snaps to attention. "Ah, yes!" In the blink of an eye, Riley has already reverted to his usual lazy self, his shoulders slumped. Riley waves a hand dismissively over his shoulder. "I'll leave the cleanup to you. If anyone asks, just tell them you did it." Ian is taken aback. "Pardon? But that's—" Riley turns back with a mischievous grin, flashing a peace sign. "I'll take responsibility later. It's a request, okay? Mercenary hero?" The playful jab is a stark reminder of their shared secrets, and with that, Riley strolls off, leaving Ian to deal with 2 traumatized nobles and a cracked wall. He casually walks back to his seat beside his mother. "I'm back." Iris turns to him with a gentle smile. You took a while. Sarah looks around, confused. Young master, where's Ian? Riley leans back, faking a yawn as he stretches. I think he's having some trouble in there. Seemed like it was going to take a while, so I came back first. Sarah leans closer, whispering, Excuse me, but did you hear a loud crash just now? Riley plays dumb. Not sure. I didn't hear anything. Though, he muses, trying not to laugh, was that Ian? He quickly grabs his cup to hide his grin, taking a long drink. He slams the empty cup down with a loud, satisfied sigh. Ah, refreshing! His sudden burst of energy completely derails Sarah's suspicion. Turning his attention back to the arena, he sees two new fighters taking their positions. Ah, it's starting. So, who should we be watching in this match? Sarah leans forward, her earlier concern forgotten, her eyes now sparkling with excitement. Oh, one of them is considered a top contender to win the whole tournament. A lot of people are excited to see him fight, myself included. Riley glances at her, mildly intrigued. A winning candidate? Yes, she says, pointing. Do you see the one with the two swords? On the stage stands a young man with light gray hair, two swords sheathed at his hips. He radiates an aura of calm confidence. Riley studies him for a moment. His presence isn't half bad. He privately thinks that if his older brother Lloyd were this age, he'd probably carry himself in a similar way. Sarah clasps her hands together, a little embarrassed. He's the only contestant who dual wields, just like me, so I can't help but cheer for him. She explains that the swordsman is from the Jinyear family, and this is his first tournament. Riley raises an eyebrow, his first time competing, but he's already a favorite to win? Isn't that a bit of a stretch? Sarah explains that he demonstrated incredible skill in a private mock battle before the tournament began. Oh, and one more thing, she adds, her voice full of excitement. He publicly declared that his reason for entering this tournament was to one day surpass the Ippolita family. The bold statement catches both Riley and Iris by surprise. Sarah continues, noting that the Ippolita name is considered the absolute pinnacle of swordsmanship. Riley looks mock offended. Then shouldn't we be rooting against him? She just laughs. Oh, come now. What's wrong with a little ambition? It's nice to see, isn't it? Riley leans back with a smirk, finding the whole situation more amusing than anything. Down in the arena, the referee lays out the rules. The match ends when a fighter is knocked out of the ring or is incapacitated. Mana is allowed, but any life-threatening use of it means immediate disqualification. Both contestants nod. The Jinyear swordsman looks ready, while his opponent is visibly nervous. As they take their stances, a knowing look crosses Riley's face. Oh dear. He leans back in his seat, his analysis complete before a single blade has been drawn. I think... The Jinyear swordsman draws his blades in one fluid, perfect motion. Across from him, his opponent flinches, already looking completely overwhelmed by the sheer difference in skill. Riley finishes his thought with a bored expression. This match is already over. On the stage, the other fighter is trembling, his face pale with fear. He doesn't stand a chance. He turns to Sarah, who is still laser-focused on the fight. Hey, Sarah. Yes, young master, she replies, not taking her eyes off the stage. What's the deal with the other guy, he asks, gesturing towards the terrified kid. Is there anything interesting about him? She looks confused for a moment. The other person? Let me see. She racks her brain, trying to recall the details from the competitor list she'd memorized. I'm pretty sure. The referee's hand drops, and the match officially begins. Just as the signal is given, Sarah snaps her fingers. Oh, I remember. He's from the Orengium family. At that exact moment, the Jinyear swordsman makes his move. Instead of charging, he does something completely unexpected. He hurls both of his swords through the air like spinning projectiles. Sarah and Iris gasp, stunned by the unorthodox opening attack. The Orengium kid somehow manages to raise his sword in a clumsy block. Riley rests his head on his hand, the very definition of bored. Orengium? That name sounds irritatingly familiar. Riley sighs. It all makes sense now. It's over already? The referee declares the winner to be Aplion, the second son of Orengium. Aplion pumps his fist, a look of pure, disbelieving joy on his face. He can't believe his luck, thinking to himself that his opponent was far less intimidating than his own brother. Riley leans back, completely done with this sham of a tournament. He glances around the empty seat next to him. Anyway, what's keeping Ian? Sarah and Iris share a look of concern. The old butler should have been back by now. Meanwhile, in the hallway, Ian is lost in thought, trying to process what he witnessed. During the brief confrontation, he felt no significant mana from Riley at all. He thinks of his young master, lazily eating snacks one minute and displaying monstrous power the next. There is nothing ordinary about him. He looks at the two nobles Riley had effortlessly taken down, who are just now getting to their feet. As he helps the woman up, his mind races, replaying the scene over and over. What he saw wasn't just raw strength, it was absolute, perfect control. The casual way Riley moved, the overwhelming force he unleashed without even trying. It was on a completely different plane of existence. Ian realizes that Aplock wasn't just some random noble, he was a trained swordsman, augmented by mana. And yet, none of that mattered. In front of his young master, skill, training, and even mana were completely irrelevant. Riley had reached a height of power through pure, physical force alone. And then, it hits him like a bolt of lightning. The mana measurement at the tower, it must have been a lie. Riley must have deliberately suppressed his score. The implications are staggering. Just who, or what, is the boy he has served his entire life? His mind, once grounded in the realities of swords and mercenaries, was now grasping at myths. Could Riley be a dragon in human form, living among mortals for his own amusement? It would explain everything, a being of immense ancient power hidden behind a mortal shell. The theory is the only thing that makes logical sense of the illogical power he witnessed. But he shakes his head, dismissing the fantasy. No, that can't be it. I was there the moment you were born. He remembers holding the tiny, fragile infant in his arms. He was undeniably human. His thoughts then jumped to an even wilder conclusion. Then, could it be the madam? If Iris were a dragon, that would explain her son's abnormal strength. It would all click into place. But then he remembers the poisoning. The image of his lady, pale and weak, coughing up blood. Can a supreme being like a dragon be harmed by simple poison? Or is he just completely lost in his own wild theories? His heart pounds in his chest. No, calm down, Ian. Get a grip. With a sudden burst of energy, he pulls the two dazed nobles to their feet. He decides to stop overthinking it. The only thing that matters is that the young master, Riley, is, as expected, he's an absolutely amazing person. The two nobles just look at him, confused and in pain. He begins to lead them away, acting like a helpful friend. Don't worry, I'm here to help you. But another thought stops him dead in his tracks. Wait a minute, he remembers Iris's gentle smile and the solemn promise she made him swear to uphold. Please, keep it a secret. He freezes. I made that promise. The true weight of that secret, of what he's supposed to be hiding, finally crashes down on him. He turns to leave, still half supporting the dazed nobles. Now then, excuse us. But as he steps out of the corridor, he bumps squarely into someone. He looks up, annoyed, only for his eyes to widen in utter shock. Standing before him, flanked by two holy knights, is a figure in pure white robes. Ian breathes out her title in disbelief. Saintess Prisha? She raises her head slightly. So, she calmly states that she heard a rather interesting guest visited her temple the day before. Ian freezes, the two nobles slumping against him like dead weight. Back in the stands, a sudden terrible feeling washes over Riley. Don't tell me. It's because of what happened yesterday. He grits his teeth in frustration, a wave of pure dread creeping up his spine. She can't be looking for him, can she? Priyasia takes a deliberate step forward, her footsteps echoing in the suddenly silent hall. She looks directly into Ian's panicked eyes. Do you know who I might be talking about? As the sun begins to set, the first day of the tournament comes to an end. Sarah lets out a huge stretch, trying to shake off the strange feeling that lingered after the bizarre matches. She sighs, complaining that it feels anticlimactic for the fighter she was rooting for to be eliminated on a technicality. She hopefully asks if there might be a consolation match for him. Iris smiles gently and informs her there's no such rule. She remarks on how quickly the day's events concluded, much faster than she had anticipated. Sarah explains that with fewer participants this year and no opening ceremony planned for the next day, the schedule is much more condensed. She adds that to keep things moving, the quarterfinals and finals might even be held on the same day. Iris brings up the unexpected ambush from the Orangium family, a subtle reference to the confrontations Riley had to deal with. Sarah immediately agrees, her admiration for the disqualified Janir swordsman still evident. She believes his skill with a blade is likely on par with Riley's older brother, Ryan. Iris looks thoughtful, posing a curious question. And how do you think he compares to Riley? The question gives Sarah pause. Compared to the young master? She puts a finger to her lip, considering it seriously. This isn't a simple comparison of skill. Her mind flashes back to the goblin ambush. She remembers the absolute shock, no, the disbelief she felt, watching the lazy young master move with such deadly precision. She pinpoints the key difference. Unlike the Orangium kid who panicked in the arena, Riley didn't hesitate for a single second when facing real monsters. But what truly surprised her was his absolute calmness. Surrounded by enemies, his face spattered with blood, he was completely composed. It was the composure of a veteran, not a sheltered noble. She ultimately shakes her head, unable to give a clear answer. In the end, you'd never know for sure unless they actually fought. Iris gives her a playful nudge, a knowing look in her eyes. Oh, is that what you think? Changing the subject, Iris stands with a cheerful smile. Well, since Ian still isn't back, I suppose I'll go fetch him. The comment reminds Sarah that their butler is still missing. Sarah jumps to her feet, all business. She can't believe he's been gone this long, and vows to give him a piece of her mind. Iris just smiles slyly. You know, perhaps he went looking for a bride? The suggestion makes Sarah freeze on the spot, her face flushing a bright red with shock and embarrassment. She stammers, asking if that was a joke, but Iris simply gives her a serene, unreadable smile. A sense of dawning horror washes over Sarah as she realizes, "You're serious." The two of them head out into the grand hall, now determined to find their missing butler. As they navigate the crowd of mingling nobles, they notice a commotion gathering up ahead. Iris's expression turns serious. Sarah? It looks like something has happened. She can just make out a familiar figure at the center of the crowd, a figure that looks an awful lot like Ian. What? Sarah's eyes go wide, and she begins pushing through the onlookers to get a better view. She stares in disbelief. Right? Why is Ian over there? The surrounding nobles are murmuring amongst themselves, wondering why the priests and holy knights from the Solia temple have suddenly appeared. As they get closer, they overhear one of the priests apologizing to the crowd for blocking the way. And then the crowd parts, revealing the figures at the center of it all. It's Saintess Prisia and her retinue. Her voice rings out calm and clear for all to hear. We are currently looking for the members of the Ippolita family. Meanwhile, far from the rising chaos, Riley leans against a wall outside, a picture of calm. He knew this was coming. He pulls out a simple mask he bought the day before, a satisfied smirk on his face. It's always good to be prepared. He thinks back to the Orangium brothers. He figures the threat he made should be enough to keep the older one quiet for now. With a brief pulse of mana, he scans his surroundings. His senses stretch out, focusing on a location far from the arena. He confirms that Ian must have dealt with the Orangium situation. Then, his focus locks onto the slums of Solia. He grips the edge of the rooftop. His new destination is clear. He briefly reconsiders his warning to the Orangium brothers. No, he decides, I'm not going to let them use that stuff again. With that thought, he leaps from the roof, moving with incredible speed. He sails through the air, a silent shadow heading towards the city's dark underbelly. The scene cuts to a dark, underground tunnel, lit by a single, flickering lantern. A man groans, slowly regaining consciousness. It's one of the thieves from the festival ambush. He clutches his head, his first thought, a wave of pure relief. I'm alive. He remembers their disastrous encounter with the Ippolita family's servants and curses his luck. No, he corrects himself, he's lucky just to have survived that encounter at all. He looks up at the lantern, completely disoriented, unable to tell if it's day or night. Another thief informs him he's been out cold for an entire day. Nearby, Hemel is checking on their leader, Beta. Hey Beta, are you alive? He asks, gently nudging her. He whispers that he carried her all the way back here himself, his voice laced with fury as he curses the maid who did this to them. He helps Beta sit up, asking if she's all right. She snaps at him, her voice raw with pain and rage. Do I look okay to you? Hemel looks on with concern, seeing the true extent of her injuries. Beta stares at her hands, which are trembling uncontrollably. My arms and my hands are wrecked. It's over for me. Hemel tries to reassure her, suggesting she could get treatment at the temple. She scoffs at the idea. As if the nobles who run this city would ever help a slum dweller like her. He places a comforting hand on her shoulder. Take it easy, Beta. She wipes her face, her expression hardening into a mask of cold resolve. Like this, she struggles to her feet, her voice filled with chilling fury. I'll get my revenge. Her friend looks up, shocked. What are you going to do? She ignores his pleas and starts walking towards a darker part of the tunnel. Gritting her teeth, she makes a desperate decision. Okay, I'll use the waste from the tower. Her friend begs her not to, but his words fall on deaf ears. She kneels beside a still figure lying on the ground, hidden beneath a ragged blanket. Wake up, she says. When there's no response, Beta's face twists with desperation. She rips the blanket away, shouting, Wake up, Nain! A young woman with long, dark hair sits up slowly. A strange, scaly mark covers the side of her face. Beta, what's going on? Beta looks at her, her voice pleading. I have a favor to ask. I can't do this without your help. Nain looks confused. Something you can't do without me? Beta grabs her hand, her grip firm. Yeah, it's impossible without you. You're the only one I trust. That's why I'm asking. Sensing her hesitation, Beta presses on, a desperate, almost cruel smile forming on her lips. That's good. Nain sits in the oppressive darkness, considering the plea. But then, with a trembling effort, she pushes herself to her feet. I'll do it, she agrees, her voice barely a whisper. Beta lets out a quiet, triumphant laugh, a sound laced with madness and relief. A vicious grin spreads across Beta's face. She tells Nain that she's the only one she can believe in. Meanwhile, under the quiet night sky of Solia, a lone carriage makes its way through the empty streets. Inside, Aplok Erengium is trapped in a nightmare of his own making. He shivers, hugging himself tightly as the memory of that overwhelming terror washes over him again. Startled, Apla tries to play it off, weakly insisting that he's fine, but the fear is written all over his face. He points out that Aplok looks anything but fine, asking what could have possibly shaken him so badly when he wasn't even nervous during the tournament. That's the final straw. Aplok explodes. He screams at him to shut up, his outburst a desperate attempt to silence his own terror. From the driver's seat, the woman from earlier glances back, a worried expression on her face as she hears the commotion. Aplok slumps back into his seat, still trembling. He grits his teeth, trying to convince himself that it was nothing, that he isn't afraid. But someone else is watching. Perched casually on the roof of the carriage sits a man in a sharp suit and a plain white mask. It's Riley, and he's just glad the shouting has finally stopped. He looks out over the quiet city, thinking to himself that things are going smoothly. He was prepared to cause a much bigger scene, but it seems his warning was enough to keep them quiet. Riley adjusts his mask, satisfied with his work. He decides it's about time he headed back, but just as he's about to move, his head whips around, his senses instantly on high alert. His eyes narrow behind the mask as he spots two figures standing in the middle of the road up ahead. Down on the street, Beta and the hooded Nain stand silently, blocking the carriage's path. From his perch, Riley studies them. Beta, however, is confused. She whispers to Nain, asking who the masked man on the roof is. This wasn't part of her plan. There was supposed to be an escort, not a lone man in a suit. Nain admits she doesn't know, but she confirms their target is inside the carriage, right where he's supposed to be. The driver yells at them to get out of the way. Beta's companion looks to her for orders. Beta's face twists into a vicious smirk, her eyes gleaming with malice. She makes a simple, cold suggestion. How about we just kill him? Up on the roof, Riley leans forward, a slight smile playing on his lips. This night just got a little more interesting. As if on cue, a wave of eerie, blue-green energy begins to swirl around Nain. She raises a hand, and the energy crackles and condenses, gathering into a storm of raw, purple lightning around her arm. She prepares to unleash her magic. Lightning spear. With a deafening roar, a massive bolt of purple lightning erupts from her hand and slams directly into the carriage, blowing it to smithereens in a violent explosion of wood and metal. Just before the impact, Riley leaps from the roof, landing gracefully on a nearby building. He stands and watches the chaos, a look of genuine surprise on his face. This is interesting. He's never seen magic like this before, not even in his past life. Nain looks on, a little surprised herself. She thinks she might have missed her primary target. From the street below, screams of terror begin to erupt. People are panicking, shouting about destruction magic. Nain looks up and spots Riley on the roof, a silent observer watching the aftermath. Riley's eyes are locked onto her, he's certain of it now. That strange, powerful magic? She's definitely the one he's been looking for. She remembers being accused of theft, weakly insisting she was innocent while being treated like dirt. But then the memory shifts. She remembers Beta, the first person in Solia to show her any kindness, telling her, "I trust you." Beta had looked at her with such fierce determination, telling her she was the only one she needed. For Nain, who had only ever known cruelty, those simple words were everything. Beta had told her she was the key to their plan. Her eyes glow with a fierce, fanatical light. This power isn't just magic, it's her desperate attempt to repay the only person who ever believed in her. Watching from the rooftop, Riley feels the immense surge of energy. He mutters to himself, "This could get dangerous." Back at the tournament hall, the tension is thick. Saintess Precisia is questioning Sarah, who has a strained smile plastered on her face. Precisia points out that Riley was sitting right here just a moment ago. "He was sitting here," she presses. A nervous maid confirms it. Precisia turns to the maid, demanding to know where he's gone. She is not a patient woman. The maid, trying to be helpful, explains that Riley said he was going to the bathroom. Sarah's eye twitches. She knows that's his go-to excuse for slipping away. Nearby, Ian is on the verge of a full-blown panic attack, sweating profusely as the flimsy excuse hangs in the air. Sarah leans over and whispers that Riley actually said he was going to find him. The conflicting stories only make Ian more anxious. One of Precia's attendants suggests they should wait for more escorts before proceeding. Precia glances around at the empty seats, clearly not interested in waiting. Her eyes land on the cup Riley left behind on the table. She picks it up, a plan already forming in her mind. One of her knights notices, asking what she intends to do. Precia's gaze is intense. She's decided to take matters into her own hands. The knight realizes her plan. She's going to use her divine power on an object Riley touched to track him down, convinced he's some being favored by the goddess. Precia closes her eyes, channeling her holy energy into the cup, trying to sense even the faintest trace of Riley's presence. Ian watches, completely bewildered, having no idea what she's trying to accomplish. Suddenly, with a sharp crack, the cup in Precia's hand shatters into 1,000 pieces, sending a jolt of energy through her. Her knight calls out her name in alarm as the shards fall from her numb hand. Precia stares at her hand in disbelief. Something is wrong. It felt as if his presence didn't just evade her power. It violently rejected it. An attendant rushes to her side. Precia seems dazed, her usual playful confidence completely gone. The attendant covers her mouth, horrified by what just happened. As the pieces of the cup lay scattered on the floor, she asks if the Saintess is all right. Her knight sweats, assuming she's still flustered from her awkward first encounter with Riley. Riley, wherever he is, suddenly gets a bad feeling about what his future holds. Ian is now in full panic mode. He's convinced the Saintess is furious about their previous encounter and decides it's best if his young master stays as far away from her as possible. Just then, a holy knight bursts into the room, shouting for the Saintess. He stumbles to a halt, out of breath. Precia turns, asking him what's wrong. The knight pants, reporting that there's been a major incident in the central square. Outside, the night sky over Solia is illuminated by an ominous purple glow, the chaotic energy from Nain's attack visible across the entire city. Precia and her entire group stare out at the disturbance, their faces a mixture of confusion and shock. The Saintess can only ask, what in the world happened? The quiet night in Solia has been shattered. Amidst the chaos, survivors scream for help, their voices filled with terror. From his vantage point on a nearby roof, Riley calmly watches the destruction unfold. He's read about this kind of destructive magic in books, but this is the first time he's ever seen it with his own eyes. Down below, Nain gathers her energy again, a violent purple aura swirling around her. Her eyes are fixed, filled with a single-minded purpose. This is all for Beta, she whispers to herself, the only one who ever trusted her. Riley leaps from the rooftop, landing silently as another wave of magic erupts. His detached gaze meets Nain's fierce, desperate one. A silent challenge hangs in the air between the one causing the chaos and the one who is simply annoyed by it. Nain unleashes another blast, a roaring vortex of energy that barrels through the square, intent on total annihilation. The city guards arrive on the scene, but are completely out of their depth. They order her to surrender, but their words are drowned out by the magical storm. They can't believe someone so young could wield such devastating power. Up on the roof, Riley is losing his patience. He mutters to himself, wondering where Ian and Sarah are. He was hoping someone else would step in and clean up this mess. He glances down at the unconscious forms of Aplok and his subordinate, half buried in the wreckage. No help there. Riley clutches his head in frustration. Of all the things he wanted, having to personally step in and handle a crisis was at the bottom of the list. This is the exact opposite of the lazy life he craves. With a deep sigh of resignation, he drops the lazy act. A sharp, annoyed look crosses his face as he decides that if no one else will, he'll stop this himself. Just as he makes his decision, Nain launches her next attack, forming a massive fireball of dark energy between her hands. With a grunt of pure annoyance, Riley pushes off the roof, heading straight into the heart of the chaos. He moves like a shadow, weaving through the destructive energy that fills the air, his focus locked on the source of his irritation. The dark fireball roars towards him, a swirling vortex of purple and black flame hot enough to melt stone. As he closes the distance, a random thought crosses his mind. Magic really is convenient. You get to fight from a safe distance. He lands lightly on another rooftop, still contemplating. Maybe he should learn magic after all. It seems a lot more comfortable than swordsmanship. Long-range attacks, teleportation, it's the perfect skill set for a lazy lifestyle. He's so lost in thought, planning his relaxing future that he almost misses the next attack. Seeing him distracted, Nain unleashes her next spell, gathering the cold itself into a deadly projectile. Ice Lance. A massive spear of jagged ice, glowing with purple energy, shoots towards Riley. He stands there, arms crossed, seemingly unfazed. Then, at the very last second, he slowly reaches for the sword at his side. The blade flashes out in a blur of silver. Part of him wonders why he can't just let the spell hit him, but that would just be more trouble in the long run. Nain's eyes go wide with shock. She can't believe what she's seeing. From the sidelines, Beta is screaming at her. "What are you doing, Nain? Kill him! Just kill him!" Riley glances over at them, his expression completely unbothered. Beta is panicking now, pointing at Riley and demanding to know why Nain is hesitating. Nain recalls the person Beta had pointed out to her earlier, a completely different man, laughing with his friends. That was supposed to be their target. The realization hits Beta like a ton of bricks. This whole time, they've been attacking the wrong person. This entire disaster was a catastrophic mistake. She grabs Nain, reminding her that their real targets, Ian and Sarah, were nothing like this monster. Riley just sighs. He thinks to himself that if his servants had just finished the job properly back at the festival, none of this would be happening. But since it's already happened, he figures he might as well clean up this mess himself. Ignoring Beta, Nain gathers her energy for one final massive attack. Riley casually rests his sword on his shoulder, a hint of a challenge in his voice. "You want to try that?" Elsewhere, inside the magic tower, a senior mage is tearing into a younger one, ordering him to find the culprit who shattered their priceless mana stone, and to do it now. The young mage, Persek, is terrified. He knows he has to find the person responsible before the archmage finds out and has his hide. Persek lets out a long, frustrated sigh. He's in a full-blown panic. What if he gets kicked out of the tower? How is he supposed to find a mystery culprit with absolutely no leads? He adjusts his glasses, trying to think logically through the stress. He remembers the person everyone immediately suspected, the one who was standing right next to the mana stone when it shattered. He recalls the moment clearly, someone shouting that it was Riley from the Ippolita family. But his mana reading was completely average. There was nothing special about him at all. Persik shakes his head, dismissing the idea. It's illogical. It makes no sense. A stone that even an archmage couldn't crack, broken by the lazy sword with a single touch? That's ridiculous, he yells to himself. The idea is so absurd that even a child on the street would laugh at it. He decides he needs a real clue, not some impossible theory. But just then, a massive explosion lights up the sky outside. He looks up, confused and alarmed. Another blast erupts, this one clearly a fireball, much closer this time. The shockwave nearly knocks him off his feet. He can feel the heat and hear the roar of flames. This is definitely a magical attack. He sees people fleeing in terror, screaming that a wizard is on a rampage. Persek realizes what's happening. Some lunatic is using forbidden magic in the middle of the city. He grits his teeth, his face a mask of panicked determination. As a mage of the tower, it's his duty to stop this. He breaks into a sprint, running towards the heart of the chaos. He arrives at the square and stops dead in his tracks, staring in disbelief at the scene of utter destruction. He sees the swirling vortex of Nain's magic and wonders why she, of all people, is here. Nain compresses her power, a whirlwind of dark energy forming around her fist. Persik recognizes her as the scrapped face from the slums. He also recognizes the spell she's casting, another powerful fireball. Her eyes burn with intensity as she prepares to launch the attack. Persik is completely bewildered, trying to make sense of the situation. Just as Nain unleashes the spell, a masked figure moves to intercept it. It's Riley. With a single, fluid motion of his plain-looking sword, he slices right through the massive fireball. Riley stands there, his expression bored. Persik's jaw drops. His logical, magic-oriented mind cannot process what he just witnessed. With just a sword, he deflected magic? With a casual, almost lazy swing of his sword, Riley deflects the roaring fireball. Nain stares, her face a mask of disbelief. Again? She thinks. Every single one of her powerful spells has been rendered useless against this man. She can see it clearly. It's just an ordinary iron sword. There's nothing special about it. And yet, it treats her magic like it's nothing more than a gentle breeze. She knows that, in theory, it's possible to cut through magic. But it shouldn't be this simple. It shouldn't be possible to do it this effortlessly. The strain is becoming too much. Nain doubles over, her body trembling from the sheer effort of controlling so much untamed power. A trickle of blood runs from her mouth. but she forces herself to stand straight, telling herself she can't give up. Not when Beta is counting on her. Beta watches from the sidelines, her expression growing more and more strained. Nain tells herself she has to repay that trust, no matter the cost. Wiping the blood from her chin, Nain changes her strategy. Instead of single, powerful blasts, she'll overwhelm him with a constant stream of smaller, faster spells. She gathers her energy, preparing a barrage of magic missiles. In an instant, the air is filled with dozens of crackling purple bolts, all streaking towards Riley in a relentless assault. But Riley just stands his ground, his sword becoming a silver blur as he meets the storm head-on. He calmly notes the change in her attack. A different type of magic this time? He thinks to himself that these are even weaker than before. The mana in each bolt is spread thin, making them pathetically easy to swat away. He looks at Nain, wondering if she's trying to test his limits. Nain remains silent, her entire being focused on the attack, pushing more and more of her life force into the spell. Beta, now completely panicked, grabs her. "Nain, you can win, right?" she asks, her voice filled with desperation. When Nain doesn't answer, Beta screams at her, "Nain, answer me. You can win, right?" "Yes," Nain says quietly, turning her back to her friend. "Believe in me," she pleads. "I'm doing this for you." Her eyes fill with a tragic, self-sacrificing resolve. She will win this fight, even if it costs her her life. Riley watches her, a slight frown on his face. Something about this feels wrong. This kind of raw, purple magic is exceptionally rare. Her power is immense, shattering the cobblestones with its mere presence. He wonders if she's some kind of natural-born prodigy. He'd seen people like her in his past life, exceptionally talented, but their power often came with a fatal flaw. But even so, something about her magic feels off. He can feel it in the air. Her power is unstable, flickering, and shifting like an untamed fire. Normally, this color signifies powerful black magic, but this feels different. It's chaotic, volatile, and dangerous to everyone, including the caster. Nain suddenly stumbles, her concentration breaking for a split second. She can't even control her own mana properly. More blood spills from her lips as her body begins to give out under the strain. She looks up, her eyes wide with pain and exhaustion. Riley sighs, an annoyed look on his face. But just then, he hears it. A murmur from the crowd that had gathered at a safe distance. "Look at that! Someone's fighting her!" a person shouts. "I think he's going to stop that wizard." One of Aplock's subordinates, now conscious, points at Riley. "He's alive!" And then the cries begin. "A warrior! A warrior has appeared! We're saved!" "Mr. Warrior, please save us." The words wash over Riley, each one a phantom echo from a life he desperately tried to leave behind. He's pulled back into the darkness of his past. The crushing weight of expectation, the suffocating belief that the warrior will solve everything. Riley's hand clenches into a fist. The bored annoyance on his face is gone, replaced by a cold, hard stillness. Across the square, Nain flinches. She feels the shift in his aura. The playful, annoying energy has vanished, replaced by an overwhelming killing intent. She turns to Beta, her voice trembling with genuine fear. "Beta, we have to run!" Beta is confused. "What are you talking about?" Nain insists. "Trust me, that man is about to kill everyone here. Run if you want to live." But Beta refuses. "What?" "No." Nain tries to reassure her, saying it's okay even if she dies in the process. That's the last straw. Beta slaps her hard across the face, screaming, "No way, you useless girl!" In her panic, Beta reveals the ugly truth. "You haven't even killed him yet. You can't die. If you die now, you're nothing but trash to me. Do you understand?" Nain looks at her, heartbroken. "But I thought you believed in me," Beta just scoffs. "I fed you and gave you a place to sleep. You have to earn your keep. Why would I waste my time on a disgusting thing like you? You disgusting freak. You were abandoned by the tower for a reason." As she screams, a wave of energy suddenly erupts from behind them. The force knocks Beta back. Stunned, she looks up to see Riley standing there, his voice low and cold. "What did you just say about trash that doesn't pay for food?" He raises his sword, its edge glowing faintly. "I'm sick of listening to your nonsense." Beta freezes, her body trembling with a terror she has never known before. But before Riley can act, Nain moves. Despite the brutal betrayal, she casts another spell, a pillar of fire aimed not at Riley, but between him and Beta. A look of confusion crosses her face. This doesn't make any sense. Riley cuts through the pillar of fire with a single swing, the flames parting around him as if they were water. Nain stands in front of Beta, shielding her abuser. "Get away from her," she says weakly. Riley just stares, incredulous. "I can't believe you're still protecting her. Another hopeless idiot." With tears in her eyes, Nain ignores him and urges Beta to run. She's acting more foolishly than any hero he's ever known. Riley appears behind her in an instant. "You're the real troublesome one here," he says, delivering a sharp chop to the back of her neck. "Just pass out for a moment." Nain's body goes limp and crumples to the ground. Beta can only stare up in horror. Riley points his sword at her. "I'm not a forgiving person. Since you decided to involve me in this mess, you're not walking away from here." His eyes are cold and merciless. "You brought this on yourself." Just as his sword begins to swing, a powerful voice booms through the square. "Stop!" Riley freezes, his head turning in the direction of the new arrival. Floating down from the sky, surrounded by a massive glowing magic circle, is an old man in ornate robes clutching a powerful staff. The Archmage of the Solia Magic Tower has arrived. He fixes his gaze on the masked swordsman and demands, "Who are you?" Riley clicks his tongue in annoyance. He took too long. Now, someone with seriously powerful mana has shown up, and he can feel it. More powerful individuals are approaching from the castle and the temple. His simple plan to end a nuisance has just become a massive complication. The Archmage's staff begins to glow with fiery energy. "If you do not answer, I will have no choice but to use my power." A massive fireball, far greater than anything Nain could create, forms at the tip of his staff. Self, the power of the Archmage, Astroa. But how did we get here? Just moments before, the Archmage was being summoned by one of his subordinates, who had rushed to him with urgent news. Astroa, however, is not a man who likes to be rushed. He coldly reminds the mage that he doesn't move for anyone, his pride radiating from him like a physical force. A brief flashback reveals the dark truth of the magic tower. Nain wasn't a rogue mage, but a disposable experiment, a thing they simply threw away. Back in the present, Astra is more annoyed by the interruption than the emergency. His attention focused on a pouch of gold on his desk. His subordinate panics, shouting that their discarded experiment is running wild in the city square. Astroa finally looks intrigued. "That thing is still moving?" he asks, a smirk on his face. He decides it might be entertaining to go have a look. But as they're about to leave, his subordinate adds one more crucial detail. He tells the Archmage that someone is currently fighting the experiment, and in the square we see exactly who he's talking about, the masked swordsman, Riley. Now, back in the present, Astroa stares down at Riley, confirming that this must be the man he was told about. Fire erupts around the Archmage. He declares that he doesn't know who Riley is, but, wandering onto his personal stage, the city of Solia is an insult he cannot overlook. Riley just looks back, completely unimpressed. "Wow," he says, his voice dripping with sarcasm, "and you call yourself an Archmage? Don't you feel embarrassed saying that out loud?" The watching crowd begins to panic. The sheer power rolling off Astroa is terrifying, and they know they're about to get caught in the crossfire. They can't believe it. This is the legendary Astroa, and he's about to unleash his full power right in the middle of the city. Astroa's eyes narrow. He needs to gauge this insolent man's skill. He decides to handle this personally. The fireball above him intensifies, roaring with unimaginable heat. He names the spell, his voice echoing with power. Meteor. But Riley's lazy posture doesn't change one bit. He simply readies his stance, sword held firm, as the massive spell descends upon him. As the meteor screams towards him, his blade meets the flames. With a flash of steel that seems to cut through reality itself, he splits the massive fireball into 3 separate pieces. Then, with 3 impossibly fast swings, he deflects them all, sending the Archmage's ultimate spell right back at its caster. Astroa's jaw drops, his eyes bulging with disbelief. "He's insane!" he screams. With no other choice, he's forced to cast another spell to counter his own, summoning a massive sphere of water. The 2 elements collide with a deafening hiss, erupting into a massive cloud of steam that blankets the entire square. Astra is panting, completely stunned. This masked man didn't just block his magic, he turned it into a weapon against him. Blinded by the steam, he frantically looks around, shouting, "Where did he go?" He stands on guard, screaming into the fog, demanding Riley show himself. A glint of steel appears right behind his head. He turns, his eyes wide with shock. He throws up a magical barrier at the last second, but it's far too late. Riley's sword shatters the barrier like it was made of glass. The blade plunges into Astroa's shoulder. The Archmage cries out in pain, a humiliating blow that wounds his pride far more than his body. He grits his teeth, trembling with pure rage. "How dare you!" An enormous magic circle expands from under him as he prepares to retaliate with overwhelming force, but his target has already vanished into the mist. Across the square, Nain lies unconscious on the cold stone, oblivious to the battle that just took place. Just then, another group arrives on the scene. It's Saintess and her holy knights, drawn by the magical disturbance. They feel the crushing wave of magical energy rolling off the enraged Astroa. Prisia quickly steps forward, raising her hand and forming a golden holy barrier to protect her knights. She watches the chaotic energy, her expression grim. The power level here is far beyond what she expected. One of her knights recognizes the magic, realizing with disbelief that the Archmage of the Magic Tower seems to be on a rampage. Prisia stares intently, her sharp eyes picking up a crucial detail. She realizes Astroa isn't looking their way at all. His rage is directed at the empty spot where the masked swordsman just stood. Understanding the immense danger, she makes a quick, decisive call. First, we need to leave. Now. She knows she was sent to find him, but she has a feeling something far more important and far more dangerous has just transpired here. Meanwhile, back at the now empty tournament hall, Iris hopes aloud that the disturbance wasn't anything serious. Sarah turns to a very stressed-out Ian, asking if he knows why the Saintess was looking for Riley. Ian just coughs, desperately trying to avoid the question. But before he has to answer, Iris calls out his name. And there, walking towards them without a mask and looking completely bored, is Riley. "Young master!" Ian exclaims, a wave of relief and utter confusion washing over him. Ian stammers, asking where on earth he's been. Riley gives him a sly, knowing smirk. "Like I told my mother, when you can't find me, have you tried checking the bathroom?" Iris just smiles playfully, adding that their paths must not have crossed, as she didn't see any restrooms on her way. Ian's mind is racing, putting the pieces together. His young master didn't just wander off, he deliberately vanished to avoid the Saintess. The sheer audacity of it is making his head spin. Sarah, ever practical, just suggests they head back to their lodgings now that everyone is accounted for. As the group begins to walk away, the night's epic battle seemingly forgotten, Riley quietly gets Ian's attention. "Did you take care of that matter from earlier?" he asks. Ian confirms that if he's talking about the young noble from the Erengium family, then yes, it's been handled. A faint, satisfied smile touches Riley's lips. Good work. But then his expression hardens. He thinks about the girl in rags, Nain. He'll have to check on her again later. It seems that old, troublesome habit of being a hero still lingers, whether he likes it or not. And in a dark, forgotten alleyway, Nain lies alone and unconscious, a loose thread in a conflict far bigger than she could ever imagine. In the chaotic aftermath, the city guard captain tries to get some answers, starting with the noble, Aplock Erengium. He wants to know what a man of his standing was doing in this part of the city. Aplock, clearly still terrified from the explosion, can only stammer that he had a meeting. The captain presses for more, but Aplock's man snaps back, defensively asking why they should have to explain themselves to a common guard. A red-haired retainer steps in, shouting for them to stop. She glares at the guard, insisting they had nothing to do with the incident. The captain's patience is wearing thin. The retainer pushes back, demanding to know how long they'll be held. "We have places to be," she says, as if this whole disaster is just an inconvenience. Meanwhile, Aplock is completely lost in his own fear, trembling and unresponsive. It's clear he's not used to being on the receiving end of anything but praise. The retainer turns her frustration back on the captain. "You said this was a magic disaster, right?" The captain confirms it. She scoffs, her voice dripping with indignation. "So you're accusing the Erengium family, a renowned house of swordsmen, of being involved with magic? What kind of nonsense is that?" The captain just scratches his helmet, visibly annoyed. This line of questioning is going absolutely nowhere with these people. Losing her temper completely, she grabs him, screaming that they were victims too, that their attendants died in the blast. The captain can only try to calm her down. He hands her an official notice, informing her that she'll need to return for questioning if they're summoned again. It's standard procedure, but for them, it's an insult. She snatches the paper from his hand, crumpling it slightly as she mutters about how strict he is. Finally free, she tells the still dazed Aplock that it's time to leave. And so they stumble away, their pride deeply wounded and their nerves completely frayed. The captain watches them go with a look of pure disgust, muttering under his breath about the trashy punks. His job is to protect the city, not babysit entitled nobles. As night settles over the city, the chaos in the square begins to fade. But in a quiet alleyway, another story is just unfolding. Nain slowly comes to, her head pounding. She pushes herself up, confused. She remembers the square, the chaos, and Beta. The memory hits her like a physical blow. The image of Beta's face twisted in rage as her magic went wild. His cruel words echo in her mind, a final, brutal betrayal. If you die so soon, you're just trash to me. A single, soul-crushing thought takes hold of her. Am I being abandoned? Again? The pattern of her life repeats itself once more. An overwhelming wave of pain, both physical and emotional, washes over her. She clutches her head, a choked sob escaping her lips. "It hurts so much," she whispers to the empty alley, tears streaming down her face. It just hurts. The voices of her past tormentors join in, a chorus of cruelty in her mind. They called her useless, hopeless, telling her this is why the tower abandoned her. She curls into a ball, trying to make it stop. Through her tears, she sees the silhouette of a man standing at the alley's entrance. "No," she thinks desperately. I didn't want to be alone." A calm voice cuts through her spiraling thoughts. "Have you woken up?" She looks up, startled. It's the man from the square, the one who stopped her rampage with impossible ease. But now, his mask is gone. He looks down at her, his expression unreadable. "You were out for so long, I thought you might actually be dead." His tone is casual, almost bored. Nain's first thought is for the man who used and discarded her. "What about, Beta?" Riley just makes a non-committal sound. She looks away, unable to meet his piercing gaze, shame and sorrow weighing her down. But Riley isn't here to talk about some petty thief. "Let's not change the subject," he says, his voice sharp with purpose. "Tell me, how were you able to attack me?" He leans in slightly, explaining that even his friend, the archmage of the entire continent, couldn't land a hit. So how did she, a no-name girl, manage it? Nain just turns away, refusing to answer. Riley crosses his arms, his curiosity piqued. "What are you then?" he presses. "You're not a normal mage, are you? The color of your magic is different. Is it unique?" He's analyzing her, seeing something no one else has. Nain finally looks up at him. "Why are you so curious?" Riley sighs, a hint of frustration in his voice. "I guess you really don't know what's going on." He waves a hand dismissively. "I just hate wasting my time," he says over his shoulder. Nain is consumed by utter despair. "In the end," she thinks, "I'm going to die like this." Her life begins to flash before her eyes. She remembers a happier time. A little girl with beautiful, snow-white hair, just like her mother's, telling her it's snowing. Her mother's warm smile as she says the snow is pretty, just like her daughter. She sees herself as a child, her name a soft echo from the past, Nain. She remembers her mother, holding her hands, her eyes full of desperate hope, telling Nain that she was the only one who could save their family. And Nain, full of love, promised she would. An official from the Magic Tower had promised them a way out of poverty, a new life, if Nain would just participate in their research. Young Nain smiled, clutching the acceptance letter. This was it. She was going to become a magician and save her mother. It was a dream come true. But that dream quickly twisted into an unending nightmare. The research was nothing short of torture, and she begged them to stop, her screams echoing in the cold laboratory. A faceless researcher holds out a pill, the medicine that caused her instability. "Now," he says coldly, "it's your turn." In her darkest moments, she would picture her mother's face, telling her to endure, to hold on just a little longer. But the pain was simply unbearable. The researcher's voice became a threat, telling her that if she couldn't handle it, her family wouldn't see a single coin. They used her love for her mother as a weapon against her. Her mind and body began to break under the strain. It reached a point where all she could do was beg for it to end. "Please, just kill me." And while she suffered, the mages celebrated. They had finally extracted her mana, a monumental success built on her torment. They had achieved their breakthrough, stabilizing the unique mana they ripped from her body, and she was left as the broken byproduct. Back in the present, Nain's eyes are hollow. The experiment was over. Her unique, unstable magic flickers faintly around her hand, a permanent scar of her ordeal. She remembers a researcher telling her it was done. She could go home. Hope flickered within her as she asked if she could finally stop taking the medicine. "Yeah, you did a great job," he'd said with a dismissive wave, as her body began to twist and change, her magic destabilizing without the drugs. He didn't care what happened to her now that her purpose was served. But she didn't care about that. All she could think was, "Finally, I can see my mom." She stumbled out into the world, her heart soaring with hope for the first time in years. She arrives at her old home and knocks on the door. A familiar voice asks who it is. "It's me," she says, her voice trembling. "It's Nain. with hair as white as snow, my mother's daughter. But as she looks at her reflection, she sees the truth. Her hair is a dark, muddy color. The experiments had taken everything from her, even the features her mother cherished. Her mother doesn't recognize the stranger at her door. The door closes, shutting her out, leaving her completely and utterly alone in the falling snow. Back in the alley, the memory overwhelms her. "What was I supposed to do?" she cries out. "What did I do wrong?" she screams into the darkness. "I did my best, so why? Why? Why am I the only one so unhappy?" As she breaks down, Riley just stands there, listening. His usually bored expression is gone, replaced by something uncharacteristically serious. He thinks to himself that this is all wrong. In his past life as a hero, he was the one who was supposed to bear the world's unhappiness. But this girl, her suffering feels pointless, cruel, and far too heavy for one person to carry. He turns back to face her, his decision made. "I think I misunderstood you," he says, his voice softer now, stripped of its earlier impatience. He looks down at the broken girl curled on the cold ground, a victim of a world he once saved, and in a moment that will change both of their lives, he makes an unbelievable offer. "Would you like me to help you?" Nain looks up, her eyes wide with disbelief. After being used, discarded, and treated like a monster, the words barely register. "You're going to help me?" The idea is so foreign, so utterly impossible, that she can't even begin to grasp it. A new life? For her? She looks down at her own scarred and broken body. How could someone like her ever start over? Riley offers a small, knowing smile, one tinged with a deep sadness. He asks why she wouldn't make a deal with him, but she's lost, not understanding what he means. He leans in, his voice soft but carrying the weight of experience. "It's hard to live up to the expectations of others, isn't it?" His words aren't just a question. They're a statement from someone who knows that burden all too well. He cuts right to the heart of her pain, but he's also speaking of his own past life as a hero. He asks her, why not just leave it all behind? Why not just start over, free from it all? For the first time in a long time, a genuine emotion breaks through her despair. Tears well up at her eyes as she manages a quiet, broken whisper. "Yeah." Riley extends his hand, a silent contract for a new beginning. The choice is finally hers to make. "Your answer?" he says, his voice firm. "Tell me." Still stunned, Nain can only ask the one question on her mind. Why? Why would a powerful noble master like him bother with someone like her, someone the world has thrown away? Riley scratches the back of his head, looking away for just a moment. He tells her it's nothing that special. Then he looks back at her, a complicated, faint smile playing on his lips. "You remind me of my past," he admits. Meanwhile, far from the quiet alley, inside the opulent and imposing magic tower, a mage reports to his superior. In the end, he admits, they couldn't find her. We see who he's speaking to. It's the archmage, Astroa. His arm is bandaged from his last encounter with Riley, and his face is a mask of silent, simmering rage. He isn't interested in apologies. Astroa's voice is low, laced with danger. "The evidence?" he asks. The subordinate can only confirm, yes. And then the archmage explodes. He screams, demanding to know how some nobody could smash their precious mana stone without leaving a single trace of evidence. His fury is so intense that he lashes out, grabbing one of the mages by his collar, the man crying out in shock and pain. A fiery aura erupts around him. "Don't make excuses," he snarls, his voice a low threat. He promises to burn the man to ash if he doesn't have real answers. The terrified mage can only stammer apologies as Astroa's grip tightens, choking the air from his lungs. Finally letting go, Astroa throws the man to the ground, cursing his incompetence. He turns on the other mage, his eyes blazing with fury, roaring at them for their complete and utter failure. The sharp crack of a backhand echoes through the chamber. He roars that not only did they lose the masked man and the one who broke the stone, but they've also lost the waste, he threw out himself. Nain. Taking a deep breath, Astroa tries to compose himself. "Fine," he says, "there's no evidence for the masked man for now." He turns back to the trembling mage on the floor. "Then why didn't you find the waste?" he demands. "Didn't I place a seal on her myself?" The mage delivers the one piece of news Astroa was not prepared to hear. The seal, it's gone. The other mage, still on the floor, looks up in absolute shock. "What are you talking about? What do you mean the seal is gone?" The first mage explains that the tracking seal placed on Nain has been completely erased. A seal cast by the archmage himself shouldn't just disappear. Astroa listens, his expression hardening. This implies a power that rivals or even surpasses his own. Changing the subject, Astro asks about Aplock Erengium. The mage stammers that Aplock couldn't make it because of the chaos last night. Astroa sighs in annoyance. Another one of his plans, this one involving the swordsmanship competition, has crumbled to dust. He quickly asks about his other assets in Solia, and his subordinate confirms they're being managed. Having had enough of this pathetic bunch, Astroa dismisses them with a wave. As he turns to leave, one of them cautiously asks where he is going. A sinister, chilling grin spreads across the Archmage's face as he glances back over his shoulder. The mage understands immediately. "Are you going underground again?" he asks, a hint of concern in his voice. Astroa just scoffs. The mage tries to reason with him, reminding him that he has already reached the legendary 7 circles in magic, a feat few have ever achieved. But he knows the truth. For Astroa, it's no longer about a passion for magic or the pursuit of knowledge. It's just a dark, desperate obsession. A wave of powerful, chilling blue mana flows from the Archmage as he descends into the tower's depths, continuing his forbidden research. Back with Riley and Nain, she's still thinking about his offer. Old memories? She wonders aloud. She doesn't think a test subject like her has any worth remembering. Riley, meanwhile, seems to have already moved on. He's crouched over a large wooden crate in what looks like a storage room, his focus entirely on what's inside. Nain gets to her feet, confused. "Wait a minute, what are you doing?" she asks, but he continues to rummage through the crate. Ignoring her, Riley pulls out a handful of distinct-looking leaves. He murmurs that he could smell it from a mile away. He clenches his fist around the herbs, his expression turning serious. A flash of recognition crosses his face. "Hold on, is this?" He recognizes this forbidden substance. What in the world is it doing in the magic tower? Just then, a condescending voice echoes from the shadows. "Oh, Oho, it's Astroa." Nain spins around, pure terror on her face. Riley simply looks up, completely unsurprised. He was expecting him. Astroa's eyes land on Nain, who trembles before her former tormentor. "Waste," he says, almost amused. He calls her an unexpected guest, then turns his gaze to the masked man beside her. "Riley, and how did you remove my seal?" he demands. Riley takes a deliberate step forward, a simple mask now hiding his face. "Astroa," he says casually. "The self-proclaimed wizard?" Astroa squints, trying to place him. He knows they've met before, but he can't quite pinpoint where he's seen that mask. But Riley just grins behind his mask, playfully twirling the herb he found. He taunts the Archmage, saying he's been up to some fun stuff in his tower. He holds the forbidden herb out for Astroa to see. "This is yours, right, Magician Astroa?" Riley's voice drops, his tone turning to ice. "This is forbidden in Solia, isn't it?" Astroa's face darkens with fury. He's been caught red-handed. Riley continues his mockery, saying he was just looking for something to help his friend Nain. "But it seems," he says with a smirk, "that he's just caught a very big fish instead." He points out how shocking it would be if the world found out what the Archmage was doing in secret. As he speaks, Astroa's hand begins to glow with fiery orange mana. He has heard enough. With a roar of pure rage, Astroa yells, "You lowly bastards!" and unleashes a massive torrent of fire. Nain screams, bracing for the inferno rushing towards them. But before the flames can even reach them, there's a flash of steel. With a single, almost lazy swing of his sword, Riley cuts straight through the Archmage's spell, extinguishing it completely. As the last embers die down, Riley's cold, mocking voice cuts through the silence. "Isn't it pathetic to come back just to attack the girl you abandoned?" Astroa stares in utter disbelief, his own magic still flickering uselessly in his hand. The ease with which his ultimate spell was nullified is impossible. "You! Who are you?" he demands, his voice trembling with a mix of fury and fear. Riley stands calmly amidst the dissipating heat. "Me?" he says, his voice carrying a strange, ancient weight. "You could say that I'm an ex-hero." That title, hero, seems to shatter what little composure Astroa has left. Enraged beyond reason, he screams, "This scumbag, how dare you!" and lunges forward to attack again. But he's far too slow. In less than a blink, Riley closes the distance, his blade a silver blur as it slices through the Archmage's robes. Astroa freezes, completely stunned. The pain hasn't even registered yet, his mind unable to process the impossible speed and power of the man before him. We see Riley's masked face, completely devoid of emotion. A strangled, inhuman noise escapes Astroa's lips, the first sound he's made since the blade passed through him. And then reality crashes down. His arm, cleanly severed, thuds to the floor. A guttural scream of pure, unadulterated pain and disbelief rips from his throat. Nain covers her mouth in horror. The speed, the casual brutality. It's terrifying. All Astroa can do is cry out, his mind fixated on his lost limb. Riley casually flicks the blood from his sword, not even bothering to look at the screaming archmage. This powerful man is now nothing more than a screaming mess on the floor, and Riley has already moved on. His voice is calm, almost clinical. "You'd better heal that quickly," he advises, "or you'll have to live like that for the rest of your life." With a chilling smirk behind his mask, Riley explains it simply. He severed a major blood vessel. If Astroa doesn't act fast, it'll rot. The finality in his tone cuts deeper than the sword. Astroa finally understands. In his arrogance, he let his guard down for a single instant, and that was all the opening this monster needed. Riley sheathes his sword with a decisive click. He tells Astroa he's done with him. Teleport. Hurry up and go. He's not just winning a fight, he's dismissing him like an unwanted pest. As Astroa clutches his bleeding stump, Riley turns his back on him completely and faces Nain. "So, shall we continue our deal?" he asks, gesturing towards the room. He ignores the archmage entirely, tapping the stone floor with his sheathed sword. "I'm sure the stairs to the basement are somewhere around here." A look of pure terror crosses Astroa's face. He knows exactly what lies in that basement, the source of his power and the evidence of his greatest sins. Riley slams the pommel of his sword into the floor. The stone cracks and splinters, revealing a hidden seam right where he predicted. With a satisfied nod, he looks down at the newly revealed entrance. I think I found it. It's here, right?" Nain stares at the dark opening, a wave of dread washing over her. She knows this place. This is where they conducted their horrific experiments. This is the heart of her trauma. From the corner of the room, Astroa glares at her, his voice shaking with rage. Did this waste betray the tower? Nain flinches, the cruel word hitting her like a physical blow. Dark, crackling energy begins to fill the room as Astroa roars from afar. "I gave you a chance. I taught you magic. How dare you stab me in the back?" Riley turns to Nain. "He said he taught you?" But Nain, finding a sliver of courage she didn't know she had, looks up and says firmly, "No." She clarifies that it was another man, Mr. Furta, who taught her. Riley raises an eyebrow, filing the new name away. But Nain isn't finished. Clutching her cloak, she says she doesn't care what Astroa says anymore. A swirl of her own dark purple magic begins to gather around her hand. She declares that Riley told her she could start over, that her life wasn't over yet. The destructive energy intensifies, forming a sphere in her palm. Her eyes blaze with newfound determination as she glares into the darkness. "So, don't interrupt me." Astroa grits his teeth in frustration. He's not only been defeated, but he's lost control of the very weapon he created. Nain stands beside Riley, no longer a helpless victim, but a storm ready to be unleashed. The air is thick with her volatile power. A flash of blue light fills the room as Astroa makes his escape. His final, desperate threat echoes behind him. "This incident, you'll regret it." And just like that, he's gone, leaving only the swirling remnants of magic and the promise of future conflict. Riley casually comments that a wizard of Astroa's caliber probably managed to stop the bleeding. The threat was more psychological than fatal. Nain approaches him, her magic now calm. "You could have killed him," she says. "Why did you only cut off his arm?" Riley turns, a thoughtful look on his face. That." He looks down at the newly revealed staircase leading into darkness. "Because of the big picture." As they walk down the cold stone stairs, he explains his philosophy. "Yes, I want to live a comfortable life. But if something truly disgusting catches my eye," he glances back at Nain. "Oh, you understand what I mean, right? When that happens," he continues, "I take a step back." Nain is confused. Take a step back? His voice echoes in the narrow passage. "Yes, it doesn't matter what's happening. Even if the world is ending, where the devil himself appears, you light the fuse right before the bomb explodes, and then you just stay back and watch." This is the core of who Riley is now, not a hero, but a saboteur. He reaches a wooden door at the bottom of the stairs, a sly grin on his face. Without anyone ever knowing, he places his hand on the door, explaining that what they're doing now is lighting that fuse. They're going to let Astroa's own secrets tear him apart. As the door creaks open, Nain gasps, her hand flying to her mouth in horror. She stands frozen at the threshold. Riley tells her she doesn't have to come in, that he can handle it. She hesitates, her face a mask of fear as painful memories flood her mind. She squeezes her eyes shut, steeling herself for what's to come. Then, taking a deep breath, she walks forward, choosing to step back into the heart of her own nightmare. The room is a gruesome laboratory. A blood-stained table is covered in vials of strange liquids. Riley asks her if this is where they use the drugs on her. Nain points to the forbidden herb Riley found earlier. She explains that her destructive power, the ability to track people, it all came from the substance. Riley puzzles it out loud, realizing the herb must act like some kind of magical radar. Nain is lost, but Riley just waves it off with a cheerful, "Just talking to myself." Nain looks around the horrific room, putting the pieces together. The magic, the tracking. It was all the result of these terrible experiments. From the shadows, a faint, desperate plea is heard. Cages mine the walls, holding other victims. Riley looks towards them, his plan ready. "All right," he says, "time to light the candles." In a flash, the padlocks on every cage shatter into pieces. Riley reminds Nain of his words. "I told you, didn't I? Light the fire just before the bomb explodes." He holds up a small, glowing golden coin, a magical device. All you have to do is step back and watch everything burn. He flicks the coin into the air, where it dissolves into particles of light, activating its sequence. His work here is done. "Well," he says, turning to her, "now you're free." Nain stands in the torchlight of the dungeon, the last remnants of the coin's magic glowing on the floor. The word feels foreign, impossible. "I'm going to be free?" For the first time since she lost everything, a genuine glimmer of hope shines in her eyes. The scene cuts sharply to a bright, sunlit arena. The Solia swordsmanship tournament is in full swing. A gentle voice calls out, "Riley, hey Riley!" The match is starting. We see Riley, back in his fine, noble attire, being nudged awake by his mother Iris. He looks groggy, having slipped perfectly back into his lazy swords persona. Riley rubs the sleep from his eyes, reluctantly agreeing to watch. Not a single person here has any idea what he was just doing. Down in the arena, the nervous second son of the Erengium family stands ready for his match. In another part of the stands, Ian and Sarah are discussing yesterday's matches. Ian seems disappointed that a particular match ended so quickly, but his mind is clearly on something else. He leans in, his expression serious, asking Sarah if she noticed anything strange about the Erengium boys' match. Ian presses her with a bizarre question. "How does it smell?" Sarah is utterly baffled. Across the arena, the judge begins the final countdown. 3. The Erengium boy trembles with anticipation. 2. Sarah, meanwhile, finally answers Ian's strange question after sniffing the air. Well, obviously, it smells different from before. 1. The crowd roars as the final contestant lets out a war cry and charges forward. And in less than the blink of an eye, there's a flash of steel, a single, perfect, impossibly fast strike. The Erengium boy's already on the ground, knocked out cold. The match is over before it even began. Across the city, in the opulent Erengium mansion, the first domino has fallen. A young man slams his fist on a table, his voice raw with frustration. Damn it, why? It's Aplok Erengium, but he's a shadow of his former arrogant self. He's a mess, holding his head as he complains that the substance he was supposed to get never arrived. A red-haired aide tries to calm him down, but it's no use. Aplok collapses to the floor, shaking uncontrollably. "Can't you see what happened?" he screams. "My brother lost." For a family that built its reputation on victory, this public failure is a catastrophe. His body is clearly in the throes of a severe withdrawal. The aide explains that she went straight to the magic tower this morning to demand an explanation. The head of the Erengium family listens, his face a grim mask. The aide delivers the devastating news: the tower has cut them off completely. The reality of their situation sinks in. The patriarch's eyes widen in disbelief. "You mean the Solia tower betrayed us?" The aide confirms it. She threatened them, but they wouldn't budge. As Aplok continues to writhe on the floor, his father seethes. How dare they? He clenches his fist, shaking with a rage born of betrayal and desperation. Their family's power was built on a secret alliance, and now they've been cast aside. Just then, a calm, lazy voice cuts through the tension. "Hey, it's Riley!" He has appeared as if from nowhere, leaning in close to the enraged family head. "I'll only say this once, so listen carefully. You smell rotten. Don't be such a jerk, you piece of trash." The man trembles, not with rage, but with a sudden primal fear that he can't explain. He claws at his own head, screaming in a mix of fury and terror. Riley's words are a trigger, pushing his already frayed mind over the edge. He feels like bugs are crawling all over his skin, a classic symptom of intense withdrawal. He's losing his mind. He knows what he needs. That drug, I have to get that drug. In his mind's eye, the man is drowning, his sanity slipping away into a sea of red. We can just take it. The fuse has been lit. A monstrous grin twists the man's face. The suggestion takes root. If they won't give it to him, he has the power and the desperation to take it by force. He storms out of the room, sword in hand, a man possessed. His aide calls after him, asking where he's going. As he leaves, the aide calls out to the young master, but he's already gone. He walks off, having just set a noble house on a collision course with the magic tower. Back at the arena, the swordsmanship competition has finally ended. Iris and Sarah are cheerful, making plans for the rest of their trip before heading home tomorrow. Riley, however, is leaning back, looking bored as ever. But his mind is elsewhere, wondering why she hasn't made her move yet. The scene shifts to Nain, standing alone against the setting sun, her expression a mix of crippling anxiety and newfound resolve. She's reciting Riley's plan in her head. 20 minutes after the contest ends, go to the temple. But she still doesn't fully understand why. She remembers his words from the night before. The bomb. We're going to blow it up and reveal everything to the public. Nain gets the part about exposing Astroa, but her old fears are creeping back in. She looks down, her confidence wavering. She remembers how her own mother pushed her away because of her appearance. She's terrified the people at the temple will do the exact same thing. Just as her resolve is about to crumble, a gentle voice cuts through her thoughts. It's fine. She looks up to see the other test subjects, the other victims from the lab. One of them tells her, "You're not alone anymore." They show her the marks on their own faces, identical to hers. This is the moment she stops being just a victim and starts being a leader, her strength found not in magic, but in their shared suffering. In another flashback, Riley explains the next step of the plan. Now that they're together, they have to throw the bait. He explains that they have to get the temple on their side first. They will be their shield, luring their real enemies out into the open. Back in the present, Nain holds the forbidden herb, the proof. A fire ignites in her eyes. With this, I can do it. Another victim gently takes her hand. She tells Nain that what happened to them can never be allowed to happen again. The others agree, their voices filled with the pain of their past. They don't want to be sick anymore. They hate what was done to them. Nain looks at their determined faces, a soft, genuine smile forming on her own. I know. She turns, her resolve now as hard as steel. She tells them this is their chance to get justice and start living again. Everyone, are you ready? She asks. They all nod, a small band of survivors ready to face the world. Let's go. Together, they walk towards the grand, imposing doors of the temple. A guard immediately stops them at the entrance, demanding to know what business they have here. Another guard looks them over with disgust, dismissing them as common beggars. Nain clenches her fist, refusing to let his words deter her. The guard tells them to leave, but Nain stands her ground, insisting they be allowed to pass. She takes a step forward, her voice quiet but firm. Please wait a minute. The guard raises his weapon, ready to force them out, but Nain doesn't even flinch. She looks him dead in the eye, her purpose clear. She explains, I am the only one here from the Solia Tower. She gestures to the others behind her. These people lived in other parts of the city. The guard is confused, unsure what to make of this strange declaration. Nain presses forward, her voice growing stronger. There's something I need to tell you. It is of the utmost importance. She holds up the forbidden herb for him to see. I am here to announce the inhuman experimentation of the magic tower and its complete destruction. The guard is stunned, speechless. He is completely out of his depth. Just then, a gentle, authoritative voice calls from within the temple. What is your name? The guard whips around in surprise, recognizing the voice instantly. Nain looks past him, her eyes landing on the figure who spoke. Standing at the end of a long red carpet is a woman in holy white robes. The guard stammers. Holy Saintess! Nain stares in disbelief. The Saintess herself is here. The Saintess pulls back her hood, revealing light purple hair and familiar, intelligent eyes. She asks for Nain's name again, and Nain nervously introduces herself. The Saintess Precia smiles softly. Nain, so it's you! Nain is shocked. She recognizes her from somewhere. But then Precia's expression shifts into a sly, knowing grin, and she says a name Nain has never heard before. Eshutil! Nain is completely confused, but Precia just smiles, turning to one of her priests. The game has just changed dramatically. This is no longer just about the magic tower. A second, equally powerful institution has just entered the field. The fuse has been lit. The first pawn in Riley's game stumbles through the streets of Solia, a man on fire, muttering curses under his breath. It's the head of the Erengium family. His eyes are wild, scanning the crowd for enemies that only he can see. He's completely lost in a cocktail of rage and withdrawal. His body trembles as he screams about his family's humiliation. He stumbles forward, a man on a mission of pure self-destruction, his mind repeating a single thought: "I'll kill them all." He looks up, his eyes locking onto a figure in the distance. A familiar, hated voice cuts through the air, dripping with contempt. "Well, look who's here. It's Astroa, the Archmage, looking down on him as if he were an insect. Aren't you the arrogant little man I've been looking for?" he mocks. The Erengium head is stunned for a second, but then his desperation boils over. He lunges forward, grabbing Astroa by his robes, screaming at him, demanding the herb, the drug he was promised. Astroa's face darkens, his patience gone in an instant. His voice is a low, dangerous growl. "Shut up." He leans in, his expression cruel. "Rather, I should be asking you, did you really think I didn't know?" Astroa holds up the very herb the man is so desperate for, its sickly sweet scent filling the air. A green, toxic-looking aura immediately begins to swirl from the herb. The man flinches back as if he's been struck. Astroa sneers. "You took what I gave you, and then you betrayed me." The man starts to tremble violently, groaning as the drug's magic courses through him, a sickening mix of intense pleasure and agonizing pain. Astroa shoves the drug in his face, his voice dripping with condescension. "Is this what you wanted? To be reduced to a twitching rat?" The Erengium head can only drool and twitch, completely broken at the Archmage's mercy. Astroa scoffs, pulling out a small golden badge. He declares that he has nothing more to say to him. He holds it out. "You dropped this. It's the Erengium family badge, a symbol of their now severed alliance." The man looks up, his eyes wide with a fresh wave of shock. Pure panic sets in. He frantically pats his chest, crying out for his badge. He's not just losing his fix, he's losing his family's entire identity. Astroa looks down on the pathetic display with cold amusement. "A good act, little man. But it's too late." He clenches his fist, and the badge erupts in a ball of fire. The Erengium head watches in horror as the symbol of his family's power burns to ash right before his eyes. He collapses to the ground, pounding his fists and screaming in utter despair. In this one moment, everything is over. Astroa watches him, a flicker of confusion on his face. He thinks to himself that something feels strange, that the man seemed weaker than he should have been. He has no idea he was just an actor in a much larger play. He brushes the thought aside, secure in his own superiority. But he is fatally wrong. A calm, clear voice cuts through the chaos. "Archmage Astroa." He turns to see the Saintess, Prisha, walking towards him, flanked by temple priests. She informs him that there have been reports of unethical conduct. Her eyes are sharp, her voice leaving no room for argument. "Can you give me an answer?" Astroa forces a smile, trying to play it cool. But Prisha gets straight to the point. "Unethical biological experiments," she continues, listing his crimes for all the public to hear. "Drug manufacturing. Illegal distribution of manufactured drugs." She looks him dead in the eye, her gaze piercing right through his facade. "Are you involved in these crimes?" Astroa scoffs, a faint blue aura of teleportation magic forming around him. He plans to make a run for it. But before his spell can activate, a surge of dark purple energy slams into him, canceling it out completely. He's shocked. A cancellation spell? On him? A seven-circle mage? It should be impossible. A young man in priest robes steps forward, his hand outstretched, residual energy still swirling around it. It's one of the test subjects. "Where do you think you're going?" he asks, his voice cold. Astroa stares, dumbfounded. He recognizes the boy. Prisha explains calmly. "I heard everything from Nain. Standing beside her, also in priestess robes, is Nain herself. The trap has been sprung." Watching from the crowd, Sarah senses the shift in the air. "The atmosphere is not good," Ian agrees, telling Riley this is far from normal. But Riley is perfectly, unnervingly calm. A sly smirk plays on his lips. He thinks to himself, "Well, I guess she did a good job getting the temple involved." He watches the former test subject, now a priest, ready for a fight. Nain successfully brought the full power of the temple into this. All Riley has to do now is watch the show. Astroa tries to bluff his way out with a dismissive laugh, claiming the idea of him making drugs is ridiculous. Prisha is completely unfazed. Then I'll ask you directly. Her eyes begin to glow with a holy, golden light. Can you swear your innocence in the name of the goddess Ireness? The question hangs in the air like a death sentence. Astroa freezes. A cold sweat breaks out on his brow. He can't lie. Prisia's glowing eyes are a divine lie detector. This is a checkmate. Under the gaze of the goddess, deceit is impossible, and Astroa has nowhere left to run. From the crowd, Riley clicks his tongue. He notes to himself that he never wants to be on the receiving end of that ability. Prisia presses him, her voice ringing with divine authority. "Aren't you going to answer?" She repeats the accusations Nain brought to her, asking if he was the one behind it all. Astroa is silent, his back to the crowd. The pressure is suffocating. Then, a low chuckle escapes his lips. It grows into a full-blown maniacal laugh that echoes through the tense square. He turns around, his face a mask of pure, unadulterated arrogance. His answer is as shocking as it is insane. "Yes, I did it." He boasts about it, confessing to everything. The drugs made in the basement, the sales to nobles, and what he calls a very small experiment. It's a breathtaking display of pride. He believes he's so powerful, he doesn't even need to lie. Prisia glares at him, disgusted by his complete lack of remorse. He looks at her, a twisted grin on his face. "Why? What's the problem?" The dark-haired priest grits his teeth, shaking with rage at the casual dismissal of his suffering. Astroa just waves a hand. It was just a trivial little experiment, wasn't it? That's the last straw. The priest explodes, screaming, "You monster! How can you say that so easily, you despicable piece of filth?" Nain looks at her friend, shocked by the raw fury in his voice. In the crowd, Ian is just as furious, his fists clenched as he roars, "That absolute scumbag! What did he just say?" The public erupts in chaos. The words echo through the square. He was making drugs? The bomb has finally, spectacularly, gone off. Sarah grabs Ian, trying to hold him back, but he's livid. He yells that a great war was fought generations ago over that very same substance. This isn't just a crime, it's a spit on the grave of history. Ian roars, "How dare he!" After so many shed their blood and tears. Nain and Prisia can only look on, stunned by Astroa's confession and the old butler's explosive rage. Ian seethes, telling Riley he's never liked sorcerers. Riley, picking his ear with a completely bored expression, just casually agrees. Especially, Ian growls, a fiery aura of pure rage surrounding him, monsters like him. They're the worst of all. Riley, completely unfazed by the life-or-death situation unfolding around them, just gives a non-committal, "Huh, is that so?" Prisia regains her composure. She declares that the manufacture and distribution of these narcotics is the most sinful crime one can commit in Solia. She points at Astroa, her holy knights raising their shields in unison. "You will come with me to the castle." Astroa just laughs, a cold, empty laugh that sends a shiver down everyone's spine. He looks down at her with utter disdain. "You're going to accompany me?" He floats into the air, raw magical power crackling around him. "Have you forgotten? I am a living seven-circle archmage. This is the power of a true master of magic, not just a fighter, but a walking natural disaster." He smirks at Prisia. "I don't think it would be wise to lose to me here now, would it, holy Saintess?" Prisia glares back, her voice unwavering. "Certainly." Her resolve is absolute. The dark-haired priest trembles with rage as Astroa casually dismisses Nain as mere waste. But Prisia continues, saying that if it hadn't been for a recent divine revelation, her eyes glow with holy power. The goddess herself has spoken. Astroa looks up, a flicker of genuine surprise on his face. A divine revelation? In the crowd, Riley's eyes narrow, glowing a faint red. He knows the prophecy. It wasn't about Astroa. It was about the return of a hero who would save the world, a role he has no intention of playing ever again. Prisia wastes no more time. A massive holy magic circle appears in the sky above them. She points at Astroa and gives the order, "Take him in." But Astroa is more than ready. He raises a hand, a defensive spell forming instantly. This is merely self-defense. A shimmering barrier of light envelops him as he unleashes his first attack. The very ground beneath the holy knights shatters, sending them flying as jagged spikes of stone erupt from below. Astroa's eyes glow an eerie green. He has already cast his next spell, Swamp. The solid stone of the city square liquefies beneath the knights, turning into a thick, grasping mud. The knights are trapped, their heavy armor pulling them down into the mire. They are completely neutralized without a single direct hit. Astro appears before Priesia, his grip like iron as he seizes her wrist. "Withdraw your forces now, Saintess." He leans in, his voice a low threat. "If you insist on facing me, many more people are going to die." But she's not broken yet. With a single word, cure, a wave of golden light washes over her fallen knights, healing their injuries and solidifying the ground beneath them. She orders her knights to evacuate the citizens. This is no longer an arrest. It's a disaster zone. "If we don't stop Astroa here," she declares, "there will be countless more victims." The knights understand. They bow and begin clearing the square, leaving their Saintess to face the monster. Astroa just grins, a massive fireball gathering in his hand. "Well then, let's begin." Watching from a safe distance, Riley casually adjusts a pair of sunglasses. "Looks like the opening act is just getting started." Astroa unleashes a swirling vortex of fire, taunting Priesia as it roars towards her. But he's already preparing his next, even larger attack. Meteor. A rain of fire is about to descend on the capital. Priesia acts fast, yelling, "Sanctuary!" She and the remaining priests erect a powerful, dome-like shield over the area. The meteor crashes into the holy barrier with a deafening explosion of light and force. The Holy Knights brace themselves, pouring their own energy into reinforcing the sanctuary. Priesia strains, pushing every ounce of her divine power into maintaining the shield against the overwhelming magical assault. Astroa looks on, almost impressed. "You're quite good, aren't you?" He floats in the air, summoning a barrage of magical arrows. "So, let's continue until one of us breaks." Priesia shouts that reinforcements are on their way from the castle, begging her priests to hold on just a little longer. The rain of magical arrows slams into their defenses, each one a powerful explosion. A priestess screams as the shield begins to falter. Cracks of golden light spiderweb across the barrier. "It won't last long." Priesia turns to Nain, her voice urgent. "Nain!" Spell cancellation, now! Nain and the other test subjects channel their unique volatile magic, unleashing a wave of canceling energy. But the backlash is immense. A torrent of raw magical energy slams into Priesia, and she cries out in pain. Ian rushes to her side, but she waves him off, insisting they have to hold out until backup arrives. As another volley of arrows flies straight for the injured Saintess, a figure appears in a flash of steel. It's Ian. He recognizes this stance, this impossible speed. It's the same one he saw at the tournament. With a blur of motion, Ian's twin blades cut through every single magical arrow, deflecting them harmlessly. For years, this legendary power has been hidden behind a butler's uniform. But now, the wolf of the battlefield is back. He lands without a single scratch on him, his blades ready for more. Astroa is genuinely surprised. "Oh, you cut them all?" Riley watches his butler finally reveal his true strength. "Ah, so you're finally stepping up." Meanwhile, Sarah is panicking, trying to drag him away to safety. Riley calmly tells her to take his mother and go. "I'll follow in 5 minutes." His tone is casual, but the message is clear. The act is over. Astroa laughs, floating on a massive magic circle. He's having the time of his life. He declares that the warm-up is over. From now on, he announces to the terrified city, "I'm going to get serious." Priesia realizes the terrible truth. A simple arrest was never going to be possible. Astroa grins maniacally. "So, if I get rid of all the witnesses, then I'll be innocent again, won't I?" He raises his hand, a swirling vortex of terrifying, all-consuming dark magic forming above him. He utters a single chilling word, "Inferno." The former test subject stares in horror. It's Inferno, cast without an incantation. This is the absolute pinnacle of dark magic. He knows it's impossible to cancel a spell of this magnitude. Their only hope is to defeat the caster himself. The spell grows, a silent, expanding void of pure destruction, threatening to swallow the entire square. Nain looks up at it, her body trembling. "Can I do it?" she whispers. A familiar, calm voice echoes in her mind. "Hey," she's startled. The voice continues. "I know what you're thinking, but do you have time for that now?" The voice asks one final piercing question. This isn't just about the fight, it's about her future. To truly be free, she can't just be saved. She has to fight for that freedom herself. Is it okay for it to end like this? When a hero who has saved the world just wants to rest, and a girl who wants to die finds a reason to live, what happens when their paths cross in the middle of a disaster? From a safe distance, a figure in a purple cloak watches the chaos unfold. He adjusts his collar, thinking to himself that there are still trials that must be overcome. Down in the city square, it's a scene from a nightmare. A priestess cries out in despair at the swirling vortex of destruction, magic consuming everything. It's an inferno. Saintess Priesha stares up, her eyes wide with disbelief. The sheer amount of magical energy pouring from Astroa is beyond anything she could have imagined. "Why?" she asks, her voice trembling. "Why are you doing this?" Astroa looks down on them all with pure, manic fury, offering a final, chilling message for their goddess. Below him, a massive magic circle glows with terrifying power, ready to unleash hell on Earth. An immense torrent of dark purple energy erupts, twisting and roaring as it descends upon the square, promising nothing but complete annihilation. Panic erupts, a noble screams for everyone to run. Even Ian, the legendary swordsman, can only watch with grim determination as the wave of destruction rushes towards them. Amidst the chaos, a quiet voice cuts through the noise. "I'll stop it, somehow." Her small frame ready to face the storm head on. Ian shouts her name, realizing what she's about to do, but Nain's mind is made up. "I can do this," she tells herself. She closes her eyes, focusing all of her will. The swirling dark magic begins to wrap around her, but she doesn't flinch. "I have to," she thinks, a single tear tracing a path down her cheek. She believes that all the pain she's endured her entire life was leading to this one moment. Her mind drifts back to a cold, snowy day, to the moment her own mother rejected her, leaving her utterly alone. She remembers being broken, huddled in a freezing alleyway with nothing left to live for. And then he appeared. A young man standing over her, his voice cutting through her despair. "Do you want me to help you?" That single question changed everything. Tears now stream down Nain's face as she pushes back against the inferno with her own power. It was him. He gave her hope. And because of that hope, she is ready for anything, even death. Just as she prepares to sacrifice herself, a heavy footstep lands right in front of her. Suddenly, a hooded figure steps between her and the spell. A sharp, clean sound slices through the air, and the magical torrent shatters into harmless snowflakes of purple light. Nain looks up, completely stunned. The figure holds a simple sword, still glowing with a faint aura. His voice is calm, almost bored. "I had a hard time saving you once. If you die," he continues, "all that work goes to waste." And then, with a single fluid strike, he completely dismantles the raging inferno. The power that took the Saintess to her absolute limit is, to him, nothing more than a minor inconvenience. Priesha is frozen, her expression a perfect picture of shock and confusion. The most powerful spell she's ever seen was just erased by a single swing of a sword. High above, Astroa gasps, his eyes bulging. His ultimate magic, the pinnacle of his power, was just swatted away like a fly. His mind races, a flicker of recognition in his eyes. He stammers, you are." He remembers, the meddling bastard from the basement. Meanwhile, the swordsman is casually looking around, complaining to Nain about how long it took her friends to evacuate. The swordsman, Riley, lets out a sigh, his blade now glowing with brilliant blue energy. He mutters to himself that Astroa is really starting to get on his nerves. He turns to the Saintess, his tone laced with sarcasm. "Hey lady, what kind of saint can't even stop a little spell like this?" Priesha just stares, completely speechless. Riley casually flicks his sword, wiping away the last remnants of magic. "It really wasn't that strong," he remarks offhandedly. He then points his sword at Priesha. "I destroyed the inferno. Take your people and leave." She looks at him like he's grown a second head, still trying to process what she just witnessed. Her mind is a mess of questions. Who is this man? How is this possible? Her knights help her sit down, but she can't take her eyes off the hooded figure who just upended her entire understanding of power. Just then, a wave of golden light washes over Nain, healing the minor injury she sustained. She looks up in surprise. It's the hooded man. Nain asks him why he's here, her voice full of confusion. "You promised you wouldn't come forward," she reminds him. Riley casually grabs her by the collar, admitting that was the plan, but things changed. Astroa is still reeling. How can you destroy a seven-circle wizard's inferno so easily?" he shouts, his voice cracking with disbelief. Riley doesn't even look at him. He simply replies, "It was taking too long." "Taking too long?" Nain and Ian stare at him, baffled by his ridiculously casual answer. Astroa is losing his mind. He screams that he's a seven-circle archmage, demanding to know what Riley is talking about. Riley's expression darkens under his hood. "I said it would take too long," he repeats, his voice now laced with ice. My mother almost got hurt. So now I'm going to finish this quickly. It's not about justice. Astroa just made the fatal mistake of threatening the one thing Riley truly cares about. A chill runs down Astroa's spine. He can feel the shift in the air, the sheer killing intent radiating from the man in front of him. Nain watches, finally putting the pieces together. This man, powerful enough to cut magic in an instant, she knows him. "What is your identity?" she asks quietly. Riley places a hand on her shoulder, his voice firm but gentle. "Nain." He looks down at her, a hint of a smile in his eyes. "We need to finish this once and for all. We can talk about who I am later." Riley then turns and calls out to his butler. "Ian, come here." The loyal butler immediately responds, "Yes, sir." Riley pulls Nain behind him, preparing for the next step. "Now, take a deep breath," he instructs her. Nain asks him what he's going to do. Riley's eyes are sharp and focused. He tells her they've dragged this out long enough. He hands a bow and a single glowing arrow to Ian, giving him a simple order: keep him in check. Ian takes the bow without hesitation. High above, Astroa begins chanting again, conjuring another massive magic circle. But down below, Nain lifts her hand, pointing directly at him as her own power begins to gather. Astroa sees this and scoffs, enraged. "What are you trying to do?" he roars, still seeing her as nothing more than a failed experiment. He bellows that he was going to tear her apart anyway. But Riley, standing calmly behind Nain, simply says, "Do whatever you want if you can." Taking the bait, Astroa roars, "Flame wall!" and a raging inferno erupts from the ground, trapping them in a prison of fire. Riley doesn't even flinch. He puts a hand on Ian's shoulder and gives a simple command. "I'll handle his magic. You keep him in check. Trust me." Ian, with the unwavering loyalty of a man who has seen true power, just replies, "Understood." But Astroa is already moving on to his next attack, a sickly green energy gathering in his hands as he prepares to cast Poison Mist. A massive, intricate magic circle appears in the sky, glowing with a venomous green light. The circle pulses, ready to unleash a toxic cloud that could choke out the entire city square. But then, another voice cuts in. "I'll help you too." It's Prezia, stepping forward with golden divine energy swirling around her hands. Riley and Ian both glance back at her. Her sudden offer is the last thing they expected. 4 individuals, each with their own motives, are now united by a common enemy, with a mysterious hooded man inexplicably calling the shots. Prezia looks away, a little flustered, before straightening up, her resolve firm. "In that case, I'll just say thank you." Astroa's hand trembles with rage. All these small fries are getting in his way, interfering with his glorious rampage. "I don't have time for you," he roars, his patience completely gone. He can feel his mana reserves dropping. He's already down to half. But he grits his teeth, deciding it's more than enough. A terrifying, blood-red glint appears in his eyes. "It's enough," he thinks, "to kill you all." He unleashes his next spell, his voice echoing across the square. "Blizzard!" Multiple glowing blue magic circles materialize, dropping the temperature instantly. Riley looks on, his expression unreadable behind his mask. "Look at those bloodshot eyes," he remarks with a detached, almost clinical tone. He turns back to Nain. "Did you take a deep breath?" She nods, her face tense with concentration. She confirms she's ready to unleash her ultimate spell, Giga Impact, the raw power she was engineered to wield. "Great," Riley says, drawing his sword again. "It's been a while since I've gotten serious." He readies his stance. "I'm aiming for his heart in one shot." He gives Ian his next order. "Stop the icicles from a distance." Ian, already drawing his bow, responds with a simple, "All right." Astroa pours all his remaining power into the blizzard, his eyes burning with hatred. "I'll pierce everything," he screams. Riley looks at Nain, who is gathering a storm of dark energy. "Focus! Just focus on Giga Impact. Ian will handle the rest, so don't worry," Riley reassures her. And sure enough, Ian is a whirlwind of motion, drawing his bowstring with impossible speed. Riley adds with a smirk, "And we've got a saint, right?" He glances over at a very annoyed Prezia. Astroa glares down at them, the blizzard reaching its peak intensity. A storm of gigantic, razor-sharp icicles rains down from the sky. In response, Ian lets his arrow fly. He releases his special technique, Splash Out. His single arrow explodes into a shower of light, 100 smaller projectiles of pure energy that streak through the air. Each bolt of light finds its target, striking an incoming icicle with perfect precision. The massive shards of ice are met head-on, shattering before they can reach the ground. One after another, the icicles are destroyed, exploding into harmless fragments. Ian stands his ground, a one-man anti-air defense. Prisia throws her hands forward, yelling, "Barrier!" A dome of golden divine energy expands around them, shielding the group from any stray shards. Meanwhile, Nain struggles to control the immense power gathering in her hands. "Just a little more," she grits out. Suddenly, her eyes widen in alarm. She feels an attack coming, not from the sky, but from below. Prisia screams out a warning. "The floor! Right below you!" The ground erupts in a blast of light and debris. Prisia is thrown off her feet. Suddenly, Riley lands on a newly formed pillar of solid ice, sighing to himself. "Seriously, I have to do all the cool stunts." He's holding Prisia, having snatched her out of the air at the last second. They're standing on the peak of a jagged ice mountain he created from the blizzard's own remnants. He removes his mask, his lazy eyes meeting hers. "Are you all right?" he asks. Her eyes go wide with recognition. "You, from last time." She remembers the man who effortlessly drained the mana stone at the tower. Back on the ground, Nain has finally stabilized her spell. Riley shouts down to her, "Nain, ready." "It's done," she confirms. "Great. Fire on my signal," he commands. Nain holds the swirling orb of pure destruction, ready to unleash it. Riley raises his sword, giving the final order. "You can fire now." Nain steels herself. This is it. This is every bit of magic she has left. Ian stands ready, his bow still drawn, providing cover. She knows that even if she can't defeat Astroa with this one shot, she won't have any regrets. As Astroa summons dozens of defensive magic circles, Nain prepares to unleash everything. From his perch on the ice mountain, Riley's expression is cold, his eyes sharp, his voice is a low command. "Fire!" Nain screams, pushing the sphere of volatile energy forward with all her might. A massive beam of crackling purple and black energy erupts from her hands, tearing through the air towards Astroa. The feedback is agonizing, feeling like her entire body is being torn apart, but she holds on. Astroa, his own eyes glowing red with power, sneers at the attack. Ridiculous. His golden barriers flare to life, meeting the Giga Impact head-on in a blinding explosion of light. Nain collapses to her knees, the magic completely spent. "As I thought, is it not enough?" she whispers, her strength failing. She clenches her fist, a single thought echoing in her mind. "I didn't think I'd have any regrets. But maybe just a little." But just then, a calm voice asks, "Can I throw it now?" Ian is holding a condensed, glowing ball of Prisia's divine energy. Nain's attack was the battering ram. This is the killing blow. Astroa's eyes widen in alarm as he sees the new threat. Astroa's mind can't process it. His eyes lock onto the dark energy swirling within the divine light. The ultimate irony, holy power, weaponized by the very man who wants nothing to do with gods. The orb, now pulsing with Riley's own chaotic power, hurtles through the air, leaving a trail of purple lightning. It strikes Astroa's weakened defenses and detonates with catastrophic force, engulfing him in an inescapable vortex of light and darkness. The world fades to black, the roar of the explosion replaced by an eerie silence. And then, softly, gently, snow begins to fall from a clearing sky. The quiet flakes drift down over the rooftops of Solia, covering the scarred battlefield in a blanket of white. Nain lies on the cold ground, exhausted but alive, the snow dusting her hair. The battle is over. The Archmage is gone. The battle is over. In the quiet aftermath, snow begins to fall on the ravaged city square. Astroa lies defeated against a wall, a broken figure, while Nain is collapsed and unconscious on the cold ground. This victory was not without its cost. A desperate cry cuts through the silence. "Nain!" Prisia and Ian rush across the square, their faces etched with panic as they hurry towards her still form. Prisia drops to her knees beside Nain, frantically calling her name. Ian, ever protective, checks on the Saintess, asking if she's all right, but her focus is entirely on the young woman before her. Tears stream down Prisia's face as she pours divine energy into Nain's body. "You can't die like this," she pleads, her voice cracking with emotion. "Please, just hold on." The world seems to hold its breath. The city square is now a silent, snow-covered stage for this fragile moment where a single life hangs precariously in the balance. Prisia's voice is barely a whisper, a desperate prayer carried on the cold air. "Open your eyes!" Later, in a quiet, sunlit room within the temple, Nain rests peacefully in a bed. Prisia sits by her side, her expression heavy and somber as she watches over her. Her mind is a whirlwind, replaying the chaotic battle and the mysterious swordsman who turned the tide. The victory feels hollow, overshadowed by the questions left in its wake. She turns to Ian, who stands vigil by the window. She asks if he knows what happened to the swordsman, where he disappeared to. Ian admits he only saw the man deliver that final overwhelming attack before vanishing completely. Priesia lets out a frustrated sigh. He appeared from nowhere, saved them all, and then simply vanished as if he were never there. It's a mystery that feels almost as large as the battle itself. Ian states the grim truth they both know. Without him, they would have never stopped Astroa. Priesia can only nod in agreement, the reality of their near failure settling heavily upon her. That's right. Then, Ian offers a crucial piece of the puzzle. He tells her the swordsman is connected to the Ippolita family, and that he's almost certain he saw him at the temple earlier that day. The memory clicks into place for Priesia. Oh yes, that's right. Just as she puts it together, a faint voice calls her name, pulling her from her thoughts. Saint Priesia? Priesia turns, her expression instantly softening as she sees Nain stirring. Nain, you're awake. Nain slowly sits up, her eyes trying to make sense of the unfamiliar room. Yes. Where is this? You're in the temple, Priesia reassures her gently. You're okay now. A flicker of hope illuminates Nain's face as she asks, Am I safe? A shadow falls over Priesia's expression. She looks down, unable to meet Nain's hopeful gaze, and the words come out choked with guilt. I'm sorry, Nain. Nain's confusion is clear as Priesia clenches her fist, explaining that she poured all the divine power she could into healing her. But Nain's condition, the damage done by Astroa's experiments, was far more severe than she could have imagined. Priesia explains that the vast amount of mana forced into her body over the years has mutated it from the inside out. It's a poison that is now slowly extinguishing her life force. The damage, she admits, has been there for too long. Nain understands immediately, her voice steady. You mean, you can't fix it, right? The silence that follows is heavy, filled with Priesia's unspoken apology. Yes, she finally whispers, the single word feeling like a monumental failure. She apologizes again, her voice thick with regret. Nain had shown incredible courage to expose a monster, and in return, Priesia couldn't truly save her. But Nain simply offers a small, gentle smile. In the face of Priesia's guilt, she offers only peace. It's okay, she says softly, because I was prepared for this. Her simple acceptance is too much for Priesia, whose composure finally breaks. I don't know how to apologize or thank you enough. It's because of you that we stopped Astroa, she insists. But Nain gently shakes her head. No, it's all right. I actually didn't do very much. She gently takes Priesia's hand, getting her attention. Hey, Miss Saint. She looks Priesia directly in the eye, her expression now completely serious. How much longer can I live? The question is so direct, so brave, it hangs in the air with stunning weight. Priesia is taken aback, momentarily stunned by the sheer strength in Nain's gaze. She decides to answer with the same honesty. She explains that while a complete cure is impossible, her divine power can slow the disease's progression, buying her a little more time. She delivers the grim timeline. At the absolute best, she might live until winter. At worst, only until the end of summer. Realistically, she has until autumn. Autumn, Nain repeats the word, a thoughtful, distant look in her eyes. Then, a peaceful acceptance settles on her face. Autumn, that's quite a long time. That's more than enough for me. Her grace in this moment is a quiet lesson in courage. Thank you, Saintess. Priesia is overcome with emotion, shaking her head. Nain, don't thank me, she says, her voice thick with unshed tears. I didn't do anything for you, she insists, feeling helpless and inadequate in the face of Nain's strength. But Nain simply poses a question. Could you have done something that didn't happen? Seeing Priesia's confusion, she clarifies. This whole incident, from exposing Astroa to finally defeating him, it was someone else who solved this, not me. In her mind, the image of the hooded swordsman is crystal clear. He was the real hero of the story. A bright, genuine smile spreads across her face. If anyone deserves praise, it's probably him. So if you want to grant a wish, grant his. That is my wish. Priesia stares at her, shocked by this revelation. That person, do you know who he is? Nain's smile is full of confidence, and maybe even a hint of mischief. Yes, I know. Meanwhile, across the city, fireworks burst in the night sky. While one life faces its end in a quiet room, the people of Solia celebrate, completely unaware of the true sacrifices made. At a swordsmanship tournament, part of the festival, two fighters clash in a shower of sparks. And watching from the stands, casually munching on a snack, is Riley. He nudges the maid beside him. "Look at that. Sarah, did you see that?" Sarah, sitting with her arm across and an unimpressed look on her face, gives a deadpan reply. "Yes, I did. So what's the problem?" Riley quizzes her. She thinks for a moment before answering. "His feet." "Exactly," Riley says, pleased. "You're getting it." He points out that the fighters are relying only on their upper bodies, completely neglecting their footwork. Sarah nods, the lesson clicking into place. For Riley, it's as if the life-or-death battle from hours ago never even happened. His mother, Iris, walks up behind them, smiling warmly. "I'm glad Riley seems to be enjoying himself. Right, Ian?" She turns to their butler, and her smile falters. Ian looks pale and is sweating profusely, the exhaustion from fighting a seven-circle mage finally catching up to him. "Oh my. Ian, are you all right?" He quickly tries to cover, lamenting that he's just not as young as he used to be. Iris just laughs, telling him not to be silly. Ian straightens up, ever the professional, assuring her that as long as she was safe during the incident, that's all that matters. It's a subtle deflection that hides the true extent of his fatigue. The tournament match ends, and Sarah lets out a small sigh. "Ah, the match is over." She immediately rounds on Riley, her tone shifting from casual to concerned. "But, young master, when did you get back?" "I'm just glad you're okay." Riley, ever evasive, simply pulls his cloak on. "Oh, I was just looking around," he says vaguely, already changing the subject to an upcoming award ceremony hosted by the prince. Sarah's patience runs out. Her expression hardens as she grabs his collar, her voice sharp with worry. "Why were you wandering around in such a dangerous place?" Just then, a calm voice interrupts them. A young man in a royal uniform approaches. "Nice to meet you. I am Daniel," he says, introducing himself as the prince. "Before the awards begin, I have one more thing to share." The prince's friendly demeanor vanishes, replaced by a cold, political seriousness. He explains that to appease the public after the Magic Tower's scandal, an aristocratic family will be made an example of for their involvement. A terrible sense of dread begins to wash over Riley. Daniel continues, saying he heard the noble in question was here at the festival. Iris, completely oblivious to the danger, wonders aloud, "Oh my, who could it be?" The name is announced, and in that instant, Riley's carefully constructed, peaceful world shatters. His eyes widen in pure shock and rising fury. The scapegoat for this entire affair is the House of Ippolita. Ian, Sarah, and his mother Iris are frozen in shock, completely blindsided by the announcement. This was not part of any plan they knew. Prince Daniel continues, his voice dripping with false praise, announcing that he heard the Ippolita family was in attendance and asking them to show themselves. Ian is completely flustered, stammering, and unable to form a single coherent thought. In a matter of seconds, the situation has spiraled into a nightmare. Sarah frantically looks around, calling for her young master, but Riley is gone. Vanished. All that's left is a half-eaten snack and a spilled drink on an empty seat. She calls his name again, but there's no answer. He simply disappeared in the blink of an eye. We find Riley hiding in a bathroom stall, hunched over as his mind races. What is this? How could they possibly know, he thinks, trying to piece together how everything went so wrong. The prince's voice echoes from outside, shamelessly painting the Ippolita family as the heroes who exposed the Magic Tower's corruption and saved the city. "Our heroes," he declares, "the Ippolita family." The crowd erupts in cheers, but to Riley it sounds like a death sentence for the peaceful life he craves. He racks his brain, trying to find the flaw in his plan. He wore a disguise, altered his voice. There shouldn't have been any way to trace it back to him. He even calculated the angle of his final attack, so his sword would melt in Nain's magic, leaving no evidence behind. It was supposed to be perfect. "But why?" he mutters, just as he hears footsteps approaching the bathroom door. A familiar voice from the other side says, "Ah, there he is!" Riley recognizes it instantly. It's Prezia. He peeks through the crack in the door, confused. He hears her ask someone if they're sure, and a second voice confirms it. That second voice is Nain's. "I'll just open the door," she says calmly. A swirl of dark energy appears on the lock as Prezia panics. "Nain, wait a minute!" But it's too late. With a loud click, the lock gives way, and the door swings open to reveal a very annoyed Riley. He just stares at them, a mixture of irritation and disbelief on his face. He can't help but wonder if Nain is completely out of her mind. Priyacia covers her eyes in embarrassment, while Nain just stands there, completely unfazed by the situation. Riley sighs, his shoulders slumping in defeat. "I'm going to sue you for sexual harassment." He gets up, his annoyance shifting to genuine curiosity. "How in the world did you find me?" Nain simply points to her own eyes. I used this." Riley frowns, remembering their previous conversation. If it's those eyes, he recalls her strange ability. It wasn't magic. It was something else entirely. If she just thinks about a person, she can pinpoint their location. He slaps his face in frustration. It's an unbelievable power. A human radar is basically cheating. He glances at Priesia, still baffled. He can't believe the Saintess just casually walked into the men's bathroom without a second thought. Priesia just shivers, clearly still mortified by her own actions. Riley mutters that anyone with her title must be dead inside. Flustered, Priesia snaps back, asking if that means he's not interested in her. He waves it off, getting straight to the point. So what do you want with me? Priesia hesitates, glancing around. Well, I'd rather not say this in a men's bathroom, but suddenly she strikes a dramatic pose, her expression becoming deadly serious. You have been chosen by the goddess Eriness. Riley gives her a completely deadpan look. His answer is short and final. Yeah, no. Priesia tries to push on. As I was saying, Master Riley, but he cuts her off. Hold on! His eyes narrow, a dark shadow falling over his face as the implication of her words dawns on him. By any chance, are you asking me to do something heroic? Priesia is stunned by how quickly he understood. Ah, yes. How did you know? A look of pure dread mixed with fury twists Riley's face. Again? The word is laced with the trauma of 1,000 battles from a life he desperately wants to forget. He grabs his head, his voice a low growl of disbelief. Are you telling me I have to be a hero again? Priesia begins to explain the goddess's revelation, saying that the reason he was chosen for this divine mission is because of a dragon. Riley's mind reels. He can't believe they're asking him to fight another world-ending threat. Dragon? He asks, skeptical. Yes, a dragon, Priesia confirms, her tone grim. She explains that a prophecy foretells the coming of a dragon that will bring disaster not just to Solia, but to the entire world. Riley just stares at her, completely unimpressed. So? Priesia gestures toward him. According to the goddess, the only one who can stop this dragon is you, young master. Riley points to himself, incredulous. Me? His mind flashes back to his past life, to the so-called omnipotent god who used him like a pawn. He thinks about the vastness of the universe, and how this tiny planet keeps dragging him back into the same nightmare over and over again. Straightening his clothes, his decision is absolute. The title my family gave me is the Lazy Sword. It means I don't do things. I'm not going to do anything that could get me killed, he declares firmly. Why should I be the one to deal with a dragon? He throws her own words back at her from their last encounter. Besides, didn't you hear what I told you last time? Do you have a thing for guys? Priesia just grits her teeth in frustration. Nain, who has been silent this whole time, looks confused. A thing for guys? Priesia frantically waves her hands. Nain, you don't need to know about that. Riley has had enough. Find someone else to do your dirty work. He turns to leave, but Priesia grabs his arm, her voice desperate. Wait! I'm not finished talking. She decides to play her final card. Astroa! The name stops Riley dead in his tracks. She continues, her voice dropping to a conspiratorial whisper. I heard you were the one who stopped Astroa, weren't you? Riley slowly turns back, his eyes wide with shock. What? I heard about the secret laboratory and the drugs hidden in the basement of the tower, Priesia admits, her gaze locked on his. She reveals the truth she now holds. It was all your work, wasn't it, Mr. Riley? He clutches his head, feeling his entire plan unravel. Who the heck? Who told you that nonsense? He demands. Beside them, Nain flinches. Riley's eyes, now glowing with a dangerous red light, snap towards Nain. His voice is a deadly whisper. Was it you? He stalks towards her, his anger radiating off him in waves. Didn't I tell you not to tell anyone? Priesia tries to step between them, but he shoves her aside without a second glance. Step aside. He grabs Nain by the collar, effortlessly lifting her off the ground. In one swift motion, he slams her against the wall, his grip tightening. Hey, he says, his voice cold and sharp as glass. I believe the word for this is betrayal, isn't it? His face is a mask of pure, unadulterated rage. In this moment, he realizes the one person he saved, the one person he trusted, has just destroyed the very peace he fought so desperately to protect. Seeing the raw fury in Riley's eyes, Priesia quickly steps in. She tells him not to worry, assuring him that she's the only one Nain told the full story to. Riley isn't convinced. Then what about Prince Daniel? He demands. Priesia insists they didn't reveal anything about his true power. Nain finally speaks, her voice quiet but firm. She explains that the prince was only told that Riley played a crucial role in stopping Astroa. She then adds, looking at Prisia, that she specifically asked for his true abilities to be kept a secret. Riley's anger simmers down slightly at this, but his irritation remains. "So what?" he says, still not seeing the bigger picture. Prisia tries to bring the conversation back to the world-ending dragon, but Riley cuts her off with a sharp, "I don't care," turning his back on them completely. "But why?" Prisia asks, her frustration growing. "You were strong enough to defeat Astrola in a single blow." Riley just stretches, running a hand through his hair. "Power," he mutters, the very word leaving a bitter taste in his mouth. He waves a dismissive hand over his shoulder. "Leave me alone. Go get some rest." She stares after him, completely bewildered by his apathy. How could someone with so much power want to do nothing with it? "What do you mean by that?" Riley stops and turns, his gaze falling on Nain. "And you?" He forces a smile that's more unsettling than friendly. "Well then, see you later." With that, he leaves them in stunned silence. Meanwhile, back at the Ippolita family estate, Count Stein sits down to read the morning paper. The headline is bold and dramatic. "What happened last night in Solia?" He smooths out the paper, intrigued. The article details the horrifying discovery of illegal drugs and twisted experiments inside the magic tower. It mentions the mass production of a banned hallucinogen, confirming the tower's deep corruption. And it names the mastermind behind it all, the revered seven-circle mage Astroa. But it's the next part that makes the Count freeze. The article claims that this shocking truth was uncovered by a Count's son who was merely sightseeing in the capital. The report proudly announces that Prince Daniel himself has awarded a medal to the third son of the Ippolita family for his heroic deed. Count Stein stares at the paper, his face a blank mask of disbelief. It can't be his son. The lazy one? Slowly, his hands begin to crumple the newspaper, his knuckles turning white with force. A slow, proud, almost maniacal grin spreads across his face. His disappointment in his son has just transformed into immense, overwhelming pride. He leaps from his chair, his voice booming with newfound joy. "Send a letter to Iris right now. Tell them to come home immediately." Back in Solia, Nain stands awkwardly with Riley and his family. The tension is so thick you could cut it with a knife. Iris turns to her son, curious. "By the way, Riley, where did you disappear to?" He just shrugs nonchalantly. Just went to the bathroom." Ian, however, is having a complete internal meltdown. He can't believe the Saintess herself sought out his young master. The implications are staggering. The crowd around them whispers and points. Is that him? The one from the Ippolita family? They can't reconcile the image of the infamous lazy sword with that of a city hero. Riley sighs in annoyance. This is exactly the kind of attention he spent his entire life avoiding. He hates this feeling. All these eyes on him, judging, expecting. It's just like when he first held a sword in his past life, and he is so sick of it. His mother approaches, beaming. "Your father must be so happy, you know." Riley looks away, unconvinced. "Are you sure about that?" Iris just keeps smiling, patting his arm. "Well, what's done is done." Her gaze then lands on Nain, who's been standing silently this whole time. But who is this child? Riley looks flustered for a moment, clearly trying to invent a plausible story on the spot. "Well, it's kind of complicated." He turns to Ian and Sarah, putting on a serious face. "I'm sorry I didn't say anything sooner, but there's something you should know." He gestures awkwardly towards Nain. I picked her up. From the tower." He points to the distinctive red mark on her face. Iris and Sarah gasp, immediately understanding the implication. Riley continues his lie, claiming that he discovered she was remarkably skilled with magic. He reminds them of his own disappointing mana measurement, spinning a tale about wanting to learn magic himself. His mother asks, "So what are you going to do with her?" Riley flashes his most charming smile. He explains that he needs an attendant for an upcoming vacation, preferably one who knows nothing about swords and won't nag him. Ian sputters his name, completely scandalized. Ian is furious. "What are you talking about? That girl is from the tower." But Riley calmly meets his gaze. "I know. She was one of their test subjects." His expression becomes unreadable. "I know what was going on, but I can pretend I don't. Besides," he adds with a pointed look, "I did just get a medal from the prince, didn't I?" Ian is left speechless. But Iris just beams, placing a comforting hand on his shoulder. "It doesn't matter to me." "Madam," Ian protests. She looks at her son, tears of joy welling in her eyes. This is the first time Riley has ever chosen something for himself, isn't it? "So, I want to respect his wishes." Defeated, Ian clutches his heart. Fine, he mutters. If that's what the young master wants. Riley grins triumphantly, putting an arm around a very startled Nain. Did you hear that? Go on, say hello to my mother and my butler. Nain quickly bows her head. Hello, my name is Nain. Sarah glares at her, muttering under her breath about how people from downtown have no manners. She gets right in Nain's face, her voice sharp with suspicion. I'll be watching you, so you better be prepared. Nain just blinks, completely bewildered by the maid's hostility. Riley watches this exchange with a sly smirk. This could be entertaining. Later, he finds Priscilla and Nain. He tells Nain he wants to keep an eye on her, since he can't trust her not to spout more nonsense. He then turns to Priscilla. You're coming with me to meet my father. Priesha is surprised. He explains it's better to keep his potential problems close, and he's confident he can handle his father. Priscilla instinctively moves to shield Nain. He reassures her that as long as Nain keeps her mouth shut, everything will be fine. Riley then gives Nain an ultimatum. So, what will it be? If you don't like this arrangement, we can end our association right here. Nain looks down for a moment, then meets his gaze with quiet determination. I'll go, she says. I still have business with you too. Riley extends a hand, sealing their new, strange pact. I was waiting for that answer. Nain thinks to herself that this is her only chance. If she stays with him, she might be able to build a new life. The path ahead is unclear, but for the first time, it's there. She takes his hand. With everything settled, for now, Sarah claps her hands together. Well then, shall we prepare to return, Countess? She informs them that a letter has arrived from the Count, urging them to come back at once. Ian sighs, realizing his master has undoubtedly read the papers. Let's return, he says with resignation. And so, Riley walks through the streets of Solaya with his new attendant. Nain asks quietly, Young master, is that what I should call you? Whatever I call you, she says softly, thank you. She looks up at him with a radiant, grateful smile. I never thought I would get out of that place. Riley just smirks. You're funny, he adds, his voice laced with his usual dry sarcasm. Someone might actually think I saved you or something. As the sun sets on Solaya, a new, complicated chapter begins for this unlikely group, their futures now tangled together whether they like it or not. The air is thick with tension as the Ippolita family prepares to leave Solaya. Ian and Sarah, ever watchful, can't help but feel uneasy with all the eyes on them. Suddenly, Iris's face lights up. Look who it is, she announces cheerfully. High Priest Libersa is here. A man in immaculate priest robes approaches, a disarmingly pleasant smile on his face. He offers a slight bow, his demeanor smooth as silk. Lady Iris, it's a pleasure. Iris asks him what brings him here, and he waves it off casually. Oh, it's nothing major. I was just looking for someone. His gaze sweeps past everyone else and lands directly on Riley and Nain, a clear signal that his business is with them. With a wide grin that doesn't quite reach his eyes, Libersa has his attendants present a large cloth-covered box. He calls it a small token of gratitude. He looks between Riley and Nain. It seems the two of you, he says with pointed emphasis, forgot to take something with you from the temple. Nain instinctively reaches for it. Libersa's smile widens, looking almost smug. It's a prize, he declares. Riley stares down at the box, his expression laced with suspicion. A prize? This feels more like a trap. Inside are the unmistakable purple robes of the disgraced archmage, Astroa. The sight sends a chill through Nain, a stark reminder of her past trauma. Libersa explains that he can't speak freely in public, but shows them a simple gold ring and a bracelet, more of Astroa's personal effects. He leans in, his voice dropping to a conspiratorial whisper. These belong to that person. I trust you'll take care of them. The weight of his words suggests this is more than just a simple handover. Nain recoils slightly. Libersa notes her hesitation, smoothly saying it's only natural she wouldn't want them, given her history. He frames it as a gift from the temple, putting them in a position where refusing would be rude. I swear on the goddess Irenese, there's nothing unusual about them, Libersa says with a light laugh. But just behind him, Saintess Priscilla watches, her gaze cold and sharp with distrust. Her expression says it all. She doesn't believe a word coming out of his mouth, seeing right through his friendly facade. Riley silently wonders if this is the high priest acting on his own, or if he's a pawn in a much larger game. Nain gives Riley a worried look, silently asking if he's really going to accept these cursed items. Riley subtly signals to her that he's already checked them. From the outside, at least, there's no trace of magical interference. Plastering on a polite, fake smile, Riley accepts the box. Thank you. I'll be sure to treasure what you've given me. He quickly tries to end the conversation. Well, we should get going. We've even received a letter from the Count, urging us to hurry back. Libersa beams, playing his part perfectly. Of course! He must be so proud of the medal you've earned. With final pleasantries exchanged, the two parties go their separate ways. But as the Ippolita carriage rumbles away, Priasia remains, her expression grim as she watches them disappear down the road. She clenches her fist, a silent vow of resolve in her eyes. She knows Libersa is plotting something, and Riley and Nain have just been pulled into the middle of it. Later, back in the sterile halls of the temple, Libersa casually remarks to Priasia that the young master Riley seems a bit different from the lazy noble the rumors described. Priasia just stares out the window, lost in her own thoughts, giving him nothing. Unfazed, Libersa presses on. You said you received a revelation. Is that young master truly the hero destined to save us? She turns from the window, her voice cool and distant. Whatever the case, we must simply wait and see. But Priasia is already gone, her mind already focused on the game she's being forced to play. Alone in her chambers, she contemplates her next move. I don't know what you're planning, Libersa, but there were 3 of them. Her mind drifts back to the divine vision she received. 3 revelations from the goddess. The memory is vivid, a blinding flash of light, the presence of the goddess before her. The goddess's words echo in her mind, a warning about a dragon and a command to watch the person who proved her presence. But the boy, the goddess had assured her, he'll be the one to stop it. This confirmed Riley's role as the hero. But there was another part, a secret she kept locked away. The first revelation was about you, Libersa. The goddess had warned her specifically about the high priest, painting him as a potential obstacle, a snake in their midst. Perhaps the boy will prevent whatever you're plotting, she thinks, a flicker of hope in her eyes. That's why I never told you about the first revelation. By withholding this crucial piece, she's kept a strategic advantage in this silent war. Her thoughts are interrupted by another priest knocking at her door. Saintess, it's time for the meal. He adds cheerfully that everyone is waiting for her. She agrees to join them shortly, but a final, chilling thought crosses her mind. If Libersa ever finds out what she's hiding, all of her plans could fall apart. Hours later, the Ippolita carriage finally arrives at the familiar estate. Count Stein is waiting on the steps, his arms crossed, his usual stern expression firmly in place. You're back, Riley feigns surprise. Father, you still awake? The Count ignores the question, his eyes zeroed in on one thing and one thing only, the medal. Forcing a grin, Riley presents the gleaming medal he received from the prince. Right here. It shines under the moonlight, a symbol of the unwanted fame that now clings to him. For a moment, the Count's stern facade cracks. His hands tremble as he takes the medal, overcome with a manic pride. This is what Prince Daniel himself bestowed upon you. Iris giggles softly behind her hand, gently teasing her husband. And here I thought you'd ask about our son's health first. You're never very honest with your feelings, are you? The Count clears his throat, slightly embarrassed. He turns to his wife, trying to change the subject, and the family shares a brief, almost normal moment. Ian and Sarah announce their return, bowing deeply. The Count's attention then shifts, landing on the unfamiliar girl standing quietly with them. He gives Nain a curious, appraising look. And who is this child? He asks, just as Riley lets out an enormous, exaggerated yawn. Seeing an opportunity, Iris suggests they continue the conversation inside, telling Riley he should go ahead with Nain and get some rest. Riley practically shouts with relief, grabbing Nain and making a beeline for the entrance, desperate to escape his father's suffocating attention. Once they're inside and out of sight, his energetic facade melts away. He slumps over, groaning. What a relief. I thought I was going to die trying to sleep in that carriage. But his moment of peace is shattered by a cold voice cutting through the silence. So, you're finally back. His older brother, Ryan, emerges from the shadows. A smug, predatory grin is plastered on his face. I heard you came back from Solia with quite the prize. He gets right in Riley's personal space, his voice low and demanding. Where is it? Let me see it. That medal. This isn't a friendly request, it's a challenge. Riley's exhaustion instantly morphs into pure annoyance. He glares back at his brother. I just got here, you punk. Let me get some rest. Riley's long-awaited homecoming lasts all of 5 minutes before he's cornered. In the dimly lit hallway, a confrontation he is far too tired for has already begun. It's his older brother, Ryan, arms crossed with a smug look that promises trouble. He glances at Riley's completely unimpressed face and asks if something's wrong, clearly trying to get a rise out of him. Ryan leans in, his voice dripping with condescending disbelief. "So, that whole announcement about you getting a medal, was that just a lie?" He can't imagine his lazy, useless brother earning any kind of honor. His voice gets louder, turning into an accusation. He's convinced it's all some elaborate trick. Behind Riley, Nain watches the scene unfold, her expression carefully neutral. With a sneer, Ryan demands proof. "If you really did something to deserve it, show me. Show me the evidence." The challenge is thrown down, and he's certain he's about to expose his brother as a fraud. Riley lets out a long, theatrical sigh of pure boredom. "Fine. If this is what it takes to get him to shut up—" "All right," he says, his tone flat. "I'll show you." He reaches into his coat and pulls out a heavy, ornate golden medal. It gleams in the faint light, an undeniable symbol of royal recognition. Ryan's smug confidence evaporates in an instant. His eyes widen in shock as he stammers, "That's Solia's medal?" He's so stunned, he immediately questions if it's a fake. In the background, Ian and Sarah's expressions harden, their patience with Ryan clearly gone. Riley just shakes his head, telling his brother he's missing the point. It's not about whether the medal is real, it's about how someone like Riley could have possibly gotten it. Ryan stares at the medal, his disbelief slowly morphing into a greedy, almost manic grin. The honor, the prestige, it's all he's ever wanted, and here it is, in his useless brother's hand. A sly smirk plays on Riley's lips. He sees his opening. "If you like it that much," he says casually, "you can have it." He holds out the priceless medal as if offering a piece of lint. Ryan is completely floored. "What?" he yells, his face a mask of confusion and rage. This is the last thing he expected. Riley presses his advantage, his voice laced with mock sympathy. "It really seems like you want it, and honestly, it's just annoying to have things you don't even need." He's treating a symbol of the highest honor like it's a piece of junk. He leans back, hands behind his head, the picture of lazy relaxation. "It'd be great to have a brother who can take care of annoying things for me." In one move, he's not just insulting Ryan, he's rejecting everything their family stands for. Ryan's face darkens, his teeth clenched in pure fury. The insult has hit its mark perfectly. "You," he sees. His hand tightens around the medal Riley just gave him, the medal groaning under the pressure. For a moment, all he can do is stare at it, the weight of the honor and the crushing weight of the insult sitting heavy in his palm. Riley looks on, completely unfazed by his brother's rage. He shoves the medal into Ryan's chest. "Well, if you don't want it, I guess there's nothing I can do." That's the final straw. Ryan looks like his brain has just short-circuited. He explodes, grabbing Riley by the collar. "Are you making fun of me?" he roars. But before he can do anything else, a firm voice cuts through the tension, calling out the name of their other brother, Lloyd. Standing nearby are their parents and the middle brother, Lloyd. Count Stein's voice is stern as he orders them to stop this nonsense. Ryan shoots one last hateful glare at Riley before letting go, muttering a reluctant, "Yes, father." The family is gathered, and it seems they were there to see Lloyd off from a trip. Their mother, Iris, turns to Lloyd with a warm smile, asking how he's been. "Lloyd," the picture of calm composure, thanks his mother, saying his trip went well. He's a stark contrast to his hot-headed older brother. With the family's attention diverted, Iris subtly glances toward Riley and Nain. She gives them a quick, almost imperceptible nod, whispering for them to go on ahead. She's creating an escape route, a quiet act of protection for her youngest son. Riley quickly thanks her, though both he and Nain look a little bewildered. They were clearly expecting the fight to escalate. As they retreat, Ryan is already trying to reassert his importance, suggesting Lloyd should visit the Royal Road. Iris keeps the conversation moving, effectively shielding Riley's escape. Ryan puffs out his chest, declaring that while fun is fine, he and Lloyd must focus on their training and the family's future. A clear dig at Riley's perceived uselessness. Overhearing this, Ian and Sarah both scowl. They know the truth, and Ryan's arrogant ignorance is infuriating. Nain pauses for a moment, glancing back. She thinks to herself that it's a shame, but it's better to retreat before things get any worse. But as she turns to leave, there's a flicker of dark energy in her eyes. She's not just retreating. Ryan is still rambling on, dismissing Riley's medal and completely oblivious to the silent judgment being passed on him. Just then, Nain subtly clenches her fist, a swirl of dark magic gathering around it. She thinks to herself, "I'm glad the young master is okay, but—" An unseen force slams into Ryan. He lets out a surprised grunt, his body lurching forward as if he tripped on thin air. He crashes face first onto the polished floor. A maid rushes over, asking if he's all right, but he's too stunned to answer. Having delivered her small dose of magical justice, Nain lets out a quiet humph and walks away. Later, Ryan is sitting with a bandage on his forehead, looking thoroughly humiliated. Lloyd looks at him and says one simple, cutting word: careless. Ryan immediately starts making excuses. It wasn't my fault. The floor was just weird. He's desperately trying to salvage what's left of his pride. Lloyd sighs, pinching the bridge of his nose. All right, he says, clearly not believing a word of it. Ryan continues to complain, but Lloyd calmly points out that he was just as clumsy when he was 10. Changing the subject, Lloyd takes a sip of tea. So, what about Riley? This is what he really wanted to discuss. He remarks that Riley seems the same as ever, that nothing about his lazy demeanor has changed. But there is one thing, he adds, his tone shifting. He brought a strange woman with him. Ryan's interest is immediately piqued. Lloyd describes Nain, noting her grumpy demeanor and her complete lack of aristocratic grace. It's an observation Ryan would never have made. He leans forward, his expression turning serious. That, he says, is what's suspicious. Something feels off here. Ryan, completely missing the point, thinks he means she literally smells bad. Lloyd shuts him down with an annoyed, "No, you idiot. I mean, he's plotting something." Lloyd explains that for Riley to bring back someone so out of place from a city like Solia means there's a hidden motive. Ryan thinks for a moment, admitting that Riley was never one for women. He just remembers him as the lazy kid who climbed trees all day. Lloyd nods. Exactly. So keep a close eye on him. He's tasking Ryan with surveillance, using his simple-minded brother as a tool. Lloyd stands, deciding he'll conduct his own investigation as well, and dismisses his brother. Alone in the room, bathed in moonlight, Lloyd's mind is racing. He thinks about the medal, a symbol of Solia's sincerity. None of it makes sense. How did his lazy brother, who didn't even compete in the tournament, receive such a high honor? And then the realization hits him. He doesn't know how Riley got it. And that lack of information is the most dangerous part. His calm facade finally cracks, revealing the ambitious and anxious strategist underneath. In that moment, a chilling thought solidifies in his mind. My plan to become the successor. This might ruin everything. Riley is no longer a joke, he's a threat. Nain's new life in the Ippolita mansion has begun. Dressed in a crisp maid uniform, she stands at attention, knowing her real training is about to start. Sarah, her new, no-nonsense superior, lays down the law. She incorrectly assumes Riley only brought Nain here to learn magic from her, a guess that completely misses the mark but sets the tone for their relationship. That misunderstanding doesn't matter to Sarah. She gets right in Nain's face, her voice sharp. Whatever the reason, you have a job to do, and you will do it perfectly. Nain can only manage a quiet, yes. Sarah quizzes her, asking if she remembers her instructions. Nain nervously recalls the primary rule. Sarah is her superior, and she will be watched at all times. A cheerful, almost unsettling smile spreads across Sarah's face. Good memory, she says. You passed the first test. She explains that the Ippolita family is incredibly strict. Nain has to bury her past, especially her time on the rough streets of Solia. The words make Nain pause, a flicker of her old life flashing in her mind. Sarah then leans in, her voice dropping to a conspiratorial whisper. So, one more thing. You have to do well, okay? The friendly smile twists into a genuinely terrifying grin. The message is crystal clear. Failure here will have consequences. Nain is completely intimidated, stammering out a, yes. The pressure is already immense. As Sarah turns away, satisfied, Nain is left trembling. A single thought echoes in her mind. This person is scarier than Beta, a name from the Magic Tower, a place of nightmares she was just told to forget. That's the level of fear Sarah inspires in her. Across the room, Riley has been watching this entire exchange with growing annoyance. He turns to Ian. Do they really have to do this in my room? Ian just chuckles. I believe Sarah is simply excited to have an apprentice. Riley isn't so sure, muttering that it doesn't explain her creepy laugh. Ian changes the subject, directing Riley's attention to the box on the table. The prize, from High Priest Libersa. Inside are Astro's purple robe and his simple gold ring, the last remnants of the man who ruined Nain's life. Riley picks up the deep purple fabric, confirming that these are definitely the Archmage's belongings. He sighs, admitting he has no idea what to do with any of it. He's a swordsman, not a mage. What use does he have for a dead wizard's enchanted junk? He idly wonders if he should just sell it all. After all, it belonged to a so-called great wizard. But even as he says it, the idea feels wrong. For now, he decides to put it aside. Maybe he'll ask someone who actually understands magic. Meanwhile, Nain's training begins with the basics, tying curtains. Nain fumbles with the knot, but Sarah confirms it's correct, offering a rare, small piece of praise. The lessons continue, from checking the carpet for footprints to scrubbing them out with a brush. Nain works diligently, eager to prove herself. After a while, Sarah seems satisfied. She announces to Riley that they're finished, and he gives a lazy wave of acknowledgement. But as the two maids head for the door, their exit is blocked. Standing in the doorway with a confident smile is Riley's middle brother, Lloyd. He greets Sarah casually, though it's clear his timing is no accident. Sarah and Nain immediately bow. Master Lloyd? Nain keeps her head down, but the atmosphere in the room has shifted, crackling with a new, dangerous tension. Sarah leans over, whispering a frantic warning to Nain. He's very bad-tempered. You need to be careful. Just relax and look happy, she urges. If you don't, you'll be in for it. Sarah is trying to protect her, but she's underestimating Nain. It's too late. Lloyd's calculating eyes are already fixed on Nain. He recognizes her as the strange girl Riley brought back. Sarah quickly steps in, explaining that Nain is her new apprentice. She's trying to run interference, but Lloyd isn't interested in her. He approaches Nain directly, his smile a little too friendly, and asks for her name. Lloyd's friendly act is a thin veil. He says he's just curious since Riley's never brought anyone home before, but his tone suggests this is an interrogation. Nain looks up at him, her expression hardening. She knows this isn't a casual chat. And then he gets to the real question. He puts a hand on her shoulder, his voice low. If you know, can you tell me how that lazy oaf got his medal? He's trying to turn her into an informant. Nain remains silent, but her thoughts are a furious storm. Why does everyone keep asking about that stupid medal? She would never betray the one person who saved her. Lloyd's smile turns menacing as a faint magical aura flares around him. Aren't you going to answer me? He presses. Sarah tries to step in, but Nain is perfectly calm. She's sizing him up, analyzing his mana. He's nothing compared to the power she's witnessed from Riley. Sarah tries again to pull her away, but it's no use. Lloyd finally loses his patience, snapping at Nain for ignoring him. Since when does a maid ignore her master? He grabs her arm, threatening to have her thrown out. But Nain looks him dead in the eye and asks a question that shatters his authority. Are you my master? Sarah gasps. Lloyd is stunned into silence, completely blindsided by her defiance. With a surge of power, Nain declares her loyalty for all to hear. Young Master Riley is my master. This isn't the meek girl from moments ago. This is the hardened survivor of the magic tower. Lloyd is so shocked he actually laughs, a dry, humorless sound. Wow, he says, shaking his head. You really know how to get on someone's nerves. But the amusement vanishes, replaced by pure, aristocratic rage. He raises his hand to strike her, screaming insults. Nain's eyes go cold. A dark, swirling energy gathers around her hand as she whispers a single powerful command. Sleep. A massive wave of magic slams into Lloyd. He doesn't stand a chance. Sarah watches in absolute horror, her hands covering her mouth as her apprentice effortlessly neutralizes her master. Nain turns to her, completely calm. He'll be asleep for 30 minutes. Sarah can only stammer. Nain, what did you do? Lloyd lies unconscious on the floor. Nain looks down at him with disdain, remarking on his arrogance. And then, surrounded by a brilliant, fiery aura of mana, she reveals her secret. Holding up 6 fingers, she declares, But I have 6 circles. In that instant, Sarah understands. Nain isn't just some girl, she's a mage of terrifying power. Sarah is speechless. Her young master hasn't just brought home a new maid, he's brought home a monster. When Sarah asks why, Nain just waves it off. She says they can just put him on a bed, and he'll wake up thinking it was all a bad dream. Nain then turns Sarah's own lesson back on her, reminding her that a maid's quality is defined by her service to her master. She admits she wanted to curse at Lloyd for how he spoke to her. And as she says it, Sarah realizes Nain didn't just want to curse him, she did, just not with words. After neutralizing a noble with a single word, Nain's first day as a maid isn't over yet. Now she's back in front of her true master, who seems to have a few questions of his own. Falling back into her role, Nain formally asks Riley if he would like some tea. Riley just gives her a look. I'm the student here, he points out. Shouldn't the teacher be the one getting served? She replies with a straight face that she is, in fact, a maid. The realization hits her a second too late, and she claps a hand over her mouth. She just talked back to her master, a reflex from her old life. Riley gently reminds her that this mansion isn't the back alleys of Solia. She doesn't need to be so formal and guarded with him. She quickly apologizes, still flustered by her mistake. He tells her it's fine and asks her to take a look at the items from Astroa's box. Riley holds up the strange gold bracelet. No matter how he looks at it, he can't figure out what it's for or how to use it. Nain examines it, but comes to the same conclusion. She can feel the mana humming within it and knows it's not a trap, but its purpose remains a mystery. Riley looks a bit disappointed and asks if she ever saw Astroa use it during her time at the Magic Tower. She confirms that Astroa never wore any of these items in his lab. They're a complete puzzle. Riley hands the items to her for safekeeping, mentioning that he has a friend who's an expert in this kind of stuff. Nain's eyes widen. A friend who knows about magic? She can't imagine who Riley could possibly know. A hopeful thought crosses her mind. Does that mean he can teach you instead? Maybe she can get out of this whole magic tutor business. But Riley's expression is flat. Then why would I need you? He asks. Nain explains that her 6 circles are an artificial creation, the result of horrific experiments. Her magic is unstable, not like a real wizard's. She feels like a fraud, completely unqualified for the task. A faint, knowing smile touches Riley's lips. You don't have to, he says softly. He's not talking about teaching anymore. She's confused. If not for that, then why is she here? Riley gets straight to the heart of it. You wanted to escape, didn't you? Aren't you tired, he asks, his voice low and serious, of being used and thrown away? The words land like a physical blow. He sees right through her defenses to the broken girl underneath. He continues, describing her past with unnerving accuracy. How people called her a masterpiece, a success. How they pushed her to do her best, to be better, to be stronger. But no one actually cared about you, did they? He speaks of the loneliness of being seen as a valuable tool, but never as a person. He explains that the harder she tried to live up to their expectations, the more she believed her worth was tied to her usefulness. But he knows the truth, a lesson learned over a lifetime of war. People just do what they want, he says. You should know that better than anyone. He's telling her that trying to please others is a fool's errand. Leaning back, he admits she reminds him of his old self. He just wanted her to understand that she's not alone in that feeling. So don't think too hard about it, he advises, giving her permission to simply exist, to stop trying so desperately to prove her worth. For the first time, someone is telling her that she matters more than what she can do. His words echo in her mind. It's a harsh truth, but a strangely liberating one. Nain quietly admits that no one has ever spoken to her like that before. A genuine moment of connection forms between them. She starts to tell him that she chose to follow him because, and Riley completely shatters the mood. He suddenly explodes with childish rage, ranting that the only reason he wants to learn magic is because some idiot told him he couldn't. Nain is utterly bewildered. The profound, empathetic master is gone, replaced by a petulant teenager. But Riley is just getting started, daydreaming about becoming a peerless magic swordsman on par with a demon lord. His entire grand motivation is nothing but pure, unadulterated spite. Nain just smiles, her respect for him vanishing into thin air. Her inner monologue says it all. I take back every ounce of respect I just felt for you, you jerk. Later, in a carriage, Nain begins the first real lesson. She explains that magic requires a circle, and a clueless Riley asks if it's like a ring. She clarifies, describing them as rings of mana that surround the heart. 1 ring is 1 circle. 6 rings, like her, mean 6 circles. She moves on to the fundamental principle of magic. The source of all things, she explains, is light. Riley casually adds, well, in this world at least. Nain immediately picks up on the strange wording, asking if he's been to another world. He quickly covers his tracks, claiming it was just a hypothetical. She demonstrates the most basic spell, creating a small ball of light in her palm. This, she says, is the first thing every wizard learns. The light floats over to Riley, who examines it with genuine curiosity. The miracle of creating something from nothing. Next, she tells him that to use magic, he needs to know his elemental attribute. When he asks what hers is, she says she doesn't have one in particular. A universe of swirling magical energy appears behind her as she proudly declares that she's good at everything. As she puffs out her chest, Riley deadpans. Are you bragging right now? He cuts the lesson short, admitting he already knew most of this. He says he just wanted to check something for himself, gesturing to the box of Astroa's belongings. He reminds her about the friend he mentioned. The friend who doesn't teach magic? Nain asks, catching on. Riley gives her a sly grin. You're a fast learner. He's been leading her on this whole time. Peeking out the window, he announces they're almost there. Nain is filled with anticipation. Who is this amazing friend? What kind of powerful mage could he be? She clenches her fist, reminding herself that as a six-circle mage, she doesn't have to be intimidated. She is ready to meet this person as an equal. The carriage stops. We're here, Riley says. As Riley steps out, Nain steels herself. Let's see what kind of person he is. She imagines a grand, wise, powerful figure awaiting them. Riley calls out a name. Endal, are you in there? Nain looks around, completely confused. They've stopped in front of a small, run-down, and very closed-looking shop. A grumpy voice from inside yells that they're closed for the day. A man's foot in a simple sandal appears in the doorway. A disheveled, red-haired man emerges, looking extremely irritated. Can't you read the sign, you punk? He grumbles. He glares at Riley, demanding to know why he's being bothered. This is Endal. Nain's high expectations shatter into a million pieces. Riley just smiles. The sun's going down. Figured you'd be awake by now. Endal scoffs sarcastically. What? Did my lazy friend suddenly become a hero or something? He glances at Nain, asking if she's a new servant, but Riley gets straight to the point. He came to ask a question, but Nain is frozen, staring at Endal. Why, she thinks, her blood running cold, is this being here? Riley begins his explanation with a sly, dangerous grin. I was in Solia recently and I heard something interesting at the temple. Endal freezes, a flicker of panic in his eyes. He knows exactly what's coming. Why, he mutters. Riley leans in, his smile widening. Do you know what they told me? As he speaks, the massive, terrifying silhouette of a red dragon looms behind Endal's unsuspecting form. They asked me to catch you. The pieces click into place. The prophecy, the dragon, the hero. Nain can only stare in horror. The end of the world is standing right in front of them, wearing sandals. Endal lets out a short, sharp sigh. He's not scared, he's not angry, he's just annoyed. Riley spells it out for him, his grin widening. The Temple of Solia wants him to catch the dragon. He leans in, practically poking Endal in the chest. There aren't any other dragons around here, are there? The tension finally snaps. A grin spreads across Endal's face, revealing teeth that are just a little too sharp to be human. He explodes into laughter. A wild, booming sound that seems far too big for his body. The world-ending threat is cackling like he just heard the best joke of his life. Nain is so startled she physically jumps back. This is not how she imagined a confrontation with a dragon would go. Wiping a tear from his eye, Endal struggles to catch his breath. That, he says, was hilarious. The danger has completely evaporated, replaced by pure amusement. Riley admits he was surprised too, throwing his hands up in mock exasperation. He figures the people at the temple must be losing their minds. Now genuinely curious, Endal asks why on earth they would ask him, of all people, to do it. Riley just shrugs. How should I know? Endal grimaces at the idea. So, what? They're trying to turn you into the Dragon Slayer or something? The very thought of such a heroic nickname makes Riley cringe. Endal heads back into his shop, figuring that from the temple's perspective, a dragon who just sits around all day must look like an easy target. As he pours a drink, he confirms Riley's suspicion. Yeah, he says casually, I'm the only one in Solia. He mentions he hasn't seen another of his kind in thousands of years. As he talks, Riley slides a drink over to Nain, who's still trying to process this bizarre turn of events. Endal tells her to drink up, assuring her it's not alcohol. Riley takes a sip and casually asks Endal if he's ever thought about just destroying Solia. Nain nearly chokes. He's asking a dragon if he wants to start a war, as if he's asking about the weather. Endal just looks bored. Why would I do that? It sounds annoying. It seems this dragon's primary motivation is avoiding anything that requires effort. Suddenly, he leans in close to Nain, his expression turning deadly serious. You, Riley's servant, don't make that face. His eyes glow with an ancient, fiery power. Nain freezes, terrified. She recognizes the eyes of a dragon from ancient texts, and a chill runs down her spine. Riley cuts in, telling Endal to stop scaring her. He gets back to business, placing Astro's items on the table and asking for an appraisal. Endal looks at him, completely unimpressed. My friend, he deadpans, this is a tavern, not a magic shop. They start bickering back and forth like an old married couple, the fate of the world completely forgotten. The argument continues until Riley finally asks, with mock sweetness, "So, if I ask nicely, will you do it?" Defeated, Endel sighs and agrees. Then he asks for payment. Riley just smiles. "Aren't we friends?" Andal is fuming, muttering under his breath about his evil, shameless friend. Nain is bewildered. Evil and shameless, but also a friend. It doesn't make any sense. A moment later, Endal leans back, already done. "Finished," he says. "What do you want to know first?" Nain is shocked by his speed. Riley isn't. As expected from a dragon, he thinks, and asks about the cape. Endal explains its function is simple. It stabilizes the wearer's magic, making it more efficient and reliable. Next, he holds up the bracelet. "This," he says, "is basically a box." He channels mana into it, and a large, translucent box appears. It's a spatial storage item, a magical inventory. Endel confirms it's currently empty. He warns that if the bracelet ever breaks, everything inside is lost forever. Nain holds the bracelet, amazed. The functions are simple, but the magic required to create them is immense. Endal just smirks. "I'm a dragon," he says, as if that explains everything. To him, this is all just child's play. He then tosses the ring to Nain, telling her to put it on. She nervously slides the simple ring onto her finger. Instantly, a swirl of dark energy gathers around her hand. She can feel its power. Endel explains that the ring automatically absorbs ambient mana for the wearer. Nain can feel it, a small but steady flow of power entering her body. Riley is confused. He says it didn't work for him when he tried it. Endal states it plainly. "That's because you're a monster." He means Riley's own internal mana is so overwhelmingly vast that a simple absorption ring is like a single drop of water in an ocean. He adds that Nain probably has no idea just how powerful her master truly is. Riley quickly cuts him off, clearly annoyed. Riley offers all 3 items to Nain, but she frantically refuses, feeling they're far too valuable for her. With a sigh, Riley says he'll just hold on to them for now. Having gotten what he came for, he has one last request. He asks Endal if he can measure mana. Endal says he has a measurement tool somewhere and asks why. He assumes Riley wants his own terrifying power level checked, but Riley shakes his head. He points to Nain. "Measure hers." Endal looks at Nain, his playful demeanor gone, replaced by a serious focus. His pupils dilate as he uses his draconic sight to peer into the very essence of her being. After a moment, he looks up. "Huh, you're a special case too." He explains what he sees. Her mana is a chaotic, jumbled mess of every single attribute all mixed together. Riley understands immediately. So that's why her magic is gray. Endel is surprised he already knew. Riley confirms it. No matter the spellfire, ice, lightning, it all comes out as a murky, unstable gray. He has found a truly interesting person. But Endel's expression turns grim. He saw something else, something far more serious. The truth hangs heavy in his mind. This girl, he thinks, she doesn't have much time left. Just as the mood turns somber, Endel decides he wants to measure Riley anyway. Riley immediately refuses. Endel presses him. "What are you even going to use magic for?" He asks if Riley secretly plans to conquer the world. "Are you crazy?" Riley yells back. "Then what's the reason?" Endel demands. After a dramatic pause, Riley reveals the most absurd, anticlimactic reason imaginable. "I'm too lazy to pick apples." Endel and Nain are left utterly speechless, staring at him with blank expressions. Endel can only come to one conclusion. What a crazy guy. After the bizarre conversation about apples, the trio has moved to a clearing in the woods where an ancient stone monument stands waiting. Riley places his hand on the stone, but nothing happens. Endel, looking bored, comments that it's been a while since anyone's used this old thing. This is a mana measurement stone, designed to reveal a mage's true elemental attribute. Both Endel and Nain watch, curious to see what secret Riley is hiding. Riley asks if the stone is broken, and Endel immediately gets defensive, snapping that he's the one who maintains it. Suddenly, a faint glow emanates from the stone. Nain watches intently. "It's time," she whispers, a look of awe on her face. Riley looks over, confused. Nain clarifies, her eyes wide with realization. "Your attribute, it's time." Just as Riley asks if that's a good thing, a powerful golden aura erupts from him, swirling around the ancient monolith. The reveal is impressive, but Riley is more concerned about the old rock crumbling. Endel gets straight to the point. The bad news is that with a time attribute, Riley can't use any other kind of magic. Riley is floored. "What?" he shouts. His dream of lazy apples is suddenly fading. Andal decides to demonstrate. A ball of fire ignites in his hand. He explains that this is a normal fireball, the kind a human wizard would create. He tosses it, and it fizzles out into a pathetic pile of embers. This, he explains, is what a fire spell from Riley would look like. Absolutely nothing. Riley looks at the pathetic flame, then at Nain, whose face is a mask of secondhand disappointment. His grand ambition has hit a massive, immovable wall. Riley sinks to the ground, dramatically wailing that his dream is over. Andal bluntly tells him to give up. But Nain suddenly perks up. She declares that time magic is considered a dead school of magic, something lost to the ages. Riley thinks she's mocking him, but then he gets an idea. Is there magic to turn back time? He asks. Nain beams with a brilliant smile. Yes, she confirms happily. There isn't any. She's cheerfully telling him his idea is impossible. However, she explains, you can use time acceleration. If you cast it on an apple tree, the apples will ripen faster and fall off on their own. She claps her hands together, a look of dawning comprehension on her face. His lazy dream is possible after all. He won't have to wait for the seasons to change. Riley just stares at her, his expression completely dead. He grabs his head in utter frustration, while a clueless Nain asks him what's wrong. All of this, he thinks, a dead school of magic, a world-ending dragon, just to pick an apple. The sheer absurdity of his own goals is staggering. Later that day, back at the Ipeleta mansion, Riley is already practicing. Nain is impressed. You can already create light? Riley shows her, a tiny flicker of golden light appearing on his fingertip for half a second before vanishing. It's a start. Nain smiles, reassuring him that it's probably for the best. With Astroa gone, no one is hunting for mages with rare attributes anymore. She looks out the window, a hint of sadness in her voice as she admits her own time for using magic is running out. Suddenly, footsteps approach. His brothers, Lloyd and Ryan, have arrived for dinner. Lloyd greets Riley, his expression calm, but his eyes sharp and calculating. He notes that Riley was out all day. The suspicion hasn't faded one bit. Ryan is more direct, asking if he went somewhere fun. Riley calmly replies that he just visited a nearby village. You went without an escort? Ryan asks, his tone accusatory, noting that Ian and Sarah were home all day. Riley just grins, pointing a thumb at Nain. It's fine. I went with her. His brothers are stunned into silence. Her? That maid? Ryan scoffs. Just then, their mother Iris enters the room. She greets Riley, telling him a visitor arrived while he was away. Riley and Nain both wonder who it could be. Walking beside Iris is a man in familiar priest robes. It's High Priest Libersa, all the way from Solia. Riley's eyes narrow. His voice is laced with suspicion as he asks Libersa if he's here to see his mother. Libersa greets him with a warm, disarming smile. Long time no see, young master. But then his eyes land on Nain, and he offers her a deeply respectful nod. Ryan and Lloyd are completely baffled. Why is a high priest from the capital showing such deference to a common maid? Nain, trying to maintain her composure, offers Libersa his tableware. He thanks her politely, his smile never wavering, every move perfectly calculated. Ryan can't hold back his confusion. Libersa just chuckles, saying, "It must seem strange." He glances at Riley. "Didn't the young master tell you?" Ryan demands to know what he's talking about. The tension at the dinner table is thick enough to cut with a knife. Libersa turns to Nain, asking for her permission to speak, a brilliant bit of political theater. Nain sighs. She knows what's coming and gives him her consent. With a dramatic flair, Libersa announces that Nain was instrumental in taking down the great wizard, Astroa. Then he drops the bombshell. She is a sixth circle wizard. Ryan and Lloyd freeze, their forks clattering against their plates in shared shock. Lloyd leans back, his mind racing. Why would a mage of that caliber be serving as a personal maid to his lazy brother? None of this adds up. Nain stands silently in the background, knowing it was only a matter of time before her secret was revealed. Riley watches Libersa, a small, knowing smile on his face. He sees right through the priest's friendly facade. He thinks to himself that people who look this nice are always hiding something. It's a classic trope for a reason. He knows Libersa didn't travel all this way for a simple dinner. He has an agenda. Lloyd tries to ask a question, stumbling over Nain's name, still reeling from the revelation. Libersa just gives him a knowing look. "I'm sure you have a few things on your mind," he says, his smile hinting at the deeper, more dangerous games being played. A visit from a high priest is never simple, especially when it ends with a smile that doesn't quite reach the eyes. As Libersa prepares to leave, he extends a warm invitation for the Ippolita family to visit the temple anytime. Riley, however, is already over it. He gives a lazy, dismissive wave. Yeah, if we feel like it. Libersa just laughs, his pleasant demeanor feeling a little too perfect, a little too practiced. Iris, ever the graceful hostess, returns the sentiment, while Ian and Sarah watch on in professional silence. With a final bow, Libersa announces his departure, the formal part of his visit now officially over. The carriage pulls away, leaving the Ippolita estate behind. But the questions the priest brought with him still hang heavy in the air. As the carriage disappears, Riley and Nain stand together in the quiet aftermath, the polite facade gone. Nain turns to him, a thoughtful look in her eyes. "I can see what's inside," she says, referring to the gift. Libersa left behind. Riley looks over, his expression unreadable. "What do you mean?" Nain explains the priest's excuse. He claimed he was just visiting to check on his mother's health, but she follows it up with a sharp observation. "He spent almost all his time talking to us. Does that seem normal?" She knows a high priest wouldn't waste his time on them without a hidden agenda. The pieces click into place for Riley. He remembers what Saintess Prisia told him back in Solia. The memory is sharp, Priesha, her face grim, speaking of a divine revelation. A prophecy about a dragon that would appear in Solia and the temple's request for him to be the one to capture it. Back in the present, Riley lays it out for Nain. Libersa didn't come for his mother. He came to deliver that present. He stretches lazily, his voice laced with cynicism. "It's a bribe." Nain quietly repeats the word, the ugly truth of the visit now clear. Riley breaks down the priest's simple, manipulative logic. "You've accepted my gift, so now you owe me. Get to work and catch that dragon." Nain playfully puts her hands together. "Master, may I have a revelation?" But before she can finish, Riley spins around, his face a mask of pure panic. "Are you crazy?" His lazy act shatters. For him, prophecy and revelation are words synonymous with a past life of endless, forced conflict. The trauma is still raw. "I'm sick of that now," he mutters. The mere mention of a saint is enough to put him on edge. But then he pauses. He thinks to himself that Prisia, she's different from the saint who controlled his previous life. Nain, meanwhile, is already focused on the next problem, sighing as she wonders what will happen when they eventually have to return to Solia. Riley's mood instantly brightens. A sly grin spreads across his face. "Ah, but for now we don't have to worry about it." He shrugs, carefree once more. For today, the problems of Solia and its scheming priests can wait. Later, Riley and Nain are summoned to an office. He gets straight to the point. "Riley, the girl you brought back is a six-circle wizard?" His voice rising with disbelief. "I've heard of wizards, but I've never actually met a six-circle one." His gaze then shifts, landing directly on Nain. If that's true, then why? The question is heavy with suspicion. Why would someone that powerful want to be a simple servant? He presses her, laying out the facts. She was a hero in Solia. She could have demanded honor and respect. So why choose this life? Nain turns, her voice soft but firm. "I like the quiet life of the mansion. That's all." She faces him, her expression completely sincere. "I feel like I found something here that I lost in the tower." Seemingly satisfied, he moves to his next question. "What do you think of Riley?" The sudden personal question stuns them both into silence. But Nain recovers quickly. A warm, genuine smile spreads across her face. "I think he's a good person," she declares with absolute conviction. The pure, heartfelt answer shatters the tension. Lloyd is so taken aback, he actually blushes. Riley is mortified. "What are you talking about? Why is it so heartwarming all of a sudden?" Nain explains, her voice filled with a quiet peace. "Six circles are just a result of my past. Right now, I'm just living my life." Her thoughts drift to the grim diagnosis from Endal. She knows she only has until autumn to live, and she wants to spend that time simply and happily. Riley listens, a shadow crossing his face. Her desire for a simple, ordinary life echoes his own. "I'm happier now," she tells Lloyd, "than I ever was as a sixth circle wizard." Riley turns to her, concerned, asking if she's truly comfortable here. She quickly reassures him that everyone has been kind. Lloyd watches them, a small, satisfied smile on his face. He sees the truth in her words, his suspicions finally laid to rest. He tells her to continue taking care of Riley, and she bows deeply, promising to do her best. As Lloyd leaves, he reflects on what he's learned. A six-circle wizard. Her story was more than he ever could have imagined. With the interrogation over, Riley's lazy personality returns. He calls out to his father, saying he has something to ask. He looks out the window at the sunny day. It's summer, right? He says with a grin. He leans back in his chair. I'd like to go to Rainfield again this year. Is that okay? Elsewhere, Lloyd is still processing everything. A six-circle wizard? How does this make any sense? His older brother Ryan bursts into the room, fuming with frustration. He complains to Lloyd that Riley is pulling ahead, but Lloyd calmly points out it's all because of the events in Solia. We have to do something, Ryan insists, pacing anxiously. We have to make a contribution to win the succession race. Lloyd flips through a stack of papers. Well, it's true that because of her, Riley's position has improved. He stops on one document. It's a wanted poster for a black wizard, last seen in Rainfield. Ryan leans over, reading the poster. The gears in his head start to turn. An idea strikes him, his eyes lighting up with ambition. What if we capture the black wizard? A sinister, scheming grin spreads across his face. Come to think of it, it is summertime, isn't it? Back in the office, Count Stein considers his son's request. He knows Riley always goes to Rainfield in the summer. All right, he says, I'll give you my permission. It's official. You may go to Rainfield. Riley jumps up, cheering in victory. Yes, thank you. Nain is startled by his sudden burst of energy. As his son celebrates, Stein adds a final ominous thought. For him, it might be a test of strength. But for Riley, this summer vacation is about to become far more complicated. A summer trip is supposed to be a relaxing escape. For Riley, it's a desperate attempt to outrun a destiny he never wanted. As he stands at the door, his loyal butler Ian approaches, his face etched with worry. How long will you be gone? He asks. For once, Riley gives it some actual thought. About 3 weeks, he figures. Ian practically has a heart attack. That long? Riley just laughs, clapping his butler on the shoulder. Don't you trust me? I'll be back safe and sound. Nain steps in to ease Ian's fears, explaining that she's set up a communication spell with Lady Iris's hand mirror so they can check in often. Iris smiles gently, her voice full of warmth. She tells Nain that she isn't worried, precisely because Nain will be with him. The simple, profound trust in her words hits Nain right in the heart. She's so moved she can barely speak. This is the acceptance she's been searching for. With the final goodbye said, it's time to go. With a final wave, they head for the carriage, leaving the family to see them off. Sarah gives Nain one last piece of advice, and Nain confidently agrees. But just as she's about to board, Iris calls out, rushing forward to stop her. She holds out a carefully wrapped package to a surprised Nain. With a warm smile, she explains, it's a thank you gift for taking care of Riley. It's something she used to use, a personal and deeply meaningful gesture that welcomes Nain into the fold. Nain is completely overwhelmed, bowing deeply as she promises to treasure it. Finally, they're on their way. Inside the carriage, Riley leans back, a triumphant grin on his face. The escape plan is in motion. He throws his hands up in excitement, yelling, "Let's run away from this boring summer!" But their first stop isn't Rainfield. It's the run-down shop of a very grumpy dragon. Endel has his head in his hand, muttering about what a crazy person Riley is. Turns out, Riley has been relentlessly pestering him for a teleport spell, acting like it's no big deal for a dragon. Endel finally snaps. "Stop whining to the dragon!" he roars, unleashing a whip of pure fire. With his inhuman reflexes, Riley dodges it without breaking a sweat, which only makes Endel more furious. Finally, Riley gets serious. All right, I'll owe you one, okay? Just please do it." Endel relents, but with a condition. "Fine, I'll teleport you. And in exchange," he says, his sharp eyes shifting to Nain, "you give her to me." The playful mood vanishes. Riley's voice turns cold as ice. "I told you before, stop treating people like objects." He explains that Nain has been through the same hell he has, of being used as a tool, and he will never pass her off to someone else. His sudden sincerity makes Endel laugh awkwardly, trying to brush off the heavy moment. He quickly slips back into his cynical persona, sarcastically asking if the lazy young master is ready for his teleport. He explains he can't drop them right in the middle of the city, so he'll send them to the nearby woods instead. Riley flashes a confident smile. Not a problem. But before they go, Endel stops him one last time. His expression is serious. He brings up the one thing they haven't truly discussed. About Nain's lifespan, the question seems to surprise even Endel himself. He chooses his next words carefully. Riley's gaze is steady, his voice low. He confirms that he knows her time is limited. Endel nods. It would be strange if someone as perceptive as Riley didn't know. He then asks the crucial question, "So what are you going to do about it?" Riley doesn't answer. His silence is heavy with unspoken plans. While they talk, Nain waits in the carriage, wondering what's taking so long. To pass the time, she decides to open the gift from Iris. She carefully unwraps the cloth, her curiosity growing. Inside is a beautiful, ornate fox mask, decorated with shimmering gold leaf. It's a way for her to hide the mark on her face, a way to choose how the world sees her. "A mask," she whispers, her eyes wide with wonder. Her hands tremble as she holds the precious gift. The kindness, the acceptance, it's almost too much. Tears well up in her eyes as she clutches the mask to her chest, whispering her thanks. But the sudden rush of emotion is too much for her fragile body. She's seized by a violent coughing fit. She doubles over, hacking into her hand as pain washes over her. When she pulls her hand away, it's stained with dark blood. A brutal, terrifying reminder of her illness. The sight of it brings a single, sharp thought to her mind. She remembers the diagnosis, at best, a year. At worst, just a few months. Her time is running out. But, even with blood on her lips and the cold reality of death hanging over her, Nain forces a gentle, peaceful smile. "I'm happy," she tells herself, clutching the mask tighter. She has chosen joy over despair. Just then, Riley calls out to her. She quickly wipes her mouth and hurries over, hiding what just happened. Riley gives Endel one last playful warning, and Endel just scoffs. He raises his hand, and a massive pillar of light erupts from the ground, engulfing them as he chants the single word, "Teleport." They reappear not in a quiet forest, but in the middle of a torrential downpour. Riley is furious, screaming into the storm. "You blasted red dragon! Where did you send us?" And then he sees why. A massive, hulking ogre stands just a few feet away, its fangs bared. Nain shields her eyes from the rain, her face a mask of shock. Endel teleported them right in front of a monster. As the ogre lets out a guttural growl, Riley grits his teeth in pure rage. His vacation is already off to a terrible start. That crazy lizard! The ogre doesn't waste any time, roaring as it charges forward. But Riley just stands there, completely unimpressed. To him, this isn't a threat. It's just a tedious chore. Seeing the imminent danger, Nain steps forward, her hands already glowing with magic. "Young master, I'll handle this." But Riley calmly puts a hand out to stop her. "It's fine. It's just one." His concern isn't for his safety, but for his clothes. He knows this is going to be messy, and the last thing he wants is to be splattered with monster guts. He just tells her to put up a shield. Nain immediately understands. A swirl of dark purple energy gathers around her as she nods, ready to cast the barrier. She reaches out, a worried expression on her face, pleading for him to be careful. Riley glances back with a disarmingly casual smile, as if they were just on a stroll. He tells her not to worry. In a flash, he's gone. A blur of movement and the glint of steel is all Nain sees before he slices through a massive fallen log, stopping the ogre's charge dead in its tracks. With a single, effortless leap, he lands atop the log, looking down at the beast with an air of pure annoyance. His voice cuts through the storm, cold and clear. "Calm down. What are you so worked up for? You're going to die anyway." The ogre's rage hits a boiling point. With a final, furious roar, it lunges, determined to tear apart the arrogant human standing before it. But Riley is already moving. He drops from the log, becoming a whirlwind of motion as crimson energy trails from his sword. His strikes are so fast, they're almost invisible. The air is filled with the sickening sound of the blade finding its mark over and over again. It stumbles backward, its eyes wide with shock and pain as its life fades. He mutters to himself that he just wanted a quiet trip, but this is already too much work. There was absolutely no reason for Endel to drop them in the middle of nowhere like this. With one final, clean swing that seems to split the air itself, he decides to end this for good. The monster is sliced perfectly down the middle. For a split second, the two halves of its body remain standing before a gruesome fountain of blood erupts. The ogre lets out one last gurgling roar as it is torn apart from the inside. Nain, who was watching from the sidelines, is completely splattered by the aftermath. She lets out a cry of disgust, cursing at the sudden messy shower. Riley looks down at himself, equally disgusted. He's covered in blood and mud. This has to be intentional. He's convinced the dragon sent him here just to ruin his day. Ever the loyal attendant, Nain rushes over, suggesting she use purification magic to clean him up. She chants the spell, "Purification!" and a swirl of her unique, dark energy envelops Riley. But nothing happens. The blood and mud remain. Nain stares at her hands in complete confusion, wondering why her magic failed. She tries to reason that it's just mud, not some dark curse, but Riley recoils in disgust. "You! The mud is dirty!" Suddenly, a pulsing red light emanates from the dead ogre's corpse behind them. Riley points it out, yelling that the monster is about to explode. This is a classic sign of a monster's core destabilizing after death. With a sigh of frustration, Nain puts her hands together. Politely, she asks if she can just finish this. Riley, still grossed out, can only ask if she's serious right now. Promising it'll be quick, her entire aura shifts. A deep, powerful magic swirls around her hands as her expression turns deadly serious. This is the true nature of her power. She unleashes her spell, Eraser. A vortex of dark energy, shaped like shadowy butterflies, erupts from the ground and swarms the ogre's body, completely disintegrating it. Just like that, the problem is gone. Nain turns back to Riley, matter-of-factly stating she'll just use a wet towel. Defeated, he just tells her to do whatever she wants. Unbeknownst to them, this entire display, from the effortless kill to the terrifying magic, has been witnessed by a hidden observer. Back on the forest floor, they try to get their bearings. Riley asks where they are, and Nain pulls out a map. She studies it for a moment, explaining that without any road signs, she can only guess their general location in the vast Rainfield region. Just then, she stops, her expression sharpening. "Young master," she says, her tone suddenly cautious. She tells him she'd cast a detection spell just in case, and she's sensing someone nearby. Seeing no other options, Riley decides to head toward the presence. They're lost anyway, and it's their only lead to find civilization. As they make their way through the dense, rain-soaked woods, they have no idea they're walking straight into a trap. From the shadows, a figure watches them approach, its eyes glowing with an ominous red light. This is the presence Nain detected, and it's been waiting for them. Both Riley and Nain suddenly freeze. A sense of dread washes over them as they realize the presence isn't just watching them, it's all around them. Masked figures emerge from the trees, bows drawn and arrows aimed directly at their hearts. They're completely surrounded. Riley's annoyance hardens into a glare. "Who are you?" he demands. "I've been coming to Rainfield for years, and I've never seen people like you." A woman with fiery red hair steps forward, her voice sharp with accusation. "Don't play dumb. I saw everything." She points a finger directly at a stunned Nain. "You! The black magic that came from your hand!" Her eyes narrow, filled with absolute conviction as she delivers her verdict. "You're a black sorcerer, aren't you?" Nain is completely blindsided. "Black sorcerer?" she repeats, utterly baffled by the sudden and serious accusation. One of the other archers whispers nervously about a black sorcerer who's been terrorizing the area recently. It's clear they're all on edge, mistaking Nain for their target. The red-haired leader shouts at Nain, telling her not to bother making excuses. "The black magic you used," she yells. "That's all the proof we need that you're a black sorcerer." Riley clenches his fist, a massive headache already starting to form. This is exactly the kind of trouble he was trying to escape. The girl then points to Riley, claiming that Nain's attempt to use purification magic on him proves he was contaminated. In her mind, she's connected all the dots, however incorrectly. A wave of pure exhaustion hits Riley. His simple, lazy vacation has spiraled into a confrontation based on a massive, twisted misunderstanding. He sighs, rubbing his temples. How did it get twisted like this? Surrounded by archers and already fed up with his so-called vacation, Riley's patience is wearing thin. He asks what they even mean by black magic, but the red-haired girl just snaps back, accusing him of being an accomplice. A vein visibly pops on Riley's temple. Being threatened is one thing, but being threatened by a bunch of amateurs is just plain insulting. In an instant, everything changes. The lazy look in his eyes vanishes, replaced by a terrifying red glow as a crushing wave of killing intent floods the clearing. His voice drops to a deadly whisper. "Don't point your bow at me!" The red-haired girl flinches hard, her bravado completely shattering under the sheer pressure of his aura. She's paralyzed with fear, unable to comprehend the overwhelming malice directed at her. The oppressive energy hangs thick in the air, a silent promise of violence. Riley stares her down, his voice now cold and demanding. "Aren't you going to explain what's going on?" he scoffs, his anger now mixed with pure disdain. "Jumping to conclusions and calling us black magicians, you're the ones who look pretty dumb right now." Her companions are trembling, completely unnerved by the sudden, suffocating pressure. One of them stammers, wondering what that was, while another admits it felt like his entire body was being crushed. Riley cuts through their fear with a sharp command. "Just answer the question. Sensing things are escalating, Nain steps in, trying to de-escalate. She gently asks if the unique color of her magic is what's causing this misunderstanding. The archer points a trembling finger at her, still trying to sound defiant. "What's wrong with it?" Everyone knows the characteristics of a black wizard. Riley interjects with a bit of biting sarcasm. "So if your magic is black, you're automatically a black magician?" Nain just shakes her head, knowing how absurd the logic is. He turns back to the girl, his tone blunt. She said no. The simple, direct statement leaves her speechless. Riley's frustration is palpable. He gestures toward Nain, explaining that the dark appearance of her magic isn't natural. It's the horrific result of inhumane experiments she was forced to endure. He throws his hands up, demanding a real answer. "So, tell me, why exactly is she a black mage?" The girl is cornered. She grits her teeth, realizing she has no proof beyond what she thought she saw. Her entire case was built on a flawed assumption. Riley leans in, his presence completely intimidating. "And from now on, you'd better think very carefully before you speak." Then, he plays his trump card, his voice resonating with absolute authority. "I will stake the name of the Ippolita family on the fact that she is not a black mage." The name hits them like a physical blow. They haven't just threatened a random traveler, they've aimed their bows at a member of one of the most powerful noble families in the kingdom. The red-haired girl stumbles back, her face pale with horror. "A nobleman? All the way out here?" Riley presses his advantage, his voice dripping with condescension. He reminds them that in the capital, insulting a noble is a crime, punishable by life imprisonment at the very least. He's furious that these fools have ruined the one peaceful trip he's wanted all year. The girl is frozen in silence, the sheer gravity of her mistake finally sinking in. Riley's eyes narrow, a cold smile playing on his lips. "But if that's what you really think, fine." He draws his sword, the sound of steel ringing through the tense silence. His voice is laced with a chilling amusement. "If we're black mages like you suspect, then it's simple enough to just kill all the witnesses and be on our way." Seeing he's about to do something he'll definitely regret later, Nain quickly grabs his arm, pleading with him to wait. She steps forward, placing herself between Riley and the archers. Her voice rings out, filled with a desperate sincerity. "Let's just hear each other's stories." Her earnest plea is so unexpected, it catches everyone off guard. One of the archers can only stare at the prominent red mark on her face, wondering about her past. In the silence that follows, a memory of a kinder time flashes through Nain's mind. It's a reminder that understanding and connection are possible, even in the worst of times. She takes a deep breath, her voice now calm and gentle. "Can you please listen to me for a moment?" And so, she begins to tell them everything. Her life trapped in the magic tower, the cruel experiments, the pain. As she speaks, the red-haired girl's anger melts away, replaced by a dawning horror. Tears begin to stream down the archer's face as the truth hits her. "I see. So it was at the tower in Solia." Nain finishes her story, her own tears flowing as she remembers the cruelty of Astroa and the others. She sobs, admitting she didn't even understand what was being done to her own body. The red-haired girl completely breaks down, wailing with a mix of guilt for her accusations and sympathy for Nain's suffering. She bows deeply to Nain, apologizing over and over for her rudeness. In a quiet gesture of forgiveness, Nain offers her a cloth to dry her tears. Riley watches the entire emotional scene with a deadpan expression. He dryly comments on how amusing it is that the person who was ready to kill them moments ago is now sobbing her eyes out. But what truly bothers him is how much her crying reminds him of another child he knows. The memory of a younger, more emotional Ian flashes in his mind, and he reflexively snaps back at the phantom image. "Yeah, Ian." With the air finally cleared, Riley asks if their suspicions are gone. The archers all bow deeply, apologizing profusely for their terrible mistake. They explain that their leader's intuition is usually spot on, but now that they know the truth, they have no more doubts. Riley then circles back to their original reason for being here. He asks about the black wizard they mentioned. They explain that a notorious sorcerer has been active near Rainfield, and that their group's former leader was one of the victims. They even have a bounty poster, which they offer to show him. This isn't just a rumor, it's a recognized threat. Riley takes the poster, his expression turning grim as he reads the key detail. Characteristic, uses black magic to make dead bodies move. Necromancy. One of the archers confirms it, stating that this sorcerer has been raising the dead, which is why they've been hunting them. The red-haired girl, whose name they learn is Hejung, confirms it with a somber look. Her voice is heavy with grief as she reveals her personal connection to the hunt. "My father was also killed by them." Just as she speaks, one of the archers tenses up, hearing a noise in the distance, the sound of heavy, unnatural footsteps. A monstrous figure crashes through the trees. It's the ogre Riley had killed earlier, now back on its feet, its eyes glowing with an unholy red light. Someone yells out a warning. Riley curses under his breath. He'd let his guard down for just a second, but his reflexes are unparalleled. In a flash of red light, he spins and unleashes a single, perfect strike, slicing the zombie ogre clean in half once again. Hee-jun can only stare, completely stunned by his inhuman speed. The fight was over before it even began. Her comrades are just as shocked, their minds struggling to process the level of swordsmanship they just witnessed. Miles away, a figure hidden in a dark, hooded cloak suddenly stops, sensing that something is wrong. The figure wonders what just happened. It seems one of his reanimated puppets has been destroyed. He looks in the direction of the fight, annoyed. "How ungrateful," he mutters to himself. "I just revived him, and he's dead already." The real Black Sorcerer turns and walks away, grumbling about the lack of quality minions these days and wondering if there's a basilisk he can reanimate nearby instead. Back with the group, the rain has finally stopped. Nain offers to put up a magic shield, but Riley pulls out an umbrella with a slight smile, remarking that this is much more romantic. He explains that when it rains, you have to use an umbrella. It's all about the atmosphere. Hee-jun, now walking with them, is bubbling with excitement. She's relieved they're all heading to the same town and gushes about how shocked she was to learn that the legendary mercenary Ian is actually his butler. Riley smirks. "I was surprised too," he says, "to see you whining just like he does." Hee-jun blushes, embarrassed, and tells him to just forget about it. Feeling like she owes them, she hands him a small piece of cloth as a token. She explains she'll be staying in Rainfield for about a month and invites him to visit her any time, promising to treat him to a nice meal as an apology. Riley accepts with a cheerful laugh, happy to put the incident behind them. Hee-jun waves goodbye enthusiastically, genuinely wishing them a nice vacation. As they finally walk through the gates of Rainfield, Riley reflects on the chaotic start to their trip. It was a mess, but at least they arrived safely. He takes a deep breath of the cool, fresh air, a wide grin spreading across his face. After all the trouble, it seems happiness really does come after hardship. He declares, "The vacation is finally starting. Finally free from monsters and vigilantes, Riley's vacation can officially begin." Sheltered from the rain under his umbrella, he grins at Nain, ready to make a plan. "All right," he says. "First things first, where should we go?" Nain, her face now hidden behind the elegant fox mask from Iris, is about to suggest something practical, but Riley cuts her off, his mind already set on the most important priority of all. "Actually, I know. We should eat dinner, right?" Nain is a little taken aback. She was just hoping for some warm soup. But Riley completely misreads her, his eyes lighting up with a sudden, brilliant idea. "You want to eat pajon?" he exclaims, as if she'd just spoken his own thoughts. He slings an arm around her, pulling her close. "All right, I get it," he declares with absolute confidence. On a rainy day like this, nothing beats pajon and macchioli. Nain can only look on, completely lost by this sudden turn of events. Without waiting for her to agree, he starts steering her through the bustling streets of Rainfield. "Okay, let's go get some," he says cheerfully, leaving Nain with no choice but to follow along. As they walk, a single, unfamiliar word echoes in her mind. "Pajon?" A short while later, they're seated in a cozy little restaurant as a server brings their order to the table. Nain stares down at the platter with a mix of confusion and suspicion. This flat, fried thing is certainly not the fancy food she's used to seeing. But Riley is practically glowing. A golden, savory pancake filled with green onions is steaming right in front of him. For him, this isn't just food, it's a nostalgic taste of a life he left behind, a simple comfort he's been craving. He looks over at Nain, only to see her glaring at the dish. He remembers her last experience with common food, which she called vomit food. He asks her, his tone laced with disbelief, "Are you calling this vomit food?" He looks genuinely offended, a dark shadow passing over his face. "You need to apologize," he says with mock seriousness, "to all the fans of Rainy Day Pajon." Nain just blinks, having no idea what he's talking about. He insists she just try it first, warning her not to even think about asking for more after she realizes how good it is. Reluctantly, she picks up her chopsticks and offers a polite thanks for the meal. She examines a piece, still skeptical. This looks nothing like the awful, overly fancy food she tried back in Solia. Riley urges her on. "I said try it first!" She finally takes a hesitant bite, and in that one single moment, her entire world shifts. Her eyes go wide behind her mask. The savory flavor, the crispy texture, the warmth, It's unlike anything she has ever experienced in her life. "What is this food?" she exclaims in pure, unadulterated shock. Riley just smirks, completely vindicated. "How is it? Delicious, right?" Nain can only nod enthusiastically, confirming that it's beyond delicious. Satisfied that he's made his point, Riley decides it's his turn and takes a bite. A wave of pure bliss washes over him. In his mind, fireworks are going off. This is it. This is the taste he's been missing. He lets out a happy sigh, telling Nain it reminds him of the old days, back when he was young. Her simple question, "Old days?" makes him realize he's said too much. He quickly laughs it off, changing the subject. He raises a small bowl of the milky white drink known as makgeolli. "Well then, let's have a toast." Nain looks into her own bowl, her curiosity piqued once again by another unfamiliar item. "Young master," she asks, "isn't this alcohol?" Riley just takes a casual sip, the picture of nonchalance. She remembers Iris telling her she would have to drink this for ancestral rites. Riley just lets out a small sigh. She looks at him, a little worried. "Don't tell me this is really alcohol." Riley gives her a lazy smile. "It's fine. You won't die." But Nain is more concerned about what Iris might think. Riley just waves her concerns away. "Just drink it. A little sip won't hurt." Hesitantly, she raises the bowl to her lips. She takes a small, cautious sip, and her eyes widen again. "This is also good?" she wonders aloud, a background of cute little chicks popping up around her. Riley just smiles. "Right?" She immediately takes another, much bigger gulp, and then another. Before Riley knows it, she's chugging the entire bowl. She slams the empty bowl down on the table with a satisfied sigh. "It's really good," she declares, her voice a little louder and much more cheerful than before. Riley just stares, slightly stunned by this sudden and enthusiastic embrace of alcohol. But then a slow, proud smirk spreads across his face. Mission accomplished. He's successfully introduced her to one of life's greatest simple pleasures. This is what a vacation is all about. But just a few tables away, in a dark corner of the same restaurant, a lone hooded figure sits hunched over, muttering curses. It's the Black Sorcerer! And he is furious, his fists clenched as he repeats the same word over and over again, his anger a stark contrast to the warmth of the room. He takes a large, agitated gulp of his drink, his movements jerky and filled with frustration. Riley glances over, noticing the lonely figure seems to be in a really bad mood. The sorcerer clutches a small, bone-like object, whispering to himself, "I have to make more, lots more." He sounds less like a menacing villain and more like a lonely, obsessed child. Riley decides it's time to head out. He tells Nain they're leaving now that their meal is finished. As they walk past the sorcerer's table, their movement catches the hooded figure's attention for a brief moment. But he quickly dismisses them, thinking there's nothing worth seeing anyway. A critical mistake. Left alone again, the Black Sorcerer lets out a long, mournful sigh, tears streaming from under his hood. The restaurant owner comes over to his table, cheerfully asking if he enjoyed the food and if he's ready to pay. The sorcerer, flustered, agrees that he must pay, so as not to be an ungrateful sinner. The owner smiles, ready to give him the total. But in a flash, the sorcerer's hand shoots out, grabbing the owner by the face. "Ah, unfortunately," he says, his voice suddenly dripping with cold malice, "I can only use ones here." A terrifying purple energy erupts from his hand, and the owner screams in agony. "Let's pay with this," the sorcerer declares, as he seemingly drains the man's life force to settle his bill. Outside, unaware of the horror unfolding behind them, Riley turns to Nain with a sly grin. "So, how was it?" Nain admits the alcohol was surprisingly good, much better than the ceremonial drinks she'd had before. She hadn't realized it could taste like this. Riley's smile widens. "So this one tastes good?" Nain looks down, a slight blush on her cheeks as she quietly confirms, "Ah, yes." Riley leans in, whispering like a co-conspirator. "Well, since we're accomplices now, don't tell Mother about this, okay?" Nain nods, now his partner in this small, harmless crime. He then makes a practical observation. In a place like Rainfield where it rains so often, a raincoat is far more useful than an umbrella. He suggests they go buy one, maybe even two, since she's with him. But Nain looks down, a strange warmth spreading through her chest. "It's not so bad, sharing one umbrella," she murmurs, more to herself than to him. "The alcohol is definitely starting to kick in." Her cheeks are flushed, and she suddenly feels unsteady on her feet. "What is this feeling? Am I drunk?" She leans heavily against Riley, shaking her head as she tries to clear her thoughts. What is she even saying? She grips her mask, trying to regain her composure. "Nain, get a grip." But as the warmth of the moment fades, a final chilling thought cuts through the haze. You'll be dead by fall anyway. The happiness is fleeting, a cruel reminder of the time she doesn't have. While Riley is trying to escape his destiny, the architects of that destiny are growing impatient. Back in the hallowed halls of the temple, High Priest Libersa confronts a subordinate, his voice sharp. "Have you found any trace of Master Riley?" The aide looks down nervously. He reports that Riley went on vacation a few days ago. Libersa's patience is clearly gone as he immediately demands, "Where?" "It's a place called Rainfield," the aide answers. The name instantly changes the atmosphere in the room. A flicker of genuine alarm crosses Libersa's face as he repeats the name, his voice dropping to a low, serious tone. He runs a hand through his hair, his polished composure finally cracking. "Damn it," he mutters. Of all the places he could have gone, why there? His mind is already racing, calculating the risks. His eyes narrow with a deep, unsettling worry. He's not just concerned about the location, he's worried about who Riley might encounter, hoping desperately he hasn't met that person yet. A dark, ominous silhouette fills his thoughts, a hooded figure cloaked in shadows. Libersa knows this person is still in the process of gathering their strength, collecting the parts they need for some sinister purpose. If this threat is discovered before it's fully formed, it could throw everything into chaos. Libersa realizes he can't afford to wait. "I have no choice," he says, turning to leave. The aide calls out, surprised by his sudden decision. Libersa doesn't look back. A sly, confident smile spreads across his face as he twists the situation to his advantage. He claims that since Saintess herself trusts Riley, he has no choice but to go find him, using her name to justify his own meddling. "Come on," he calls out. "We don't have time to waste. We need to get ready." His subordinate can only agree, rushing to follow his lead. This isn't just a mission. It's a race against a hidden clock. Just as they're about to leave, a calm voice calls his name. Libersa turns, a practiced, friendly smile already on his face. "Ah, you're here!" Standing before him is the Saintess, Prisia, her face hidden by a white hood. She may look small, but her presence commands respect. She gets straight to the point. "Are you going to see Master Riley?" The two face each other in a silent clash of wills. Priasia's eyes are sharp and cold as she reminds him, "I've told you many times, it would be a mistake to interfere with that person." But Libersa just smirks, dismissing her warning as just another one of her revelations. He steps closer, his gestures passionate and dramatic. He argues that if she's the one who received the prophecy about Riley, then she should be the most eager to meet him, twisting her divine duty to fit his own agenda. His voice rises with fanatical excitement. He declares that Riley must believe in the dragons of Solia, because he is the chosen one who will decide the fate of the entire world. He's completely lost in the prophecy, ignoring the danger he's courting. Prisia just stares at him, her expression unreadable, but her eyes filled with a simmering frustration. She sees right through his zealous act. Her thoughts are sharp with anger. "Libersa," she thinks, her eyes narrowing into a glare. "What in the world are you really thinking?" She knows he's hiding something. She repeats her warning one last time, her voice firm. "You cannot touch young Master Riley," but her words are like water off a stone. Libersa just smiles, his eyes closed as if he's receiving a compliment. "Thank you for your concern," he says, his tone dripping with condescension. He's openly defying her authority. Prisia clenches her jaw, turning away. Another name comes to her mind, a warning from someone named Irene. Her mind flashes to a vision she had, a revelation not about Riley but about Libersa himself. The vision showed a figure engulfed in dark, shadowy flames, a scene of pure destruction. Whatever Prisia saw, it was enough to cement her deep distrust of the man she calls her ally. And just like that, the scene shifts, leaving the temple's cold politics behind for the warm, quiet atmosphere of a library in Rainfield. Riley and Nain are surrounded by books as the rain patters softly outside. Nain asks how everything stays so clean here, and Riley explains the locals developed preservation magic. Nain, ever the mage, wonders about the scientific reason for the constant rain. Riley just shrugs, admitting he has no idea. But he doesn't really care. He's here to relax, not to solve meteorological mysteries. He tells her not to worry about it, and just enjoy the moment. "There's nothing better than reading a book while listening to the rain," he says, perfectly content. The mention of books sparks an idea. He suggests they each pick a book and meet up in the center of the library to read together. Nain immediately panics. "But I have to escort you, young master." Riley just glances back, a hint of amusement in his voice. "Do I really need an escort?" she stammers, realizing he's right. He's far more powerful than any escort she could provide. Riley playfully challenges her, saying the first one to pick their book gets the best seat, sending her into acute, flustered panic. Left on her own, Nain wanders the aisles, completely overwhelmed. The simple task of choosing a book is something she's never done before. She fidgets nervously. The only book she's ever read was a magic textbook during her painful time as an experiment in the tower. The memory is a dark one. Then an idea hits her. She remembers the delicious meal they just had. A small smile touches her lips as she reaches for a book, wondering if there's a recipe for Pajon. This is her first real choice, a small step towards a normal life. Suddenly, a cheerful voice calls out her name, making her jump. "Nain, is that you?" "Where's the young master?" It's Hejong, the leader of the Sunset Archers, grinning from ear to ear. Nain is completely startled to see her here. Hejong explains that she's here researching the Black Wizard, hoping to find any clue that might help her track him down. Then, her eyes land on the books in Nain's hands. "What are you reading?" she asks, leaning in curiously. Nain freezes, her face flushing with embarrassment. Hejong reads the titles aloud, How to Make Pajon and Hangover Cures 101. She teases Nain, saying she must like to drink more than she lets on. Nain frantically tries to deny it. She stammers an explanation, saying she just needs to be prepared in case she ever gets drunk again. Her flustered reaction is so endearing that Hejong can't help but smile. Hejong laughs it off, reminding her about her promise to treat them to a meal soon. Nain is about to reply when a blood-curdling scream echoes through the library, shattering the peaceful atmosphere. Both of them whip their heads toward the sound, their playful conversation instantly forgotten. "Nain, that scream—" "Hejong," begins, her voice tense. Nain nods grimly. "Yes, I heard it too." Another piercing shriek rips through the silence, this one even more desperate. Their eyes widen in alarm. Something is terribly wrong. Nain remembers her plan with Riley. "We were supposed to meet in the center," she says urgently. "I have to get there." Hejong doesn't hesitate. "All right, I know the layout. Let's go together." They take off at a full sprint, running toward the source of the chaos. As they run, Hejong asks what could be happening. Nain can only say that she has a very bad feeling about this. Hejong reassures her they're almost there, pointing ahead to the central reading room just around the corner. They burst into the room and stop dead in their tracks. The scene before them is a massacre. Bodies are strewn across the floor in pools of blood. Nain covers her mouth in horror, her entire body trembling. What is this? Hejong is right behind her, equally stunned, whispering, "Who could have done this?" Nain's eyes, wide with shock, scan the bodies, but she notices something a normal person wouldn't. A faint trace of dark energy lingering on the wounds. Her magical senses are screaming. Magic. She tells Hejong that the victims were pierced by some kind of magic. Hejong looks on in horror. Nain's mind races. There was no explosion, no loud incantation. Was it silence magic? Then why did they hear the screams? Whoever did this is not just powerful, but terrifyingly skilled. Hejong grabs Nain's arm, her face pale with fear. Nain snaps out of her shock. Her first priority is finding Riley. "I need to find Master Riley right now," she tells Hejong, her focus sharpening. Hejong urges her to hurry. Nain closes her eyes and concentrates, reaching out with her senses. A powerful surge of dark purple energy erupts around her as she casts her detection spell. On a lower floor, Riley looks up from his book, startled by the sudden, familiar wave of magic. The energy coalesces around Nain's masked eye, which glows intensely. Her vision expands, piercing through the library's floors. She sees him. He's safe. She confirms it out loud, telling Hejong that he's on the second floor. Hejong immediately starts looking around, panicked. Where are the stairs to go up? But Nain isn't moving. Her gaze is frozen on one of the fallen bodies. "Wait a minute," she whispers, a horrifying realization dawning on her. "I know this trace." She stares at the dark, necrotic energy clinging to the corpse. This isn't just dark magic. It's something specific, something vile that she's only heard stories about. The rumors about the Black Sorcerer flash through her mind. Reanimated corpses, life-draining spells. It all clicks into place. Hejong turns to her and sees the look of dawning horror in Nain's eyes. In that instant, she understands. Her own face hardens with shock and grim determination. The monster she's been hunting for so long is here, right now. Shadowy figures rise from the fallen bodies around them, their eyes glowing with an evil red light. This is his work. Hejong's mind flashes with memories of fire and death. The day her father was killed, the day her life was ruined. She clenches her fists, convinced the sorcerer is hiding somewhere nearby. Nain quickly tries to de-escalate, telling Hejong that it's too dangerous to act rashly. Her priority is clear. First, we need to meet up with the young master and get to a safe place. But Hejong isn't listening, her eyes fixed forward, lost in her thirst for revenge. Hejong's mind is set on justice, not retreat. She thinks to herself that a true hero, like Ian or her father, would have evacuated the survivors first. They wouldn't have turned their backs and run. She makes her decision in a heartbeat. "Nain, you go to the young master first," she yells, already moving deeper into the library. "I'll search the rest of this place." Nain can only watch her go, calling out for her to be careful. Nain finds Riley on the second floor, completely absorbed in a book, seemingly oblivious to the screams and chaos unfolding just one floor below. She rushes toward him, crying out, "Young master!" He just looks up from his page with a calm, "Are you done already?" he asks casually. "We were supposed to meet in the central hall, weren't we?" Nain is panting, struggling to find the right words to explain the horror she just witnessed. She finally manages to say that something terrible has happened. For the first time, Riley's lazy expression shifts, a flicker of genuine curiosity in his eyes as he asks, "What?" With her mask askew, revealing the scaly mark from her past, Nain tells him, "I think the Black Wizard has appeared in the library." Riley's confusion is clear. The name means nothing to him. Nain quickly tries to explain, reminding him of the reanimated ogre they fought in the forest. That was the Black Wizard's doing. "The dead are walking in the library," she says, her voice trembling with urgency. "We need to get out of here now." Riley just repeats the word bodies, still not grasping the gravity of the situation. He says nothing, simply walking past her to the railing overlooking the central hall. He peers over the edge and finally sees it for himself. The floor below is littered with corpses, and then, one by one, they begin to stir. The dead twitch and contort, letting out guttural groans as their eyes snap open, glowing with a malevolent red energy. Nain watches him, her heart pounding, expecting a reaction. But Riley's response isn't fear or shock, it's pure, unfiltered annoyance. He lets out a short, unimpressed sigh. "This isn't some zombie movie," he mutters, as if this whole necromantic nightmare is just a cheap cliché ruining his afternoon. He asks Nain if the scream they heard was related to this. As she confirms, one of the reanimated corpses lunges at the railing from below. "Nain," he says calmly, as if explaining a simple puzzle, "I think I'm starting to get the picture." All while the zombie claws its way up, teeth bared. Without even looking, Riley casually slams his book down on the zombie's head, sending it crashing back to the floor. He then turns to Nain, his tone slightly chiding. "When you heard that scream, you came running to find me, didn't you?" He seems more concerned about her prioritizing his safety over her own than the undead army below. Meanwhile, Hejong is already in the thick of it. She's surrounded by reanimated corpses, her hand hovering over her weapon, ready for a fight. Standing amidst the carnage, she knows what she has to do. Her one and only goal is to find the monster responsible for all this. Suddenly, a manic, childish voice echoes through the library. It's the Black Sorcerer, throwing a tantrum at his undead minions, shrieking that if they just did as he said, his wish would finally come true. That voice drags Hejong back to the memory she can never escape. The day her village burned. A younger version of herself lies surrounded by flames and bodies, convinced she is about to die. Then a voice calls her name, a hand reaches out to hers. A man's voice tells her, someone has to stop him. It's her father, bruised but smiling gently. He tells her that because she is the only one who can escape, she must be the one to carry on the fight. This memory is the source of all her pain and all her strength. That memory hardens her resolve. Back in the present, she clenches her fist. She is going to find the man who killed her father and end him for good. She growls the name Black Wizard under her breath. But as she looks around, she realizes the sheer number of reanimated corpses is overwhelming. There are too many to fight. Just then, she recognizes the manic voice from before. It's coming from a nearby aisle. Peeking around a bookshelf, she sees him. The hooded Black Sorcerer is throwing a fit, screaming at his cowering minions that he asked them to find a book about the clouds of Rainfield, but they all failed. Then, one of the reanimated butlers shuffles forward and presents a thick, heavy book. The sorcerer stops his yelling, his attention immediately captured. His mood swings in an instant. He claps his hands together, his voice now filled with childish glee. You are not ungrateful after all. Good, very good, he cheers. Hee-jung watches from the shadows, her eyes wide with hate. She recognizes him. This is the same monster from that day. The sorcerer flips through the book, cackling to himself. With this, he says, I can mix a little acid into Rainfield's clouds. Hee-jung's blood runs cold. Acid rain! What are you talking about? She screams, unable to stay hidden a moment longer. The sorcerer ignores her, raising his arms as dark energy swirls around him. He declares his insane plan to the heavens: unleash acid rain, kill everyone in Rainfield, and then reanimate their corpses to become part of his army. Outside, the rain continues to fall. Riley and Nain have made it out of the library and are walking down the steps, leaving the chaos behind. Nain starts to speak, young master, about what's happening, but Riley cuts her off before she can finish. Don't say anything. He pulls his hood down, his expression grim. Nain, I am on vacation, he says, his voice low and serious. I didn't come here to play hero and hunt down some sorcerer. He tells her that what's happening isn't their problem. They'll just run away, like any normal person would. For once, he's decided to turn a blind eye. Nain falls silent. A part of her knows he's right. He doesn't owe these people anything. Getting involved would only ruin the peace he so desperately craves. But as she looks at him, she can't help but remember the reason for his apathy. She remembers his past life, the endless battles he fought as a hero, and she remembers the aftermath, the hateful words of the very people he had saved, who spat on his sacrifice. A hero saved us? They'd sneered. If he'd never come here, my son would still be alive. They blamed him for the destruction, for the lives lost in the crossfire of a war he never started. This is the true wound he carries, the trauma of being hated for his heroism. Or Riley continues walking, his voice cold and final. We couldn't avoid it in Solia, he says, but here we are not getting involved. We'll simply ignore it. But just as he speaks those words, a figure crashes down from the sky, landing right in front of them with a sickening thud. It's Hee-jung, battered but alive. Riley stops, recognizing her. I remember you, he says dryly, the one who fought the ogre. She tells them she saw the Black Wizard, that he took a book about Rainfield's clouds and then vanished. As the rain pours down around them, she reveals his terrifying plan. He's going to mix acid into the clouds, she explains, her voice desperate. He's going to turn everyone in this town into living corpses. She looks at Riley, tears streaming down her face, her tough exterior completely shattered. You don't have to tell me you're strong, she says, her voice cracking. I've seen what you can do. So, with the fate of her entire town on the line, she swallows her pride and bows her head. Please, young master, she begs, can you help us? Riley just stares back, his face an unreadable mask, the future of Rainfield resting on his answer. The peaceful library has become a tomb, and for Hee-jung, the monster she's hunted for years is finally within her grasp. Her face is a mask of pure rage, her eyes burning with hatred as she says the words aloud, confirming her worst fears. The Black Wizard is here. Shadowy figures rise from the fallen bodies around them, their eyes glowing with an evil red light. This is his work. Hee-jung's mind flashes with memories of fire and death. The day her father was killed, the day her life was ruined. She clenches her fists, convinced the sorcerer is hiding somewhere nearby. Nain quickly tries to de-escalate, telling Hee-jung that it's too dangerous to act rashly. Her priority is clear. First, we need to meet up with the young master and get to a safe place. But Hee-jung isn't listening, her eyes fixed forward, lost in her thirst for revenge. Hee-jung's mind is set on justice, not retreat. She thinks to herself that a true hero, like Ian or her father, would have evacuated the survivors first. They wouldn't have turned their backs and run. She makes her decision in a heartbeat. Nain, you go to the young master first, she yells, already moving deeper into the library. I'll search the rest of this place. Nain can only watch her go, calling out for her to be careful. Nain finds Riley on the second floor, completely absorbed in a book, seemingly oblivious to the screams and chaos unfolding just one floor below. She rushes toward him, crying out, "Young master!" He just looks up from his page with a calm, Are you done already?" he asks casually. "We were supposed to meet in the central hall, weren't we?" Nain is panting, struggling to find the right words to explain the horror she just witnessed. She finally manages to say that something terrible has happened. For the first time, Riley's lazy expression shifts, a flicker of genuine curiosity in his eyes as he asks, "What?" With her mask askew, revealing the scaly mark from her past, Nain tells him, "I think the Black Wizard has appeared in the library." Riley's confusion is clear. The name means nothing to him. Nain quickly tries to explain, reminding him of the reanimated ogre they fought in the forest. That was the Black Wizard's doing. "The dead are walking in the library," she says, her voice trembling with urgency. "We need to get out of here now." Riley just repeats the word bodies, still not grasping the gravity of the situation. He says nothing, simply walking past her to the railing overlooking the central hall. He peers over the edge and finally sees it for himself. The floor below is littered with corpses, and then, one by one, they begin to stir. The dead twitch and contort, letting out guttural groans as their eyes snap open, glowing with a malevolent red energy. Nain watches him, her heart pounding, expecting a reaction. But Riley's response isn't fear or shock, it's pure, unfiltered annoyance. He lets out a short, unimpressed sigh. "This isn't some zombie movie," he mutters, as if this whole necromantic nightmare is just a cheap cliché ruining his afternoon. He asks Nain if the scream they heard was related to this. As she confirms, one of the reanimated corpses lunges at the railing from below. "Nain," he says calmly, as if explaining a simple puzzle. "I think I'm starting to get the picture." All while the zombie claws its way up, teeth bared. Without even looking, Riley casually slams his book down on the zombie's head, sending it crashing back to the floor. He then turns to Nain, his tone slightly chiding. "When you heard that scream, you came running to find me, didn't you?" He seems more concerned about her prioritizing his safety over her own than the undead army below. Meanwhile, Hejung is already in the thick of it. She's surrounded by reanimated corpses, her hand hovering over her weapon, ready for a fight. Standing amidst the carnage, she knows what she has to do. Her one and only goal is to find the monster responsible for all this. Suddenly, a manic, childish voice echoes through the library. It's the Black Sorcerer, throwing a tantrum at his undead minions, shrieking that if they just did as he said, his wish would finally come true. That voice drags Hejung back to the memory she can never escape. The day her village burned. A younger version of herself lies surrounded by flames and bodies, convinced she is about to die. Then a voice calls her name. A hand reaches out to hers. A man's voice tells her, someone has to stop him. It's her father, bruised but smiling gently. He tells her that because she is the only one who can escape, she must be the one to carry on the fight. This memory is the source of all her pain and all her strength. That memory hardens her resolve. Back in the present, she clenches her fist. She is going to find the man who killed her father and end him for good. She growls the name Black Wizard under her breath. But as she looks around, she realizes the sheer number of reanimated corpses is overwhelming. There are too many to fight. Just then, she recognizes the manic voice from before. It's coming from a nearby aisle. Peeking around a bookshelf, she sees him. The hooded Black Sorcerer is throwing a fit, screaming at his cowering minions that he asked them to find a book about the clouds of Rainfield, but they all failed. Then, one of the reanimated butlers shuffles forward and presents a thick, heavy book. The sorcerer stops his yelling, his attention immediately captured. His mood swings in an instant. He claps his hands together, his voice now filled with childish glee. "You are not ungrateful after all. Good, very good," he cheers. Hejung watches from the shadows, her eyes wide with hate. She recognizes him. This is the same monster from that day. The sorcerer flips through the book, cackling to himself. "With this," he says, "I can mix a little acid into Rainfield's clouds." Hejung's blood runs cold. "Acid rain! What are you talking about?" she screams, unable to stay hidden a moment longer. The sorcerer ignores her, raising his arms as dark energy swirls around him. He declares his insane plan to the heavens: unleash acid rain, kill everyone in Rainfield, and then reanimate their corpses to become part of his army. Outside, the rain continues to fall. Riley and Nain have made it out of the library and are walking down the steps, leaving the chaos behind. Nain starts to speak, "Young master," about what's happening, but Riley cuts her off before she can finish. "Don't say anything." He pulls his hood down, his expression grim. "Nain, I am on vacation," he says, his voice low and serious. "I didn't come here to play hero and hunt down some sorcerer." He tells her that what's happening isn't their problem. They'll just run away, like any normal person would. For once, he's decided to turn a blind eye. Nain falls silent. A part of her knows he's right. He doesn't owe these people anything. Getting involved would only ruin the peace he so desperately craves. But as she looks at him, she can't help but remember the reason for his apathy. She remembers his past life, the endless battles he fought as a hero, and she remembers the aftermath, the hateful words of the very people he had saved, who spat on his sacrifice. "A hero saved us?" they'd sneered. "If he'd never come here, my son would still be alive." They blamed him for the destruction, for the lives lost in the crossfire of a war he never started. This is the true wound he carries, the trauma of being hated for his heroism. Riley continues walking, his voice cold and final. We couldn't avoid it in Solia, he says, but here we are not getting involved. We'll simply ignore it. But just as he speaks those words, a figure crashes down from the sky, landing right in front of them with a sickening thud. It's Heijung, battered but alive. Riley stops, recognizing her. I remember you, he says dryly, the one who fought the ogre. He then uses the fake name she gave Nain, Nara Basilisk, was it? Heijung doesn't have time for his sarcasm. She tells them she saw the Black Wizard, that he took a book about Rainfield's clouds and then vanished. As the rain pours down around them, she reveals his terrifying plan. He's going to mix acid into the clouds, she explains, her voice desperate. He's going to turn everyone in this town into living corpses. She looks at Riley, tears streaming down her face, her tough exterior completely shattered. You don't have to tell me you're strong, she says, her voice cracking. I've seen what you can do. So, with the fate of her entire town on the line, she swallows her pride and bows her head. Please, young master, she begs, can you help us? Riley just stares back, his face an unreadable mask, the future of Rainfield resting on his answer. She continues, her voice filled with horror as she describes the fate awaiting her people, the same fate as the poor souls in the library. Riley finishes her thought for her, his tone flat and detached. They're going to become his puppets? Heijung can only nod, confirming the grim reality. Riley lets out a heavy, frustrated sigh. This is the exact opposite of the peaceful vacation he wanted. Why do psychos like him always pop up wherever I go? He complains, genuinely annoyed by his terrible luck. He shakes his head, turning away from her. It hasn't even been a week since I got here. He looks back, his decision made, his words like ice. I can't help you. Heijung's face hardens with disbelief and anger. But he's the one who killed my father, she shouts, trying to make him understand. But Riley is unmoved. That's a shame, he says coldly. But I'm on vacation. You handle your own business. He turns and walks away without another word. Nain calls out his name, but he doesn't stop. He's simply abandoning them to their fate. He walks through the rainy market, Nain trailing silently behind him. He stops at a stall to look at some fruit, acting as if the world-ending crisis unfolding just streets away doesn't exist. Meanwhile, Heijung is left alone, her plea rejected. She looks at a map, trying to form a new plan, but the memory of Riley's cold refusal stings. Back at the market, Nain finally breaks the silence. This is your long-awaited vacation, isn't it? She asks, her voice quiet but pointed. She echoes his own words back at him. You don't want to get into trouble? You're just here to have fun. Riley turns to her, a half-eaten skewer in his hand and a smug look on his face. He's chosen his own selfish enjoyment over the lives of hundreds. Nain looks him dead in the eye, her question cutting right through his lazy facade. Are you having fun, young master? She's not asking him to be a hero. She's asking him if he can truly be happy while knowing others are suffering. The question hangs between them. Riley stops eating, his playful demeanor vanishing in an instant. He turns away, his face unreadable. He doesn't answer. He doesn't have to. A few blocks away, the atmosphere is heavy with dread. Flickering streetlights cast long, dancing shadows on the deserted streets. Suddenly, a figure steps out of the shadows, halberd in hand. It's Heijung! I finally found you, she says, her voice low and steady. The black sorcerer spins around, caught off guard. Who are you? He chirps, his voice oddly high-pitched and childish. Heijung raises her weapon, its blade gleaming. She tells him that before he can start his acid rain, she's going to take his head. The sorcerer just scoffs. Who do you think you are? But Heijung's rage finally explodes. I'm here to kill you, she roars, for murdering my people. For the first time, the sorcerer seems to actually look at her, a flicker of recognition in his eyes. His tone shifts from mockery to manic excitement. I remember. Those eyes. They were incredible. Heijung is completely confused. The sorcerer is lost in a memory of a past massacre, remembering the glowing red eyes of his victims as they burned. They were the kind of eyes I could never forget, he exclaims with glee. He gets closer, his own red eye glowing from the darkness of his hood, mirroring hers. I didn't think any of your kind survived, he says, clearly delighted by this unexpected reunion. Revenge? Is that what this is? He taunts, spinning his weapon. I gave them eternal life, and you're being so ungrateful. Heijung grits her teeth, her whole body shaking with fury. Shut up, she seethes. The sorcerer continues to mock her, his voice dripping with condescending pity. He raises a hand. dark magic swirling around him. He gloats that back then he could only find one of her kind, but now he has a great opportunity. Suddenly, 2 arrows fly out of the darkness, aimed right at him. Her backup has arrived. The streetlights flicker again, casting the scene in an unstable, pulsing light. The sorcerer catches the arrows effortlessly, crushing them with his magic. He begins to mumble an incantation, his body contorting as dark energy gathers around him. Hejung watches in horror, sensing a massive surge of necrotic power. From the shadows behind the sorcerer, a massive, grotesque figure rises, a hulking corpse reanimated with dark magic. As she looks closer, she recognizes the armor, the weapon. "Father," she whispers in disbelief. The sorcerer laughs maniacally. "I knew it! What a tearful reunion between father and son. He's purposefully misgendering her, twisting the knife of her grief." He taunts her, asking if she can even recognize her own father in this ugly, reanimated state. He's not just trying to kill her, he's trying to break her soul. And it works. Hejung loses all control, screaming as she charges forward, her weapon glowing with red energy. "I'm going to kill you!" The sorcerer just waves dismissively. "Oh my, I'm so scared!" But as her blade comes down, the reanimated corpse of her father moves with unnatural speed, blocking her attack. The sorcerer sighs. "I let you see your father again, and you're still so ungrateful." Suddenly, the sky erupts in a brilliant flash of color. A massive firework display lights up the night. Below, the townspeople who are hiding in their homes are drawn out by the spectacle, completely distracted from the life-or-death battle happening just streets away. We see Riley and Nain standing with the crowd. Nain is the one creating the light show with her magic. This was Riley's plan all along, a strategic evacuation disguised as entertainment. Riley stands there, watching the show with a blank expression. The civilians are safe, the stage is set. He turns to Nain, asking her the same question she asked him earlier, his voice low. "Nain, are you having fun?" Nain looks down, a sad smile on her face. "I think I expected too much before we came," she admits. "Honestly, it's not fun at all." A smirk plays on Riley's lips. "And why isn't it fun?" he asks, though he already knows the answer. "You already know, don't you?" Nain says. Riley understands. There's no peace to be had when you know others are suffering. "In that case," he says, his voice taking on a serious tone, "I should probably go." His lazy eyes turn sharp. The fun and games are over. He thinks of the black sorcerer as nothing more than an insect, but an insect that might just bite if left alone. It's time to step in. Back at the fight, Hejung is being completely overwhelmed. She desperately swings her halberd, but the reanimated corpse of her father is too strong, too relentless. The sorcerer watches with delight. "As expected, your kind is amazing," he cheers. "Perhaps I should make a few more of you." Hejung puts everything she has into one final, desperate swing. "I'll kill you," she screams. The sorcerer taunts her one last time. "Are you really going to behead your own father?" The blade comes down. Hejung looks up in shock. He looks at her with a disappointed expression. "No matter how much you want revenge," he scolds, "are you really going to point your weapon at your own father?" "That's nonsense," Hejung snaps back, but her hand is trembling. She can't bring herself to fight the thing wearing her father's face. The sorcerer's psychological attack has found its mark. One of her comrades rushes to her side, trying to shake her out of it. "Get a hold of yourself, Captain. That's not him anymore." The black sorcerer, seeing the other archers hidden in the trees, decides to even the odds. "So you were hiding there," he says with a grin. He summons a storm of shadowy spears, impaling the archers and pinning them to the ground. He raises a hand cloaked in dark magic, a cruel smile on his face. "Archers can be so annoying, you know." He's clearly enjoying this. The sorcerer turns his attention to them with a casual remark. "Your friend seems a little busy, doesn't he?" The remaining archers are surrounded by shadow creatures. One of them shouts, "Captain! We're surrounded! We have to retreat!" But Hejung is frozen, her eyes locked on her father's corpse. The reanimated corpse overpowers her. The sorcerer laughs, his voice dripping with sadistic glee. "Can you really bring yourself to put a spear through your father's heart?" he taunts, knowing she can't. Hejung can only grit her teeth in silent fury. "Ungrateful?" she snarls, the sorcerer's insult echoing in her mind. Blinded by rage and grief, she ignores her comrade's warnings and charges forward. "Shut your mouth!" she screams, her weapon raised high. One of the archers cries out, "Captain, no!" The sorcerer just watches her come, a wicked, knowing smirk on his face. He's won the mental battle. He doesn't even move. A spray of blood erupts, the word father barely escaping her lips. The sorcerer begins his final ritual. A massive orb of dark, swirling energy forms above him. He chants the name of his spell, Air Hemo, as the orb pulses with terrifying power. Her comrades can only watch in horror. They rush to her side, but they are powerless to stop what's coming. The sorcerer floats in the air, looking down on them with contempt. He declares that this is a necessary sacrifice to achieve eternal life. The preparations are complete, he announces. Now, he says, his voice echoing with power. After all this time in this town, he throws his arms wide, a look of pure ecstasy on his face. We are finally one step closer to our prayer. He begins the final countdown. 3 seconds. Holjum lies on the ground, helpless, as her friends are held captive. 2 seconds. Below, the townspeople are completely unaware of the acidic doom about to rain down on them. Hejong screams with all her remaining strength. Stop! Please just stop! Now! The time is now. A massive bolt of lightning cracks across the sky as the spell is unleashed. The sorcerer stands on a clifftop, ready to watch his masterpiece unfold. The rain continues to pour down, but then something impossible happens. The storm quiets. The sorcerer looks up, confused. The rain, it's slowing down. The drops of water hang suspended in the air, glittering like a million tiny jewels. The rain has stopped falling. In fact, it's not moving at all. The entire world seems to have been frozen in a single moment. Time itself has stopped. Suddenly, a figure appears in a flash, planting his sword in the ground right beside the sorcerer. Found you, Riley says, his voice dangerously calm. You disgusting little bug. The townspeople look up in awe. They think they're witnessing a miracle, completely unaware it's the work of one lazy young master who just wanted to be left alone. A child points up. Wow, Mom! Look! Someone else remarks that it's beautiful. Then they notice something even stranger. The rain, it's going back up into the sky. The crowd erupts in cheers, witnessing an act of God. The sky is filled with glowing water droplets and the remnants of Nain's fireworks. A beautiful and impossible sight orchestrated by one man. A new chapter has begun. Riley stands amidst the floating raindrops, his back to the sorcerer. Nain, he says quietly, you did well. The sorcerer finally finds his voice. Who are you? He demands. Riley simply replies, Me? A sly, menacing grin spreads across Riley's face. Who knows? And why should you care? Hejung, still on the ground, senses the overwhelming energy radiating from Riley. This power, she thinks in awe. How did he even get here? Riley turns to the sorcerer, his voice dripping with sarcasm. So, how did it feel to have your big moment interrupted by something so fancy? Was it nice? The sorcerer is still trying to understand. Interruption? And then, the horrible realization finally hits him. He points a trembling finger at Riley, his voice cracking with disbelief and rage. The rain, the clouds, my prayer, you did this? Riley's eyes narrow, his patience gone. Why are you so upset? I wouldn't have had to do any of this if you hadn't ruined my vacation, he adds. And there's more. Nain, do it. At his command, the floating raindrops begin to glow with a menacing purple light. The sorcerer recognizes that energy. We see Nain standing behind Hejong, her eyes glowing with power. The sorcerer screams, That's her magic! He throws a childish tantrum, stomping his feet. No! Again! Again! You ungrateful creature! Riley scoffs. Ungrateful? You're the one who interrupted our vacation. The sorcerer lunges forward, screaming about ungrateful creatures. Riley doesn't even flinch. He just stands there, ready. The sorcerer warns him that his shadow minions can't be killed. But Riley just smiles. That's a nice trick, but I'm stronger than you. He unleashes a massive wave of his own aura, a torrent of pure, raw power. You might be good at that trick, he declares, but I'm better at this. The wave of energy slams into the shadow minions, vaporizing them instantly. Riley effortlessly cuts down another one, calling it a cheap parlor trick. The sorcerer can only watch, screaming in impotent rage. I'll come after you no matter what, he vows, dissolving into a puddle of shadows to make his escape. Riley stands before an army of the undead, puppets forced to move against their will. An ogre groans, its dead eyes filled with an unnatural light. A goblin lets out a pained shriek as dark magic courses through its reanimated corpse. Even the bodies of human wizards have been twisted into minions, all slaves to the black sorcerer's will. Riley cuts through them with effortless grace, his blade a blur. He finds their variety a little interesting, but ultimately, it's just a shame. There's no real challenge here, only pathetic puppets. The black sorcerer watches from the shadows, absolutely furious. How dare you, he seethes. How dare you ignore him? He's enraged that Riley is treating the reanimated corpse of Hejong's father like any other monster. He sends his entire horde rushing at Riley, screaming about his funny tricks. The reanimated corpses are grotesque, their faces twisted in silent screams as they are forced to attack. Riley decides he's had enough of this game. It's time to end it. I should at least show them this much, he thinks, a cold look in his eyes. For Riley, this isn't about justice, it's pest control. In a single, blinding flash, he unleashes his power. A wave of pure force erupts from him, tearing through the undead army and disintegrating them in an instant. At the same moment, Hejung and her comrades find themselves frozen, unable to move a muscle. A terrifying pressure pins them to the ground, a silent warning to stay quiet and forget what they've seen. Riley stands over the dust of the fallen horde. He looks towards the sorcerer with a mocking tone. I clapped my hands. How's that for a trick? The sorcerer's face is a mask of pure shock and terror. He can't comprehend the level of power he just witnessed. How dare you? Our prayer, he stammers, his entire plan utterly destroyed in a single moment. Riley has no time for his ramblings. Just die, he says. With a single fluid motion, a massive arc of energy flies from his sword. Hejun can only watch, stunned by his absolute power. The attack hits its mark. Riley stands alone in the now quiet clearing. Finally got rid of that disgusting bug, he says, his vacation finally free of interruptions. The black sorcerer's body dissolves into particles of dark magic, his reign of terror over as quickly as it began. Hejung kneels on the ground as the shadowy form of her father's reanimated corpse fades away. "Father!" she whispers, her voice filled with both grief and relief. "You can rest now." Riley looks out over the now peaceful town of Rainfield, the crisis averted. "Nain," he says quietly, "you did great." He acknowledges her vital part in saving the town. Elsewhere, Nain is hard at work. She moves through the town, using her own magic to carefully purify the dark, necrotic energy the sorcerer left behind. But it's a struggle. The necromantic magic is stubborn, and she realizes purifying it completely is impossible with her remaining power. She's pouring all her energy into it, but the strain is taking a toll on her already fragile body. A small pool of blood forms at her feet. She decides on a different approach. Instead of trying to erase the magic, she'll just push it away, out of the town, using the fireworks as a perfect cover. From a clock tower, she lets out a sigh of relief. "I barely managed to push it all away," she pants, watching as the townspeople below cheer at what they think are just cool fireworks. She looks out at the beautiful display she created, a small, proud smile on her face. "I did it. I actually did it," she thinks, feeling a sense of accomplishment she has never known before. A few days later, the rain has returned to its normal, steady rhythm. A newspaper flutters in the wind. Nain catches it, her eyes scanning the headline. The article describes the miracle of Rainfield, the slow rain, the upside-down drops, and the beautiful fireworks. She brings the paper to Riley, who's relaxing at an outdoor cafe. He just tells her to leave it on the table, completely uninterested in the news. She reads another article, which says the authorities still haven't caught the Black Wizard. She and Riley are the only ones who know the truth. "Looks like that basilisk guy has been keeping his mouth shut," Riley remarks, referring to Hejung's second-in-command. Nain then says quietly, "To be honest, I wish you could be recognized for what you did." Riley gives her a look. "Are you turning into Ian?" he teases. Nain quickly shakes her head. "No, it's not like that. It's just a genuine, happy smile spreads across her face. When I helped save people, I felt really happy and proud," she says, her voice full of a newfound confidence. "I thought it would be great if you could feel that pride too." Riley is silent for a moment, then says, "Nain, come here." Nain immediately panics, thinking she said something wrong and is about to be scolded. She bows her head and apologizes. But instead of scolding her, Riley reaches out and gently pats her on the head. Nain looks up, completely surprised. "Young master? I haven't said anything yet, have I?" he says, a rare, gentle look in his eyes. He smiles, a real, warm smile. "You did great." Nain is stunned, speechless. It's the highest praise she could ever receive, a sign of her incredible growth. "Just keep doing what you're doing," he tells her. Overwhelmed with emotion, Nain can only whisper, "Yes." Riley takes a sip of his tea, a content look on his face. "Though, for the record, I'm pretty satisfied with how things turned out." He then adds with a smirk, "But I think you had more fun on this vacation than I did." This sends Nain into a flustered mess, bowing and apologizing profusely. Riley just laughs. There you go again with the apologizing. He's truly, finally, enjoying a peaceful moment. "By the way," he says, "it's about time we head back. Everyone at home will be worried by now." Nain stops short, her teacup frozen in midair. A look of dawning horror spreads across her face as a terrible realization hits her like a lightning bolt. Riley notices her strange reaction. "What's wrong? Young master," she begins, her voice barely a whisper. "Didn't we forget something?" Riley thinks for a moment, stroking his chin. "I don't think so," he says with a shrug. Nain fidgets nervously. "Well, that is, we didn't call." The word hangs in the air. "Call?" Riley repeats, still confused. Nain explains that because they were so busy dealing with the sorcerer, she completely forgot to make the scheduled magical call to his mother. The color drains from Riley's face. His eyes go wide with a pure, unadulterated terror he hasn't shown once this entire arc. "I completely forgot." Nain pulls out a small, ornate hand mirror, the magical communication device. They were supposed to call Iris days ago. They both stare at the mirror, their faces pale with dread. "What should we do?" Nain whispers. Riley panics, blaming Nain for not reminding him. She bows her head, apologizing over and over. Riley shoves the mirror at her. "Just apologize first. Call her now." Nain frantically agrees. The mirror glows, and the beautiful, smiling face of his mother Iris appears. Her voice, dangerously sweet, cuts through the silence. "Oh dear Riley," she begins, "could you tell me why you called so late? It's a simple question, but it carries the weight of a death sentence." Riley, the peerless swordsman, starts sweating, stammering that he can explain everything. Iris just keeps smiling, that terrifying smile, and says, "I'm listening." And in that moment, Riley's mind goes completely blank. What excuse could possibly explain why a lazy noble on vacation was too busy to call his mom? This is a battle of wits he's already losing. Seeing him flounder, Iris shifts her focus. "Nain, why are you so quiet?" she asks gently. Caught completely off guard, Nain snaps to attention, quickly assuring her she can hear everything perfectly. Riley leans over, hissing in a quiet panic. "Hey, why are you so dense?" His entire act is falling apart, and it's all thanks to Nain's honest answer. He's realizing his usual lazy charm won't work on his mother. He had been trying to pretend he was just lost in a book, but Nain's reply blew his cover. Realizing her mistake, she quickly tries to backtrack, denying that Riley said anything, but the damage is done. "Did something happen?" Iris asks, her tone still deceptively light. Nain, holding the mirror steady, insists everything is fine, but behind her, Riley just slumps into his chair in total defeat. Back at the Ipoletta mansion, Ian the butler is practically crying with relief, just happy to see his young master is safe. Meanwhile, Riley has already accepted his fate, muttering that he's coming back to Solia anyway. He offers another apology, but Iris cuts him off. She reminds him that an apology is useless if he just makes the same mistake again. It's a gentle warning, but he knows it's an ironclad rule. As the call is about to end, a maid with purple hair named Sarah rushes into the frame, urgently asking for a word with Nain. Nain looks surprised. Even through the magical connection, she can feel the waves of energy coming off Sarah. This is a small detail that reveals Sarah is far more than just a simple maid. She's powerful, and right now, she's agitated. Sarah's face appears in the mirror, and she is furious. She immediately starts laying into Nain, telling her that even if Riley forgot to call, it was her job to remember. "Master Riley may be on vacation," she scolds, "but you are not." All Nain can do is bow her head and apologize, completely worn down by the lecture. Then, after a moment, Sarah's tone softens completely. She asks if Nain got to see the waterfall road or the fireworks display. Nain looks up, a little confused, but confirms that she saw them. "How was it?" Sarah asks. And at that, Nain's entire expression transforms. A brilliant, genuine smile lights up her face as she recalls the memory. "It was," she says, her voice full of awe, "the most beautiful thing I have ever seen." This moment shows just how much she's grown, finally experiencing the world's beauty after a lifetime of darkness. Meanwhile, far away in the rain-soaked wilderness, a lone figure stumbles through the mud, exhausted and injured, collapsing to the ground. A cold voice cuts through the downpour. "Huriel," it says, "this is why I warned you." A man emerges from the shadows, surrounded by a swirling purple aura, telling her to stop being so reckless. There's an immediate sense of danger from this mysterious figure. He clenches a fist, pulsing with dark energy, reminding her that everything they do is for the sake of their prayer. Whatever their mission is, it's clearly serious and unforgiving. He turns and walks away, his shadow stretching out behind him like a bad omen. With a final warning to be careful, he vanishes into the darkness, leaving the young woman, Huriel, to make her way towards a lighted doorway alone. A short time later, the door to Riley and Nain's room creaks open, and the same young woman with the long red braids steps inside. Her eyes widen slightly as she takes in the two people in the room. "Master Riley," she says, "it's been a while." From the blank look on his face, it's obvious Riley has no clue who she is. She explains she's here with a message. Riley, looking as bored as ever, just asks what could possibly be so important that it couldn't wait until morning. Huriel then reveals a shocking secret. "I may look human," she tells him, "but I am not." A flash of a massive reptilian red eye hints at her true, monstrous nature. She explains that during the Great War, her clan owed a great debt to the legendary mercenary hero, Ian. "I am the last survivor of the Basilisk clan." The names Ian and Basilisk finally get a flicker of interest from Riley, but he still asks her to get to the point. Huriel gets straight to it, asking if she can travel with them to Solia. Riley, true to form, gives a blunt, one-word answer. "Nope." Slightly thrown off by his immediate refusal, she quickly changes her request. Could she at least see Ian? Just once? Riley wants to know why she's so fixated on meeting their old butler. She explains that it was her father's dying wish to meet the hero one last time. She pulls out a small pouch, revealing that it contains her father's ashes, which she hopes to bury after his wish is fulfilled. Tears well up in her eyes as she drops to her knees and bows deeply, begging him. The desperation in her voice is raw and real, a daughter simply trying to honor her father. "Please," she pleads, her voice cracking with emotion, "let me go with you to Solia." The scene shifts to a carriage rattling through the heavy rain. It seems her desperate plea worked, even on the laziest man in the world. Inside, Huriel is now traveling with them, cheerfully announcing that they're on their way. Riley watches her from the side, remarking on how happy she seems now that she has a chance to see Ian again. A brief flashback shows a younger Ian playfully pinching a little Huriel's cheek, a glimpse into a shared history between the legendary mercenary and the basilisk child. Ian's voice echoes from the memory, telling her it's great to see her so full of energy. It's a sweet memory, but as her hand clenches, you can see the sorrow beneath her smile. Riley notices Nain is trembling slightly and asks if she's feeling sick, worried the earlier fight took too much out of her. She reassures him she's fine, and he turns his attention back to their new guest. This small interaction shows that, despite his lazy exterior, Riley is always watching over Nain. He brings up her claim about being a basilisk, saying he wanted to ask her about it. Huriel begins to explain their unique ability. She tells him that her clan can see a person's innate energy, their true nature, which manifests as a kind of color. With a proud smile, she explains that the basilisks don't judge people by their appearance, but by the color of their soul. It's a fascinating power, one that sees past all deception. This energy can be red, blue, or even white, and for a select few, it's a dark, ominous purple. She adds that the black sorcerer she fought in Rainfield had that exact purple aura. Riley's interest is finally piqued. The black sorcerer was purple? But just as he's about to ask for more, their carriage grinds to a sudden halt. The sound of more horses approaching echoes through the storm. They're not alone. A loud, booming voice calls out from outside, "Well now, look who's here." It belongs to a huge, muscular man with an enormous mustache. He seems to know the people Huriel was with earlier, asking if they're the leader of the Thunderbolt. He chuckles, saying it's a small world and that it's been half a year since they last crossed paths. The man, Cabal, asks Huriel if she's heading to Rainfield, casually mentioning an old friend of his stopped by there. The casual tone feels more like an interrogation than a friendly chat. His eyes narrow as he says he's heard rumors of a new wing with a similar atmosphere wandering around, his gaze clearly aimed at the carriage. "Is it him?" he asks, his voice dropping. He tries to peek inside, but Huriel snaps at him to mind his own business. Cabal just laughs, but then his eyes catch the crest on the side of the carriage, the emblem of the Ibaleta family. His demeanor instantly changes. Huriel tells him to get lost, and this time, he listens. With a final laugh, Cabal says he'll leave them be, wishing the basilisk well before his group rides off into the rain. The Ipaleta name clearly carries enough weight to ward off even men like him. Huriel mutters under her breath, calling Cabal a disgusting purple prick. Riley's head snaps up. He immediately catches the word, asking if that man was also purple, and if that color is common. Huriel shakes her head. It's not common at all. In fact, in her entire life, she has only ever seen 4 people who radiate that sinister, dark purple aura. A pattern is beginning to form. She begins to list them. First, a person she ran into in some remote village. Second, a priest she met during her time in Rainfield. Third, the intimidating man they just encountered on the road, Cabal. And fourth, the black sorcerer she fought just a few days ago, the same sorcerer Riley executed. Riley leans back, processing this. All 4 of them, powerful and dangerous individuals share the same mysterious trait. He asks if that's all of them, and Huriel confirms it's everyone she's met so far. But then she adds a chilling thought. You never know, there could be more of them out there, hiding in the shadows. With that ominous possibility hanging in the air, the carriage continues its journey through the storm. They're heading for home, but it feels like they're driving straight into a conspiracy, much larger and darker than they could have ever imagined. While Riley heads home, the very shadows he left behind on the road are already plotting their next move. Cabal, the brute with the intimidating purple aura, turns to his companion, a calmer man named Libsra, asking if the girl they just saw was really Huriel. Libezra sighs internally, thinking that Cabal always overreacts. When asked how long their plan will take, Libezra gives a frustratingly vague answer. It will take as long as it takes. There are no guarantees in their line of work. Cabal fumes, muttering about someone whose left hand is now disqualified. Libezra, ever the strategist, simply tells him to calm down. Do I look calm to you? Cabal roars, smashing his massive axe into the ground with explosive force. He demands to know where their other associates are, but Libezra calmly explains that their leader is busy with something far more important. Still not satisfied, Cabal asks about the right hand, but Libezra claims ignorance. This is clearly an organization with a strict hierarchy, where information is shared on a need-to-know basis. Frustrated, Cabal curses them all. He finally asks Libezra what their next move is. With a thoughtful expression, Libezra admits he's not sure yet. He decides they should take things slowly for now, which only infuriates Cabal further. He realizes this means their grand plans for the so-called secret garden are being put on hold. A silhouette glows with that same sinister purple energy, a chilling sign that this mysterious group is not only dangerous but widespread. Libezra concludes that they should just wait for the right moment while fixing the left hand. Their cryptic conversation ends, leaving behind a trail of unanswered questions and a growing sense of dread. Back on the road, Riley's carriage finally arrives at the familiar site of the Ippolita family's annex. Their home. As she steps out, Nain lets out a quiet sigh of relief. After everything she's been through, this place has become the only true home she has ever known. Before they can even settle in, a blur of white hair rushes past them. It's Ian, the butler, who barrels straight into Riley with a desperate, crushing hug, shouting his young master's name. Caught in the embrace, Riley grunts that he's back. Nain watches with a small smile as the old butler, overcome with emotion, asks if Riley has any idea how worried he's been. Tears stream down the loyal butler's face. After days of uncertainty, all that matters is that his young master has returned safe and sound. Huriel stares at the scene, completely stunned. This emotional, weeping old man is the legendary mercenary hero her father spoke of with such reverence. The reality is far different from the stories. Riley finally manages to push Ian off, telling him to stop crying and get a hold of himself. He gestures towards Huriel, announcing that they have a guest who was looking specifically for him. Ian turns his teary eyes towards the young woman, and Riley confirms she's the one. Riley adds that she's a mercenary. Instantly, Ian's demeanor shifts. He respectfully bows, honored to meet a fellow warrior. But then, his expression hardens. His eyes sharpen, glowing with a faint red light as a lifetime of experience as a warrior comes to the surface. "Are you," he asks with sudden intensity, "from a basilisk family?" Huriel meets his piercing gaze without flinching and confirms that she is. Ian's eyes drop to the small pouch in her hands, her father's ashes. In that single moment, he understands everything. His voice grows heavy with grief as he realizes the black sorcerer in Rainfield had taken the life of his old friend, Garf. Later, inside, Ian takes a slow, deliberate sip of tea, his face a mask of cold fury. He remarks that the Black Wizard seemed to take the lives of good people far too easily. He turns to Huriel, his voice filled with pride and sorrow. "I will swear on my name," he says, making a solemn vow, "that a basilisk named Garf was an excellent mercenary." He gently places a hand on her head, offering a comfort that only someone who has shared the same battlefield can. He tells her she can be proud of her father, and that she must have endured so much all alone. Ian later informs Riley that he will let the Count know of their guest's arrival. Surprised, Riley asks where his father has gone. Ian explains that 2 days ago an urgent message arrived from Solia Castle. Count Stein left immediately. The Solia border was under attack. Trouble, it seems, is brewing on all fronts. Riley asks about his older brothers, and Ian confirms they're still at the mansion, as it can't be left unguarded. He then asks if his mother is in her room, and Ian says that she is. The conversation is calm, but it feels like the quiet before a storm. Suddenly, a sharp clink cuts through the air, followed by the unmistakable sound of shattering porcelain. Riley's head whips around, his lazy demeanor vanishing in an instant. Without a single thought, he is moving, running towards the sound with a speed that betrays his lazy reputation. He bursts into the room, his eyes wide with panic, demanding to know what's wrong. On the floor lie the broken shards of a teacup. He calls out her name, his voice tight with worry. "Nain?" He finds her trembling violently, her body completely out of her control. The crimson mark on her face seems to pulse with unstable, chaotic energy. She stumbles, her legs giving out from under her. Riley shouts her name, his voice filled with a terror we rarely see from him. He catches her just before she hits the ground. She's shaking in his arms, weakly insisting she's fine and that she'll clean up the mess. Riley grabs her hand, his voice sharp with worry. "What do you mean you'll clean it?" he says, "when your hands are shaking like this?" Tears stream down Nain's face. The fear of being a burden, a core trauma from her past, is overwhelming her. She apologizes again and again, promising to do her best. "So, please, don't throw me away," she begs, her voice breaking, before her eyes roll back and she finally collapses. Riley holds her tight, desperately calling her name, trying to wake her up. His mind flashes back to a dimly lit room, to a conversation he had with Endel, the dragon. He had asked about Nain's condition, about the price of her immense power. Endal's answer was grim. "It's dangerous," the dragon had said. "She could last until autumn at the longest." A death sentence. Riley had scoffed, saying it was no surprise she was having trouble controlling her body. Endel couldn't understand why she would push herself so hard when she was in so much pain. Why not just say so and rest? But Riley understood perfectly. He explained that some people are just built to endure, to carry their burdens silently until they break. He knows a person like that. A stupid person, he says, who once promised to save everyone and live up to their expectations, running himself into the ground until his body gave out. He's talking about himself, in his past life. The end result of all that sacrifice? 2 simple words, broken pieces. Endel could only remark that humans are interesting creatures, and Riley had to agree. In the flashback, Nain's own thoughts echo Riley's words. All she wanted was for her young master to be proud of her. The fireworks in Rainfield were a gift for him, but they came at a terrible cost. Riley realized it then. It was her own desire to please him that had shortened her lifespan. He asks Endal about a request Nain had made earlier. He remembers Nain asking for a teleport item. Now, Riley demands one from the dragon, not for her, but for himself. We see Riley in the flashback, lying in bed, weakened from using his own time magic to save Rainfield. He wasn't talking about the teleport scroll anymore. He was talking about Nain. His voice, stripped of all its usual arrogance and apathy, becomes a quiet, desperate plea to the ancient dragon. "Please, save her." The scene shifts to a calmer, sunnier day. The world seems peaceful. Inside the mansion, Nain looks out the window at Riley. He's fallen asleep against a tree, looking completely at peace. She smiles to herself, thinking he'll catch a cold if he sleeps out there. She goes to wake him, but the moment her hand touches his shoulder, a powerful jolt surges through her. Her eyes fly open, and the world around her warps into an unrecognizable reality. She's suddenly falling through a bright blue sky, surrounded by towering buildings made of glass and steel. It's a world she's never seen, a world that shouldn't exist. Strange metal carriages move without horses on the ground below, and a giant metal bird soars through the sky. What is this place, she wonders in absolute shock. The vision is overwhelming, a glimpse into a completely alien reality. And then she sees him, a younger version of Riley, wearing strange, modern clothes, surrounded by the silhouettes of other people. But this isn't her master. His face is twisted into a snarl, his teeth gritted in pure, unadulterated rage and absolute despair, and a raw, agonizing scream rips through the vision, the sound of a soul in torment, echoing from a life he fought and died to escape. The vision of his past life rips through Riley's subconscious, and the trauma hits him like a physical blow. He jolts awake with a raw scream, his mind still trapped in a nightmare he can never truly escape. The sound echoes across the yard, and Nain stumbles back in shock, calling out his name. The horrific images she just witnessed, a world of glass towers and bottomless rage, have left her terrified and confused. She clutches her head, the memories that aren't hers still burning behind her eyes. For the first time, she has seen the source of her master's profound sadness, and the pain feels like her own. Ian rushes to her side, his face etched with concern, gently telling her she needs to rest for the day. He explains that Sarah had already warned him she wasn't feeling well. He knows something is seriously wrong. Nain weakly insists she's fine, but her body betrays her. She's trembling uncontrollably, and a chaotic, dark energy swirls around her, a clear sign that her unstable magic is reaching a breaking point. Ian gently leads her away from Riley, who is still slumped against the tree, and tells her again to just rest for today. "Enough," he says, his voice firm but kind. Seeing his serious expression, Nain finally relents, too weak to argue. Ian rushes to Riley's side, asking if he's okay. Riley, still dazed, dismisses it as just a nightmare. But then he starts coughing, and a trickle of blood spills from his lips. The vision wasn't just mental, it physically wounded him. Seeing the blood, a sharp pain flares in Nain's chest. It's a sympathetic echo of the suffering she just witnessed, a new, terrifying connection to her master's broken past. The world spins around her as she tries to call out his name, but her strength gives out and she collapses into darkness. Riley and Ian can only shout her name, helpless as she falls unconscious. Sometime later, Nain is lying in a bed inside the mansion, pale and unconscious. Riley's two older brothers, Ryan and Lloyd, arrive. Ryan, the heir, looks around and notes that their useless younger brother is nowhere to be seen. They hear labored breathing and turn to find Nain, feverish and barely clinging to consciousness. Ryan, ever the hothead, immediately panics, shouting for someone to call a physician. But Lloyd, the cold pragmatist, grabs his arm and tells him to stop. "Let it be," Lloyd says, his voice completely devoid of emotion as Nain coughs up a spray of blood. Ryan is horrified. He can't believe what he's hearing from his own brother. Lloyd reminds him that even their father, a count, doesn't complain when he's injured. He sees this as a weakness unworthy of their house. He tells his emotional older brother to get a grip on reality. "She'll die anyway," he states with chilling certainty as more blood stains the sheets. "Then just let her be." Ryan is left speechless, stunned by the absolute cruelty of his brother's logic. For Lloyd, a dying servant is simply not worth the effort. Suddenly, the door flies open. A man with wild red hair and a doctor's coat bursts in. "Ah, you were here," he exclaims, immediately checking on Nain and noting how horrible she looks. Ryan and Lloyd are completely baffled. Who is this strange man, and what is he doing here? Lloyd demands to know who he is, but the doctor completely ignores him, focused on Nain. Lloyd repeats his question, his voice sharp with the authority of a noble. "I asked, who are you?" The doctor continues to mutter to himself, finding it interesting that her energy seems to be related to spirits, a crucial detail that hints at the true nature of her power. Lloyd's patience finally snaps. He draws his sword and points it directly at the stranger's throat. "Answer me," he yells. "Who are you?" The man finally turns, looking bored. "Endel," he says simply. When Lloyd remains confused, he repeats it with clear annoyance. "Are you deaf? It's Endel." A wicked, inhuman grin spreads across Endel's face, revealing razor-sharp teeth. "Eh?" he says, clearly enjoying the chaos. He strolls right past the two nobles as if they're nothing more than furniture, casually asking if they're curious about him. A dark, overwhelmingly powerful aura flares around him, his shadow twisting into something monstrous. He confirms that Endel is merely the name of his human form. He adjusts his glasses with a smirk. "Yep, I'm a doctor. Why, you got a problem with that?" Lloyd is completely bewildered. This arrogant, bizarre man is supposed to be a doctor? Just then, Riley walks in with a cheerful wave. "Ah, you're here, sir," he calls out, playing along perfectly. He apologizes to his stunned brothers for the sudden interruption. He throws an arm around the clearly annoyed Endel, explaining that this is a talented physician he met back in Rainfield. His brothers can only stare, completely dumbfounded by this ridiculous scene. Endel, picking up his cue, adds that Riley brought him here to treat Nain's chronic illness, and must have just forgotten to mention it. "Right, doctor?" Riley asks enthusiastically. Endel plays along. "That's true. Didn't I just tell you I was a doctor?" Lloyd isn't buying a single word of it. He points an accusing finger at Endel, demanding to know why a common doctor is speaking so disrespectfully to the sons of a count. Endel's smile turns predatory. "Funny guy," he sneers, his voice dropping to a low threat. "You should be thankful you're still alive after pointing a sword at me." Enraged by the insolence, Lloyd raises his sword to strike. But before he can move, Endel's eyes flash with a terrifying, inhuman red light. A close-up of a massive, slitted reptilian eye gives a horrifying glimpse of Endel's true, draconic nature. This is the power of an ancient dragon. An immense, crushing pressure slams down on Lloyd, freezing him in place. He is completely paralyzed, a powerful swordsman rendered helpless by a force beyond his comprehension. On the bed, even in her unconscious state, Nain feels the suffocating aura and whimpers for it to stop. The pressure vanishes as quickly as it appeared. Nain sits up, dazed and confused. Riley immediately rushes to her side. She asks how long she was asleep, and Riley tells her it's been half a day. Her first instinct is to get back to work, still driven by a deep-seated fear of being useless. But Riley gently stops her. He and everyone else in the room look at her, not with judgment, but with an expression of profound sorrow. He looks into her eyes, seeing the girl whose shadow has become long and broken. "Nain," he says, his voice soft, "you can't stay here any longer." He says this not as a punishment, but as a painful necessity. After seeing his past, she can never look at him the same way again, and for her own safety, she has to leave. Outside, Nain leaves the mansion, with Endel disguised as a doctor by her side. The maids and butlers, including Sarah, are openly weeping, heartbroken to see the girl they've come to care for being sent away. As they walk into a sunlit field, Nain looks back one last time. Tears stream down her face in a silent, painful goodbye to the only real home she has ever known. She closes her eyes, entrusting her future to the arrogant dragon beside her, and to the young master who made the difficult choice to send her away, all in a desperate attempt to save her life. The story flashes back to 2 hours before she left. Sarah, the maid who was always so strict, is sobbing uncontrollably. She's overwhelmed with guilt, crying that she never knew Nain was so sick and regrets scolding her every single day. Ian stands beside her, his own face heavy with sorrow, as Sarah apologizes over and over, her tough exterior completely shattered. 30 minutes later, Sarah is still clinging to Nain, unable to stop crying. An hour later, it's Ian holding her, the old butler's shoulders shaking with the quiet grief of a grandfather saying goodbye. Riley, watching from the doorway, finally loses his patience. "Good grief, you two," he complains. "Just stop crying already." He then reminds them they had something to give her. Snapping out of her grief, Sarah quickly presents Nain with a beautifully embroidered handkerchief. She explains through hiccups that it's her most precious possession. It's a simple gift, but it's a piece of her heart. Nain accepts it, her voice soft as she promises to treasure it forever. Ian then steps forward. "Take this too, Nain," he says, his voice firm but kind. He presents her with a sheathed sword bearing the Ippolita family crest. It's a powerful symbol, a promise that she will always have a home to return to. She is one of them. Nain clutches the gifts, her resolve hardening. "I'll be waiting for you," she says, a silent vow that she will come back, healed and whole. Ian looks at her with grandfatherly warmth. He tells her to come back home, not for his sake, but for the young master who is counting on her. Just as the emotional farewell seems to be over, the door opens again. It's Iris, Riley's mother. She holds up a beautiful blue ribbon, saying she has something for Nain as well. Nain is so flustered she can barely speak, her hands already full of treasures. But Iris just smiles that gentle, calming smile and carefully ties the ribbon into Nain's dark hair. The simple blue bow is the final touch, a quiet, maternal gesture of love and acceptance from the lady of the house. Nain bows deeply, thanking them for everything. In this moment, surrounded by Iris and the loyal servants, they look less like a master and her staff, and more like a real family. Sarah turns to Riley, who's been lounging in the background this whole time. She asks if he doesn't have anything to give Nain. He just shrugs, putting on his usual mask of indifference. But then, he holds out a single, perfect red apple. "Will this do?" he asks. Nain's eyes go wide. This isn't just a piece of fruit, it's a memory. Her mind flashes back to a time when she begged him to let her stay by his side, even if it meant dying, and she remembers his promise, delivered with a gentle smile. "Nain," he had said, "I can cure your illness." He had pointed to a single apple, high up in a tree, a symbol of a future she didn't think she had. "You can live," he told her. Now, as she takes the apple from his hand, his words echo in her mind. It's a promise renewed, a reason to fight, a plea for her to keep on living. We return to the present, as Nain begins her new journey under a bright, hopeful sun. Endel turns to her with a grin. "Starting today, you are my disciple," he announces. Nain can only stare back, completely confused. "Yeah, repeat after me," he says before correcting himself with a wicked smile. "Call me teacher." Nain stammers out the word. Teacher?" Endel erupts in laughter, clearly thrilled by the new title and the shocked look on her face. As her new teacher walks ahead, Nain pauses, looking back at the home she's leaving behind. With one last lingering glance at the mansion, she makes a silent promise. "I'll be back soon, everyone." And with that, her new chapter begins. The scene cuts sharply to a military camp on the Solia border. Inside a tent, a war council is underway. A temporary truce has been called with the enemy. A commander remarks that he never expected the Ansirium forces to attack first. Another adds that the real problem wasn't the invasion itself, but the ruthless mercenaries fighting alongside them. He's talking about the Cabal mercenaries. The rumors of their leader's monstrous strength were true, and thanks to him, their forces suffered devastating losses. Another soldier declares that, without Count Stein Ippolita on the front lines, they would have been completely annihilated. The blonde commander, Abel, slams his fist on the table. They cannot afford to ignore this new threat. He tells everyone present to remember this battle as a harsh lesson learned in blood. Abel pulls a subordinate aside, his voice low, and asks about Count Stein's condition. Her expression is grim. "It's not good, sir," she admits quietly. She delivers the devastating news. Count Stein's right arm, his sword arm, is gone, completely severed in the fight. She doesn't think he's going to make it. Abel grits his teeth, his face a mask of cold fury. He gives a solemn order. Issue a wanted order for the Cabal mercenaries. The Count of the Sword, Stein Ippolita, will be avenged. We see the Count himself, unconscious and heavily bandaged, the empty space where his right arm used to be, a stark symbol of his sacrifice. Nurses whisper by his bedside, worried. The Count has not yet chosen a successor. If he dies, the future of the Ippolita family and a cornerstone of the kingdom's defense is thrown into chaos. The scene flies through the night sky, back to the uneasy peace of the Ippolita estate. Ryan is pacing nervously down a dark hallway. He's haunted by his brother Lloyd's chilling words about Nain. "She'll die anyway." Ryan looks shaken, unable to comprehend that level of cold indifference. It wasn't just pragmatic, it felt unnatural. He wonders why his brother has become so cold. Their father would have been furious. Their mother is the kindest person he knows. Where did this cruelty come from? He shakes his head violently, trying to dismiss a terrifying thought that is forming in his mind. He stops by a window, his expression deeply troubled. He sees Ian and Riley standing in the garden below, a rare, quiet moment in the midst of turmoil. Suddenly, a guard bursts in, shouting for the masters. "The Count has returned!" However, the brothers rush outside to a horrifying sight. Their father, the invincible Count of the Sword, is being carried in on a stretcher, unconscious and gravely wounded. They can only cry out his name in shock and disbelief. In the crowd of concerned faces, we see Huriel and Sarah, but Huriel isn't looking at the Count. Her basilisk eyes, which can see a person's very soul, have locked onto someone else. They glow with dawning horror. She sees it. Among the loyal Ippolita guards, one of them is pulsing with that familiar, sinister purple energy. Her mind flashes back to the priest in Rainfield, to Libesra on the road, to all the enemies she's encountered. She remembers the warning, 4 people with that purple aura, all part of a dark conspiracy. Her eyes focus on the man standing right beside Riley's brother Lloyd. His aura is the same, and she realizes with absolute terror that the enemy isn't just at their gates. They're already inside. As Count Stein is carried inside, the 3 sons gather around him. Standing with Lloyd is Libesra, the purple man, looking completely unfazed by the chaos. A wolf has been invited into the sheepfold. Lloyd, his usual cold composure gone, shouts in rage, demanding to know who dared to harm his father. Ryan can only ask if his father will be all right, his voice trembling. But Riley remains silent, his eyes narrowed, taking in every detail with a cold, analytical gaze. He's already piecing the puzzle together. Later, Count Stein recounts the battle. He holds up a wanted poster, explaining that the man who took his arm was a mercenary. The poster shows a familiar, brutish face with a massive mustache, a notoriously strong warrior. His name is Cabal, and for Riley, everything clicks into place. If Cabal was involved, it all makes a terrifying kind of sense. Riley remembers their tense encounter on the road. The reason Cabal was heading toward Rainfield, it was all connected to this larger, darker plot. Stein explains that Cabal possesses immense, almost inhuman strength. In the heat of their battle, a single moment was all it took. Had it been a fair duel, one-on-one, Stein is confident he would have won, but the battlefield was pure chaos. He was distracted for just a split second, and in that instant, Cabal's axe came swinging down. A single, brutal slice. "Unfortunately," Stein says, gesturing to his missing arm, "that was the result." As he speaks, Riley's expression hardens into something cold and dangerous. Riley's entire philosophy has been to live a quiet life, to avoid trouble at all costs. But seeing his father like this changes everything. In his past life, he failed to protect his people. He swore it would never happen again. He never imagined that vow would apply to his own family. With his body so gravely injured, Count Stein knows he can no longer lead. The time has come. Surrounded by his family, he makes a solemn announcement. It is time to decide the family's future. It's time to choose the next head of the Ippolita family, a successor. A few days later, a carriage speeds down a country road. Inside, Riley lies down, his mind already working, preparing for the test his father has given him. In a flashback, Count Stein addresses his 3 sons. To determine the successor, he will give each of them a single task. Because of the recent invasion, many villages are in crisis. Their test is to go to these villages and provide aid, to prove their worth as leaders. Just as Riley is about to depart, Hirael rushes to him, her voice urgent. She warns him that the man standing with Lloyd Lebestre is one of them. He has the same sinister purple aura as Cabal and the Black Sorcerer. Riley leans back, processing everything. A wanted order for Cabal, a contest for succession, and a spy standing right next to his brother. He realizes the quiet village he's been assigned to is the perfect place to handle this, far from prying eyes. He's heading to a place called Alive Village, near a thick forest. Ian, riding outside, informs him there are rumors of suspicious ogre activity in the area. Ian asks if his master heard, and Riley quietly confirms that he did. He asks for the village's name again, mishearing it slightly. Olive Village? No, young master, it's Alive Village, Ian corrects him gently. Riley just sighs. Seriously, he mutters to himself as the carriage rattles onward. A single autumn leaf drifts down, a quiet prelude to the coming storm. The carriage makes its way through a forest painted in the vibrant colors of fall. As they approach, Riley asks Ian if this is the place. Ian confirms it is, Alive Village. An old man on the road turns, startled by the approaching carriage. He looks up at the grand Ipoletta crest, his eyes wide. Ian steps down, announcing that they have come from the Ipoletta family to offer aid. The old man's face floods with overwhelming relief. Finally, he cries, thanking them over and over. He introduces himself as Malto, the village chief, bowing so low his hands touch Ian's boots. But Riley, looking past him, feels a cold sense of unease. The village is silent. Too silent. He wonders where everyone is. The streets are completely deserted. There's an unnatural quiet hanging over the entire village. He comments that even if the villagers were scared of ogres and hiding, the place is just too empty. The village chief's face falls. He explains with a heavy heart that over the past few days, about 10 villagers have disappeared. It started 4 days ago. First, 1 or 2 children went missing, and then more and more began to vanish. Children! Riley repeats, and the single word hits him like a physical blow, unlocking a door in his mind he has kept sealed for a lifetime. He steps down from the carriage, his expression turning grim. I'm in trouble, he thinks. This mission just became something far more personal. It's not just about ogres anymore. It's about missing children. And that word triggers a visceral, horrifying flashback. He's back in his previous life, standing on a burning street littered with the wreckage of a modern war. Even then, amidst the chaos, there were children. Children covered in blood, their eyes hollowed out by suffering, their minds broken by the horrors they had witnessed. A bright, almost holy light emanates from him as he approaches, a stark contrast to the death and destruction surrounding them. One of the children looks up, his face stained with black tears. "Mister, who are you?" one asks. Another points to his sword. "Are you a hero?" Riley's past self can only confirm that he is. The children's expressions turn manic. One laughs, saying he must be here to kill them. Another cries for her mom. Then, a little girl steps forward, her voice small but steady. "Mister," she asks, "can you do something for me? Please, kill us without any pain." Her words are a gut punch, an impossible plea. "It hurts so much," she begs. "Please hurry up and kill me." The memory of their pain, of the choice he was forced to make, is a wound that has never healed. Dying without pain. A request to kill. That was what the children of a ruined world had asked of their hero. The memory fades, but the dark red stain it left on his soul remains forever. Ian's voice snaps him back to the present, asking if he's thought of a way to find the missing children. Still shaken, Riley admits he doesn't know yet. He thinks aloud. There's no evidence, and the ogres are behaving strangely. But as he pieces it together, children disappearing one by one over several days, a cold realization dawns on him. Of course, the strange ogre behavior and the kidnappings, it's all connected. This isn't random, it's an operation. In that instant, his lazy demeanor vanishes, replaced by a cold, deadly resolve. He grips the hilt of his sword and declares that, for culprits like these, you don't negotiate. You eliminate them in an instant. The village chief is so startled by his sudden intensity that he stumbles backward in absolute shock. A faint shimmer runs down Riley's blade as he draws it. His eyes are sharp, focused. The lazy noble is gone, and in his place stands a predator who has just caught the scent of his prey. The chief drops to his knees with a thud, his voice a desperate, panicked cry. Please save me. Riley looks down at him, completely baffled. What are you talking about? He asks. Why would I kill you? The villager stammers an apology, explaining he thought Riley's vow to eliminate them meant everyone in the village. Riley just stares, his intense declaration clearly lost in translation. Ian sighs beside him. Of course, the poor man misunderstood. Riley's sudden shift from lazy noble to stone-cold killer is enough to terrify anyone. Brushing it off, Riley tells Ian he's going to deal with the kidnappers and the ogres now. Ian reaches out, worried, asking if he'll be all right on his own. Riley glances back, wondering what the issue is. Ian points out the obvious. He's actually using a sword, something he's never done seriously before. He reminds Riley that despite his training, the forest is extremely dangerous. Riley's response is simple and perfectly in character. Then stay by my side and protect me. With a sigh, the loyal butler knows he has no choice but to follow. As Riley walks toward the forest, Ian calls out one last time, pleading with him to be careful. But Riley has no intention of taking it slow. He grabs his butler and, in an instant, they are gone, moving faster than the eye can see. Ian barely has time to react, shouting his master's name in pure shock. They bound from tree to tree at an impossible speed, the world blurring around them as Riley effortlessly carries the old man through the dense forest. This is a level of power Ian has never witnessed. Landing softly, Riley lets Ian go. A faint blue aura glows around his hand. This will be over in a minute, he promises. Ian screams a warning as Riley drops down into a massive horde of ogres below. But his fear is completely unnecessary. Riley becomes a whirlwind of motion, a blur of blue light and razor-sharp steel. In a single fluid strike, he cuts through multiple ogres before they can even raise their weapons. Ian can only watch, stunned. This isn't swordsmanship. It's something else entirely. Ian thinks to himself that this is nothing like the Ippolita style he taught. This is something from another world. Suddenly, a voice cuts through his thoughts. Get away. He freezes, recognizing Riley's voice inside his own mind. His young master is using telepathy. Ian can't comprehend how this is possible. Meanwhile, surrounded by a dark, menacing aura, Riley calmly continues his count. 33, 34. Standing in a field of defeated monsters, Riley calls out to Ian, asking if he was sure there were supposed to be 150 of them. Ian confirms the number, asking why it matters. With a single, powerful slash, Riley deflects another attack. Because, he states coldly, some of them are missing. Ian starts to argue, but he's cut off by a guttural roar from behind. An ogre, much larger than the others, looms over him, its massive axe raised high. Its eyes glow with rage as it snarls. You killed my comrades! The ogre roars, demanding vengeance. Further ahead, the rest of the horde gathers behind a massive gate, preparing for a final assault. But Riley is already moving. Another effortless slash, and another beast falls. That makes 90. He grimaces. The cheap sword he brought won't last much longer. He has to find those children, and he has to do it now. He looks past the ogres guarding the gate and realizes with a sinking feeling that the children aren't there. He closes his eyes, focusing, extending his senses beyond what is visible. A swirl of blue mana gathers around him as he scans the area. He detects it. Over there. The faint energy signatures of about 14 kids. But then, his eyes snap open in alarm. The energy he was sensing has suddenly weakened. A jolt of pure fear hits him. He starts sprinting, pushing himself faster than ever, praying he's not too late. He follows the fading energy trail and spots the entrance to a dark cave up ahead. He doesn't hesitate for a second, running straight towards it. As he gets closer, he confirms it. The life force he felt before has definitely gotten weaker. A dark thought flashes through his mind, the hollow eyes of the children from his past. Is he about to fail again? No, he thinks, shaking his head. He refuses to accept that. He can't jump to conclusions. He steps inside the cave, and his foot lands on something soft and sticky. He looks down in disgust. He covers his nose as a foul stench hits him. This thick, black-purple sludge isn't mud. It's something far more grotesque. He looks deeper and sees the source, ogre carcasses, melting into a grotesque liquid. His eyes narrow. Who could have done this? As he walks further in, the sound of slow, heavy footsteps echoes from the darkness. A shadowy figure walks away in the distance. Riley watches, wondering if that's the one responsible. Deeper inside, he finds them. The kidnapped children, huddled together, tied up and terrified. One asks if they're going to die here. An older girl tries to reassure them, but they're all scared. The ogres will come back. A young boy with blonde hair turns and sees Riley standing in the shadows. Who are you? He stammers. Riley looks down at them, his expression serious. "I'm the person," he says, "who is here to save you." The kids' faces light up with relief. They're saved! A real person is finally here to rescue them. Riley looks around the cave and asks the children if there was anyone else with them. They excitedly tell him about the beggar mister, a kind man who hid them in the cave and left something at the entrance to protect them. At the entrance, intrigued, Riley turns back. He finds a message carved into the cave wall. It's an apology, explaining the writer wasn't strong enough to save the kids himself. He tried to keep them safe, but some might have been infected with a plague. He urges their rescuer to take them to a temple for treatment immediately. Plague? Riley's blood runs cold. Just then, one of the kids complains that his arm is itching. Another agrees, saying hers is too. Riley's eyes darken as he reads the warning again, infected with the plague. As the children continue to complain about the itching, he steels himself. He knows what he has to do. Outside the cave, he does a quick head count. 1, 2, 3, all 10 of them are here. For now, they're safe. Ian runs up, calling his master's name in relief. Riley tells him to come quickly, that he's found the children. He turns back to the kids and asks them to tell him more about this beggar mister. They all chime in, saying he was their kind friend and that his hair was so long it went down to his belly button. Riley tries to get a more useful description. He asks what he looked like. A red-haired boy thinks for a moment, then says something truly strange. Come to think of it, he wasn't breathing. Riley freezes. What? His sudden, intense stare scares the boy, who asks if he said something wrong. Softening his expression, Riley asks him to explain exactly what he meant. The boy explains that the man didn't breathe or open his mouth at all. He got curious and asked him why. In a flashback, we see the boy asking a mysterious, hooded figure with long white hair why he isn't breathing. The man wrote a reply in the dirt, "If I breathe, you will be in danger." The boy continues, explaining that he now understands. After the man breathed inside the cave, all the ogres melted into that disgusting liquid. A black-purple liquid, a breath that kills. Riley processes the information, a cold dread creeping in. What in the world was that thing? In another location, a dark and eerie workshop, the mysterious hooded figure is running, clutching his side as if injured. A sinister purple aura fills the air around him. He wonders if the children were saved, trying to reassure himself that they'll be all right. He can't afford to do anything but think positively. Suddenly, a deep, menacing voice calls out, telling him to watch his left leg. The figure looks back in shock. Standing there is Cabal, the monstrous mercenary leader, his presence radiating pure, overwhelming menace. The mysterious protector has just run straight into the jaws of the beast. Just when you think you know the enemy, it turns out they're fighting amongst themselves. Cabal confronts the hooded man, Yuahak, complaining that he never expected to run into him here. He grumbles that if he'd known, he would have just left this job to Libesra. But Yuahak snaps back, reminding him exactly what Libesra is busy doing right now. Yuahak glares, his expression a mask of cold disdain. The silence between them is heavier than any threat. Cabal tries to play nice, putting a hand on his shoulder and telling him not to make that face. But Yuahak is in no mood for pleasantries. A wave of dark purple energy erupts from his body, forcing Cabal back. "Stay away," Yuahak warns, his voice laced with venom. "If this poison touches you, there is no cure." Cabal growls in frustration, calling him a rotten coward. He doesn't understand why Yuahak is being so difficult when they're supposed to be on the same team. Yuahak's face twists into a snarl. "I have no interest in being part of your secret circle," he spits back, telling Cabal to stop interfering with his work. This organization is clearly not as unified as it seems. The dark energy lashes out, and Cabal barely dodges the attack. He mutters to himself that he has a really bad feeling about this guy. Meanwhile, back at the village, the crisis is over. An old woman bows deeply to Riley, thanking him over and over for saving her grandson and the other children. Riley, looking completely exhausted, tells her to just focus on getting the kids to the temple for treatment. A villager calls out to the children, telling them it's time to go. They all cheer, happy and safe at last. The kids excitedly scramble onto the back of a wagon, their laughter filling the night air. As the wagon rumbles away, Riley lets out a huge sigh of relief. He's done more in one day than he has in 19 years. "I'm going to sleep for 2 days straight," he declares. But Ian interrupts, a serious look on his face. "Young master," he begins. Riley just sighs. "What now?" Ian says he has to ask about his sword skills. He points out that he's never seen Riley practice, never seen him hunt. "When?" he asks directly. "Did you learn to use a sword like that?" Riley tries to play it cool, rubbing the back of his neck and claiming Ian must be imagining things. But Ian isn't buying it for a second. That impossible speed, that flawless mana control? And what about the telepathy he used in the forest? Riley laughs awkwardly, but Ian finally explodes. "Young master," he shouts, "what else are you hiding from me?" Then his anger melts away, replaced by pure, unwavering devotion. With tears in his eyes, he declares that he doesn't know what secrets Riley holds, but he has always believed in him. Riley is completely stunned by the sudden, raw display of emotion. Before he can respond, the flapping of wings breaks the silence. A carrier pigeon lands nearby. Ian extends his arm, and the bird hops onto it calmly. Ian explains, "It's a royal messenger." He unrolls the small scroll tied to its leg. The message is short, and it is horrifying. The black sorcerer that Riley killed in Rainfield has come back to life. Riley's eyes go wide with shock. This confirms his worst fears about Libestra and the organization he serves. His mind races. He already suspected Libestra was up to no good, and now this. He remembers the sorcerer in Rainfield, the dark, hooded figure, his chilling smile, the acid rain that threatened to destroy an entire town. Ian turns to him, his expression sharp. "What happened in Rainfield, young master?" he asks, accusing him of hiding that too. Riley tries to deflect, but Ian isn't letting him off the hook. When Riley stays silent, Ian loses his patience and grabs him, shouting, "Young master," right in his ear. Annoyed, Riley tells him it's nothing important. But Ian, his face a mask of fierce determination, says he wants to hear it anyway. An hour later, Riley finishes his story, looking completely drained. He tells Ian that's what happened, and it's up to him if he believes it. Ian looks at him, his expression unwavering. "I believe you," he says, without a single shred of doubt. But he isn't done. He tells Riley that now he has to make a choice. Ian insists they go to Solia at once to deal with this resurrected threat. But Riley smirks, reminding him of the succession contest. He can't just abandon his mission. Ian's face burns with righteous fury. He clenches his fists, vowing to kill that sorcerer himself. He then turns to Riley, reminding him that there are more important things at stake than family titles. And Riley, surprisingly, agrees. Ian thinks to himself that for years, his greatest hope was to see Riley become the head of the Ippolita family. But now, in this moment, he has abandoned that hope without a second thought. He's chosen a different path, one focused on protecting innocent people from a monster. For Ian, people will always come first. Riley looks at his loyal butler, seeing the absolute conviction in his eyes. But for Riley, the motivation is different. It's not about saving the world. His eyes turn cold. It's about the fact that these monsters keep interrupting his precious, peaceful life with the people he cares about. Far away, in a dimly lit hall shrouded in secrecy, a group of powerful, non-human beings are gathered. A woman with fin-like ears asks how long it's been. An orc-like man replies that it's been over 1,000 years since the last convocation. The fin-eared woman asks about Endel. An elf-like woman at the head of the table replies that he's bringing his new disciple with him. The orc scoffs, calling Endel a weirdo for taking on a human student. Suddenly, a loud voice booms through the hall. "You're the one to talk!" Endel strides in, followed by Nain, complaining loudly about Rainfield's humid air. The elf-like woman, the convener of this meeting, informs him that one more member has yet to arrive. She explains that she can't contact him at all, a worrying sign. The orc, Arthur, then notices Nain. He asks Endel if this weak-looking human is really his disciple. Endel just laughs, challenging Arthur to a contest between their students. Arthur roars with laughter, saying, "Endel has been bluffing for 1,000 years. But Endel just smirks, asking if he looks like he's bluffing now. The fin-eared woman interrupts their bickering. The convener agrees, stating there's a serious reason she called them here. She explains that she summoned them to Rainfield because she sensed a strange, corrupting energy originating from this place. She tells them it's an energy that is the complete opposite of mana. We see flashes of the resurrected sorcerer, of Libestra wielding his dark power. She explains that 3 beings wielding this dark power came to Rainfield, their presence a poison to the natural world. She admits she wouldn't have believed it herself if she hadn't used spirits to see visions of the past. Her expression turns grave. These humans, she warns, are threatening the very balance of the world. They are directly interfering with the cycle of life and death. As she speaks, several candles on the table, representing life, are suddenly extinguished by a wave of dark purple energy, shocking everyone present. The convener then turns her sharp gaze directly to Nain. "Now, human child," she says. She reveals she knows Nain was in Rainfield that day, and she demands that Nain tell them everything that happened. Nain is completely stunned, the focus of all these ancient, powerful beings suddenly resting on her shoulders. Her mind flashes back to that terrifying day. The dark sky, the pouring acid rain, the fight for her life. "That day," she begins, her voice quiet but clear, "we met a black wizard." A vision of the hooded sorcerer, surrounded by a storm of dark purple magic, flashes in her mind as she speaks. She explains that the wizard used a corrupt, purplish-black energy similar to her own, and on top of that, he was a powerful necromancer. A deep voice cuts in. A large, stone-like golem dismisses her words, saying necromancy is a simple parlor trick for beings of their power. Inari agrees that simply raising a dead body is easy. The real problem, she clarifies, is what happens to the soul. The mermaid-like woman gasps, her eyes wide. Is she suggesting the wizard can revive the soul too? Inari silences her, telling everyone to listen carefully. Nain finishes her story, explaining that Master Riley killed the wizard, and when he did, all the summoned creatures vanished, souls and all. Inari then asks about Nain's special eyes, confirming that they can sense a person's existence just by visualizing them. Nain nods. Inari's expression grows cold. "Then tell me," she says, her gaze piercing, "what about someone who is already dead?" When Nain looks confused, Inari's voice becomes a command. "Visualize that black wizard right now." "Where is he?" Nain closes her eyes and focuses, picturing the man Riley struck down. Her eyes snap open, her pupils shrinking in absolute, undiluted shock. A vision floods her mind. The sorcerer, cloaked in purple, is standing, very much alive. The impossible is true. She stumbles back, clutching her head, overwhelmed by the revelation. How is this possible? The man Riley killed, whose soul she saw vanish, is alive. Back in a bustling town, Riley seems completely unfazed by the world-ending news he just received. He casually tells Ian it's time to eat first. Ian is aghast. A sorcerer has come back from the dead, and his master wants to get a snack? But Riley calmly explains that preparation always comes first. He gestures to the crowded street, reminding Ian that he's officially in a succession race. From now on, they need to be more discreet. They walk through the town market, easily blending in with the crowd. Riley's eyes land on a stall selling a colorful array of masks. An image of Huriel, smiling brightly in a golden mask, flashes through his mind. He wonders why he's suddenly thinking of her. Ian notices his master's face turning beet red and asks if he's feeling all right. "It's none of your business," Riley snaps back, clearly flustered. He quickly grabs 2 masks from the stall. Ian, confused, asks why. "It's for our own good," Riley says, shoving a simple black masquerade mask into his butler's hands. He's embracing his new covert role. As Riley walks off, Ian calls for him to wait. He points down the street. A group of people in matching blue cloaks are walking with purpose. They're mages from the Magic Tower. A serious young man with white hair and glasses, named Felda, seems to be their leader. Riley watches them, noting they're also heading towards Solia. A sly grin spreads across his face. "Ian," he says, "let's follow them." The mages push through the crowd, clearly on an urgent mission. They make their way through the town without stopping. Their path leads them to a long, dark, and eerily empty stone staircase. Suddenly, a low rumble shakes the ground. Felda orders his team to get the civilians back. They quickly form a perimeter, warning everyone that the area is dangerous. From the top of the dark staircase, a guttural, inhuman scream tears through the air. A horrifying creature stumbles into view. It's a pale, skinless humanoid, its body twisted and contorted, with black ooze dripping from its empty eye sockets. Felda reacts instantly. A blast of green energy shoots from his hand, and thorny vines erupt from the ground, trapping the monster. The mages stare in horror. "Is that thing even human?" one of them asks. But their relief is short-lived. More screams echo from above. More civilians are being attacked. Watching from a safe distance, Ian asks what those things are. Riley's lazy demeanor is gone, replaced by a grim intensity. "Are the dead?" he asks, "moving on their own?" Felda grits his teeth. The situation is out of control. He declares that he will block the entrance to contain the threat. The vines grow thicker, forming a dense wall of thorns across the staircase. But from within the darkness, multiple pairs of glowing red eyes appear. This is only the beginning. In a room overlooking the chaos, the resurrected black sorcerer smirks. "I like this new body," he muses. Libestra stands beside him, his expression cold. He warns the wizard, now called Left Hand, not to lose this body again. Left Hand assures him he understands. He trembles with anticipation, vowing to get his revenge on the one who killed him. He raises a hand, unleashing a wave of dark, necrotic energy into the streets below. The ground cracks open, and an army of shadowy figures rises from the earth, their eyes glowing red. They shamble forward, a horrifying tide of death. The mages see the horde approaching from below. They are completely surrounded, trapped between two armies of the dead. Felda turns, shocked to see Libezra and Left Hand standing right there, orchestrating the attack. Left Hand mockingly asks if he's surprised. Libezra tells him he should be more worried about the undead. Civilians panic, trying to flee as the shambling army closes in. Felda realizes they are hopelessly outmatched. He screams for everyone to evacuate, shouting that they need reinforcements. But there's no time. Libezra smiles cruelly. "I can't let you do that." A massive, black tentacle erupts from the ground beside him. It whips out with incredible speed, snatching several of the fleeing mages and lifting them helplessly into the air. Felda's hand ignites with fire. "I won't let you," he shouts. He unleashes a torrent of flame, trying to free his comrades. But Libezra just watches, a smug grin on his face. "Ungrateful creature," he sneers. "You'll be eaten anyway." Far away, in a grand cathedral, a young woman in white robes prays for guidance. The Saintess kneels, her thoughts filled with worry. Libezra, the dark prophecies! She feels powerless to stop what's coming. A gentle, divine voice calls out to her, "My child." She looks up, her eyes filled with hope as a being of pure light descends before her. The divine being, Reincarnated, offers her a cryptic clue. "If you are lost, go find the black butterfly." An image of a woman in an ornate mask appears. The silhouette is strangely familiar. "The child of the black butterfly," Reincarnated continues, her voice echoing with power. The image transforms into a shimmering, purple butterfly. "That child," Reincarnated declares, "will show you the way." The path to salvation, it seems, lies with the last of the basilisks. The next morning, the tension from the previous night is still thick in the air. Seeing Ian's pale, distant expression, Huriel asks if he's feeling all right. She reminds him of the moving corpse they encountered, and Riley chimes in, noting it was just like the one back in Rainfield, shambling on its own with no trace of mana. Huriel confirms his suspicion. With the immediate threat assessed, Riley, already digging into breakfast, gets straight to the point. What has she learned about Libezra? She lays out his routine. Mornings are spent at the temple, but from the afternoon until late at night, he's in downtown Solia. The connection clicks for Riley instantly. Libezra is tied to the appearance of the undead. Just then, Ian leans forward, his face etched with worry. He looks at Riley and says there's something he needs to tell him. His voice is heavy as he explains that he's seen corpses like these before. Not these exact ones, but something chillingly similar. It's the eyes, those soulless, pitch-black eyes. He's seen them once before. Riley immediately asks when. "It was about 26 years ago," Ian begins, his mind drifting back into a painful memory. We see a younger Ian in a soldier's uniform. He admits that to this day he deeply regrets what happened. Back then, he was just a wanderer, dispatched to a small, isolated village. In that village lived a woman who was feared and ostracized by everyone. They called her a witch. Ian explains that she had the exact same empty black eyes as the corpses they saw last night. He had assumed her eyes were why they shunned her, but meeting her proved how wrong he was. She wasn't a witch, she was a master of the sword. He reveals a shocking truth. This woman, the one with the black eyes, was his master. She was the one who taught him swordsmanship. He recalls asking her one day how her eyes had become that way. Her answer sent a shiver down his spine. She told him it was a blessing, but she quickly added that it was a blessing she had never asked for. Ian finishes his story with the most unsettling detail of all. She claimed her power was not of this world. The words hang in the air, and for the first time in a long time, Riley's calm facade shatters. A power from another world? This changes everything. Noticing his young master's profound shock, Ian asks him, "What's wrong?" Before Riley can answer, the entire building lurches violently. A massive tremor shakes the room, throwing Ian and Huriel off their feet. Ian scrambles to the window, his eyes widening in sheer disbelief at the sight outside. He can barely get the words out. "Young master, the magic tower, it has fallen." In the distance, Solia's proudest landmark crumbles into a storm of dust and splintered stone. All three of them rush to the window to witness the impossible. The magic tower, a symbol of the city's power, is gone. Down in the chaotic streets, the mage Felda stares at the rubble in horror. But one of his companions points towards the wreckage, making a terrifying observation about the direction it fell. "Which way did it fall?" Riley demands, his voice tight. Ian confirms their worst fear. It fell directly on the main temple, right when the Saintess was scheduled for her evening prayers. Ian turns to Riley, asking what they'll do. Without a word, Riley pulls on the blue masquerade mask he bought. His objective is clear: I'll head towards the temple. There's no time for hesitation. Let's move, now, he orders. The scene at the temple is one of pure pandemonium. A dark, unnatural fog blankets the area as undead creatures claw their way from the rubble, descending on the screaming civilians. Panic fills the streets. People run for their lives while the city guards desperately try to form a path to safety. A woman trips and falls, her face a mask of terror as one of the undead lurches towards her, crying out for help. In a blur of silver, a masked swordsman, Ian appears, swiftly disabling the creature. He tells the woman she's safe now and urges her to run. She thanks him, her voice trembling, but says her child is still. Before she can finish, another masked figure vaults over the debris. It's Huriel, polearm in hand, announcing she's here to help. Suddenly, the rescued woman screams a warning, "Behind you!" Ian spins, just as a dagger flies toward his back, but a blade glowing with holy light intercepts it. A young woman in a brown hood appears, calmly apologizing for the interruption. Ian recognizes her instantly. "Saintess? Are you all right?" But she gives him a firm look and tells him to lower his blade. With a single gesture, she sends out a wave of holy energy, pushing both Ian and the undead back. She tells them there's time for introductions later. She gently helps the mother and her child to their feet, directing them towards the safety of the guards. As the two escape, Riley, Ian, and Huriel stand before the Saintess. When she asks who they are, Riley, his voice disguised by the mask, simply says he cannot answer. The Saintess studies them for a moment, her gaze discerning. She seems to understand their intentions, telling them she won't press the issue since they're here to help. The brief respite ends as a fresh wave of undead swarms towards them. With an annoyed click of his tongue, Riley leaps forward, his sword a blur of motion as he begins to cut through the horde. But the Saintess watches him, her eyes wide with alarm. "Do not kill them!" she cries out. She unleashes a powerful wave of golden magic that engulfs the undead, causing them to shriek in agony. This isn't an attack, it's an exorcism. The creatures clutch their heads as black ooze seeps from their eyes. The holy light isn't destroying them, but painfully purging the dark energy that controls them. Ian adjusts his style, using the flat of his blade to knock an enemy back. This single command has changed everything. He realizes just how impossible this fight has become. Holding them off without killing them is a monumental task. To make matters worse, some of the undead were mages in their past lives. They begin chanting, unleashing a chaotic barrage of ice and fire into the fray. Overwhelmed, Huriel shouts to Riley that they have to retreat. Between the sheer numbers and the Saintess's order, they're completely trapped. But high above the chaos, Left Hand and Libesra watch with amusement. The sorcerer scoffs, "Not on our watch." The Saintess looks up, and a look of horrified disbelief crosses her face. She recognizes the man in the purple robes. "How could you?" she whispers, her voice filled with betrayal. The body he's possessing, it belongs to a kind and respected elder from her own temple, a man named Astora. From behind his mask, Riley's eyes narrow. He too recognizes the figure. Before he can finish his thought, Libesra cuts in, confirming he's the mastermind. He taunts Huriel, saying her magic is useless against a power on a completely different level. Left Hand sneers down at the heroes, calling them ungrateful fools. Libesra raises a hand, and a crushing wave of purple energy slams down from above. Felda, the mage, is caught directly in the blast. He cries out as the immense pressure smashes him into the ground. Struggling to his feet, bruised and bleeding, a terrifying realization dawns on him. The power he just felt, that thing wearing Elder Astora's face, is not human. Riley feels it too. A dark, sickeningly familiar aura radiating from the sorcerer. The very same evil he's faced before. The pieces aren't fitting together. How could that evil presence be inside the body of a holy man from the temple? The Saintess screams up at them, her voice cracking with grief and rage, demanding to know why Libesra is with that monster. Libesra covers his face, a twisted, sadistic smile spreading across his lips. He tells her there's no need for her to know the answer. His face contorts into a terrifying, manic grin, the picture of pure evil. He delivers their death sentence, since all of you are going to die here anyway. But Riley steps forward, completely unfazed. "Heh, you finally dropped the act." The body, Left Hand is possessing, trembles with a familiar rage. He recognizes this feeling. He's certain this masked man is the one who killed the body's original owner, Astora. Riley smirks from behind his mask. "I'm the one who killed you before too," he says casually. "Don't you remember?" The realization hits Left Hand like a physical blow. The memory of his humiliating defeat in Rainfield flashes in his mind. This man, he was the one. The spirit of Left Hand and the lingering consciousness of Astora roar in perfect hateful unison. "You ungrateful little brat!" Watching this unfold, Lebestra's eyes narrow. He recognizes that confident swagger. Could that be young Master Riley? The mage, Felda, overhears the name. The Ippolita family? The famous house of lazy swordsmen? A sly, calculating grin spreads across Lebestra's face. So, it really is him. He had his suspicions, but this is a truly delightful surprise. Ian leans over to the Saintess, confirming that this is indeed his master, the one known for his legendary laziness. He can't believe he was hiding this level of skill the entire time. Behind his mask, Riley's eyes seem to glow with a faint red light. He looks at Leibstra and adds, "And since you know who I am now, you'll have to die too." He raises his sword and continues his taunt, saying he has no intention of dying here, but he really doesn't think Lebestra should be trying to open a door to the underworld. The words strike the villains like lightning, leaving them stunned into absolute silence. Riley just shrugs. "It was just a guess, but looks like I hit the mark, huh?" Left Hand points a trembling finger, demanding to know how he could possibly have figured that out. Lebestra's calm facade finally shatters. "You were never supposed to know that," he snarls, unleashing his monstrous tentacle. "Even if you beg, I will kill you myself." He laughs like a maniac, mocking Riley's overconfidence. Can he really protect everyone now? Riley grits his teeth. He messed up. He let his guard down for a second. The tentacle strikes with impossible speed, wrapping around his waist and hoisting him into the air. With Riley captured, the defenders are left exposed. One of the mages, his fire magic already failing, screams for everyone to run. Knowing he's running on fumes, he summons one last wall of fire, yelling for the Saintess to get away. But it's too late. Another tentacle shoots out from the fog, aiming right for her. Ian screams her name in desperation. The Saintess shuts her eyes, tears streaming down her face as she whispers a final prayer to her goddess. Is this really the end? Just as she accepts her fate, a swarm of beautiful purple butterflies floods her vision. Then, a gentle voice seems to echo in her mind. "My child, follow the child of the black butterfly." In an instant, a massive explosion of dark purple energy and crackling flames erupts on the battlefield, completely obliterating the incoming tentacle. A new voice, calm and full of power, cuts through the chaos. "Glad I made it in time." Standing between the Saintess and the monster is a young woman with flowing dark hair and a familiar red, scaly mark on her face. A swirling vortex of dark magic surrounds her. The Saintess stammers her name in utter disbelief. "Nain?" She glances back at Riley. "Sorry I'm late, young master. The training took a little longer than I thought." Her arrival is a critical turning point, and she immediately unleashes a wave of power that forces the tentacle to release him. Left Hand and Leibstra stare, completely bewildered. Did that girl just use space inversion magic? Leibstra has no idea what that is. Left Hand explains in disbelief that it's seven-circle magic, a legendary spell that manipulates space itself. He can't comprehend how someone so young could wield such power. Felda is equally stunned. Just last spring, Nain was a six-circle mage. Now she's reached the legendary seventh circle? Nain lands gracefully beside her former teacher. He asks what on earth happened, but she just greets him and says they can talk later. There's work to do. She turns to Riley, asking for a quick rundown. His answer is brutally simple. He's the enemy. "Then what's the plan?" she asks. Riley keeps it simple. The undead can't be killed by normal means, so he needs her to handle them while the rest of the team focuses on the ringleaders. Nain just gives a confident, "Got it." She raises a hand, energy gathering in her palm. "Let's end this quick, Apple," she says to her mana orb. "Time to make the cut." Just then, the remaining horde of undead surges forward. In response, Nain summons a sword made of pure, solidified dark energy. She becomes a whirlwind of purple and black, moving effortlessly through the crowd of zombies and slicing them apart. The creatures scream as they're cut down, their bodies not just falling but completely disintegrating under her power. The Saintess and Ian can only watch in awe. What is this terrifying, overwhelming magic? Ian realizes with a jolt that the zombies she's fighting now are the former wizards of the tower. Nain doesn't hesitate for a second, unleashing a powerful shockwave that blasts them all back. Enraged, Left Hand retaliates, firing a massive beam of dark energy straight at her. But in a flash, Riley is there, his sword deflecting the blast with practiced ease. Nain gives the still-masked Ian a cheerful smile. "Sir Ian," she says brightly, "that sword is really useful, isn't it?" Ian removes his mask, a warm, relieved smile finally breaking through. It's really her! Nain has returned. Libesra growls in frustration. That girl, how dare she? He can't understand where this sudden surge of power came from. He's suddenly blindsided by a powerful strike from behind. He and Left Hand are caught in a swirling vortex of energy unleashed by the heroes. Libesra grits his teeth, confused. Why isn't Riley pressing the attack and finishing them off? And Riley is just standing back, letting out a casual yawn. This is a display of absolute trust in his team. He calls out to Huriel, telling her to take out Left Hand first. She responds immediately, unleashing a massive flame strike. A huge explosion of fire completely engulfs the sorcerer. For a moment, it looks like he's finished. But as the smoke clears, Left Hand is standing there completely unharmed. A faint, magical glow emanates from his robes. They're enchanted with powerful anti-magic properties. Nain calls him a lunatic and unleashes her own massive vortex of dark energy. But even her incredible power is neutralized. At that moment, a grim certainty settles over Riley. Right now, they're on the losing side. Seeing his advantage, Libesra turns to Left Hand. "It's time," he says grimly. "We need to use that." Left Hand is shocked. "You want to use it now?" Libesra cuts him off, telling him to just hold them off for 30 seconds. An ominous energy begins to swirl around him as he starts the incantation. "I'm going to summon it." Just when they thought they had a chance, the real nightmare begins. Libesra stands at the center of a swirling vortex of dark energy, a massive magic circle glowing beneath him as he commits to his final, desperate gambit. In an instant, Riley's lazy facade is gone. His eyes widen with genuine alarm as he feels the sheer, world-ending scale of the power being gathered. He whips around, pointing directly at Libesra. He yells to Nain that the sorcerer is up to something dangerous and tells her to finish him now, before it's too late. Nain doesn't hesitate. "Yes, young master," she cries, thrusting her hands forward and unleashing a tidal wave of her own dark, chaotic magic. The blast slams into Left Hand, who throws himself in front of Libesra to buy precious seconds. The force is immense, tearing through the air with a deafening roar. Left Hand struggles against the onslaught, his body trembling as he holds back the storm. He screams at Libesra, asking if the ritual is ready, warning him he can't hold on for much longer. Libesra takes a deep breath, a thin, triumphant smile spreading across his face. He calmly announces that it's done. The preparations are complete. His face twists into a mask of pure, manic glee. His eyes are wide and bloodshot as he points forward, his voice cracking with insanity as he utters a single, terrifying word: "Arise." A violent tremor shakes the entire city square. The ground cracks and shatters as something massive begins to push its way up from below. The Saintess and Huriel struggle to keep their footing as the ground heaves beneath them. Ian shouts a desperate warning for Riley to be careful. Even Riley is thrown off balance, staring in disbelief at the source of the earthquake. Nain yells that they need to back away, now. A wicked, devilish grin spreads across Libesra's face. It's far too late for that. From the fissures in the earth, a monstrous shadow emerges. Its form shifts and churns, and a single glowing red eye fixes on them, filled with an ancient, terrifying hunger. A massive, draconic head bursts from the ground, its jaw lined with razor-sharp teeth. It lets out a silent, soul-shaking roar that they feel in their very bones. The creature continues to rise, a dragon made of pure, solidified darkness, its presence so powerful it seems to warp the air around it. The shadow dragon towers over them, its glowing red eyes promising nothing but utter destruction. The heroes can only stare up in stunned silence. Riley's face is pale, his voice trembling slightly as he tries to process what he's seeing. He asks Nain if that thing is what he thinks it is. A dragon? Libesra and Left Hand watch with sick satisfaction. Left Hand urges him to hurry up and end this. Riley's mind races. He can tell the summoning isn't complete. It's unstable, temporary. But that doesn't make it any less dangerous. Left Hand, now wrapped in the dragon's shadowy tendrils, laughs with pure malice. This, he declares, is the end for these ungrateful mortals. He looks down at his borrowed body, marveling at its power. What a truly wonderful vessel, perfect for this moment of absolute destruction. Libesra screams at him, using the sorcerer's true name, ordering him to stop wasting time and attack now. A horrifying realization dawns on Riley. There's no way, they can't be planning to do that. Left Hand's body begins to merge with the shadow dragon, his voice filled with righteous fury as he calls them all ungrateful worms. The dragon's shadowy form begins to contort, taking on the features of a skeletal, undead beast. Its eye now glows with a menacing purple light, filled with the sorcerer's vengeful spirit. Left Hand grits his teeth, his consciousness now fully integrated with the summon. "It's time I give back as good as I got," he snarls. "It's time for payback." The undead dragon grows even larger, its shadowy form sprouting massive tentacle-like wings. A sense of pure, suffocating dread fills the air as the beast prepares its ultimate attack. Riley stares up, his face grim. An undead dragon, a creature that should not exist. The dragon opens its massive jaws, and a terrifying suction force pulls at everything. The air, the light, the very ground beneath their feet. Debris from the ruined buildings is torn from the earth and sucked into the beast's waiting maw. Riley feels the air being ripped from his lungs. It's absorbing everything. He knows exactly what's coming next. A transparent, ghostly hand forms before the dragon's mouth, crackling with condensed energy. Left Hand chuckles, promising it'll all be finished in one shot. Nain's eyes are wide with terror. A fragmented memory is trying to surface, something she can't quite grasp. No, it can't be. The memory hits her with the force of a physical blow. She's back in the forest, training with the dragon Endal. He's telling her with absolute seriousness that no matter what happens, she must always avoid a dragon's breath. She remembers asking if it was unstoppable. Endal's answer was chilling. The only thing that can stop a dragon's breath is another dragon's breath. His final words echo in her mind. If you can't avoid it, it means death. There are no exceptions. Nain is paralyzed with fear. They stopped her attack just so they could unleash this. She pleads in her mind for them to stop, but Left Hand just laughs, a raw, manic sound of triumph. Blood streams from Left Hand's eyes. He screams that in a place like this, the more sacrifices, the better. Nain coughs, struggling to even stand against the immense pressure. The dragon's mouth is now a swirling vortex of pure, destructive energy. "Everything for our prayer!" Left Hand roars. Nain looks on in utter despair. A single, defeated sound escapes her lips. "Ah, we're done for," she thinks. Absolutely nothing can stop that attack. The energy condenses into a massive, swirling ball, ready to wipe everything from existence. Suddenly, a calm voice cuts through her terror. "Why are you trembling?" Nain looks up, her eyes shaking. "It's Riley." In a flash, he's standing in front of her, pulling her behind him as shards of dark energy whip past them. Nain can only stammer his name. "Young master?" He looks back at her, his expression serious but strangely reassuring. He reminds her of the promise he made back when she was trapped in that dark laboratory. A faint, confident smirk plays on his lips. "I told you I'd help you." His voice is steady and calm. Nain screams for him to get out of there, to run, but Riley just smiles. It's already too late for that. Left Hand and the Bezra watch with sick fascination. "Killing two birds with one stone," Left Hand says, his voice filled with glee. "What a magnificent sight!" Riley holds Nain close, shielding her with his own body as the initial shockwave hits them. He whispers her name, his voice soft, almost like a farewell. Then he says something strange, a quiet request that hangs in the air. "Make sure you pick the apple in your next life." And with that, he pushes her away and walks forward, directly into the path of the cataclysmic blast. He is swallowed by the vortex of pure destruction. Nain can only watch in absolute horror, her face a mask of grief and disbelief. "Ah, because of me, young master." Her mind is a silent scream of apologies. She's sorry to his mother, Iris. She's sorry to Ian. She's sorry to Sarah. Tears stream down her face as her thoughts turn to him. "I'm sorry, master," she thinks, as the man who saved her life is seemingly erased from existence. Left Hand and Libestra let out a triumphant laugh, believing they've finally won. He screams that this is the end for all of them. But their celebration is cut short. A sudden, intense wave of heat washes over them. The very air feels like it's about to ignite. Libestra looks up, his smug expression melting into confusion. He has no idea what he's seeing. Left Hand is just as clueless. And then they see it. Appearing from thin air, a beast of legend towers over the city. Massive, blood-red scales and leathery wings that block out the sky. A true dragon has entered the battlefield. Its presence is so immense that their summoned monster now looks like a cheap imitation. The red dragon opens its mouth, and a swirling ball of pure, incandescent flame gathers within, brighter than the sun itself. It unleashes its own breath attack, a torrent of unstoppable fire. Two ultimate attacks, darkness and fire, are on a collision course. The beings meet in the center of the square. A world-shattering explosion erupts as the two opposing forces fight for dominance. The dark energy of the shadow dragon is completely overwhelmed, consumed and erased by the raw, pure power of the red dragon's flames. The shock wave of fire rips through the battlefield, incinerating everything in its path. Everything, that is, except for two people standing untouched in the center of the inferno. Nain is surrounded by a gentle wall of protective fire. A calm voice calls her name. "Nain! Nain! Open your eyes!" Her eyes snap open, and there he is, Riley, standing beside her without a single scratch. He glances around and casually asks if she thinks they're safe now. Nain is speechless, tears of relief welling in her eyes. Yes, thank God. But as she looks at him, she notices something behind him. A towering, red, draconic presence. She grabs his arm, her voice a mix of awe and confusion. "Young master, what are you doing?" Riley turns to face the colossal dragon and scolds it like a misbehaving pet, telling it he said not to push itself too hard. The ancient dragon lowers its head and its voice booms in Nain's mind. "It's Endal! Master, you came!" Libzra is completely losing his mind. He trembles, unable to process what just happened. Where the heck did that dragon come from? He remembers an old prophecy he'd once dismissed. No way, a dragon will appear in Solia. He never imagined it would be like this. Panicking, Left Hand screams at Libesra to do something, but Libesra can't move. His body is locked in place by a primal, instinctual fear. He fights his own terror just to move a single finger, but his eyes are locked on the beast. The massive, glowing red eye of the dragon stares directly into him, judging his very soul. Endal's voice echoes through the square, a simple command filled with absolute authority. "Don't move." He promises to deal with them later, then turns his attention away. Left Hand screams Libezra's name again, but a sharp voice cuts him off. "Shut up." A mysterious hooded figure with an eye patch steps forward. Her one visible eye is a soulless, solid black. She warns them not to move a single finger. Riley looks at his new team, a seven-circle archmage, an ancient dragon, and a legendary swordswoman. A strange mix, but a ridiculously powerful one. The black-eyed woman turns to the dragon, Endal, and asks what he plans to do with the shadow creature. Endal replies with terrifying simplicity. He doesn't know what it is, so he'll just kill it. He unleashes another blast of fire, this one even more intense than the last. The undead dragon doesn't stand a chance. It's completely vaporized in an instant. The sheer force of the attack rattles the nearby buildings. Endal's claws flex as the last embers of the shadow creature fade away. The job is done. The sonic boom from the blast hits, and Riley and Nain have to cover their ears. Riley shouts at Endal that that's enough, telling him to stop showing off. Endal lets out a huff, his massive tail swinging behind him. The mysterious woman cracks her knuckles. Then, is it their turn? It's time to deal with the masterminds. Endal transforms back into his human form, standing behind Riley like a demonic guardian, his immense power still radiating off him. Libesra can only stammer. "You!" Left Hand roars, calling them ungrateful fools, but his words are cut short by the flash of a blade. Riley is suddenly standing before him, his sword having already passed through the sorcerer's body. He mockingly asks why he's screaming, reminding him he's already dead. Riley's eyes are cold. "You haven't paid nearly enough for what you've done. We're just getting started." Left Hand collapses, gurgling and begging for it to end. But Riley won't let him off that easily. "You don't get to die yet." He channels his magic, and golden gears of time spin around his hand. A massive magic circle appears, trapping the sorcerer in a prison of time. "Just stay there," Riley commands. The Beastra watches all of this, and a slow, unnerving smile spreads across his face. Riley turns to him, sword at the ready. "Something funny? You're about to end up just like him." Libesra just starts laughing, a wild, unhinged cackle. He's not scared anymore, he's impressed. To think that Riley would be able to interfere with their plans this much, he looks at Riley with new eyes. This kid, was he still hiding his true power? Riley walks towards him, ready to end it, but stops. "Before I kill you," he says, "I have some questions. Tell me about this prayer you mentioned, and where you found a dragon's corpse." He presses on, his voice dangerously low. "And what exactly do you mean by the underworld?" Libezra stays silent for a moment, letting the tension build before letting out another soft chuckle. He looks at Riley, his eyes glinting with madness and secrets. "You want to know? About our prayer?" He explains that their prayer is simple, to gather enough human souls to tear open a door to the underworld. The dragon's corpse, he continues, was a gift from a being in that other world. But Left Hand, still trapped in Riley's time magic, starts screaming, "Libesra, what are you saying?" Riley ignores him and presses on. "What exactly is the underworld?" Before Libesra can answer, the skin on Left Hand's face begins to bubble and contort violently. He chokes, his body spasming as Riley looks on, confused. He tries to scream, but only gurgles escape. Then, in a sickening burst of dark energy, his head implodes. Libesra's face is a mask of pure fury. He rages, screaming about how Left Hand dared to try and reveal their secrets, yelling that he should have been silenced from the very beginning. Riley just scoffs, completely unimpressed. He asks what kind of secret is so important that he'd kill his own ally to protect it. He raises his sword, his voice dripping with condescending pity. "It's okay. You don't have to talk if you don't want to." A cold, bloodthirsty look crosses his face. "Because you're going to die by my hands anyway." He lunges, his sword glowing with a dark red aura, ready to deliver the final blow. But a powerful voice rings out, shouting, "Stop!" as a massive force intercepts his attack. A shimmering, transparent barrier materializes out of nowhere, completely blocking his sword. Floating in the air is a graceful, elf-like woman, surrounded by an ethereal blue aura. She looks at Libesra with disdain, declaring she must restrain this evil man. Riley recognizes her energy instantly. That's no elf. It's the same overwhelming presence he felt from the dragon. The woman lands gracefully, her long white hair flowing behind her, and greets Riley by name. She introduces herself as Isildur, the head of the dragons, and says she's heard a lot about him from Endal. She explains that dragons have a sacred duty to maintain the balance of the world, and to fulfill that duty, she must capture Libesra and extract information from him, no matter the cost. Riley glares at her, his voice low and dangerous. "Keep the balance. Is that why you blocked my sword?" Isildur confirms it. She argues they can deal with Libesra later, after they get what they need. She asks him to hand him over, but his silent glare is answer enough. No, Riley isn't playing. He tells her this is the kind of man who can bring the dead back to life, and she wants to just keep him alive. She argues that killing him now might bring 100 years of peace, but it guarantees nothing for the future. "For the future," she insists, "it's better to keep him alive." Riley just smirks, a dangerous glint in his eye. 100 years later, Isildur presses on, saying that to prevent this from happening again in the distant future, they need to, but Riley cuts her off with a frustrated sigh. He shatters her shield with a mere flick of his wrist, sending her stumbling back in shock. He points his sword at her, his voice filled with a cold, simmering rage. "I don't give a damn about what happens in 100 years. That's a problem for the people living then. I'll live however I want." Isildur is stunned. Outwardly, he looks human, but the sheer amount of power radiating from him is immeasurable. She realizes she has to stop him before he does something irreversible. She summons her own magic, weaving bright blue chains of light in her hands. She begs him to lay down his sword for the sake of the world as the chains shoot forward, wrapping around his body. She warns him that the peace he desires is only temporary, but Riley's expression is set. It's clear he's willing to fight her to the end. He doesn't even struggle. Instead, a wave of deep red, oppressive energy erupts from his body. The magical chains shatter like glass. Isildur can't believe it. He's completely given up on talking. His desire for a quiet life has made him deaf to all reason. Riley turns his back on her, his shoulders slumped. "I'm tired now." That single phrase, the core of his entire being, hangs in the air, filled with deadly intent. Isildur screams for him to stop, to wait, but he's already moving, his eyes glowing red, sword raised to finally end Libesra. "No!" Suddenly, a deep, guttural voice echoes from the darkness, speaking directly into Libesra's mind. I'm disappointed, Libesra. You woke me far too soon." A massive, shadowy form materializes behind Libesra, warping the very air around it. It's a being made of pure, shifting darkness. A higher-level entity has just entered the battlefield. Before Isildur can react, a shadowy tendril lashes out and grabs her, lifting her into the air. Another tendril wraps around Libesra, who begins to be absorbed into the creature's body. A massive, armored leg of pure shadow steps into reality. Riley attacks without a second thought, his sword slashing through the creature's arm. But his blade meets no resistance. It passes right through the shadow, as if it were smoke, and the creature reforms instantly, grabbing Riley and throwing him back. Riley is shocked. The creature is completely non-physical. Conventional attacks are useless. The entity then turns, grabbing Left Hand's remains from the time prison. Riley realizes with a start, it's trying to escape. He gives chase, furious. "How dare you do as you please?" But his mind is suddenly invaded. A featureless, shadowy figure appears before him in a world of red. It asks him a simple question. "And what about you? Are you still wondering about your past life?" Riley freezes. "What?" An image flashes in his mind, glitchy and distorted like a corrupted file. It's a modern city, a world of skyscrapers and technology. The voice calls it a strange memory. The entity thanks him for showing it something so interesting, and in return, it says it will give him a gift. A massive, armored fist of pure shadow forms in the real world. It slams into Riley, sending him flying and coughing up blood. As he crashes to the ground, he realizes the attack was just pure physical force. There was no mana in it at all. This thing operates on a completely different set of rules. As the creature is distracted, Isiltur's binding finally breaks. Endel rushes to her side, asking if she's okay, but she ignores him, knowing they're about to lose their only lead. Nain and Isiltur both prepare to unleash their magic, a last-ditch effort to stop the escape. But it's too late. The creature, along with its captives, is already being pulled into a dark portal. In a flash of dark light, it vanishes completely. Endel grabs Nain, frantically asking if she can track where they went. She closes her eyes, focusing her power. A low hum emanates from her as she searches. Her eyes snap open, wide with shock. She's seeing it. A vision of sleek cars on a highway, towering glass skyscrapers reaching for the sky. It's the same impossible scenery from her nightmare about her master's past. No, it's not just similar. It's the exact same place. The enemy isn't just from another world. They're connected to Riley's reincarnation. Standing in the middle of this alien world, Nain is overwhelmed with questions. Why does this place keep appearing? How is it all connected to her young master? And how does it tie into the underworld the villains were so obsessed with? All the pieces start to click into place. The strange dreams, the otherworldly enemies, his impossible power. She wonders if her master has been hiding something from her this entire time. The impossible conclusion hits her like a physical blow. Don't tell me the young master came from that world. Back in reality, Riley stumbles to his feet, clutching his head. He looks around the empty square, his voice laced with annoyance. Where did that bastard go? Endel casually remarks that he managed to survive the hit, teasing that his head must be made of stone. Riley, in no mood for jokes, just growls that he's so annoyed he wants to hunt the guy down and beat him senseless. He turns to Nain, his expression softening. All right, Nain, did you find anything? She doesn't answer right away. Taking a deep breath, her hand reaches out and grips his sleeve. I need to talk to you, young master. She looks him dead in the eye, her voice trembling but firm, and tells him about the things she saw in his dream. She describes it all. The carriages with black wheels, the buildings taller than any tower she's ever known, the ground covered in black pebbles. And she describes the fighting humans, battling against impossible monsters in a world consumed by fire and despair. It was a world so vivid, so real, it couldn't possibly be just a dream. She tells him she saw that exact same world again just now when she tried to track the enemy. She clenches her fist, her voice filled with conviction. I don't think this is a coincidence. Then she asks the question that changes everything. Tell me, young master, that's the world you know, isn't it? Riley's face goes pale. The secret he has guarded for his entire life is out. His expression hardens into a cold, unfamiliar mask. Nain, he says, his voice dangerously low. It's an order. He grips her shoulders, his eyes empty of their usual laziness, filled only with a desperate, painful resolve. Erase all those memories from your head. This isn't cruelty. It's the panicked self-preservation of someone whose deepest trauma has just been exposed. Nain can only whisper his name, stunned into silence by the coldness in his command. Standing in a nearby doorway, Ian watches the scene unfold, his face heavy with a quiet, sad understanding. He turns and walks away, giving his master the privacy he needs to confront the ghosts of his past. Sometime later, a fragile sense of normalcy has returned. A newspaper article declares the attack on the temple was merely a riot by a few fanatics. The bodies were found, the culprits imprisoned. The whole terrifying ordeal is being quietly swept under the rug. Riley sits in a quiet tavern, reading the official story. They manage to cover it up. But his lazy gaze holds a deeper weight. He's not nearly as relaxed as he's pretending to be. Across the table, the Saintess chats with Nain and Isiltur. She's relieved that Nain has recovered, but notes the scar on her face couldn't be fixed. Nain just smiles brightly, saying, "It's okay." She was never too concerned about her appearance anyway. Riley continues to stare at the newspaper, lost in his own thoughts. Suddenly, Endel slams his hands on the table right in front of him, roaring his name. "Hey, Riley! Are you even listening to me?" Riley jumps, startled. Andal is furious, realizing he hasn't heard a word. He tells him to snap out of it and listen, because this is about Nain's condition. Riley is confused. What condition? Isn't she completely cured? Endel slams his fist on the table. No, she is not. He explains that the dragon magic he used was just a temporary fix to stabilize her life force. He says he wiped out all the corrupted magic in her body and retaught her from scratch, which cleared up most of the problem. But that wasn't the biggest issue. The real problem, he says, is somewhere else entirely. Her right eye, Riley says, the pieces finally clicking into place. Endel explains that her eye is like a tangled mess of dozens of different curses, knotted together so tightly that if they try to untangle it, the strain will kill her. Her human body, her vessel, simply can't handle it. There's only one solution. She needs a stronger vessel. Riley's eyes widen as the implication sinks in. Then, how does she change? Endel looks at him, his expression grim. Nain has to give up being human. Nain, who has been listening quietly this whole time, turns to Riley with a gentle smile. She tells him the choice is his, to die as a human or live on as something else. As her master, it's his decision to make. Riley asks the crucial question. If she gives up being human, what happens then? Endel snaps his fingers. A shower of bright, playful embers fills the air. The flames dance and swirl, coalescing into a single point of light. A pair of fiery eyes opens, and a tiny voice says, "Hello, Sir Riley." A small, energetic fire fairy appears, striking a pose. She introduces herself as Helione, a spirit who serves the Great Red Dragon. Endel explains that if Nain gives up her humanity, she'll be reborn as an artificial spirit, just like Helione. Helione immediately starts buzzing around Riley's head, declaring him unique, but not handsome enough for her tastes. Riley, completely done with her antics, snatches her out of the air. Endel explains that because she's not a physical being, she can't actually be caught. Helione launches into a long-winded lecture about the spirit world, but Endel quickly loses his patience. He grabs her and yells at her to shut up. Nain just laughs, remarking that she must be a direct descendant of the Spirit King. Endel gets back to the point. The biggest benefit of becoming a spirit is that she'll be reborn with all her memories and her human appearance intact. Riley is suspicious. It sounds too good to be true. He knows there has to be a downside. Endel admits there is. She'll need a constant supply of mana to exist, and she might be targeted by other spirits who dislike artificial ones. But he tells Riley not to worry about that. Mana isn't a problem, because Riley has more than enough to spare for her. And as for other spirits, having a high-ranking one like Helione around should keep her safe. Riley considers it all for a long moment, then closes his eyes. He looks up, his decision made. Then I think it's okay. Let's do it. Endel stands up. It's decided then. But then he starts walking away. Riley asks where he's going. Endel says he's heading west for a while to investigate something suspicious. Helione whines, asking if he's already leaving. He tells her to stay with Nain and help her with the mission he mentioned. Riley is completely lost. Hold on, what do you mean it? Endel just shrugs. I meant exactly what I said. The horrifying realization dawns on Riley. What? You're not the one doing the ritual. Shouldn't you be the one doing it? Endel just gives him a smug grin. He says he was just a temporary teacher. Riley is the master here. He tells Riley to ask Helione for the details, and with that, he walks out the door, abandoning him. Helione plops down on Riley's head as he stares blankly into space. For a man who just wants a simple, lazy life, he has never felt more completely and utterly overwhelmed. In a desolate, wind-swept wasteland, two cloaked figures meet. One, a mysterious figure known as the Oracle, confirms that they saw that guy being dragged away like a corpse. This is why they missed the last meeting. They've been trying to figure out how mere humans managed to capture a dragon. They know it should be impossible. But if their enemy, the Purple Organization, was involved, then that changes everything. Wisps of that same sinister purple energy drift through the dead landscape. A red-haired woman with them declares with grim determination, "This time, we must catch them." Back in the aftermath of the battle, the Saintess, Prisha, runs up to Riley, her face full of desperate hope, begging him to let her come with him. Riley just stares at her, his expression completely blank. No. She pleads with him, explaining that with the temple gone, she has nowhere to stay and can't be seen in public. Riley just waves a dismissive hand, telling her that's her problem, not his. Ian and Huriel try to intervene, reminding him of her status as the Saintess of Solia. But Riley is having none of it. He snaps at her, telling her to get rid of the idea that her requests will always be granted just because she grew up in a temple. He leans in, his voice dripping with sarcasm. Where in the world could you find such a naive Saintess? Oh, right here. The Saintess flinches and shouts, "I'm sorry." startling even Riley with her sudden outburst. She bursts into tears, wailing that the temple collapsed because she was foolish and couldn't protect anyone. She cries that if he had just helped her from the start, none of this would have happened. Huriel rushes to comfort her, telling her to ignore the young master's harsh words. As Riley watches, the concerned faces of Ian and Huriel seem to twist into demonic shadows, their silent judgment echoing in his head. He stammers, "No, I'm just—" He grits his teeth, his face a mess of frustration and guilt. Finally, he throws his hands up in defeat. "All right, fine. We'll take her." And so, the reluctant hero and his new, unwanted companion begin the journey home. As they arrive at the Ippolita estate, Riley turns to Huriel, whom he calls Nara, and asks if she did what he asked. She confirms it. He nods, satisfied. Good enough. The group disembarks from the carriage. Riley, Nain, Huriel, and now the Saintess, all returning from a battle the rest of the family knows nothing about. Riley figures his father can decide what to do with her. As he walks into the main hall, his older brother Ryan greets him with a smug grin, telling Lloyd he hopes the succession results are fair. He then accuses Riley of leaving Ian behind to pull some kind of trick. Lloyd, however, just looks away, flustered and avoiding eye contact. Ryan changes the subject, mentioning he heard Nain had returned. Riley gives a clipped "thank you" and tries to leave. Ryan watches him go, a suspicious look on his face. He then turns to Lloyd, trying to assert his authority as the older brother, but Lloyd looks completely distracted. In a flashback, we see Lloyd's thoughts. He's been wondering why Riley suddenly went to Solia. The reports from his men were terrifying. Men with soulless black eyes, moving like puppets. A threat far beyond a simple succession test. One of his own knights, a man from Solia, had begged him to raise his sword for the city. The knight had looked at him with such desperate hope, asking him to fight for his home. But Lloyd, caught between his ambition and a terrifying, unknown power, had just stood there, silent and conflicted. Back in the present, he asks himself, "What the hell is going on with you, Lloyd?" He shakes his head, dismissing the thought. "No, it's nothing." Later, the three brothers stand before their father, Count Stein. He tells them that, thanks to their efforts, Solia is recovering, and he feels he has recovered as well. He addresses Ryan first, praising him for saving many villages, even ones not on the official list. Ryan thanks him smugly. Then, the Count turns to Lloyd. He congratulates him on doing a great job in Solia. Lloyd flinches, trying to protest. He knows the truth. The Solia incident was settled by Riley's party, not his. Finally, the Count's gaze falls on Riley. He just looks at his youngest son with a tired smile. Ryan interrupts, declaring that Riley has done nothing and the succession race is his victory. Count Stein silences him. He announces that the results will be revealed in 2 days and warns them not to get distracted. As Riley turns to leave, Lloyd calls out to him, but he just stands there, hesitant and lost for words. Riley just shrugs. "If you have nothing to say, I'll go." Ryan grabs Lloyd, asking him why he's acting so strange today. Lloyd just shakes his head. "It's nothing." That night, a quiet stillness settles over the estate. 2 days later, a grand banquet is held. Everyone is dressed in their finest, celebrating and awaiting the Count's big announcement. Riley stands on a balcony, looking out at the festivities, his expression unreadable. The words of the shadowy entity echo in his mind. "Are you still wondering about your past life?" He grits his teeth. He doesn't keep these memories because he wants to. His mind drifts back to the beginning. To being born into this new world, aware but helpless. It would have been better to be born without knowing anything, but he was born with gifts, peerless swordsmanship, a huge amount of mana. But what was the use of it all? In the end, the road he walked was hell. His laziness isn't a quirk, it's a reaction to a past life of endless, meaningless violence. A haunting image fills his mind, his past self, standing alone before a mountain of skulls, the price of all his battles. It's a landscape he never wants to look back on, but Nain's voice echoes in his memory, her question bringing it all to the surface. He sighs. It's no wonder she found out so soon. He remembers happier days, telling his mother and Nain stories of his dreams, passing off his past life as harmless fiction. A past he desperately wanted to forget. He laughed about it then, but now he just feels exposed. He can't believe he was so careless. 2 voices call his name, snapping him back to the present. It's Nain and Huriel. He's on a rooftop now, and he quickly asks Nain if she used those eyes to find him again. She promises she didn't, saying she just had a feeling. He looks at her, his expression softening. He admits he was just making a fuss. Nain sees the exhaustion on his face and makes a simple offer. "Should I lend you my lap?" A moment later, he's resting his head in her lap, a rare moment of peace under the night sky. He tells her he's fine, but if she truly wants to become a spirit, he'll do what needs to be done. Nain is taken aback by his sincerity. She confesses her one true fear. She creates a small, magical image of an apple, a reference to his words before he faced the dragon's breath. She was afraid that if she stopped being human, he wouldn't keep her by his side anymore. A spectral red ribbon wraps around a white orb, symbolizing her choice to be bound to him. But now, she's not afraid, because he promised to let her stay. She holds out a real golden apple, a perfect, beautiful fruit. "I'm sorry for taking so long to answer," she says with a radiant smile. This is her decision, a choice to live on, with him. He reaches out and takes it from her. He looks down at the apple, his voice soft. "Nain." He looks up at the moon, his resolve hardening. "Nain, I'll ask you one last time." "Yes," she answers, her heart full. Tonight, the future of the Ippolita family will be decided. In a grand hall filled with whispers and fake smiles, the entire aristocracy is holding its breath. Count Stein and his wife make their entrance, their steps echoing in the sudden silence. He looks stern and determined, while she offers a gentle smile to the crowd. The air is thick with anticipation. The nobles immediately start murmuring amongst themselves. They whisper about the Count's recent injury, how losing an arm must be the reason he's choosing a successor so suddenly. The big question on everyone's mind is simple. Who will it be? Most are betting on the eldest, Ryan, praising his performance. Others bring up the youngest, Riley, and the strange rumors swirling around him and his powerful new maid. One woman, overhearing the chatter, looks on with disdain, finding their conversation utterly ridiculous. She scoffs, thinking to herself that nobles who flap their mouths so foolishly just look like a bunch of clowns. Her sharp words cut through the air, and the two men she was listening to flinch. But before they can retort, the main event begins. Count Stein steps onto the stage, his voice booming across the silent hall. He thanks everyone for gathering for the announcement of the Ippolita family's next successor. With a warm smile, his wife stands by his side, both ready to reveal the family's future. He begins by saying that all three of his sons did their best. We see Ryan, standing tall and proud, fully expecting his name to be called. Riley, on the other hand, stands with his arms crossed, a look of complete boredom on his face. He's made it perfectly clear he has no interest in this. Count Stein wastes no time. He declares that without further ado, he will announce the name of the next successor. The successor of the Ippolita family is Lloyd Ippolita. The announcement hits Lloyd like a physical blow. He's completely stunned, his eyes wide with disbelief as he stammers, "Me?" His mind is racing. This wasn't supposed to happen. It should have been Ryan, or maybe even Riley. He never imagined it would be him. But before the shock can even settle, a single person starts clapping. It's Riley. With a huge, genuine grin on his face, he congratulates his brother. His reaction is a victory lap. This is exactly what he wanted. Riley's applause acts as a signal, and soon the entire room joins in, filling the hall with polite clapping. Even their mother claps with a serene smile, seemingly pleased with the outcome. The crowd erupts into congratulations for Lloyd, who is still reeling from the shock. His father calls out to him from the stage, his voice snapping Lloyd out of his daze. Numbly, Lloyd begins to walk toward the stage, each step feeling heavier than the last as the applause continues around him. He's still completely bewildered, unable to process what is happening. Ryan, however, is not clapping. His face is a mask of disbelief and quiet fury. Stein notices this and says he knows many people are not convinced by this result, so he will explain his choice. He presents a beautifully crafted sword, its blade glowing with a faint golden light. Ryan's face darkens. He can't believe it. Is his father really going to use that as the reason? Stein explains that this sword was a reward for Lloyd's actions in resolving the recent crisis in the capital. The nobles in the crowd start putting the pieces together. They remember hearing about a brave aristocrat who helped quell the riots. They realize now that it must have been Lloyd. Stein places a hand on Lloyd's shoulder. "Well done, Lloyd." But Lloyd can only manage a weak yes in response. He knows the truth is far more complicated. Meanwhile, in a private room away from the crowd, Ian approaches Riley and asks if he's all right. Ian admits he's surprised by Riley's calm demeanor. Riley just stretches lazily and replies that he's only pretending to be calm. Ian reminds him that the sword being presented was originally his, but Riley just brushes it off. He says his brother, Lloyd, was the one running around saving people. Riley sighs and tells Ian once again that he was never interested in being the heir. It's just too much of a pain. He imagines the mountains of paperwork, the political games, the endless responsibilities, and the very thought of it all makes him sick. His peace is far more valuable. Ian mentions that their mother also seemed to applaud the decision. Riley just shrugs, saying she was likely just showing support for her family. But while Riley is relieved, Ryan has finally reached his breaking point. A loud slam echoes as he confronts his father in a private chamber. He screams, "Why? Why is it Lloyd and not me?" Stein, trying to keep things quiet, tells him to lower his voice. Ryan ignores him, his voice filled with rage and desperation. He demands an answer, shouting that he's not convinced. Stein brings up the sword again, but Ryan cuts him off with a roar. "Father!" He yells that if that's the reason, he can't accept it. He was the one who saved more villages. His voice cracks as he asks if all his efforts were for nothing. Stein's expression hardens. "Lion!" The use of his formal name is a clear warning. "Do you really not see the difference between you and Lloyd?" he asks. Stein lays it all out. Ryan only ever chased surface-level glory, medals, powerful swords, the number of people saved. The one thing he was missing, the most important thing, was his mindset. The Ippolita family values character and humility over raw power. He points out that Ryan's own words just now prove it. He saw his efforts as in vain, which means he never wielded his sword to protect people. He was only ever fighting for one thing, the position of heir. Then, Stein reveals a crucial detail. The night before, he informed Lloyd of his decision in advance. And Lloyd had tried to refuse the position. He admitted the sword and the credit truly belonged to Riley. Lloyd told his father straight up that Riley should be the successor, not him. Stein explains that he valued that humility above all else. But Ryan clenches his fist, his face contorting in rage. "Lloyd, how dare you!" Stein looks at his eldest son's face, twisted with resentment, and delivers the final blow. "Look at your face now. You're still resenting your brother." "That," he says, his voice cutting and final, "is the difference between you and Lloyd." Ryan's world shatters, his eyes wide with fury and humiliation. Something inside Ryan snaps. "I won't accept this," he mutters, his hand gripping the hilt of his sword. In a blind rage, his eyes glowing red, he draws his blade and lunges at his own father, screaming that he can't agree. In this moment, he proves his father's judgment was right. From the doorway, Ian sees the danger. The Count is in danger. But before he can move, another presence acts. Riley, calm as ever, says, "Ian, lend me your sword." A dark blade materializes in his hand and shoots forward in a blur of red and black energy. A loud clang rips through the room as the dark sword intercepts Ryan's attack, stopping it just inches from Count Stein's face. The force of the impact sends sparks flying, the black sword humming with contained power. The attack is completely neutralized. Ryan stares in disbelief, his attack stopped cold by an unseen force. He's completely bewildered. How did this happen? His mind can't process it. He doesn't understand what's going on. But looking at his father, his rage returns. He grits his teeth, thinking his father has gone too far. Stein looks at his son with pure disappointment. "What a disappointment, Lion!" Lloyd wouldn't have been so weak. He grabs Ryan's face with his one hand, his grip like iron. "You're blinded by the position of heir. All your training has been useless," he roars, slamming his son's head back. "This is pathetic." Ryan collapses to the floor, completely overpowered and humiliated. Stein stands over him, his shadow casting a dark pall. "Choose, Lion." He gives his son an ultimatum. "Will you die here, or will you be kicked out?" Ryan trembles, utterly defeated. Broken, Ryan stumbles to his feet and walks away. "What did I do so wrong?" he mutters, his mind a mess. As he walks down the long, empty hall, he can only think, "I just did my best for my family." But his best was never what his family truly needed. Ian rushes to Count Stein's side, asking if he's all right. The Count asks Ian, "Did you do that just now?" Ever loyal, Ian immediately lies, claiming he saw the danger and acted to protect him. Count Stein closes his eyes and lets out a small, knowing smile. "Ah, I see." His gaze falls to the simple black sword now lying on the floor. "It's him again," he thinks to himself. He knows exactly who just saved his life, and it wasn't his butler. After all the family drama, Riley just wants some peace and quiet. As he walks through the mansion halls, a nagging feeling tells him his day is far from over. Up ahead, he spots a woman with long black hair, looking completely lost in the sprawling estate. It seems the Ippolita mansion is a confusing maze for any first-time visitor. He rounds a corner and nearly collides with her. She lets out a soft gasp, startled by his sudden appearance. She quickly recovers, asking if he can help her find her way. Riley, already tired, just gives a slight sigh and asks what she's looking for. She stammers, struggling to get the words out. Seeing her hesitate, he takes a guess. The bathroom? Her eyes widen and she immediately denies it, leaving him even more confused. He tries again. A bedroom? The living room? But she shakes her head at every suggestion. Finally, she blurts out her destination. I'm looking for young Master Riley's room. A sly, triumphant smile spreads across her face as she says it, as if she's just cleverly solved a puzzle. Riley is completely caught off guard. He points a thumb at himself, a look of pure disbelief on his face. My room? He asks. Her confident smile instantly freezes. The realization dawns on her. She just asked the very person she was searching for how to find him. She claps a hand over her mouth in embarrassment. No way, she whispers, her cheeks flushing. Are you young Master Riley? Later, in a much more formal setting, she introduces herself with a graceful curtsy. It's a pleasure to meet you. My name is Lutrina Felicinian. Princess Lutrina, a mysterious figure who never appears in high society. Her seclusion led to wild rumors that she was either terribly unattractive or deathly ill. Clearly, those rumors were wrong. Sitting across from her, Riley's mind is already racing. The daughter of a powerful duke, here to see him? He'd heard her family was already deep in marriage talks with others. This whole situation feels off. Lutrina laughs, brushing off the marriage rumors as simple misunderstandings. She claims she just hasn't met the right person yet, dismissing it all with a wave of her hand. Riley sees through the act instantly. With his mother, Iris, beaming beside him, he recognizes the political game being played. They're using this visit to push a new narrative, a classic power play from a ducal family. Cutting straight to the point, he asks, "Then why did you come to the mansion today?" She explains that after receiving the letter about the succession, she became curious about the young master who had received a medal in the capital. She cleverly adds that, while Lloyd received the sword, she heard both sons played a huge role after the Count's injury. She finishes with a polite congratulations to Count Stein, who sits nearby. The Count deflects the praise, but under the table, he gives Riley a sharp nudge with his foot, silently ordering him to join the conversation. Stein's glare is intense, practically screaming, "Say something, she's important!" Meanwhile, his mother whispers encouragingly, completely unaware of how much he hates this. Riley rubs his forehead, exhausted. Even his own mother was in on it. He changes the subject, asking, "What about that letter you mentioned?" She smiles smoothly. "Ah, it was about arranging this meeting." Riley shoots a look at his father. Of course. This was his father's setup from the very beginning. Noticing his sour expression, Lutrina asks with a hint of concern, "Do you dislike me? You don't look very happy." Inside, he's screaming, "I hate this." But all he does is give a lazy wave. "No, it's not that. I'm just not used to this sort of thing." She beams, clasping her hands together as if she's relieved. Believing that first impressions are everything, she says she wants a chance to start over. "You can call me Ryuna," she says brightly. Cornered, Riley can only mumble his own name in return. But as he forces a polite smile, a single thought echoes in his mind: this is going to be seriously annoying. Elsewhere, under a dark sky, Nain stands beside a waiting carriage. "You're leaving," she states simply. Nara grins at her and the Saintess, Prisha. She reminds them she's a mercenary at heart and can't stay put for too long. Nain asks where they're headed, thinking the information could be useful later. Prisya explains she had a dream of a place in the West. She believes it was a divine revelation from the gods, so they've decided to investigate it together. Nain looks at her with concern. Prisca admits she felt it was best to leave quickly, sensing that her presence made Riley uncomfortable. Nain sighs, wishing Riley or Ian could have seen them off. But Nara just waves it away, saying she knows they're busy, especially with that important meeting. Prisha's name was never mentioned again during the conversation. She lays it out plainly. "The young master is in a meeting with the daughter of a duke. Does that not bother you?" The question hangs heavy in the cold night air. Nain's voice drops lower. At this rate, he could end up marrying that princess. After a long, painful silence, Prisha finally answers, her voice soft but firm. "That is his decision to make. It has nothing to do with me." Her loyalty is absolute, a shield against her own feelings. Nara, finally understanding the heavy atmosphere, quickly changes the subject. "Well, we'll be going now. Please thank the young master for us." The carriage rattles away, leaving Nain alone with her thoughts in the quiet courtyard. The words still echo in her mind. "Does that not bother you?" In her memory, she hears her own pained whisper of a reply. "I'm fine." She closes her eyes, accepting her truth. For her, just being by his side is enough. That's all that has ever mattered. The next day, a gentle breeze rustles through the rose garden. Riley is having tea with Lutrina, though he's completely ignoring her, his nose buried in a book while Ian stands stiffly behind him. Lutrina sets down her teacup, her patience wearing thin. "Young master," she calls out, but he doesn't even look up. Ian tries to break the unbearable silence. "Have you really never held a sword?" Riley answers without taking his eyes off the page. "Yes." Lutrina's escort adds that he's never heard of an Ippolita who couldn't wield a sword. Riley's reply is dry. "Then I guess I'm the first." She tries a different tactic, asking about the medal he received from the capital, but he meets her question with absolute silence. He finally looks up, but only to shut her down completely. "Sorry, I'm at an important part." All Lutrina can do is force a laugh, remarking on how much he must love books. Ian is screaming internally, begging his young master to show a shred of interest. He thinks even the stone statues in the garden have more personality right now. Suddenly, Lutrina's entire demeanor shifts. The polite smile vanishes, replaced by a sharp, calculating gaze. Her purple eyes narrow. "Young master," she begins, her voice now low and serious. Leaning forward with a sly smile, she asks, "May I guess what you're thinking right now?" She then speaks his exact thoughts out loud. "You're thinking how annoying this is, and you hope it ends soon. Am I right?" For the first time, Riley's lazy mask cracks. He's genuinely stunned. She continues, her eyes fixed on him. "And you'd rather be taking a nap than reading. It seems you haven't been sleeping well." Then she leans in closer, her voice a piercing whisper. "What kind of nightmares are you still haunted by?" Riley's eyes widen in utter shock. This is the first time anyone has seen past his act so easily, and it puts him completely on the defensive. He stares at her, his guard now fully raised. "What are you?" he demands. She just laughs, clearly enjoying that she finally has his undivided attention. "Looks like I was right," she chirps. "Oh, from that look on your face, I must have hit a sore spot," she says, her tone dripping with mock apology. "Please don't be so angry." She tilts her head, a smug look crossing her features. Or would it be more accurate to say that you were the one who made me angry first, she finishes. She suggests they return to small talk, but Riley isn't letting it go. His voice is cold as ice. "How did you do that?" She plays dumb, taking a slow sip of her tea. "What are you referring to? That little guess just now?" Riley's eyes flash with a dangerous light, the air around him growing heavy. "Princess," he says, his voice laced with threat. Lutrina just giggles. "Oh my, are you threatening me now? This is fun." She takes another sip. The lazy swordsman who sleeps all day, it seems that was just a rumor after all. She's seen right through his entire facade. Riley presses her again. "Tell me how you read my thoughts." She taps her fingers on the table. "It's difficult to explain," she says, a glint in her eye. "But I'll tell you on one condition." Her tall, imposing escort steps forward. "Here's the deal," she says with a grin. "Defeat my escort in a sparring match, and I'll tell you everything." She boasts that her guard has never lost a single match against knights from any noble family. The escort stands there, radiating arrogance. Riley scoffs, a sharp glint in his eye. He says that making a fuss over a mere escort is beneath him, then looks the guard dead in the eye. "Maybe a taste of defeat will make you stronger." Lutrina leans forward, her face half hidden in shadow, her eyes practically glowing. A wicked grin spreads across her face. "So, what do you think?" she purrs. "It's a pretty good deal, isn't it?" A short time later, Princess Lutrina speaks with Count Stein, her expression thoughtful. "I believe your assessment was correct," she tells him. She confirms his long-held suspicion. "You said Riley was hiding his power, didn't you?" She explains that the moment she struck a nerve with him, his entire act fell apart. The Count is still skeptical. After nearly 20 years of a flawless performance, it's hard to believe. "Are you certain you didn't misunderstand?" But Lutrina just offers a sly, confident smile. She has absolutely no doubt. Back in the garden, Lutrina leans in, her eyes glinting. "So, what do you think? It's a pretty good deal, isn't it?" Riley lets out a short, mocking laugh. He glances at her escort with open contempt, a high-ranking guard who doesn't even know his place. The escort's face hardens, his hand tightening on the hilt of his sword. "Have you lost your mind?" he growls, his patience completely gone. But before he can move, Ian's voice cuts through the tension like a blade. "Stop. Do not move another inch." Ian's gaze is cold as ice. He reminds the man that while he may serve a princess, he is a guest on Ippolita grounds, and his disrespect will not be tolerated. Lutrina just chuckles, thoroughly amused. "You know, despite what he's saying, I think your butler is secretly hoping you'll put this man in his place." Ian immediately starts bowing frantically. "No, young master, I would never." Riley just watches, completely unimpressed by the entire spectacle. Lutrina shrugs. "Fine. If you don't like the deal, that's your choice." Then she plays her winning card. I suppose I'll just have to tell the Count everything. Riley is livid. Tell him what? He can't believe she's resorting to such childish tactics. She puts on an expression of fake concern. I'll have to let him know his son is having such terrible nightmares that he can't get a decent night's sleep. She's using his deepest vulnerability against him. She twists the knife deeper. And your mother mentioned wanting to see her grandson soon. I may be inexperienced, but I think I could help with that, young master. She's not just threatening him, she's using his family's love as leverage. Riley's face contorts in frustration. He knows he's been cornered. If she tells his parents, they'll worry themselves sick. He's been completely outplayed. He clenches his fists and turns to his butler. Ian, you'll be the judge. Seeing Ian's confusion, he repeats the command, his eyes now blazing with a dangerous fire. Be the judge. He's accepted the challenge. The three of them now stand in the garden, ready for a fight. Riley, Ian, and the princess's arrogant escort. Facing his opponent, Riley thinks to himself that he's been under a lot of stress. In a way, he's almost grateful for this chance to finally let loose. The escort just glares back at him, his expression dripping with disdain. Riley just smirks. He thinks, "You really think that glare is going to scare me? You're no match for me anyway. Because I'm—" His voice trails off as his mind is violently dragged back into the past. The world around him shatters into a memory. He sees desperate faces, hears their cries for salvation. Oh, hero, please, wield your sword for us. Countless hands reach for him, their voices screaming the one word he has spent a lifetime trying to escape. Hero, hero. The memory is a suffocating prison of red and black, of endless duty and unbearable pain. The word echoes until it cracks his sanity. Hero! Riley gasps, snapping back to the present, his hand clamped over his mouth as a wave of nausea hits him. Ian rushes to his side as he stumbles back. Young master? But Riley can only force out two words. I'm sorry. He looks at the stunned escort. I can't do it. The man is floored. What? Are you kidding me? He explodes, accusing Riley of being a child who gives up too easily. Riley's eyes are cold and distant. It seems my body instinctively reacts to how disgusting you are. He adds that the man's presence is literally making him sick. The escort's face twists with rage. The escort lunges forward, roaring, I'll shut that mouth of yours. But before he can take another step, a wave of dark red energy erupts from Riley, an uncontrollable release of power born from his distress. The escort freezes solid, pinned in place by an immense pressure. What? My body, he stammers, unable to move a single muscle. Riley turns and walks away, offering a weak excuse. Sorry, I suddenly have an upset stomach. I need to find a restroom. The moment he's gone, the pressure vanishes. Lutrina is on her feet, demanding to know what just happened. She insists that his energy completely paralyzed her escort. Riley just plays dumb. Oh, really? He turns back with a perfectly innocent smile. I'm sorry. I have no idea what you're talking about. Lutrina watches him leave, a grimly satisfied look on her face. Her theory was proven correct in the most dramatic way possible. She says to the Count, It's clear now. The young master is hiding his true strength. Stein says nothing, but his mind is reeling from the revelation. Lutrina pouts, complaining that his little test has soured her relationship with Riley. The Count apologizes, admitting he assumed she'd be more interested in the new heir, Lloyd. She concedes that Lloyd is a fine successor, but to her, he's missing a certain spark. So, in return for this favor, she says, a new plan already taking shape, I'd like to ask for something. She explains that while the invitation to her family's year-end party would normally go to the Ippolita successor, she wishes to extend it to someone else this year. It's obvious she means Riley. Later, Riley is slumped on a couch, utterly drained from the day's events. Nain sits beside him, letting him rest his head in her lap. Young master, she asks softly, are you all right? He sighs, the exhaustion clear in his voice. Heck, I lost my temper and went too far. He knows that releasing his power like that always takes a toll. Nain tells him that Ian explained he withdrew from the match. Riley looks up at her, surprised. Ian told you? She looks at him with gentle understanding. Is it related to that memory? I know it's been troubling you lately. Riley sits up abruptly, wanting to change the subject. Forget it. Let's talk about something more important. He calls out, Come out, Heliona. A burst of flame appears, and from it emerges a tiny, energetic fire spirit. I've been waiting. I was so bored I thought I was going to die, she chirps. Riley gets straight to business. It's time we started preparing for the artificial spirit ritual. Nain nods, though she can see the reluctance in his eyes. This is a conversation he never wanted to have. He turns to the spirit. Heliona, tell us when, where, and how. She beams. Yes, of course. Over a beautiful vision of cherry blossoms, her voice explains. The deadline is next spring. Nain knows that spring is the ideal time. After that, finding a suitable vessel for her spirit will become much more difficult. Riley asks about the vessel itself. Heliona explains they need to find a right spirit that can merge with Nain. She taps her chin thoughtfully. As for the location, I have a feeling it's somewhere to the west. Riley is annoyed by the vague answer. Can't you be more specific? Heliona tries again, offering a cryptic clue. It's a place where black wings fly between the white snow and a bright song rises in silence. He just stares at her, completely baffled. What does that even mean? She explains. It's a description in the language of spirits. Riley demands she speak like a human, but she just whines. But I'm a spirit. I can't help it. Nain gently intervenes, reassuring him that if the spirits are expecting them, they will find the way. Heliona perks up, adding that a proper spirit would have already left a trail for them to follow. She playfully pokes Nain's cheek. Right, Nain? Riley looks over at Nain. What do you think? She says calmly that she's been prepared for this. To stay by his side, she'd do anything. A small, tired smile touches his lips. Is that so? Her unwavering loyalty continues to be his greatest strength. Just as the serious mood sets in, Heliona zips over to Riley. Oh, I just remembered. I have a question about that princess in the garden. She gets right in a horrified Nain's face. That princess in the garden, was she prettier than Nain? Riley just stares, completely baffled by the sudden, bizarre question. What? Heliona presses on, completely oblivious to the awkwardness. Come on, tell me honestly. Nain was way prettier, right? Before Riley can even form a response, Nain lets out a shriek. She snatches the tiny spirit out of the air, her face beet red. Heliona, this is exactly the kind of thing Endel always scolded you for. Still clutching the struggling spirit, Nain bows deeply to Riley. My apologies, my lord. I'll keep a closer eye on her from now on. Riley just stammers. Wait, hold on a second. But it's too late. Nain is already dragging the protesting spirit from the room, slamming the door shut behind her. Riley is left alone on the couch, wrapped in a stunned silence. He blinks, trying to process the sheer chaos that just unfolded. Sometime later, Count Stein sits in his office with Lloyd, the new family successor. The morning sun streams in, casting long shadows across the quiet room. Riley peeks his head through the door. I heard you called for me. As Lloyd gets up to leave, the Count reminds him to finish his assigned duties without delay. Yes, father, Lloyd replies. But as he walks past Riley, he pauses, his expression uncharacteristically serious. Riley looks back, confused. Is there something on my face? Lloyd shakes his head. No, just take care of yourself on your trip. It's a moment of unexpected sincerity, a subtle sign of how their dynamic is changing. Lloyd looks away, a hint of melancholy in his eyes. Now that big brother is gone, he says quietly. I think it will be lonely when you leave, too. He quickly dismisses the thought and leaves, closing the door behind him and leaving Riley more confused than ever. Count Stein gestures for him to enter. Riley, sit down. Riley takes a seat, his posture immediately tense. Why did you call me? His father slides a sleek black envelope across the desk. This came for you. It's an official-looking letter. Riley opens it, his face unreadable as he scans the contents. Suddenly, he slaps the letter down on the table. I'm not going, he declares. His father, completely unfazed, simply asks, I figured, why not? Because it's annoying. The letter is a formal invitation to the Philisonian family's year-end party. To Riley, it's just another obligation, another pointless social event he wants no part of. He looks up at his father, his voice sharp with accusation. Father, don't tell me you arranged this. He pushes back from the table. I won't do it, I'm not interested. But his father's voice is firm. Riley's frustration finally boils over. He's tired of being manipulated, tired of having his life planned for him without his consent. He slams his hand on the armrest, his voice rising with anger. You should have asked me first. Count Stein just looks at him, a flicker of surprise in his eyes as he says his son's name. Riley collapses back into the chair, running a hand through his hair. Darn it! His father watches him, a weary look on his face. He's never seen his lazy son this genuinely angry before. Stein tries a different approach. Riley, calm down and listen to me. His tone shifts from a lord to a father. I want to ask you something seriously. Why have you been hiding it all this time? Riley tries to play dumb, but his father won't let him. He explains he's heard things from everyone, his wife, his butler, even the head maid. The secret is out. He gestures to his own sword. That incident with Ryan, that was you, wasn't it? He's talking about the day Riley secretly saved his life. He looks his son directly in the eye, his voice heavy with the weight of 2 decades of deception. Why did you hide your incredible skill? After a long silence, Riley's voice is quiet, filled with a weariness that seems ancient. I wonder that myself, you know? The walls he's built for 19 years finally begin to crumble. He thinks, why was I born with these memories? I can't even rest. His mind plunges back into the desolate, blood-soaked landscape of his past life. A lone figure in a world he failed to save. Why, he feels a phantom pain, a voice from the past screaming at him, "What are you doing?" The haunting accusations of the dead fill his head. "You're no hero. You're a disaster. Who asked you to save me?" "Don't die. You have to survive." A shadowy figure whispers the most painful words of all. "Because of you, the children died." The accusation multiplies, an army of ghosts pointing their fingers, chanting, "Because of you, because of you." His father's voice pulls him partway back to reality. "Riley, you didn't get that medal just by luck. During the attack on the city, you were there, weren't you?" But Riley's mind is fracturing. "A medal? I received a medal? I received a medal?" He's losing his grip on his own timeline. His father confirms it, now deeply concerned. "Yes, the day you brought Nain to the mansion, you showed it to me." The words are meaningless to him now. An award? Nain? He is completely lost, disassociated from his own life. Who is Nain? Did I bring her here? The shadows of his past are swallowing his present whole. Dark, smiling figures with glowing red eyes crowd his vision, their whispers a toxic blend of blame and twisted praise. "We resent the hero," they hiss, "but we believe in you. It's okay that people died because of you," they whisper. "You're a hero. It couldn't be helped." But all he can manage is a weak protest. "No, I." The voices turn vicious. "What do you mean, no? You said you'd take responsibility. Are you a hero who can only do this much?" He remembers their dying words. "I begged you to save me. Why did you abandon me? Why?" The question morphs into a monstrous accusation as shadowy hands crawl towards him. "Did you let us die?" Back in his father's office, he screams, clutching his head in agony. "I didn't kill you!" His denial twists into a horrified, broken confession, his eyes wide with terror. I killed them." Another memory flashes, a father begging for his daughter's life, pleading that she was a kind person at heart. But the memory ends in a splash of red. A choice he had to make, a life he had to take. His father rushes to his side, shaking him by the shoulders. "Riley, what are you talking about? Who did you kill?" Riley trembles, barely able to speak through the haze of trauma. "I'm sorry, Father. I'm not feeling well." He stumbles toward the door. "I'll go to my room. I need to rest." His father watches him go, his own face etched with worry and confusion. "Yes, go and rest." The door clicks shut, leaving Count Stein alone in the heavy silence. But just as Riley reaches the hall, his father's voice stops him one last time. "Riley." He turns. His father's gaze is steady, his voice quiet but firm. "I believe you." Riley says nothing. He simply turns and walks away. Count Stein watches him go, a hand on his neck, his expression filled with a profound sense of pain and regret. "Shh, Riley." He looks down at the invitation on his desk. He hadn't meant for this to happen. He'd only wanted to praise his son, to finally acknowledge him. He stares out the window as his son's figure disappears down the hall. And he's left with a single, haunting question. "Just what other burdens are you carrying, my son?" A few days later, the group is finally ready to set out on their journey west. Ian calls out that it's time to go, as Riley and Nain stand by, prepared to leave. In the distance, the head maid, Sarah, rushes over, laden with a massive backpack. Ian dryly asks if she's planning on moving out permanently. She insists they must be prepared for anything when serving the young master, but she's confused. "Where is the carriage?" she asks, ready to inspect the horses. Riley cuts her off. "There's no need. We're not taking one." The maids look at him, completely bewildered. "What?" Riley simply turns to Nain. She steps forward, and with a gesture, a swirling vortex of purple energy materializes on the ground before them. From the magic circle, a massive, solid black portal rises from the ground, crackling with immense power. This is the magic of a 7-circle archmage. "Teleport," Nain explains calmly. "It will take us directly to the west." The maids are in absolute awe. One whispers, "I've only heard stories about magic this difficult." Riley, ever the master of laziness, just lets out a huge yawn. "This is too much hassle. I'm going first." He casually strolls toward the shimmering gateway. With a flash of purple light, he vanishes into the portal. Nain turns to the others. We have to move quickly. Once the gate closes, it will take a long time to reopen. Sarah nervously asks if there are any dangers. Nain admits they might feel a little dizzy, but it's perfectly safe. In the background, Ian is visibly trembling, terrified of the high-level magic. Nain offers a reassuring smile. Shall we go? In an instant, the world shifts. The warm estate is gone, replaced by a howling blizzard on a snow-covered mountain. Sarah, now bundled in a thick cloak, looks around in confusion. Wait a second, she turns to Riley and Nain. Where's Ian? Nain remembers how badly he was shaking. It seems his fear got the better of him, and he refused to step through the portal. Sarah panics. What? Then we have to go back for him. But Nain shakes her head grimly. Reopening a gate of this magnitude will take at least 2 weeks. Before she can explain further, Riley starts walking off into the snow. Sarah calls after him, Young master, where are you going? He turns back, annoyed. There's nothing we can do about it now. We have to keep moving. I'll try to contact him later tonight. Sarah sighs in defeat, muttering that she can't really blame Ian for being so timid. As they trudge through the deep snow, Nain asks Sarah why she suddenly decided to join them on the trip. Sarah explains that it was a personal request from Riley's mother, Iris. A flashback shows Iris learning about Riley's planned journey. Worried for her son, Iris asks Sarah to accompany him, feeling that Nain was still inexperienced and Ian could be a bit rough. She felt she could only rest easy if the dependable headmaid was with him. Sarah had asked if she was worried about the young master. Iris smiled gently, a mother's knowing look in her eyes. Yes, perhaps, she added. Lately, it feels like he's going through puberty. Her words are sweet, but they highlight the tragic gap in understanding between them. She sees his turmoil but misinterprets its deep, traumatic source. Back in the present, Sarah finishes her story. And that's why I'm here. The scene shifts to another memory of Riley saying goodbye to his mother. She gently reminds him to stay in touch, recalling how worried she was the last time he disappeared. His mother just smiled and patted his head. It's all right. Just try not to make the same mistake again. She looked at him with love and concern, telling him that it's okay to ask for help from others when he feels overwhelmed. Her final words echo in his mind, a piece of advice that runs contrary to every instinct he learned in his past life. Don't try to shoulder everything alone. Riley walks through the endless snow, his mother's words weighing heavily on him. That night, the small group takes shelter in a cold, dark cave. Gathered around a small campfire, Nain and Sarah study a map, confirming they've made good time. Sarah points to a spot on the map. Why don't we stop by the Duke of Philistinian's estate? It's nearby. She grumbles that it'll be difficult to get in without an invitation, remembering the one the princess sent to Riley. Nain looks down, a sad expression on her face, clearly thinking about the woman who sent that invitation. Suddenly, she cries out. While peeling a potato, she's accidentally cut her finger. In an instant, Riley is by her side, gently taking her hand. You have to be more careful. Give that to me. He carefully wraps a bandage around her finger. A pretty girl like you shouldn't get hurt like this, he scolds lightly. Nain is taken aback. What? She tells him he shouldn't say things he doesn't mean. But Sarah chimes in. What are you talking about? You are pretty. Sarah reminds Nain of everything she does for Riley. Fighting by his side, serving him tea, making his food. How can that not be pretty? She asks. But Nain looks down at her scarred face, her voice quiet. But my appearance is grotesque. It's hard for people to even look at me. Sarah gently touches her arm. Appearance doesn't matter, Nain. And even if it did, it doesn't change the fact that you're beautiful. The heart is what's important. But Riley notices Nain's eyes are still fixed on her scars. She doesn't seem to realize how much she's already healed, both inside and out. He thinks to himself that if you only focus on the scars of the past, you'll feel empty inside. Nain turns to Sarah. Do you think the young master feels the same way? Sarah just suggests she ask him herself, much to Nain's flustered panic. Sarah laughs. I don't think he'd get angry just for calling you pretty, she teases. But Nain takes her seriously and immediately gets up to find Riley. Sarah watches in disbelief. Wait, is she actually going to ask him? She approaches Riley, who's resting against the cave wall. Young master, she stammers. He looks over. What is it? She gathers her courage. There's something I wanted to ask you. But when she looks closer, she sees the deep exhaustion etched on his face. Her question dies on her lips. Young master? She quickly changes the subject. You look really tired. He just waves it off. Don't worry about it. I've just been a little sleepy. Nain looks at him with concern. Is it possible you haven't been able to sleep well? Riley flinches. The question hits far too close to the truth of his nightmares. He snaps, throwing himself down to lie on the ground. It's fine. It's fine. I'll sleep now. Suddenly, a deep, guttural howl echoes from outside the cave. Riley sits bolt upright, instantly alert. What was that sound? Sarah's face is pale with fear. Wolves. Nain listens intently. I hear 2 of them. What should we do? Riley sighs, a look of pure, weary annoyance on his face. What do you mean? What should we do? These annoying things just keep coming, he thinks, his hand already gripping the hilt of his sword. I'll just kill them. His eyes begin to glow with a familiar cold red light. His past life's instincts are taking over. But this time, something is different. Nain steps directly in front of him, her expression serious and resolute. She looks back at him over her shoulder. Young master. He looks at her, his killing intent faltering, replaced by surprise. She says firmly, "It's okay, you don't have to do it alone." She gently places her hand over his, a quiet gesture that stops him from drawing his sword. She asks if this is really what he wants. To pull out his blade every time something gets in his way, knowing deep down that all he truly desires is to be left alone. Standing at the entrance of the snowy cave, she reminds him that if he just tries talking to them, they might actually listen. This is a subtle turning point, a choice between violence and patience. Suddenly, a panicked scream echoes from deeper inside the cave. It's their maid, Sarah, and her voice is filled with terror as she yells for Nain to get out of there and to do it now. 2 shadowy wolves emerge from the swirling snow, their bodies wrapped in a faint purple mist. Their eyes glow with a menacing red light. But Riley remains calm, his mind already assessing the threat, wondering if there are only 2. He immediately recognizes the sickly purple energy clinging to their dark fur. It's a familiar, unwelcome sight, a corruption he's dealt with before. Nain, however, shows no fear. She holds up a hand, speaking softly to the beasts, assuring them she means no harm. Her calm voice is an invitation, a stark contrast to their menacing growls. The wolves cautiously approach, still rumbling with low growls. One of them opens its massive jaw, revealing rows of sharp teeth, but instead of attacking, it gently licks her outstretched hand. And just like that, the beast is calm, nuzzling against her side like a loyal pet. The tension that had filled the air only moments before completely vanishes, replaced by a strange sense of peace. Riley is stunned. He can't help but ask how she managed to do that. With a small, knowing smile, Nain explains that this is a skill she picked up from her master, the dragon Endal, back in his lair. But her expression quickly turns serious as she examines the purple stain on the wolf's fur. She tells Riley this energy is the exact same type she encountered in the desert near Solia last fall. The pieces of a larger puzzle are starting to click into place. Riley looks at the dark, corrupted energy clinging to the cave walls. He confirms it, his voice low. He's seen it too. Stroking the wolf's head, Nain connects the dots. If she's right, this stain was left by the very people her master was hunting, the ones responsible for this spreading corruption. When Riley asks who, she clarifies, humans connected to the underworld. Twisted individuals like the fanatic Lebezra or the black wizard who raised an army of the dead. Nain believes this corruption is the work of the so-called epidemics they've heard rumors about. Riley's mind instantly jumps to another incident, wondering if this is tied to the one who fought the Viscount at the border. Nain confirms it. It's all connected. Even the mercenary Cabal, the man who took his father's arm, was in that same desert. She explains that all these enemies seem to use a strange power, something fundamentally different from magic. As she speaks, 2 blobs of the purple energy float off the wolves and simply vanish into the air. Cleansed of the corruption, she turns back to Riley with an idea. She asks if it would be all right for these 2 children to travel with them. She's read that wolves can be a great help in the snow, and besides, she adds with a hopeful look, taking them along is a much kinder option than the alternative, isn't it? Riley lets out a heavy sigh, closing his eyes in resignation. He just tells her to do whatever she wants. But before he can finish, Sarah's trembling voice cuts in. Wait a minute, can't we just send them back? She's huddled by the campfire, shaking uncontrollably, her face pale with fear. For her, these aren't just animals, they're a living nightmare. This moment reveals a deep-seated fear she can't easily hide. Later that night, the group is settled around the fire. Nain is dozing off, leaning against one of the now docile wolves. Even in her exhaustion, she can't bring herself to sleep too close to the person she serves. Riley sits across the fire from Sarah, breaking the silence with a quiet question. You're not mad about the wolf, are you? She quickly replies. No, but the uncertainty in her voice says otherwise. Hugging her knees, she looks away from the wolves and admits the truth. She's terrified of dogs. It's a trauma that's lingered since she was bitten as a child, a fear that has never truly left her. Riley correctly guesses that it must have happened back in Solia. Sarah confirms it, then turns the question back on him, asking if he has any traumas of his own. He dodges the question with a dry, self-deprecating joke, saying he doesn't think so, he's just getting old. It's a classic deflection, showing how uncomfortable he is with his own vulnerability. Sarah manages a small, weary smile. She explains that she tries to be careful because there are so many things in the world to be afraid of. She thought she was getting better, but dogs, they're still a problem. Riley looks at her, his gaze surprisingly perceptive. He asks, by any chance, is one of those places Solia's downtown? This shows he's been paying more attention to her than he lets on. A nervous laugh escapes her, surprised he guessed so accurately. You knew. Riley admits he didn't know for sure. He just remembered the fierce, almost scary look in her eyes during the last major incident in Solia, and he put the pieces together. He's not just lazy, he's an observer. As the fire crackles, Sarah decides to open up completely. She explains that her sharp senses aren't just intuition, her sense of smell is unusually strong, a trait born from a painful past. A shadow crosses her face as she begins her story. For a long time, she says, she lived in the slums of Solia. The memory is sharp and brutal. A younger, thinner Sarah is kicked to the ground, a voice yelling at her to go away, calling her a bad omen. She's on her hands and knees in a filthy alley, gathering scraps of food while people walk by without a second glance. This was her daily reality, a fight for every single meal. Her eyes are wide with the constant fear and hunger of a cornered animal. Survival meant being on high alert at all times. From the shadows, she watches as two men walk down the alley, their voices echoing off the walls. They're looking for her. One of them wonders where the little beggar went, while the other is surprised he even noticed she was gone. To them, she was less than nothing. Hiding, listening, she remembers the endless cycle of begging and running. That constant fear made her incredibly sensitive to every sight, sound, and smell. Back in the present, Sarah explains that she believes her senses developed so sharply purely as a means of survival. That time also left her with a fear of loud noises and enclosed spaces. She pulls her cloak tighter, looking a little embarrassed for sharing so much so late at night when emotions feel raw and close to the surface. Riley listens intently, his expression unreadable. Then he asks a surprisingly direct question. Hey, Sarah, that trauma, did you ever get over it? She looks right at him, her answer simple and honest. No. She reminds him that he just saw proof of it himself, how she was trembling in front of the wolf. Riley just says, okay, and in that quiet moment, an understanding passes between them. It's a silent acknowledgement that they both carry burdens that refuse to go away. But then Sarah adds something powerful, her voice gaining strength. But I am still living happily. As Nain snores softly nearby, Sarah continues. She points out that everyone has a weakness, joking that even a grand wizard like Nain has them. She then turns her analysis on Riley, listing his own weaknesses, his hatred of anything troublesome, his constant naps, and how he's completely powerless in front of his mother. She points out that even though he finds Ian annoying, he relies on his butler for everything. Is that a good thing? She asks with a gentle smile, or is it just another weakness? Her point is clear. Living with weaknesses isn't a bad thing. And perhaps, she suggests, he could learn to ask for help, too. She gently takes his hand, her touch surprisingly steady. A person with no weaknesses, she explains, can never ask for help. But a person with weaknesses can receive as much help as they need. This is a profound insight into his isolated world. Riley stares at their joined hands, her words hitting him harder than any physical blow. Completely flustered, he quickly pulls his hand away, mumbling an excuse about adding more firewood. As he awkwardly tends to the flames, Sarah tells him to go to bed first. She smiles warmly and takes the stick from him. I'll take care of the night shift. In this small act, she shows a quiet strength that rivals anyone's. The scene cuts abruptly to a lone figure trudging through a snowy forest. It's the mercenary Cabal, muttering curses under his breath about some arrogant punk who defeated him. He grips his massive axe, his mind consumed with rage. He screams into the empty woods, I don't understand how that wretch got his leg back. Curse him! His face twists into a furious snarl as he relives his defeat. If only that miserable worm hadn't interfered. Suddenly, a storm of violent energy erupts around him, swirling through the trees. He freezes, his anger replaced by confusion. Out of the dark energy, a terrifying, disembodied mouth forms, glowing with an otherworldly light. A voice echoes directly in his mind, giving a simple, chilling command. Raise your right leg. Against his will, Cabal's body obeys. His right leg lifts into the air as the voice speaks again, acknowledging his compliance. The voice states a simple fact, its tone devoid of emotion. You lost your left hand. Cabal's eyes widen in shock and horror. Then, the voice reveals its grotesque mission. It commands his right leg to go on a pilgrimage to find another fallen follower and fuse with their body, replacing his lost hand and taking the head of the defeated sorcerer, Huriel. It's a chilling plan to build a new soldier from the parts of the fallen. The swirling purple energy on the ground condenses, solidifying into a dark, pulsating orb. Cabal can only stare at it, wondering what in the world it could be. The voice explains, its tone now laced with a strange, cosmic sorrow. Because my heart is wounded, from now on you will cherish this part of me. Cabal reaches down with his huge, gauntleted hand and picks up the orb. He repeats the words in his mind, trying to process the impossible. There's a wound in your heart. Holding the strange object, the full weight of the situation crashes down on him. It wasn't just Huriel. Liebsra was defeated too? His face contorts with disbelief, which quickly boils over into pure, unadulterated rage. How could this have happened? His voice trembles as he screams, "How dare someone tear my friends apart like that?" His roar of fury echoes through the frozen, desolate forest, a promise of vengeance against an unknown enemy. Secrets have a way of coming out, and when this one does, it shatters the fragile peace of their journey. Sarah stares at Nain, her voice filled with disbelief. "What? You mean you still haven't recovered from your illness?" Her mind races, piecing everything together. She turns to Riley, who's been listening quietly. "Young master, you knew all of this from the very beginning?" But Riley, looking completely drained, just turns away. "I'm going to rest now." His detachment isn't cruelty, it's a sign of how little energy he has left. Sarah puts her head in her hands, the weight of it all crashing down. This entire trip, it wasn't just some casual journey. It was all for Nain. Looking away in shame, Nain quietly admits it. "Yes, it's because of me." Sarah grabs Nain's shoulders, her voice cracking with emotion. "Nain, why didn't you tell me? It's clear she isn't just shocked, she's deeply hurt by the deception." Nain looks down, her voice barely a whisper. She explains that she didn't want Sarah to worry, and that the young master thought it was better to keep it quiet. The mention of Riley gives Sarah pause, understanding his secretive nature. Later, around the campfire, the mood is heavy. Sarah lets out a sigh, a sad smile on her face. "No wonder I had my suspicions," she says. She finally understands why Riley's mother was so worried about this trip. Her instincts were right all along. Nain can only look at her, the word worry hanging in the air. The guilt is written all over her face, a heavy burden she's been carrying alone. Lost in thought, Nain is trapped in a spiral of uncertainty, wondering what she's supposed to do now that the truth is out. Riley, watching from a distance, closes his eyes. He knows this isn't just about a little worry. The emotional cost of this journey is far heavier than anyone realized. Later, as they prepare to leave the cave, Nain's voice calls out, filled with concern. "Young master! Young master!" She finds him standing alone, looking utterly drained. "Are you okay?" she asks gently. "You look so tired. Shouldn't you take a nap?" He just mutters her name, his voice weak. He tries to brush it off, turning away with forced casualness. "I told you, I'm just sleepy." He asks if lunch is ready, planning to eat and then rest, as if it's that simple. But Nain isn't fooled. She can see the deep exhaustion etched into his features, the way he's forcing himself to even stand. She knows this is something far more serious than just being sleepy. Suddenly, the little fire spirit Heliona pops into existence beside her. "Are you worried?" she asks, startling Nain. Heliona giggles, floating in front of her. "Why so surprised? It's written all over your face." Nain sighs, admitting that, yes, she's very worried. Heliona's playful mood softens into something more serious. She says sleep is the one thing even powerful spirits fear, because you can't fight it off forever. The spirit watches Riley slowly eating a sandwich. "No matter how much of a monster he is," she says, "if he pushes himself this hard, he's heading for big trouble. Do you know what's wrong with him?" Nain's expression grows grim. She tells Heliona she has an idea, but it's a deep, personal wound, not something to be discussed casually. The little spirit sighs, exasperated by how complicated humans are. But then, an idea sparks in her mind. A thoughtful look crosses her face. "Then I guess it can't be helped," she decides. She zips over to Nain and whispers a plan into her ear. As she listens, Nain's eyes widen. It's a drastic, risky idea. A short while later, the group is trekking through a blinding snowstorm. Heliona's voice floats on the wind, asking Nain what she thinks of her method. Riley pushes forward relentlessly, his cloak whipping around him. He's ignoring the brutal conditions, almost as if he's trying to outrun the exhaustion in his own mind. Sarah struggles against the blizzard, shielding her face. She yells out, "Young master, the snow is too strong. We should stop for today." But he doesn't listen. He just keeps walking deeper into the storm, a man possessed. In desperation, Sarah turns to Nain. "Nain, why aren't you stopping him?" But Nain just stares ahead, her expression set with a heavy determination. She's made her choice. Nain finally calls out, her voice firm. "Young master, if you're going to keep going, I'll cast a resistance spell for you." Sarah whips around, shocked. "Nain, I told you to stop him. What are you doing?" Riley pauses, looking over his shoulder as the wind howls. "Resistance magic?" "Yes. I'll cast it right now," Nain declares, raising her hand as magical energy begins to gather around it. As she weaves the spell, she makes a quiet deal with Heliona, who's providing the power. "You have to buy me some pudding later, okay?" It's a small, childish request in a terribly adult moment. A swirl of dark purple energy envelops Riley. He looks down at it, confused. "What's this?" "You don't have to." But before he can finish his sentence, his eyes grow heavy. The world starts to tilt and fade. He collapses, slumping forward directly into Nain's arms, completely unconscious. Sarah rushes over, panicked. "Young master, what just happened?" Nain holds him steady, her voice strained. "Don't worry, I used a sleep spell." Sarah stares at her, stunned. "What? You said it was a resistance spell. Did you lie?" Nain looks down at Riley's peaceful face, her own expression full of sorrow. "I'm sorry. I thought it would be better if he didn't notice." She gently brushes the hair from his forehead, revealing the deep lines of exhaustion. "He hasn't slept properly in weeks. I had to force him to rest before he collapsed for good." Sarah is floored. "Weeks? But we saw him sleeping this morning." Nain shakes her head, already casting another spell. "He was just closing his eyes. He's been doing this since before we even left home." A large, protective sphere of magic forms around them, silencing the raging blizzard. "Let's go back to the cave," Nain says, her voice heavy with the weight of her decision. The group makes it back to the relative safety of their shelter. 1 week later, Riley is still unconscious, tossing and turning in a feverish sleep, muttering about something being a big deal. Sarah watches over him, her face etched with worry. It's been a whole week, she thinks, and he's not getting any better. She clenches her fist, feeling utterly helpless. Just then, a deep rumbling sound echoes from the mouth of the cave. The ground trembles. Sarah is instantly alert, sitting guard in the darkness. She lets out an annoyed sound, assuming it's just another monster drawn to their fire. But this is no mere wolf. A massive, white-furred beast with glowing red eyes stomps into view. A yeti. Sarah doesn't hesitate for a second. She draws 2 short swords, her expression hardening with resolve. "Young master, please wait a moment," she whispers to his sleeping form. "I'll take care of this." She leaps into action, a blur of motion aiming straight for the beast's neck. But the yeti is far too strong. It raises a massive arm and blocks her attack with ease, the impact stopping her cold. With a contemptuous flick of its wrist, it swats her out of the air. As she's thrown back, she knows she's outmatched. The yeti lets out a booming roar that shakes the cave. "We were here first." Just as it lunges, a hand shoots out. It's Nain. A massive surge of dark energy erupts from her palm as she utters a single word: explosion. The yeti screams as it's engulfed in a violent purple blast. Sarah gets to her feet, shaken by the sheer power. "That's hot, Nain." Nain stands over the smoldering remains, apologizing for being a bit rushed. Sarah asks if she found anything while scouting. Nain shakes her head, looking defeated. "No, nothing to eat, and no herbs either. Their situation has gone from bad to worse." She turns back to Riley, and the guilt returns full force. His fever is getting worse, and the sleep spell should have worn off days ago. "Why isn't he waking up?" she whispers, her mind spiraling. "I did something wrong." The fear takes over. If the young master never wakes up because of me, then I... Before she can lose herself completely, Sarah grabs her firmly by the arms. "Get a hold of yourself, Nain. The young master needs our help, and you can't fall apart now." Sarah's sharp, steady voice cuts through Nain's panic. She looks up, her eyes wide, whispering Sarah's name. In this moment, the roles have completely reversed. Sarah's gaze is no longer timid, it's determined. "This isn't working," she declares, pulling Nain toward the cave entrance. "We're moving. Right away." Sarah looks out into the snowy landscape, her voice clear and decisive. "There's only one place nearby where we can get help." In the distance, a grand, snow-covered mansion stands against the horizon, the very place Riley wanted to avoid at all costs. Sarah makes the call, her voice ringing with newfound authority. "We're going to the Duke of Philizinion." Their last hope is a locked gate, and the man holding the key has no intention of opening it. In front of the grand entrance to the Duke's estate, a guard stands firm, his voice final. "I'm sorry, you can't come inside." Sarah pleads with him, explaining they have a patient in desperate need of help, but the guard is unmoved. Without an invitation, he says, he has no way of confirming who they are. He explains that one mistake could cost him his job and asks them to understand. For Sarah and Nain, his words feel like the final door slamming shut on their hopes. Sarah's heart sinks. To be rejected so coldly, so simply, she can't believe a noble house would turn away people in need. In her desperate rush to find help, she never considered the possibility of being turned away at the door. Her mind goes blank, filled with nothing but overwhelming worry for Riley and Nain. The exhaustion, the fear, the repeated failures, it's all too much. A single tear escapes, rolling down her cheek as her last shred of hope finally crumbles. Her quiet sobs startle the guard, who takes a flustered step back. "Oh my, why are you crying?" he exclaims, completely unprepared for this emotional breakdown. Sarah turns to Nain, her voice choked with tears. "I'm sorry, Nain. I brought you here without any real plan." Nain just watches her, her own expression hidden beneath her hood. But Nain has seen enough. She places a firm, reassuring hand on Sarah's shoulder. "Give me a moment." She steps in front of the distraught maid, her small frame shielding her from the guard. "This is a quiet promise. She will handle this. Leave this to me, Sarah." She walks right up to the gate. The guard, seeing her approach, immediately levels his spear. "What's this? You want to try something?" he yells, completely underestimating the person in front of him. In response, a thick, dark substance begins to ooze from Nain's hand, dripping with an unsettling, corrupting energy. The dark magic snakes forward, wrapping around the spearhead and corroding the metal with a faint sizzle. The guard can only stare in shock as Nain gives him a simple ultimatum. "If you don't let us in?" Her eyes begin to glow with immense power from beneath her hood as dark energy swirls around her. "I'll have to use my skills." The guard freezes, terror dawning on his face as he realizes his mistake. She was a wizard. He knows he's outmatched and immediately thinks to call for backup. His hand flies to a summoning panel on the wall, ready to call for reinforcements. But before he can, the little fire spirit Heliona pops up beside his head, wagging a tiny finger. "Mister, you should probably step aside," she chirps, before adding a chilling warning. "Right now, Nain looks up, and the look in her eyes says it all. They are filled with a cold, simmering rage. She is in a very, very bad mood. A massive torrent of dark purple energy erupts from her hand, swirling with unimaginable power. This is not a bluff. The guard is frozen in place, bathed in the menacing glow of her magic. Nain asks him one last time, her voice dangerously calm. "Will you let us in?" Inside the mansion, it's another world entirely. A lavish party is in full swing, with nobles chatting and laughing, completely oblivious to the tense confrontation at their gates. The nobles' gossip is a tapestry of the kingdom's latest troubles, from the massive incident in Solia to the need for support from allied cities. They speak of rising anxiety among the common people and even rumors of rebellion, a problem that needs to be solved, and fast. One noble curses the Solia temple, wondering where the Saintess has gone, while another mentions the bounty on her head. They are surrounded by chaos they can barely comprehend. The topic inevitably shifts to the Ippolita family. Someone notes that Count Stein, having lost an arm, has finally chosen a successor, his second son, Lloyd. Another guest expresses surprise that it wasn't the first son, Ryan, only to be told that he rebelled against his father and was cast out of the family. And through it all, one name keeps coming up: Princess Lutrina. She was apparently there when it all happened, a silent observer to the family's drama. The nobles toast to capturing the mercenary who took Stein's arm, all for the honor of Solia. It's a night of politics, rumors, and empty words. But Princess Lutrina, standing apart from the crowd, is completely unimpressed. She lets out a soft sigh, her thoughts clear. "I'm bored." She's heard it all before. The same tired cliches, the same predictable power plays. She is utterly sick of it. Just as she's about to give in to the boredom, a frantic voice screams her name. "Princess, we're in trouble." The guard from the gate bursts into the hall. She turns, her expression calm. "What is it?" The guard, panting, reports that uninvited guests from the Ippolita family are at the gate and force their way onto the grounds. He explains they have a patient with them, and he's moved them to a waiting room for now. The moment he says the name, Ippolita, Lutrina's bored expression vanishes. A sly, interested smile spreads across her face. "Hold on, did you just say Ippolita?" Sometime later, Riley is resting in a proper bed, a cool cloth on his forehead. It's a world away from the cold, damp cave. Nain sits by his bedside, watching over him, while Sarah stands guard by the door. Riley groans in his sleep, still trapped in a feverish state. Nain knows the only thing they can do now is wait for him to wake up. He stirs again, and she instinctively reaches out, her voice a soft whisper. Young master. She believes that in his forced sleep, he's finally facing the demons he's been running from, the memories and trauma he suppressed for so long. With a heavy heart, she admits to herself that she never noticed the depth of his struggle, never truly understood what he was trying so desperately to avoid. A single tear wells in her eye. She feels a pang of fear, a sense that learning who he truly cares for, the ones he fights so hard to protect, would somehow break her heart. Sarah notices her quiet distress. Nain? Is there truly nothing they can do but wait? Just then, the door clicks open. A calm voice says, "Excuse me." Princess Lutrina enters the room, flanked by the same nervous guard from the gate. Sarah immediately jumps to her feet and bows. Princess, Nain turns, her body tense, instantly positioning herself as a protective barrier between the princess and Riley's bed. The guard starts to scold them, but Lutrina silences him with a simple gesture. Stop, this is a patient's room. We will be quiet. She tells the guard she will handle their identification herself and dismisses him. He protests, worried for her safety, but she insists. She gives him a look that freezes him in place, her voice dangerously low. Don't make me repeat myself. The guard flinches, sweating under her intense gaze. He knows that tone all too well. He agrees to wait outside. As the door closes, Lutrina turns her full attention to the two girls, a playful smile on her face. Now then, it's just us women here. She greets them casually, reminding them that they've met before. When she asks for their names, a flustered Sarah quickly introduces herself and Nain. Lutrina smiles, mentioning she heard about the little fight at the gate. She apologizes for her guard's behavior, blaming the recent unrest in the kingdom for his strictness. Sarah quickly assures her it's okay, though she thinks to herself it was less of a fight and more of a one-sided threat. The princess's gaze drifts to Riley. She correctly assumes that since they don't have an invitation, they didn't come for the party. She asks directly, "Is the young master's condition that severe?" Sarah flinches, caught off guard. Lutrina reads her hesitation instantly. It seems there are circumstances that are difficult to talk about, correct? She smiles, waving her fan gracefully. It's all right. I understand completely. She promises to speak to her staff and offers them any assistance they might need. Sarah is taken aback by her generosity, managing only a quiet, yes. She's completely bewildered. Why is everything suddenly resolving itself so easily? But Lutrina just chuckles. Don't worry so much. Her smile widens into a sly, knowing grin. After all, I'm quite interested in young Master Riley myself. And then she drops the bombshell. And besides, it's not every day I get to host the one who killed Estroa and the great wizard of 7 circles, now is it? Nain spins around, her eyes wide with pure shock. How did you know? Lutrina just beams, delighted. Oh my, you finally turned to face me, the princess continues, completely unfazed by their shock. It seems you both have secrets you cannot disclose. And as it happens, so do I. She leans in with a conspiratorial grin, declaring their complicated situation is like a women's secret. With that, she turns to leave, explaining that she can't be gone from her own party for too long. Pausing at the door, she gives Nain one last, knowing look over her shoulder. Well then, she says, her voice soft and lingering. Rest well. The game has just become far more dangerous and far more interesting. In the quiet stillness of the grand estate, time itself seems to hold its breath. But for those waiting inside, every passing moment is filled with a silent, gnawing anxiety. 3 long days have passed. Inside Riley's room, Sarah turns to Nain, who hasn't left his side for a moment. Nain, she suggests gently, why don't you go for a walk? She points out that Nain has been cooped up for days, and the little fire spirit Heliona agrees that some fresh air would do her good. But Nain just insists that she's fine. Finally, giving in to their gentle pressure, Nain lets out a sigh. All right, I'm going. You don't have to push. As Nain and an ecstatic Heliona head for the door, Sarah watches them go with a warm smile, telling them to enjoy themselves. But the second the door closes, her smile vanishes. She lets out a long, weary sigh. The cheerful act was for Nain's sake. Now that she's alone, the heavy weight of their situation comes crashing back down. Her thoughts are interrupted by the faint chatter from the ongoing party. The nobles are gossiping about the unexpected arrival of the famous lazy sword, young Master Riley. One noble speculates that Riley must have some kind of secret weapon to hold so much influence in Solia. But another scoffs at the idea, sneering that using that dreadful maid as a hidden weapon is a laughable idea. A more informed noble corrects him, revealing the truth of the Astroa incident. It was the maid who single-handedly stopped the rogue wizard, a powerful survivor of the tower's cruel experiments. They conclude that Riley must be using her as a political tool, and that making such a powerful wizard the new tower master would be a brilliant move. From the doorway, Sarah listens, her expression growing colder with every word. But then, the conversation turns cruel. They wonder if her scars are too prominent for a public figure, casually suggesting they find an alternative. Sarah clenches her fists, her disgust for these people solidifying into cold anger. She returns to Riley's bedside, her anger simmering. It's sickening, hearing them talk about a person like she's just a pawn on a board. And the worst part is, they have no idea of the pain Nain is truly feeling. Out in the sunlit garden, Nain walks along a quiet stone path. But her peace is short-lived. Princess Lutrina appears, greeting her with a wide, friendly smile. "You're lucky, Nain," she says smoothly. "You found such a lovely walking path." Nain's reply is a simple, clipped yes. Heliona immediately hides behind Nain's hair, grumbling about their bad luck. Lutrina immediately asks after Riley. Nain reports that his condition hasn't improved, but at least it hasn't worsened. The princess leans in, her smile turning sharp and sly. "Is that so?" she murmurs, her tone heavy with unspoken meaning. "Nain, don't tell me!" She drops her voice to a whisper, asking the one question designed to inflict the most damage. "Do you have feelings for young Master Riley?" Nain freezes, her face flushing red, completely ambushed. She stammers, trying to deny it. But Lutrina cuts her off with a dismissive little laugh, telling her she should just give up. The princess's voice turns cold. She reminds Nain that the name Ippolita carries immense weight, and Count Stein would surely be against any such match. Then she aims for Nain's deepest insecurity. "And what about those scars?" she asks, her gaze unwavering. "They can't be healed, can they?" Heliona flashes into view, her face contorted in pure fury at the insult, calling the princess a pumpkinhead. Nain quickly shushes her. Lutrina continues, ignoring the spirit. She says that no matter how remarkable Nain is, with scars like those, wedding guests would be hesitant to even attend. The words land like a physical blow. Nain looks away, clutching her arm. "I'm aware of that," she whispers, her voice filled with pain. Suddenly, Lutrina's demeanor shifts back to cheerful. She throws an arm around Nain, laughing loudly. "Hey now, why so serious?" Nain is completely bewildered as Lutrina reveals she knows about the etiquette book she's been reading, calling their entire painful conversation just another woman's secret. She dismisses everything she just said as a simple joke between rivals who happen to like the same man. With a casual, "Pardon me," she turns and leaves Nain standing there in stunned, silent shock. The moment she's gone, Heliona explodes. "That despicable person! What does she think you are?" she fumes, zipping around Nain's head. The little spirit is engulfed in flames of rage. If Riley had been there to see that, she would have set the princess on fire on the spot. But Nain is quiet. She tells Heliona that if it were a real joke, the princess would have simply said, "It's a joke." But she didn't. She said, "Please think of it as a joke." The chilling realization dawns on her. Every cruel word Lutrina said was completely, brutally honest. Heliona flies up to her face, determined. "Then let's put that person in her place." Nain shakes her head sadly. "No, I can't compare to her." But Heliona quickly reminds her that if she becomes an artificial spirit, her scars, all of it, will heal completely. Nain looks up, a new, fierce resolve burning in her eyes. "Really? How do I become one?" She turns back towards the mansion. "Let's go to the room and talk." Back inside, they refocus on their original mission. Heliona recites the cryptic directions they were given. Find the spirit, where black wings soar amidst the white eyes, where a silent yet radiant song surges forth. They try to decipher the riddle. White eyes could mean winter. Black wings could be a raven. But what is a silent song? Heliona doesn't know for sure, but she senses one thing with certainty. The spirit they seek isn't far from here. Nain asks her a critical question. "Heliona, you've met this spirit before, right?" The spirit confirms that she has. Nain turns to Sarah. "Could you look after the master for a moment?" Sarah sees the look in her eyes and knows something is about to happen. Nain's expression is one of unbreakable determination. She's done waiting. "I'm going to meet the spirit in person." Heliona asks if she's figured out the location. Nain's answer is a simple no. She looks forward, her own eyes glowing with a faint power. "I'm going to use these eyes to find it myself." she asks Heliona to concentrate and remember everything she can about the spirit. Seeing her resolve, the little spirit agrees. Then, shall we start? Heliona asks. Nain gives a firm yes. She closes her eyes, focusing all of her power. It's the first time she's ever tried to use her unique sight to track another spirit like this. Her glowing eye opens wide as she pours her magic into the search. Her consciousness is cast out into a dark void, flying through a swarm of shimmering white butterflies, each one a thread of energy, a possible path. But the strain is immense. A splitting pain shoots through her head, and she cries out. Heliona rushes to her side, asking if she's okay. Nain clutches her head, staggering from the feedback. I'm okay, she gasps. Just a throb. She grits her teeth and pushes through the pain, her focus absolute. She's almost there. Just a little further, the lights of the butterflies grow brighter, guiding her forward to her destination. In the void, she sees it. A silhouette of a hooded figure, radiating a gentle light. The connection hits her all at once. She screams as the power overloads her senses. She collapses to the floor, completely drained. Sarah rushes to her side, telling her not to overdo it. Nain apologizes, admitting she was being stubborn. But then she looks up, a triumphant light in her exhausted eyes. But I found it. I found the spirit's location. Sarah and Heliona stare, stunned. Really? Where is it? With the last of her strength, Nain lifts a trembling finger. She doesn't point towards the window or the door, but directly across the room, right at the bed where Riley lies unconscious. The spirit vessel they traveled so far to find has been right here with them the entire time. Heliona and Sarah can only stare, completely confused. Nain's expression is dead serious as she asks, "What about the young master?" As Heliona begins to panic, Nain confirms their dawning fear. Yes, the young master is the key. Heliona throws her arms up in frustration. What? But that doesn't match the riddle at all. What about black wings and a silent song? Nain looks down, her gaze distant. On the surface, yes, she explains that the spirit they're looking for is invisible to the naked eye. We're pulled into a deep, watery abyss, light filtering down from a world far, far above. A lone figure sinks into the darkness, a perfect image of someone lost in the depths of their own consciousness. Nain reveals the shocking truth. The spirit they seek exists only within Riley's dreams. Heliona is baffled, unable to understand how a spirit she met months ago could now be inside his mind. Nain doesn't have the answer. She only knows that from this point on, they have to find the truth for themselves. Both Sarah and Heliona realize what she's planning. Are you trying to enter his dream? Nain looks at Riley's sleeping form, her answer simple and absolute. Yes. Heliona flies up to her, frantic. She warns Nain that entering another person's dream is incredibly dangerous, and it could make her own illness even worse. The spirit explains that if she gets lost in the twisted maze of Riley's memories, the consequences could be devastating. She could be trapped in his mind forever. Sarah looks at her, her voice filled with worry. Nain, are you trying to overdo it again? Nain turns away, her resolve unshaken. She says that when he was struggling, all she could do was watch, helpless. Now she feels she has to go to him and help him find peace. Sarah sees the unwavering conviction in her friend's eyes. She understands that Nain cannot be talked out of this. This is a choice she has to make. With a small sigh, Sarah gives her blessing. Okay, have a safe trip. Heliona is aghast. Sarah, you have to stop her. But Sarah just shakes her head. No, I can't stop her. This is what Nain wants to do. Heliona groans, completely losing her mind over their recklessness. The little spirit makes one last desperate plea, reminding Nain that if she fails, her master, the dragon Endal, will be furious. But Nain just smiles, her faith in her master absolute. She knows Endal would understand her choice. Heliona can't believe they're even talking about the same short-tempered dragon. Heliona screams in frustration, unable to comprehend why Nain would willingly walk into such a dangerous, unknown world. Nain gently places a hand on the spirit's shoulder, calming her down. She explains that this was never just about becoming an artificial spirit. From the very beginning, her only goal was to find a way to stay by his side, no matter what. She asks Heliona to please understand and to stand with Sarah. The request confuses Sarah for a moment. Heliona explains the grim reality of dream walking. To enter a dream, Nain must use her consciousness as collateral, leaving her physical body completely defenseless. And so, Sarah must become her guardian. Understanding dawns on Sarah's face, and she pulls Nain into a firm, protective embrace. Please come back safely with the young master, Sarah whispers. I'll be guarding this place. Nain pulls away, her eyes filled with gratitude. I will. She sits on the edge of Riley's bed. Well then, let's begin. She places her hands on her chest and casts the spell Dream Link. A wave of brilliant, sparkling red energy flows from her, enveloping the bed as her consciousness begins its journey. Her final thoughts before crossing over are a desperate plea to him. Just a little, please wait a little longer. Her body goes limp, falling onto the bed as Sarah watches with a heavy heart. Elsewhere in the mansion, Princess Lyutrina is in her private chambers. She lies on her bed, her thoughts consumed by the Maid of the Seventh Circle. She wonders how Nain grew so powerful so quickly, regretting not trying to probe her mind more deeply. A soft tapping at her window draws her attention. A raven with glowing red eyes is perched outside, a messenger from the underworld. The raven drops a note and flies away. Lyutrina sighs. I had a feeling, but I missed my chance. How pathetic. She reads the note. The words are simple and grim, the right leg and the head. A terrifying, manic grin spreads across her face. As I thought, I wasn't mistaken. Her darkest suspicions are confirmed. This confirmation fuels a dark, obsessive fire within her. A red aura of pure malice erupts around her as she thinks, this is tempting. I want him even more now. Her eyes glow with a frightening purple light, her desire twisting into something monstrous. More than anything, I want to make him mine. 2 days later, Sarah stands vigil over the two sleeping figures, letting out a weary sigh. It's already been 2 days, Heliona corrects her, explaining that for spirits, time flows differently. It hasn't been 2 full days just yet. The little spirit stretches lazily, telling Sarah to stop worrying so much. But Sarah can't help it. As a human, the slow passing of time just makes her more restless. It's agonizing to just stand by and wait. Heliona suggests praying to the goddess Irene, something she heard humans do when they're struggling. Sarah says she isn't very religious, and asks where the spirit heard such a thing. Heliona blames Nain with a goofy laugh. But as she does, she senses it. The air in the room has suddenly gone cold. Both of them turn towards the door. It's locked, but something feels deeply wrong. A voice calls from the other side. Excuse me, are you in there? Sarah recognizes the voice. The princess, she responds cautiously, asking what she can help with. Lyutrina says she was worried since she hadn't seen them, asking if Riley's condition is still the same. Sarah gives a vague answer, saying things have gotten worse and that she'll let her know if anything changes. But the princess isn't done. She asks one more question, her tone laced with suspicion. Is Nain inside as well? Before Sarah can answer, the locked door clicks open on its own. Lyutrina steps inside, her smile as charming and unsettling as ever. I'd like to have a little chat. Sarah freezes, shocked. The door was locked. How did she get in? Lyutrina walks to the bed, her gaze falling upon the two sleeping figures. She notes that Riley's fever seems to have broken, and they're sleeping side by side. Then she sees it, their hands clasped together. A dark, twisted jealousy contorts her face into a horrifying grin. Holding hands? She whispers, her voice dripping with venom. Sarah senses the immediate danger and tries to de-escalate, nervously suggesting they sit down and talk. But it's too late. Heliona screams, Sarah! Dodge it! A blast of dark purple energy erupts from the princess's hand. The blast hits Sarah square in the chest. She stumbles back, her mind reeling in disbelief. Why would the princess? She's thrown across the room with a sickening crash, not unconscious upon impact. Heliona screams her name in terror. Lyutrina, now a silhouette of pure darkness with a single glowing eye, looms over the bed. Well, a new, distorted voice says, now that we've dealt with the interruption, shall we take our time? The entity leans down, its face inches from Riley's. It caresses his cheek, its voice a possessive, hungry whisper. I believe you will show me memories so magnificent that I won't regret giving up this title. Nain's consciousness drifts through an endless, scratched-up darkness. She has made it into his dream, but there is nothing here. Just a cold, silent, oppressive void. She collapses into the emptiness, completely disoriented and utterly alone. She tries to summon a spark of magic, anything to fight the darkness. Light. But nothing happens. Her hand remains empty. The realization hits her with a jolt of pure fear. In this place, magic doesn't work. She is completely and utterly powerless. She calls out into the void, her voice swallowed by the silence. Young master! She runs, desperate to find any sign of him, her calls growing more frantic. But there is no reply. She stops, catching her breath as the crushing loneliness of this place sets in. It truly is a maze of nothingness. The thought that Riley is trapped in a place like this, all alone, is horrifying. She starts to blame herself, but then forces the thought away. She made this choice with resolve, and she has to see it through. She clenches her fist, a silent promise echoing in the darkness. I will definitely return with you, young master. Suddenly, a faint, unfamiliar sound reaches her ears, a quiet, hiccuping sob. What is that sound? A soft green glow appears in the darkness like a single firefly, then another and another. A swarm of the glowing lights bursts into existence, illuminating the void with a gentle, ethereal glow. One of them, shaped like a butterfly, flutters before her. A soft voice speaks directly into her mind. Nain, I'm sorry, did I startle you? Who are you? She asks. The spirit replies, Before I explain, there is something I must show you first. In an instant, the darkness shatters. Nain finds herself standing in a world of snow, surrounded by towering, unfamiliar buildings under a hazy sky. The spirit's voice explains what she's seeing. This is the world he used to live in. Nain looks up at the strange, dark shapes soaring through the sky. A place with black wings flying through the white snow. The first part of the riddle suddenly clicks into place. Her eyes fall upon a giant screen on one of the buildings. A place where a silently radiant song rises. It all makes a terrible kind of sense. The spirit confirms it. The pieces of the puzzle form a picture she never could have imagined. This isn't just a dreamscape. It's a memory of his past life. Nain stares, her mind reeling. The fragmented visions she'd seen before, they were just the smallest glimpses of this. You mean the young master's past life? She asks, the implications crashing down on her. The spirit's answer is a solemn confirmation. Yes, he remembers all of it. A mysterious hooded figure materializes from the swarm of butterflies. It's the spirit in its true form. It tells her they don't have much time, and there is a great deal it must show her. You came here for Riley, didn't you? The spirit asks. Nain immediately asks, Is the young master here? The spirit gives a cryptic answer. Perhaps he is, and perhaps he is not. It holds out its hand, a small orb of glowing green light hovering above its palm. Would you mind taking this? Nain reaches out and touches the orb. The moment she does, a flood of new visions overwhelms her senses. Voices cry out in celebration. He holds the sword. She sees a small child, no older than 3, holding a massive, holy sword nearly as big as he is. The people are cheering. The hero has finally appeared. This is the young master's memory? She asks, holding the glowing orb. Yes, a memory from his past life, the spirit confirms, its voice laced with a deep sorrow. I am always sorry. In that life, I feel I burdened him with a responsibility far too great for anyone to bear. The spirit explains that this world, Riley's old home, was a far more desolate and dangerous place than the one Nain knows. Nain looks at the sprawling city and says that to her, it looks beautiful. The spirit asks if she can see any forests. She realizes there is no mana here, no nature. But even so, she believes the world is beautiful because it's the world Riley protected. It used to be far more dreadful, the spirit says grimly. Look over there. It's starting now. The spirit points her towards a dark alley. She sees a man stumble, his feet suddenly wrapped in tendrils of dark purple energy. Shadowy hands erupt from the ground, grabbing him as he screams in terror. The man is consumed by the darkness, his body dissolving into nothing before her eyes. Nain watches in horror. The spirit explains that those shadowy beings are the creatures Riley fought against, monsters that crawled up from the underworld. The vision shifts to a scene of utter chaos. Soldiers yell that they're out of ammunition as people flee in terror. The humans fought, but it was hopeless. And in their darkest hour, they put their faith in one person. A calm, steady voice cuts through the chaos. Everyone, step back, I will handle this. A lone figure stands against the horde of shadows, sword in hand. The people cheer. It's the hero. We're safe now. The spirit asks Nain what she sees in his face. It's Riley's face, but his eyes are filled with an impossible weight. He looks exhausted, she says softly. Incredibly so. Yes, the spirit says. Since being chosen by the sword at age 3, he fought without a single day of rest. At the age of 7, he took a life for the first time. The timeline of tragedy unfolds. At 9, betrayed by a stepmother. At 11, forced to kill his own master. By 12, he had killed 1,000 demons. At 14, his parents were murdered because of the betrayal of so-called friends. But as the hero, he wasn't even allowed to attend their funerals. He had another mission. While pursuing revenge, he endangered innocent civilians, and many were lost. The public turned on him. He had to stop his activities, and as a result, half of humanity was wiped out. All the responsibility, all the blame, fell squarely on his shoulders. Nain can't understand. Why was he the one who was punished? The spirit's answer is cold and simple. Because it was convenient. Instead of a blessing, the hero received a curse from a cruel goddess, making it impossible for him to die. He became a tool, used to kill demons and people alike, forced to bear the weight of their endless resentment. As the city burns, he gradually lost the ability to save anyone at all. Nain looks at the blood-soaked blade of his sword. Is that sword the hero's? A vision appears, a young boy, bloodied but determined, asking a man for a favor. But the man refuses. I'm sorry, I can't fulfill a monster's request. A group of children, their eyes leaking black tears, tell the hero, we ended up like this because of you. They cry out for their mothers. The man breaks down, tears streaming down his face as he begs the hero, please do it, let me die. Comfortably, painlessly. The hero stands with his sword raised, his own eyes filled with tears, forced to grant a mercy killing. This was his life, a relentless, inescapable cycle of pain, loss, and death. Nain watches, her own eyes wide with horror as the sheer scale of his suffering finally crashes down on her. The spirit explains that this relentless cycle of violence continued until the hero turned 26, when he finally killed the Demon King, giving up his own life in the process. It was the only escape he was ever granted, a moment of peace he had to die to achieve. Looking out over the city he saved, the spirit, Inago, thinks that it's a miracle he made it to the end without going insane. But it knows that reliving these memories now threatens to shatter Riley's mind completely. Inago is filled with a deep regret. In this new life, all it ever wanted was for him to finally rest. But now, it has no other choice but to ask for his help once more. If it does nothing, too many people will die. The spirit's hand gently rests on Nain's shoulder, pulling her attention back to the present. It's not just Riley's old world at stake, Inago explains, but Nain's world too. Nain whips around, her expression sharp with confusion. The pieces start clicking into place. Her eyes narrow as she stares at the hooded figure. You're not a spirit, are you? The figure gives a slight smile, confirming her suspicion. It admits that while it didn't mean to fool the others, she is correct. It is not a spirit. Nain's face twists with realization. Are you a god of this world? Were you the one who gave me this eye? Inago explains that it's just an ordinary being, and it can only speak to her now thanks to a goddess Irene. But then it meets her gaze and confirms her accusation. And, to answer your question, yes, I am the one who gave you that eye. Inago's voice is filled with apology. It knows people have looked at her differently because of it, and it understands if she feels resentment. But Nain's anger is already gone, replaced by her unwavering loyalty. It was for the young master's sake, wasn't it? She asks, her voice steady. To help him, she continues, her logic sharp and clear. I was the best choice, correct? Of course, Inago replies, a hint of admiration in its voice. You are the best I could have ever hoped for. With that settled, Nain looks out over the city. Then I have one more question. She touches the cursed mark on her face, her voice quiet but firm. From now on, will my fate move as you decide? Are any of my choices truly my own? Golden threads of fate seem to wrap around her as Inago explains that the path it set for her ended the moment she met Riley. Every step she took after that was her own. Inago gently touches her face, admitting that while it had hoped she would come this far, it never truly expected her to make it all the way here on her own. Nain closes her eyes, accepting this. All right then. She opens them with renewed determination. Please tell me what I must do to help the young master. Inago smiles softly. First, I must fix you, Nain. It explains that while it cannot turn her into an artificial spirit, it can solve the problem she's been carrying. Nain is taken aback. Then I will remain human? Inago simply replies. I suppose so. But then its hand tightens on her shoulder with a sudden urgency. We are out of time. Nain, can you close your eyes? Inago asks. Without hesitation, Nain trusts it completely. With her eyes shut, Inago gives her a final, crucial instruction. When you awake from this dream, you must ask this of Riley. For the sake of both our worlds, please ask him to hold his sword once more. Nain's eyes snap open in protest. But the young master will hate that. Inago is firm. I told you to close your eyes. Inago explains the dire situation. The purple humans from the underworld are using a power that should only exist in Riley's old world. If they're left unchecked, both worlds will lose their balance and collapse. A vision of Nain's world burning fills the space around them. If that happens, a catastrophe is certain. Inago knows it's a cruel, selfish request. But to prevent this disaster, they need his blessing. Its desire to save the world is sincere. Nain floats in silence, absorbing the massive weight of this revelation. She then asks one more thing. The reason the young master is suffering so much now is because of these memories, correct? Inago confirms it. A bright light flashes, and Nain makes her decision. I want to do it too. She clutches her chest, her voice filled with conviction. The burden on his shoulders, please let me bear it with him. Inago is taken aback. You want to take on all of his memories? It warns her that what she's seen is just a tiny fraction of his pain. But Nain remembers something Riley once told her. Sadness is halved when shared. She finally understands what he truly meant. Inago lets out a deep sigh. You must be prepared. Nain doesn't flinch. I am always ready. She has been ready ever since that day he first reached out to her, offering her an apple and a new life. Inago gives in to her unwavering resolve. I cannot win against you. A small orb of light appears in its hand. Here, it says, presenting the light to her. All of his memories are in this. His sadness, his wrath, his loneliness, his regret. You must be prepared to feel it all as your own. But as it holds out the light, its own form begins to crack and destabilize. Nain rushes forward, concerned. Are you all right? Inago winces, explaining that it's reaching its limit. Lastly, Nain, there is something you must find. Find Riley's sacred sword. Nain is confused. His sacred sword? As its form shatters into particles of light, Inago gives one last, fragmented clue. I'm sure one of the purple humans has it. Find the one who will help you. With its final breath, it whispers, Basilisk will be the key. Its body dissolves into wisps of shadow and light. All that remains is the silhouette of a butterfly, which fades in a brilliant flash as everything goes dark. Nain's eye snaps open. She's awake. Her consciousness drifts back into her body, the dream fading away. Where am I? She murmurs, her vision blurry. She sits up in the lavish bed, recognizing the room but finding it eerily empty. Young master? She calls out, then looks around frantically. Sarah! Heliona! No one answers. Instead, the ghosts of Riley's memories scream in her mind. Disappear! Get lost! It's because of you. She realizes with a jolt that these are now her memories, too. She shakes her head, forcing herself to focus. Get a hold of yourself. You can't get lost in his pain. She gets out of bed and runs into the hallway, but it's completely deserted. Not a single guard in sight. A chilling silence hangs in the air. Panic begins to set in. How long was I asleep? Where did everyone go? A single tear escapes her eye. She tries to stop it, telling herself not to cry, but the borrowed emotions are overwhelming. As she wipes the tear away, her hand brushes against her face, and she freezes. Her eyes widen in shock. The scar? She looks at her hand and for the first time feels her mana flowing perfectly. Dark purple energy swirls around her palm. Have I been cured? A smile spreads across her face as she feels her full power return. That's great. Then the first thing I need to do is… Suddenly, a piercing scream rips through the silent mansion, cutting her thoughts short. Nain's head snaps toward the sound, her own power dissipating as her expression turns to one of alarm. That scream just now. Her eyes narrow with dawning dread. She knows that voice. Princess Lutrina? A surge of purple energy gathers in Nain's hand. First things first, she needs to find her friends and figure out what in the world is going on. She remembers the room they were in, focusing on the image of the broken window, preparing to teleport directly there. With a flash of dark magic, she vanishes and reappears outside the mansion, landing right in front of a startled guard. The coordinates were off. It seems her magical senses are still recovering. She recognizes the guard from before and knows getting caught now would be a massive headache. The guard, completely stunned, points at her and stammers, "Who are you?" Nain just stares back, confused by his reaction. He's completely flustered, muttering that he's never seen such a beautiful wizard at the banquet. Nain is too dazed to even process his questions. Before he can say another word, she vanishes in a swirl of magic, leaving him standing there utterly bewildered. This time, her teleportation is perfect. She appears in the small garden and sees them, Sarah and Heliona. But as she approaches, she sees the suspicion in their eyes. They're looking at her like she's a complete stranger. Sarah's gaze is cold as she asks flatly, "Who are you?" As I thought, Nain thinks to herself. The guard's reaction suddenly makes sense. Not only is her curse gone, her entire appearance has changed with it. They don't recognize her at all. But there's no time for a slow reunion. With a burst of speed, Nain closes the distance, knocking Sarah off balance. "This is no time for that," she says, grabbing Sarah's arm. I'm sorry, I'll explain everything later. The formal way she addresses her makes Sarah pause, a flicker of recognition in her eyes. But before she can react, Nain is already gathering magic to teleport them away. But while Nain fights to reunite her friends, the one who caused all this chaos is trapped in a nightmare. Princess Lutrina finds herself in a vast, dark cathedral, remembering her attempt to enter Riley's memories. The air is thick, with the strangely familiar scent of blood. She reaches for a massive door, a strange red energy seeping from its cracks. Pushing it open, she sees him. A younger version of Riley, splattered with blood, his expression impossibly weary. It's him from his past life. But he's not alone. Before him stands a towering skeletal figure radiating a terrifying aura. It's the Demon King, and he just doesn't understand. He looks at the hero, noting that for all his so-called blessings, he's just a fragile human. The hero scoffs. That's not a blessing, it's a curse. The Demon King seems to agree. He can see the curse on the hero's body, but it's nothing compared to the blessings he was born with. The hero looks away bitterly, remarking that the devil is kinder than the saints. The Demon King tilts his skeletal head. I'm nice? That's right, the hero says, his voice laced with regret. If I had known that earlier, I would have joined your side instead. Life would have been much better. The Demon King makes the offer. Then why not come over now? But the hero's answer is immediate and firm. I refuse. He stands tall, his resolve absolute. The gods are selfish, and he is nothing more than their slave. He cannot escape his fate. The Lutrina, hiding behind the door, is completely bewildered. But the hero is done talking. There's only one thing left to do. He raises his blood-stained sword, his eyes burning with grim determination. Whether I win or lose, let's end this now. The Demon King raises a bony hand. Good, but before that, it seems there's a sneaky cat observing us. In an instant, dark purple tendrils shoot from the ground and wrap around Lutrina, yanking her from her hiding spot. She's dragged forward, powerless. The Demon King's voice booms with cold fury. Insolent trifle, who gave you permission to peek? He declares that the price for her intrusion will be eternal suffering. Lutrina is plunged into an abyss as the demon inside her whispers, Mama! Even as it's being punished, the demon is pleased. It never expected to have such an easy chat with the Demon King. The psychic backlash from the attack is immense. In the real world, the possessed Princess Lutrina is screaming, thrashing wildly in her bed. And that's when it happens. The relentless, piercing sound finally breaks through the month-long haze. Riley's eyes snap open. He lunges forward, grabbing Lutrina's face with pure, unfiltered annoyance. You're so loud, he yells, his voice raw. He holds her for a second. She finally goes quiet. Is it over? He mutters. But the moment he lets go, she starts screaming again. Riley clutches his head in frustration. Oh, come on, please be quiet, he yells. But just then, a blast of dark energy flies past him and envelops the thrashing princess. He looks up, confused. Huh? Nain's eyes are wide with relief and shock. You're awake, young master. Are you all right? Riley just stares at her, completely bewildered. Nain, what on earth is going on? Sarah and Heliona are stunned. That's Nain, Heliona buzzes. It clicks for Sarah. Of course, no wonder she knew my name. Nain rushes to his side, but Riley waves her off. No, that's not what matters right now. He points a trembling finger at the still squirming princess. Please, just make that woman quiet. Nain understands immediately. With a flick of her wrist, she casts a simple silence spell. Lutrina's mouth is still wide open, but no sound comes out. The screaming has finally stopped. Riley lets out a long, exhausted sigh, slumping back against the bed. Finally, peace and quiet. He looks at Nain, his shoulders still trembling. Young master, she says softly. He gives her a weak look. Yeah, Nain, thanks. Overwhelmed with emotion, Nain starts sobbing. Did you sleep well? She asks through tears. Riley is just confused. What? Why are you crying? He sits up, trying to get his bearings. Forget sleeping well, I don't even know why I'm here. We were in a cave. How did we end up at the princess's mansion? Nain is too busy crying to answer, so Sarah steps in. Let me explain. Sarah quickly explains that he came down with a severe fever after falling asleep in the cave. They ran out of supplies and had no choice but to come here. Riley looks down at his hands. I fell asleep? For how long? A little over a month, Sarah says softly. We were so worried. Her words are cut short by a shout from outside. Princess, are you all right? The guards are coming. Nain immediately takes charge. Let's move first and talk later. If we stay here, we'll arouse suspicion. She holds out her hands. Hold on. Riley takes her hand, and she grabs Sarah's. "Everyone, take a deep breath," she commands, as the sound of footsteps grows louder. The guards burst through the door, weapons drawn, yelling for the princess. They rush into the room, only to find her lying silently on the floor and their targets vanished without a trace. Sometime after their narrow escape, Riley finds himself being questioned by a palace guard who's trying to piece together the chaotic events at the princess's estate. With Sarah standing silently beside him, Riley gives a flawless alibi. He claims he was dead asleep in the infirmary with a high fever, completely oblivious to everything. It's a simple lie, but a solid one. The guard isn't buying it completely. He presses on, mentioning a report that Sarah, Riley's maid, was found lying unconscious amidst a field of shattered glass. Without missing a beat, Riley spins a tale about the Ippolita family's famously intense swordsmanship training, which, he claims, extends even to their maids. It's an absurd explanation, showcasing his talent for manipulating any situation with a straight face. The guard looks at Sarah with immense pity, picturing some kind of brutal training regimen. Sarah, however, is not having it, glaring back with pure annoyance and telling him to knock it off. Completely thrown by her reaction, the guard decides to back down, ending the investigation for now. As he leaves, both Riley and Sarah can finally breathe a quiet sigh of relief. Once they're alone, Sarah turns to Riley, remarking on how shameless he is. But he just stretches, nonchalantly stating that they had to cover their tracks one way or another. Sarah admits he's right, but her mind is still stuck on that night. She murmurs that the princess's behavior was just really strange. She flashes back to the attack, remembering the sheer brutal force of the blow. To her, it felt like she'd been hit by an ogre. As she puzzles over how a delicate princess could possess such strength, a wild theory begins to form in her mind. Her eyes light up as she comes to a conclusion that is both completely wrong and perfectly in character for her imaginative and slightly superstitious nature. She declares the princess must have been possessed by a ghost, which would also explain the horrifying screams. For a moment, Riley had worried her sharp instincts were close to the truth, but this absurd theory is a welcome relief. Sarah is now fully invested in her ghost story, weaving a tale about a long-dead duke's spirit. But Riley, having heard enough, simply turns and heads for the door. "Huh, young master, are you going somewhere?" she asks. He glances back with a slight smile, saying he's just going out for a walk. Sarah remembers it's the final day of the royal banquet and wishes him a good time as he departs. The scene shifts to the grand banquet, held outdoors and bathed in the warm golden light of a setting sun. The nobles are gathered in their finest attire, gossiping as they always do. Their eyes are drawn to a stunning young woman in a yellow dress, whispering that she must be the mage who defeated Astroa, a rising star destined for greatness. That woman is, of course, Nain. Her curse is gone, and with it, the scar that once defined her. This new appearance, however, is drawing a lot of unwanted attention as a young nobleman quickly approaches with an offer of wine. Before she can even respond, another one slides in, asking her for a dance if she's feeling lonely. Overwhelmed by the sudden and unfamiliar attention, Nain politely tries to turn them down, but they're persistent, pressing for her name or her family. She can only keep repeating that it's fine, desperately trying to get away. Clutching her dress, she feels completely out of place. This fancy gown and the sea of faces are a stark contrast to the simple comfort of her old maid uniform. The thought crosses her mind, has she really changed that much? Before she can dwell on it, she's swarmed again by more nobles. Their compliments and invitations create a suffocating wall of social pressure she's not equipped to handle. Finally reaching her limit, she can't take it anymore and makes a run for it, escaping the crowd of suitors calling after her. One of them calls out that he'll wait for her, but his words are lost as she flees. This moment highlights her inner conflict. For so long, she received looks of pity because of her scar. Now, the looks are of admiration, but they feel just as alienating, as if everyone is seeing a pretty stranger, not the real her. Suddenly, a hand gently grabs her wrist, stopping her. A familiar voice cuts through her thoughts, calling her name. Nain. Thinking it's another persistent suitor, she begins to apologize without even looking up, but a teasing voice asks what she's talking about. She looks up to see Riley, looking down at her with a mischievous smirk. Her breath catches in her throat. "Young master." From a distance, the other nobles watch, whispering about the Ippolita family's infamous lazy sword, daring to approach the beautiful mage. Riley leans in, completely ignoring their stares and clearly enjoying the scene he's creating. "How is it? It's not bad, right?" he asks, amused. The gossip continues, the nobles trying to reconcile the rumored scarred maid with the flawless woman standing before them. Riley lets out an annoyed sigh at their endless chatter. They're very loud. "Follow me," he says, taking her hand. "Let's go somewhere quiet." He leads her to a secluded garden with a few tree stumps for seats, a small sanctuary away from the prying eyes of the court. Nain smiles softly, remarking that she finally understands why he's always looking for quiet places. Riley just laughs, glad she gets it now. The light-hearted mood shifts as he holds her hand, his expression turning serious. "Hey, Nain," he begins, "I have something that I'm curious about." He gets straight to the point. Why did the princess become like that? What was her objective? Nain explains her theory. The princess was likely a purple human, a black magician who tried to interfere with his mind while he was unconscious, but whatever she saw in there caused a massive psychic backlash that left her in her current state. So, it wasn't Nain's doing. Riley had assumed she'd dealt with the princess, which leaves him with a chilling question. What could she have possibly seen in his mind to break her so completely? Nain looks down, her voice trembling as she gives him the answer. It might be because she couldn't handle your memories. For Nain, who now shares that terrible burden, flashes of his past life come rushing back. The constant accusations, the pain, the endless slaughter. The screams echo in her memory. "Because of you, everyone died." It's a trauma so immense that it's almost unbearable to witness, let alone live through. A single tear traces a path down her cheek as the weight of it all hits her. She wonders, just how on earth did you endure it all alone? Riley is immediately flustered by her tears. "What? Why are you crying suddenly?" he asks. She quickly turns away, wiping her eyes and making an excuse. "Hey," he says, gently turning her face back towards him. He reaches up and wipes away a tear. This small act of kindness is a rare glimpse of the person he keeps hidden beneath his lazy facade. He looks at her with a comically serious expression as his true fear surfaces. "I didn't make you cry, okay?" Nain nods meekly. He repeats, more forcefully this time, "I didn't make you cry." His real worry becomes clear. "So, don't say something weird to my mother, okay? I even wiped off your tears," he pleads, genuinely terrified of what his mom might think. The absurdity of his panic breaks the heavy tension, and Nain can't help but let out a small laugh through her tears, her mood instantly lighter. Satisfied, Riley moves on, revealing his foresight. He's already had Heliona place a magical tracker on the princess, ensuring they'll know if she makes any strange moves. With the princess issue tabled for now, he asks if her curse has been fully settled. She confirms it was taken care of while he slept, and he admits he was a little curious to see the method. The conversation takes another turn as Nain looks at him, her own anxieties coming to the surface. "Young master." She touches her face, her new, unscarred reflection still feeling alien to her. "Have I changed that much?" she asks. She explains her fear, how the guards and even Sarah barely recognized her. She's worried that the people she cares about most will now see her as a stranger. "Mr. Mir, Ian, and Madame Iris too?" she asks, her voice small and filled with doubt. "Could they recognize me?" Riley's first response is a blunt, "I don't know," causing her shoulders to slump in disappointment. But he continues, his gaze softening with a sincerity that cuts through her fear. "I don't know if you've changed that much, though." He gives her a rare, genuine smile, a look reserved for the very few people he truly trusts. "Well, even if your face has changed a little, it doesn't matter, right? Since you're still you." As the setting sun casts a warm glow around them, he delivers the reassurance she desperately needed to hear. "No matter how much you've changed, there will be no one who hates you." In a desolate, windswept desert, a massive figure lands with enough force to shatter the ground, kicking up a storm of sand and dust. The wind howls across the barren dunes. From the shadows, a pair of sharp eyes focus on the spot, a cool smirk spreading across the watcher's face. It's Cabal! The monstrous mercenary stands with his giant axe on his back, a look of grim satisfaction on his face. "Found it," he mutters to himself. Back at the mansion, the chaos has finally settled. With Nain cured and Riley awake, a sense of normalcy is returning. Sarah, now dressed for travel with a large pack on her back, turns to Riley and Nain with a cheerful grin. "Shall we head back now?" she asks, ready to go home. She's practically bouncing with excitement, eager to see the look on everyone's faces when they see Nain's miraculous recovery. Riley, however, looks utterly drained by her relentless energy. Nain steps forward hesitantly. "I'm sorry, but could the two of you go back to the mansion first?" Sarah looks confused, pointing out, "There's nothing left for Nain to do here." Nain clarifies that she wants to visit her old mentor, the medical teacher who helped her for so long. It's a personal journey she feels she needs to make. Riley considers this, glancing from Sarah's hopeful face back to Nain. "All right then," he says, making a decision. "I'll come too." Nain is surprised. Riley puts a hand on her shoulder, giving a perfectly noble reason. "I should at least thank the doctor for treating my maid." but his expression turns serious, his lazy demeanor vanishing completely. And, he adds, his voice low, that's not the only reason I embarked on this winter journey. Nain looks at him, confused, but Riley just laughs it off, feigning a bad memory. This is a deliberate act, a way to mask the cold focus that's now taking over. His eyes narrow as his true thoughts surface. He reflects that a nobleman's soul, burdened with memories of past lives, often struggles to hold on to new ones. He taps his chin as if a forgotten memory has just returned. Ah, I remember now. The purple-haired individual. He's talking about Cabal, the mercenary who took his father's arm. In that instant, the true purpose of his journey crystallizes once more. A cold, dangerous look crosses his face. As a son, he says quietly, shouldn't I exact the price for that? The lazy young master is gone, replaced by a man on a mission of vengeance. Nain watches him, her expression serious. She understands the immense weight behind those words. Riley turns to her, his voice direct. Nain, can you still use your right eye? In the background, a defeated Sarah gives up and prepares to leave on her own. Find out where this person called Cabal is located, he commands. Meeting his gaze with unwavering loyalty, Nain nods. Yes! She closes her eyes, focusing her power. A faint white glow begins to emanate from her right eye. The power surges, her eye glowing intensely as a vision floods her mind. The mercenary is now in the desert, but the strain is too much. She cries out in pain, stumbling back as Riley catches her. Is it still too much to use it? He asks with genuine concern. She flinches away, embarrassed by the show of weakness. He gently pulls back her hood and sees a single tear tracing a path down her cheek, a physical sign of the immense strain she just endured. Riley immediately panics. What is this? Are you crying again? Why? He frantically tries to wipe the tear away, just as terrified as last time of being blamed for it. But Nain knows the truth. The tear isn't just from pain, it's from the sudden, overwhelming influx of his own tragic memories that she now carries. It's a secret burden she can never share with him. She composes herself, pushing his hand away gently. I found his location without any issues, she says, changing the subject. I'll open the gate now. A portal of dark magic begins to swirl into existence. Sarah watches them go with a worried expression, asking if she can truly trust them to be okay. Nain offers a reassuring smile. Don't worry. The portal flares to life, a swirling vortex of purple energy. Together, Riley and Nain stand on the precipice, ready to step into the unknown. The scene shifts back to the vast, empty desert under a dusky, ominous sky. Two figures stand in the desolate landscape. A woman in practical traveler's clothes turns to her companion. Prisha, is this the right place? Prisha, the Saintess, looks out at the corrupted, purple-tinged land with unwavering resolve. Yes. Her bodyguard, Nara, is skeptical. How are you going to clean all this up by yourself? But Prisha's answer is simple and confident. 5 hours. 5 hours is enough. I just need you to protect me during that time. Nara agrees, but voices her concern. The Saintess hasn't eaten properly in days. Prisha simply waves it off, stating she's done longer fasts before. Trusting her judgment, Nara relents. A recent oracle was deeply unusual, so she'll put her faith in the Saintess. As if in response, holy light begins to gather in Prisha's hands. Nara explains the oracle's warning. Someone with ill intentions is approaching the Saintess, and they must be on guard. All right, trust me and focus on your purification, Nara says, taking a protective stance with her large poleaxe. Prisca gathers the divine energy, forming a brilliant orb of pure golden light in her hands. She unleashes it in a massive wave that spreads across the desert floor, the holy light pushing back the dark corruption in a powerful display of sacred magic. The very ground trembles as the divine energy violently cleanses the tainted land. Watching from a safe distance, Nara smirks, impressed by the incredible power on display. She admits she had been worried, but it's clear she underestimated Prisha. A saint is a saint after all. Still, she mutters to herself, confused by some of the cryptic things the Saintess often says. Suddenly, the heavy crunch of footsteps approaches from behind, breaking the sacred silence. Nara whips around, her weapon at the ready, a look of shocked recognition on her face. Wow, guess who this is? It's Cabal, standing before her with that same cruel smirk. It's my old friend Nara, he bellows, his voice booming across the desert, confirming a dangerous past connection between the two. At that same moment, Riley and Nain step through their portal. Riley immediately scoops up a handful of sand, letting it sift through his fingers. It's not just sand, it's poison. Nain looks around at the vast, corrupted landscape in shock. Is the whole desert contaminated? Riley grimly confirms it. He wonders if Cabal is here alone, or if another one of the powerful purple humans might be nearby. "Nain, how's your eye?" he asks. "Can you use it again?" She shakes her head, explaining the pain is still too great. Riley sighs, wondering how they'll find their target now. But Nain, ever resourceful, has another plan. "But I can still use detection magic!" She sits down and begins to cast, a complex magical circle of dark energy expanding from her hands. The spell ripples outwards, a silent pulse searching the desolate land for any trace of disturbance. "Did you find anything?" Riley asks. Nain floats into the air, her senses locked onto something. She points towards the horizon. "From that direction, I can sense traces of something that happened." Their path is set, leading them straight towards the brewing conflict between the Saint, the bodyguard, and the very man they came here to hunt. Cabal glances down at his bandaged arm, a scowl on his face. "That guy was such a nuisance," he grumbles, annoyed by the memory of his fight with Riley's father. In a quick flashback, his two subordinates stand over the unconscious forms of Nara and Prisha. They'd gotten what they came for now. All that was left was to cash in. Back in the present, Cabal looks off into the distance, impatient. He's waiting on a reply to a letter he sent, and the delay is grating on him. His eye patch-wearing subordinate chimes in, wondering aloud how much they could sell their two captives for. The other agrees, noting that their beauty and talent should fetch a very high price. Cabal explodes, slamming his fist into his underling's face with a furious roar. "You blasted fools!" The mercenary stumbles back, clutching his bleeding face in terror. "You still don't get it?" Cabal yells. "That girl is a saint, and there's a huge bounty on her head back in Solia." Realizing his men are clueless, Cabal calms down slightly. He explains that as the last of the basilisks, an ancient race, he sees an opportunity. He warns them to handle their captives with extreme care. Special attention to handling. The words hang in the air, heavy with unspoken threats. Suddenly, a figure materializes in the gloom before them, silent and imposing. "What the heck?" one of the men yells out. "It's Riley!" His expression is cold, his eyes empty of their usual laziness. His mind flashes back to Inago's final words. "Find a purple human. Basilisk will be the key." He knows he's at a dead end without that key. This isn't just about revenge anymore. To find the answers he needs, he absolutely requires the power of a basilisk. This is a chance he cannot afford to miss. Cabal spots him in the shadows and orders him to step forward. Riley emerges with a casual, almost mocking greeting. But Cabal recognizes him. "Oh, hey there, long time no see. Aren't you the young master from Ippolita?" Riley's face darkens. Cabal remembers the fight with his father now, and a cruel smirk spreads across his face. "Ah, did he lose his arm back then?" he asks, feigning sympathy. "Well, I'm sorry about your father," Cabal says, his tone dripping with insincerity. "But that's what a battlefield is all about. He's lucky it was just an arm." He leans in, taunting him with a sneer. Is that too difficult for the young master to understand? A massive wave of dark, oppressive energy erupts from Riley, blasting outwards with the force of his unleashed fury. Cabal and his men are thrown back, their bodies suddenly feeling heavy and sluggish, paralyzed by the sheer pressure. "My body, I can't move," Cabal grunts. Ignoring their struggles, Riley begins to count, his voice cold and steady. 1, 2, 3. Cabal looks at his hand, then at his two men, then back at Riley. "If I take care of you, that makes 4? His eyes narrow as he puts the pieces together. The man who hired him had mentioned 6 targets. "So if I catch your breathless friend too, 1 will be left," he growls. "You!" The two face off, the air crackling with unspoken violence. Riley slowly reaches for his sword. "I'll take you down first." And then, but he stops. His hand freezes on the hilt, refusing to draw the blade. Confusion clouds his features. What's going on? A memory from his past life surfaces, that lingering question he always tried to avoid. Why did I hold a sword? He remembers the endless cycle, the weariness of learning the same violent lessons over and over again. Life after life. The lines blur until he can't tell if he's the one cutting or the one being cut down. It's all just one endless bloody haze. He promised himself he would never again be a savior, never again bear that burden. "Why me?" a voice in his head asks. But another part answers immediately. This man took his father's arm. He dared to touch his family. He can't just stand by. He lost everyone in his past life. He refuses to make that mistake again. He will protect his family, no matter the cost. A vision of his poisoned mother flashes in his mind. This is no different. The threat is the same. "I'll take him out with my own hands," he vows, but his hand trembles, caught between his resolve and his trauma. A ghostly image of his past self appears before him, its eyes filled with judgment. It asks him what he's trying to do. Does he want to relax, or does he want to keep wielding his sword? The question cuts him to the core. He remembers the words of encouragement he always craved but never received. "Good job, you worked hard." Instead, all he ever heard were insults. "Coward, lazy bones. Are you trying to avoid it again?" his past self sneers, "by just saying it's annoying?" Back in reality, Riley is frozen, completely trapped in his own mind. Seeing his chance, Cabal breaks free from the paralysis. He grits his teeth, his body trembling with rage. "You, how dare you?" With a furious roar, he swings his massive fist directly at Riley's head, but Riley, moving on pure instinct, dodges it effortlessly. Cabal is stunned. What? He avoided it? Cabal follows up with a powerful kick aimed at his side. The blow connects with a massive impact, sending up a cloud of dust and sand. This time, it definitely hit, Cabal thinks, a satisfied grin on his face. But as the dust settles, Riley is standing there, completely unharmed. He blocked the devastating kick with just one hand. Cabal is furious. "You're good at avoiding things." He changes his approach. "That worked out well," he says. "I have something to ask you then." He lunges forward and grabs Riley by the collar. "The guy who is disrupting our operation, could it possibly be you?" But Riley isn't listening. His mind is still elsewhere, lost in the debate over whether to draw his sword. Cabal finally snaps. "Don't ignore me, young master," a voice cries out, cutting through the tension. Nain is running towards them, her face etched with worry. One of Cabal's men turns to her with a leering grin. "Oh my, are you one of the young lord's maids?" "I'm sorry," he says, "but I'm about to take care of your master." But as the man lunges at Riley, a wall of dark magic erupts, blocking his path. Nain stands protectively between them. "Young master, are you okay? Why don't you fight back?" Riley remains silent, his expression vacant, still trapped by his past. Nain looks at his tormented face, and in an instant her expression hardens with profound understanding. She moves closer, her voice soft but firm. "Is it because of what happened in your past life?" He looks at her, stunned. She knows. "Because you held the holy sword," she continues, "and had to watch so many people die, you're terrified that it might all happen again. That's why you're hesitating, isn't it? Because of that, you avoided grabbing the sword. But deep down, you still want to hold it, right?" She gently reminds him of his own advice to her, that if you fear expectations, you should just take a step back and observe. "But the conclusion I came to is a little different," she says, her voice filled with newfound confidence. She looks him right in the eye, a bright, unwavering smile on her face. "Whatever happens, whatever the outcome, I think it's best to just do what you want to do." She places a hand on his chest. "If you want to hold the sword, then hold it. If not, then let it go. You don't have to wander. It's simple. Whatever choice you make, I will always respect it." She takes his hands in hers, her grip firm and reassuring. "And I also will do whatever you want me to do." Her words, filled with absolute faith, are the anchor he needs, cutting through the darkness of his past and giving him the freedom to finally choose. Riley stares at her, completely stunned. For an entire lifetime, he fought because he was forced to, killed because it was his duty. But Nain's simple words just shattered that worldview. His eyes widen in realization. Her words echo in his mind, and in that instant, something inside him finally clicks. He's been given the permission he never knew he needed. The moment of the attack flashes before his eyes. The enemy's face is twisted in a furious snarl as he lets out a guttural roar. "Die!" The blade slices through the air, aimed straight for his neck, a clean, killing blow. But it never connects. In a blur of motion, the man's arm, severed cleanly at the elbow, tumbles uselessly through the air. Riley didn't just dodge, he acted. Before Cabal can even process it, Riley is standing right in front of him, sword resting casually on his shoulder. The lazy, useless young master is gone, replaced by something cold and dangerous. A cruel smirk plays on Riley's lips. He looks Cabal dead in the eye and asks with chilling calm, "How is it?" The feeling of losing one arm? He throws the mercenary's own taunt right back in his face. This is no longer just a mission, it's personal. Rage contorts Cabal's face. A low growl escapes his throat as the humiliation sets in. He's been played by a kid he dismissed as a bug. With a roar, Cabal summons his massive battle axe, its blade gleaming menacingly. He's done underestimating his opponent. "How dare someone like you!" he screams, swinging the axe with enough force to split the very ground beneath them. But Riley is completely unfazed. His eyes are narrowed, his focus absolute as he watches the attack, his own blade held steady. With blinding speed, Riley moves, his sword a silver flash in the dim light. He deflects, parries, and counters every single one of Cabal's furious swings with flawless, effortless technique. The sound of steel clashing on steel rings out again and again, sparks flying as brute force meets perfect precision. Cabal is furious, unable to land a single hit. "Stop joking around!" he bellows. Be more aggressive. He can't understand how Riley can fight so defensively yet so perfectly. A dark, oppressive red aura explodes from Cabal's body. It's pure, unrestrained bloodlust, an intimidating force meant to paralyze weaker opponents with fear. He believes this raw killing intent will be enough to crush Riley's spirit. But he couldn't be more wrong. Riley just stares back, his expression bored, almost annoyed. The wave of murderous aura washes over him and simply vanishes. All done, he whispers. In a single, fluid motion, Riley slips past Cabal's guard. A flash of his blade, and the fight is over. Riley stands over the aftermath, a faint, satisfied smile on his face. He cleans his sword, muttering to himself, "As I thought, so annoying." The battle he had dreaded for so long was over in an instant. With the fight now over, Riley turns his attention to Nain. The adrenaline fades, replaced by a far more pressing concern. A look of sheer panic crosses his face as he remembers her words, her impossible knowledge of his past. He grabs her by the shoulders, his lazy demeanor completely gone. "Young master?" she yelps. He gets right in her face, demanding, "Hey, hurry and tell me. How did you learn about my past life?" Nain tries to deflect, saying they should check on the others first. But Riley cuts her off, his voice filled with desperation. "Is that important right now? Tell me everything!" Sometime later, in a quiet room, Priscia and Nara are resting peacefully. Riley has finally calmed down enough to listen. Nain explains everything, how a godlike being in his dream revealed his past. Riley scoffs. "Isn't she sorry, after everything she put me through?" Nain explains the goddess is stressed because if this world's peace is broken, all worlds will be destroyed. So the underworld, Ian mentioned, was his past life? Riley sighs, annoyed. After all that, now she's giving him chores, telling him to find some dual blades. Then another thought occurs to him. Now that I think about it, he says, eyeing Nain suspiciously. "You told me I just took a nap in that cave, right?" Riley leans in, a knowing look on his face. "You're already backing off. There's more, isn't there?" Nain starts fidgeting, admitting she had to use a little sleep magic on him. "As I thought." Riley's face contorts into a comically monstrous expression as he grabs her head. "I'm sorry, young master, I'm sorry," she cries out. But his anger quickly melts into mischief. He starts pulling her cheeks, teasing her. "Is this also because you wanted to do it? Because right now, I want to pull someone's cheeks." After he lets her go, Nain rubs her sore face and tries to change the subject. "So, are you going to search for the dual blades now?" Riley leans back with a huge, lazy grin. "No, I don't want to." His priorities haven't changed one bit. Being a hero is the last thing on his mind. He stretches dramatically, saying that all this talk of his past life has given him a craving for red bean porridge, a sweet soup from his old world she would have seen in his memories. "So," he asks hopefully, "can you make it?" Nain thinks for a moment. All they really need are the red beans. She can probably figure out the rest. "Really?" she asks, a small smile on her face. "A deal is struck." "Then make it for me when we get back," Riley says. Nain agrees enthusiastically, and for a moment, things feel simple and normal. Meanwhile, far away at the princess's estate, the mood is anything but calm. Sarah is pacing anxiously, gripping a broom so hard her knuckles are white. She lets out a long, stressed sigh. One of the attendants watches with concern. "Sarah, you'll wear a hole in the floor." She gently reminds her that if it's those two, they'll be okay. Sarah looks down, unconvinced. But the attendant tells her that Riley and Nain would want her to believe in them, not worry. The attendant smiles, admitting she just gave Ian the same speech a little while ago. At the mention of his name, Sarah perks up. Speaking of which, where is Mr. Ian? The attendant freezes, a look of horror on her face. "Oh my goodness, I forgot to tell him." She rushes to a drawer and pulls out a folded letter. Found it." Sarah takes the letter and her eyes go wide with shock as she reads. It's from Ian. He was too worried to wait any longer and has gone to find Riley himself. A flashback shows Ian leaving at dawn, unable to just sit by while his young master faced danger alone. Back in the present, Sarah lets out a strangled scream of disbelief. "What?" Now their ever-reliable butler is gone too. Back at the hideout, Nara, the red-haired bodyguard, is awake. She bows deeply to Riley. "Thank you so much, young master." Riley asks if she's okay. Nara stands up straight, looking perfectly fine. "Yes, thanks to the priestess, I'm totally fine." Nara looks at Riley, assuming he was the one who rescued and healed them. "So, was it thanks to you that we were able to wake up?" True to form, Riley deflects the credit, casually pointing over his shoulder with his thumb. "No, she did it all." Nara looks past him to see Nain standing there and just stares, completely blank. She turns back to Priscia, whispering, "Who is that?" Priscia gently urges her. "Nara, really, it's someone you know." "Someone I know?" Nara racks her brain, trying to place the girl with the long dark hair and flawless skin. A memory flashes in her mind. A girl shrouded in a pure white aura, and then the image of a younger girl with a scarred, scaly face. The pieces finally connect, and her eyes fly open in shock. "Don't tell me, Nain?" Riley chuckles to himself, amused that she's having so much trouble when, in his eyes, so little has actually changed. Nain gives her a gentle, knowing smile, her presence calm and self-assured. "It's been a while, Nara," she says softly. With the immediate danger past, it's a moment of pure relief. Nara and Prisha crowd around Nain, overjoyed to see her not just safe, but completely cured. "You've changed so much," Nara marvels. "You're almost a different person." Nara then turns her attention to Riley, a thoughtful look on her face. She tells him he seems to have changed a little too. When he asks what she means, she points right at him. "Your color." She explains that the aura he gives off has become clearer. Before, it was murky, weighed down by something heavy. It's a keen observation. With his internal conflict resolved, the darkness that clung to him has lifted. Riley's expression darkens slightly. "Are you saying I was dirtier before?" Nara immediately panics, waving her hands and insisting, "That's not what she meant." But Riley cuts her off, his mind already on a more important matter. He gets serious, asking about the purple humans she mentioned. Nara lists the ones she's encountered: Cabal, a black magician, a high-ranking priest, and another in the countryside. A total of 4. Riley mentally does the math. The organization has 6 leaders. With the 4 Nara mentioned plus the possessed princess, that makes 5. There's still one out there, completely unknown. Prisha speaks up, saying she might have a lead. She recently saw someone suspicious. She describes a woman hidden under a thick hood, but she clearly remembers the silver hair spilling out from beneath it. She adds that the woman was traveling completely alone, without any guards. It's another piece of the puzzle, but one that doesn't fit anywhere just yet. When Priscilla asks why he's so curious, Riley gives a vague answer about knowing his enemies. But in his mind, the reason is clear. A strategist always identifies all potential threats. It's a habit from a past life he can't shake, a constant state of readiness that keeps him one step ahead. Prisca changes the subject, asking about his travel plans. Back to his lazy self, Riley says he's thinking of visiting Nain's old doctor to finally get some proper rest. Priscia's eyes light up with determination. "Can I join you to travel?" Before she can even finish, Riley shuts her down with a sharp, absolute numb. His expression is one of pure horror at the very idea. Nara bursts out laughing at his instant rejection. She nudges him, saying he could at least hear the reason first. With a heavy sigh, Riley gives in. "Fine, what's the reason?" Priscilla explains that she received a divine revelation. The words immediately put Riley on edge. For a man who was betrayed and used by a goddess, nothing is more terrifying than a divine mission. She stands tall and recites the message. "Follow the child of the black butterfly." There's no doubt in her mind that the revelation is about Nain. Nain whispers that it must be related to the butterfly from his dream. Riley just hums, clearly unhappy about this divine intervention in his life. He then turns to Nara, asking why she has to come along too. She gets flustered, insisting she's just there to support the priestess. With a determined look, she tells Prisha that she'll respect her goal no matter what. Her loyalty is absolute. Prisha then turns to Nain, expecting her to agree, but Nain just stammers, unable to answer. Before, she would have said yes without a thought. But now, carrying Riley's memories, she understands his trauma. She's felt his pain at the hands of gods and holy figures, and she can't bring herself to push him into that nightmare again. Riley steps in, putting a hand up. "Stop." He looks them both in the eye and says it again, firmly. "I refuse to let you follow us." He reminds Prisha that she has her own duties to attend to, namely, the corrupted desert they're standing in. Prisha's eyes sparkle with hope. "Then, can I follow you after I cleanse the desert?" Riley shatters that hope with a blunt, final, "You can't." He tells them they're leaving in the morning. The decision is final. Later that night, Riley meets with Nara privately on a rocky overlook. He asks if this desert is related to the plague she mentioned. She confirms it, suspecting a purple human is responsible. Riley agrees. This whole mess stinks of the underworld. Nara shares a chilling rumor. People say the plague came to life, whispering to its victims, telling them to harm themselves. She adds that the plague is now heading towards a city called Ansirium, and an evacuation order has been issued. Nara asks if he plans on going to help. Riley looks at her like she's insane. "Why would I bother?" he says. "I asked because I want to avoid it." Classic Riley. Back in their room, Riley shakes a sleeping Nain awake. He quickly asks her where the spirit doctor's cave is, needing to confirm it's nowhere near the plague city of Ansirium. She confirms it's far away. Relieved, he tells her she can go back to sleep. She's already out before he even finishes the sentence. He watches her for a moment, a rare, soft expression on his face before deciding to get some rest himself. As he rests, his mind drifts back to Nain's words before the fight. No matter what happens, doing what you want is the best. It was a simple idea, but for him, it was revolutionary. He looks up at the full moon. Ah, that's right. A small, genuine smile forms on his face. For the first time in a very long time, he truly believes it. It's definitely the best. The next morning, they say their goodbyes. Nara announces they'll stay to finish cleansing the desert. Prisha adds with a slightly pained smile that the job will take about 3 days. She makes one last attempt. "Can't I join you after that?" Riley responds with a cheerful smile and a firm, "Yeah, no, go back." Prisha sighs in defeat. As they part ways, Prisha waves, wishing them a safe trip. Once they're alone, Riley turns to Nain. "You know the location, right? Let's go." Nain agrees, but there's a hint of hesitation in her voice. She mentions that her spirit friend, Heliona, has been missing. Riley isn't worried, figuring she's just off playing in the spirit world. He reasons that since the doctor they're visiting is also a spirit, he might know something. Their priority is the cave. Nene nods, her confidence restored. "You're right, young master. Hold my hand tightly," she says, as a powerful surge of mana swirls around them for the teleportation. With a flash of purple energy, the world dissolves into a blur of light and color. They land hard. Riley groans, feeling sick from the rough magical landing. He complains about the bumpy ride, but Nain looks around, confused. She's certain she opened a stable dimension door. Riley looks up. They're in a snow-covered forest, not a cave. Something went wrong. Nain is baffled. Her mana control was perfect. Suddenly, Nain gasps, recognizing a large shape in the distance. "It's the Guardian," she tells Riley. "The gatekeeper who guards my master's cave." Riley squints, thinking it just looks like a bear. But Nain explains that the Guardian is a friend who helped her train. He'll know what happened. Overjoyed, Nain runs towards the shadowy figure, waving and shouting, "Mister, it's been a long time!" But there's no friendly greeting. Instead, a low, guttural growl rumbles from its chest. Its eyes glow with a menacing red light. Nain freezes, her happy greeting dying in her throat. "Mister?" This is not the kind Guardian she remembers. A massive clawed paw raises into the air, radiating a terrifying red aura. Something is terribly wrong. Riley's eyes widen in terror. He screams at the top of his lungs, "Nain, get away!" An earth-shattering roar rips through the silent forest as the giant corrupted claw comes crashing down. But in that split second, she acts. A surge of dark purple magic erupts from her hands, wrapping around the Guardian's arm like crackling chains. "Looks like you don't recognize me," she yells, a fierce grin on her face. The powerful spell completely immobilizes the giant beast. "I'll restrain you for a while so we can talk," she shouts, apologizing to her old friend for having to use force. The Guardian struggles, letting out a frustrated growl, the red glow in its eyes still burning with rage. Nain approaches cautiously, her hands held up peacefully. "Please calm down, mister," she pleads. She gets closer, her voice filled with urgency. "It's me, Nain." The Guardian freezes. The fierce red glow in its eyes softens, replaced by a flicker of recognition in its natural golden eyes. The rage finally fades, and the beast speaks, its voice a deep rumble. "Nain?" With her friend now calm, Nain explains she's here to see his master, Endal, and asks why their teleportation failed. He grumbles that he'll explain if she undoes the magic. She quickly agrees, releasing him from the purple chains. The Guardian explains that the reason they couldn't arrive is because of a powerful barrier. He tells them that, not long ago, his master warned him to be cautious of anyone approaching and erected a barrier around the entire mountain. While on high alert, a group of humans showed up. He tried to scare them away, but they were surprisingly agile, and he ended up struggling more than he expected. Nain realizes that, in the process of dealing with those intruders, his protective instincts went into overdrive. The Guardian hangs his head, ashamed that he lost control. She turns to Riley, a worried look on her face. Endal has never put up a barrier before. This can't be a good sign. Nain decides they have to go to the cave on foot and asks the Guardian to keep watch. He assures her it's his job. Riley looks up at the massive, snow-covered mountain with dread. "Hold on, we're gonna climb that? How?" Nain replies with a simple shrug. "By walking, of course." She tries to reassure him, saying she's close with all the Guardians in the area, so it should be a simple walk. Riley lets out a heavy sigh, already exhausted by the mere thought. Is there no convenient way? Nain explains the barrier covers the whole mountain, not just the cave. If they try to teleport carelessly, they could end up horribly dismembered. The gruesome thought alone is enough to make Riley shudder. He stands there for a moment, silently accepting his fate. There's no lazy way out of this one. He asks how long it will take. Nain scans the terrain. She turns back with a bright, confident smile and declares, "About an hour?" An hour passes. The sun beats down on the snowy landscape. Riley, trudging through the deep snow, calls out, completely exasperated. "Nain, hasn't it been 2 hours already?" she calls back, insisting it's only been one. Riley is fuming. Her simple walk has been a nightmare. It turns out the other guardians weren't nearly as welcoming as she'd claimed, and she had to spend precious time explaining who they were at every checkpoint. Nain wonders if it's because her face changed so much, but quickly decides it must be because Endel ordered them all to be on high alert. Riley finally has enough. "I can't walk anymore," he declares. "Let's use another way." He starts gathering his mana, deciding that even if it's a waste, it's better than this tedious hike. But just as he's about to cast a spell, Nain stops him. From behind a snowdrift, a voice calls out, "Oh, it's humans!" Another voice agrees. "You're right." A group of 4 young people emerge from the snow. A boy with white hair steps forward, pointing accusingly. "Who are you guys? What is your business in the territory of the Red Dragon and all?" A thought dawns on Nain. Could these be the intruders the Guardian was talking about? The boy continues to shout. Nain calmly replies that she's a maid looking after her master, then turns the question back on them. The boy pauses dramatically. "Who are we?" He strikes a pose, a huge, confident grin on his face. "We are warriors," he proclaims proudly. Nain just stares, completely unimpressed. "Warriors?" the boy yells. "That they're here to defeat the Red Dragon." Riley just scoffs. "Pathetic." He turns his back, telling Nain to handle it while he goes on ahead. The boy is outraged. "You! What did you just say?" Nain steps forward, her expression serious. She asks if they truly came to defeat the Red Dragon. The boy puffs out his chest, saying they came to punish the one who disrupted their peace. "Disrupted your peace?" Nain asks pointedly. "Do you have any proof of that?" The boy flinches, admitting that, while nothing has happened yet, it will soon. Nain presses him, her voice sharp. "So you don't have proof then?" She sighs. "It's just another case of naive heroes looking for a villain to slay." The boy tries to look brave, but his companions are already trembling. Nain's demeanor turns cold. She summons her magic, dozens of sharp, purple crystals materializing in the air around her. "Now that I know your objective," she says, her voice low and dangerous, "I can't allow you to go any further." The young warriors gasp in terror. "It's a guardian," the boy stammers. "A guardian in human form." Nain glares at them. "I'm not a guardian." The crystals gleam, all pointing directly at them. "Turn around and go down the mountain," she commands. "All of you are absurdly weak to be called warriors." The group huddles together, completely terrified by her overwhelming power. Nain realizes they won't retreat from threats alone. They need a more convincing demonstration. She decides a little scare is in order. With a flick of her wrist, she sends one of the magic crystals flying toward them. The crystal shoots forward with incredible speed, a deadly streak of purple light. But just as it's about to hit, a blur of red flashes in front of the boy. With a sharp clang, the quiet girl in the red cloak draws her sword and perfectly parries the magical attack. Nain's eyes go wide with shock. She parried it? A 7-circle archmage's attack, deflected so easily by a mere girl? The entire group immediately drops to their knees. "We're sorry, Ms. Magician," the leader cries out. "We were impertinent. We'll go down the mountain, as you advised." Without another word, they scramble to their feet and run for their lives, shouting apologies as they disappear down the mountain. Nain stands alone in the snow, watching them go, completely stunned by what just happened. She replays the moment in her mind. The flash of the blade, the precise angle of the parry, the flawless execution. A strange feeling creeps over her. That swordsmanship, it's incredibly familiar. It feels like she's seen it somewhere before. After chasing off the young warriors, Riley is already back to trudging up the mountain, using his mana to leap effortlessly through the snow. Nain calls out for him to wait, and he glances back, clearly annoyed at the interruption. Suddenly, Nain floats up into the air, surrounded by a gentle, magical aura. Riley stops, confused. "Nain? Why are you flying?" He stares at her for a moment, then asks the painfully obvious question, "Why didn't you use that sooner?" Nain looks down sheepishly, admitting that she completely forgot about it. She explains that the warriors showed up and it just slipped her mind. Riley just sighs, a tired, exasperated look on his face. He pinches her cheek, reminding her this isn't the first time she's been so absent-minded. Riley tries to copy her, gathering his mana and leaping into the air, but he just hangs there, completely still. Nain explains that her flight magic is unique. He can't use it unless she gives him the right to fly. With that sorted, she lifts him with her magic, and together they shoot up towards the mountain peak. From high above, they see the peak is shrouded in a thick, unnatural fog. Nain notes that it's much denser than usual. They descend towards the cave entrance. Riley cracks his knuckles with a determined grin, ready to finally get some answers. After coming all this way, he's dying to know what's so important that the old dragon has been hiding from the world. But the sight that greets them is shocking. Endel is lying on the ground, his massive red dragon form looking weak and sickly, his scales tainted with a dark, corrupting purple. Endel's eyes slowly opens. He sniffs the air, noting they smell like the Carta Desert, and asks if they just came from there. The dragon lets out a pained groan. He explains that he was attacked by one of the purple humans they'd warned him about, and now his body is racked with poison. Riley and Nain are horrified. The dragon confirms he met one of them, and says the first thing the man did was, "Tell me to kill myself." The same chilling words the plague whispers to its victims. The underworld's influence is spreading. Andal muses on the irony of it all. Riley cuts to the chase. "So, did you lose?" The ancient dragon abruptly claims he's getting dizzy and needs to sleep, completely avoiding the question. Riley just mutters, "What an excuse." Nain asks if his own purification magic isn't working against the poison. Right on cue, a small orange fairy flutters into view. It's Heliona, Endel's attendant. She apologizes to Nain for vanishing, explaining she had to stay by her master's side. Heliona explains that they've tried purification magic several times, but it's not working. In fact, the poison is getting worse. That's why they had to heighten the security. But, as she admits, none of the real issues have been solved. Riley listens, a calculating look in his eyes as a plan begins to form. Nain confirms with him that this must be the same poison spreading across the Carta Desert. The logic is simple. Prisha's purification magic can cleanse the desert. The desert poison is the same as Endel's poison, therefore only Prisha can save him. Riley nods. He understands the situation perfectly. "Okay, I've decided," he says. He pumps his fist, his expression dead serious. "Yeah, for the sake of curing Endal, we need to kidnap Priscia." 3 days later, in the now sparkling, purified desert, Priscia and Nara are finishing their work. Prisca wonders about a suspicious hooded figure nearby, but Nara seems to know them, so she doesn't worry. Back in the cave, Riley watches the scene unfold in a magical mirror. He tells Nain the purification will be done soon, just as she predicted. Nain suggests just asking Priscia for help, but Riley immediately shuts her down. He refuses to give the meddling goddess, who ruined his past life, the satisfaction of her prophecy coming true. So, the absurd plan remains. Kidnap her. Nain looks worriedly at the ailing dragon, asking if he'll be okay until then. Riley yawns, stretching out. He dismisses her concerns, saying a dragon who's lived for thousands of years won't die that easily. With the plan set, Riley decides it's time for a nap. Meanwhile, in a cozy room far away, the young swordswoman Earl is being scolded by her grandma for going to the Dragon's Mountain. She admits she went with Hansen from the next neighborhood and his friends. She'd heard rumors of his talent and thought he might be the warrior her grandma's prophecy spoke of. Her grandma grabs her arm, her voice stern. "So, you're the one who coaxed him into it." The old woman's voice softens with sadness. She reminds Earl that if she leads innocent friends into battle and they get hurt, she'll have to carry that burden forever. Earl looks up, her eyes filled with desperation. "But you said it, Grandma. You said there's not much time left." Her grandma takes her hand gently. "Earl?" "Yes, Grandma, I'm here," she says, her voice trembling. The old blindfolded elf tells her she knows she's anxious. "But," she says, "you are my last disciple. I don't want you to throw your life away." She pulls Earl into a hug, telling her to just wait until fate finds them. But Earl is still worried. What if the warrior they're waiting for never appears? Her grandma looks toward the fireplace, her expression serene. Then, the fire crackles warmly. That must have been fate. Back in the desert, the purification is finally complete. Nora confirms that Priscia's prayer worked perfectly. The land is saved. In the cave, Riley gets up. Then, now would be the perfect time. He tells Nain to get ready. He hands her a black, full-face mask, a ski mask, for a kidnapping. Nain beams with pride, explaining that she made it herself, inspired by his past life memories of covert operations. Riley tells her to go alone, reasoning that with her skills, he'd just be a hindrance. Nain accepts this and steps into a portal, ready for her mission. Riley waves her off. "Good luck!" "Don't get busted, okay?" Helena appears, scolding him for not going with her. Riley just yawns and says he's going back to sleep. As he dozes off, Helena floats there, completely bewildered. Just what does Nain see in that guy? She's lost in thought, trying to figure it out. Suddenly, a portal rips open, and Nain steps out. She's already back, with a tied-up and gagged Priscia slung over her shoulder. Heliona is speechless. "You're already here?" Nain casually explains that since she only had to be cautious of Nara, it wasn't that hard. Riley, still half asleep, is stunned by her speed. Priscia struggles, muffled shouts of divine punishment coming from behind her gag. Nain informs Riley she put a soundproof spell on the priestess and holds up the struggling saint. "What should we do now, young master? Should I bring her to where the master is?" Riley's eyes are wide with shock. "Aren't they friends?" he stammers. He can't believe it. He was only half joking about the kidnapping. Isn't she being a little too serious about this? Nain, meanwhile, tries to calm the struggling Priscia, completely forgetting the Saintess can't even hear her. With the kidnappee now on their side, Priscia gets to work. A warm, golden light emanates from her, swirling around the massive, poisoned form of the dragon, Endal. This is the sacred power of a Saintess. She steps back, confirming their suspicions. It's the exact same plague that was consuming the Carta Desert. She looks over at the masked figures of Riley and Nain. Now that she's seen the problem, she asks a simple question: "Why do you want me to heal this dragon?" Riley, his voice muffled by the ski mask, gives an equally simple answer. "I told you! He's my friend!" Priscia stares at him, her innate ability as a Saintess allowing her to sense the truth in his words. She asks one more time if he has any bad intentions. He just says, "That's right." Priscia sighs. She doesn't understand this bizarre situation, but she can tell he's being honest. She agrees to help. With her decision made, she places her hand on Endal's scales and unleashes her full power, a torrent of holy energy burning away the corruption. The light fades, the poison is gone. Endal groans, his massive eye fluttering open. He's waking up. Riley, still in his mask, leans over him. "Hey, are you all right?" Her job done, Priscia turns to Nain. "My work is done. Kidnapper, please send me back." Nain, ever the professional, agrees, but as they pass, the now conscious Endal speaks, his voice a low rumble. "Riley." Priscia freezes. "What did you just say?" Riley immediately panics, smacking Endal on the snout and pretending the dragon is just talking in his sleep. Endal roars in fury, his eyes glowing red. "Riley, you insensitive punk. Are you hitting a dragon?" The secret is out. Endal continues to yell, telling Riley to be more like his maid, who at least tries her best. In the middle of his tirade, Endal stops. He flexes a wing, then a claw. The pain is gone. The poison is completely neutralized. He looks down at his own body, utterly bewildered. Riley, his identity exposed, can only stand there, his cover completely blown. This goddamn lizard is all he can think. A little while later, Priscia is ecstatic. "See, it was just like the goddess said." The prophecy came true. Endal, now in a human form with long red hair, thanks her sincerely. Priscia waves it off, saying it's thanks to Riley for bringing her here, even if it was in a unique way. She then asks Riley why he chose to kidnap her. "I'd have helped if you just told me." Riley just mumbles an excuse. "Yeah, well, it just happened." Priscia puts the pieces together. His odd reaction to her revelation about dragons last spring, it was because he was already friends with one. As Priscia keeps talking, Riley tunes her out, cupping a hand to his ear and pretending to listen. Suddenly, Endal's fiery face appears right in front of him. Riley jumps back, startled. Endal accuses him of losing his mind, and Riley retorts that Endal is the real problem. Nain steps in, ever the mediator, offering them both tea. Riley points at Endal, yelling that he's the one who's cleaned up the dragon's messes for years. The bickering continues, Riley calling him absurd for almost losing to a human, and Endal firing back about him sleeping for months. Priscia watches, bewildered. Nain calmly sips her tea and explains, yes, since they're friends. Nain tells her she just lets them be. After all, this is just how they are. Their bickering is a strange but clear sign of their deep bond. The conversation turns serious. Endal asks Riley if he's going to hunt down the person who poisoned him. Riley confirms it. Endal clarifies he doesn't need Riley's help. He just needs to shed his skin to fully recover. For a dragon, it's a 100-year process, but he'll be fine. Endal then turns to Priscia. He asks if she's seen the person spreading the plague. She says she hasn't, but believes the goddess's revelation will lead her to them, which is why she wanted to follow. Priscia looks at them both with a warm smile. She says that out of everyone she knows, the ones she can trust the most are Riley and Nain. Riley is quiet for a moment, taking a sip of tea to hide his reaction. Endal makes his position clear. He trusts the priestess, and he trusts his disciple Nain. Nain smiles shyly, and Priscia comments that she once wondered if Nain herself was a dragon, given her incredible power. Riley lets out a massive yawn. It's the middle of the night. He couldn't care less about their plans. He's going to sleep. He tells Endal to handle the hunt himself and walks away. But as soon as he's in bed, his lazy demeanor vanishes. He knows he needs the priestess's help. The key is her sacred power, and he's the only one who knows how to use it for more than just healing. Priscia agrees to help, but she warns them. The person they're after wields more than just plague and poison. The scene shifts to a dark, desolate cave. A hooded figure is panting heavily. Flames erupt from their hand, uncontrolled and agonizing. No, not here, they gasp, shocked they even survived their encounter with the dragon. It's the silver-haired woman, Epidemic. She struggles to contain the fire, refusing to lose control. She has to hold on, before those guys come back for her. Please, she whispers, her hands trembling. I don't want to die anymore. A sinister voice echoes through the darkness. Epidemic, you've fallen into a nonsense delusion again. A man in clerical robes, the bishop, appears. He tempts her, telling her to accept the power she's meant for. But she glares back, shouting that she's been saying the same thing for 10 years. She never wanted this. I'm not interested in the secret garden that you wish for, she screams. The bishop's smile is cold. Purple energy crackles around his hand. He tells her he doesn't want to force her, but the situation is urgent. He says he'll have to make the power she wields live up to its name. With a blast of dark magic, he attacks. She screams for him to stop, but she's powerless, trapped in a vortex of shadows as he forcibly amplifies her destructive ability. His voice is mocking. Shouldn't you at least eradicate one city? He adds that it would be nice if she could bring down a few dragons on the side. Her screams of agony fill the darkness. The darkness gives way to a beautiful starry sky. Riley jerks awake, a trail of drool on his cheek, completely confused. He looks around, sees it's still night, and decides he just needs more sleep. But as he pulls the covers over his head, his eyes snap open. Something is terribly wrong. He's not in bed. He's standing under that same endless starry sky. He looks around in a panic. What? Where am I? For some, the real battles aren't fought with swords, but in the silence of their own minds. And for Riley, sleep is just becoming another war zone. He stirs, his mind still lost in the fog of a deep sleep. All he wants is to sink back into his bed and ignore the world a little longer. But his eyes snap open. Something is wrong. This isn't his room. He jolts upright, finding himself floating in a void of endless stars. Utterly lost, he shouts out, "What? Where am I?" A calm voice cuts through his confusion. I dragged you here while you were asleep. Riley looks up to see a mysterious figure standing over his bed, which now rests in a snowy, dreamlike forest. Riley is completely baffled as the figure explains he's been brought near the border, close to where that guy is hiding. Just then, Nain appears, looking apologetic. She explains that, while they promised to handle it themselves, she couldn't deal with their master's stubbornness alone. This is a subtle nod to the fact that they need Riley's unique insight, even if they won't admit it. Riley just scoffs, a smirk on his lips as he mutters about the lunatic, saying they should have just left him to his fate. The comment is clearly aimed at Endal, who's standing right there, fuming. And that's the last straw for Endal. He rips the blanket off Riley, roaring, "Get up! Do you have any idea how hard it was to drag you here?" Unfazed, Riley just yells right back, "Who told you to drag me here?" Their argument is cut short by Priscia's arrival. Her tone is all business as she reports the inspection is complete. She's found the source of the plague. Wasting no time, the team heads out. Peering into a massive, dark pit in the earth, Endal explains he's already marked their target with his flame, urging them to hurry. As they descend into the eerie darkness of the cave, Nain voices her concern. She asks Endal if it's true that this person managed to withstand his dragon flames. He grimly confirms it. Endal begins to describe the horrifying nature of their enemy. It doesn't matter what you hit them with. Flesh-tearing wind, bone-shattering ice, or even his own dragon fire. They won't die. They just survive. A flashback shows the plague human, their face twisted in agony, yet seemingly indestructible. This isn't a battle of power, but one of unnatural persistence. He recalls how strange the person was. There was no will to fight in their eyes, yet they kept provoking him, almost begging him to deliver a final blow. But every attempt was useless. They just revived, spreading more of the plague, their voice a desperate, broken plea, "Please kill me." Endal explains he tried everything, which led him to believe that only sacred power could be the answer. Priscia agrees, noting that if she could purify the plague in the desert, she can do the same for this person. She adds that while the plague here can be purified, it seems to grow denser the deeper they go. She turns to Endal, asking for a description of their target. As Endal begins to speak, a faint purple aura starts to glow in the darkness ahead. He describes long white hair and a sharp, intense gaze. And, he adds, there was a horrible stench surrounding them. Just as he says this, the purple energy explodes outwards, revealing a hooded figure radiating a sickening power. They've found him. As the ominous energy swirls, Endal's voice is low and serious. Seems like we're just in time. The plague human stands silently amidst the swirling miasma, a menacing presence waiting in the deep. Endal quickly pulls Priscia back, shouting, "Priestess! It's the plague!" Recognizing the threat, she locks her eyes on their target, assessing the situation. Without a word, Priscia unleashes her power. A brilliant wave of golden light erupts from her hands, a holy tide pushing back against the encroaching darkness. She tells the others that while this is the densest plague she's ever faced, it's not strong enough to stop her. Her resolve is absolute. Priscia lays out the plan. She needs Endel to move her in sync with their target if they try to run. All she has to do is get one hand on them. Endel understands instantly. With a determined look, he replies, "I get it. Trust me." Suddenly, the plague human lets out a guttural roar and lunges. "Now!" Endel shouts, dodging aside and creating the perfect opening for Priscia. In a flash of light, Priscia shoots forward, her hand glowing with sacred energy as she closes the distance in an instant. Her hand makes contact. "That's it!" she cries out. "I'll purify you right now!" A blinding flash of golden light erupts. Chains of sacred energy bind the figure, slamming them to the ground as they let out a blood-curdling scream. While the others are focused on the fight, Riley turns to Nain, his expression suddenly deadly serious. He asks her if the abilities they're seeing are plague and stench. The question catches her completely off guard. Riley presses her, saying she would know if she truly has his memories. The words trigger something deep within her, and her eyes widen in horror. "No way," she whispers. "The plague? Breathe?" "That's right," Riley confirms, his voice grim. He recognizes this power. This isn't just some random curse. It's a disaster from his past life, repeating itself right before his eyes. His mind flashes back to his old world, a world with almost no mana, but a different kind of power. To fight the demons that ravaged their world, humans had awakened special abilities, seeing the future, healing with a touch, creating fire from nothing. They called it supernatural powers. But there was one person who couldn't handle the power they were given and went completely out of control. The ability was Plague Breathe. It sent its user into an uncontrollable state, turning them into a living disaster. The more they used it, the weaker they became, trapped in endless agony. And once they reach that state, you can't kill them, no matter what you do. Riley's eyes are cold. I know that fact better than anyone else. He knows there's only one way to stop this catastrophe. Snapping back to the present, he shouts, "Hey, Frisia!" Riley throws his sword to Priscia, ordering her to coat it with sacred power. She hesitates, warning him that doing so would stop the purification she's casting. "Then cancel it," Riley yells back. "The sword is the priority." Priscia is torn, but Nain urges her to trust him. To buy them time, Endel unleashes his own magic, wrapping the plague human in glowing red chains. "Thank you, Endel," Nain shouts. With no other choice, Priscia agrees. She focuses her power, and her hands begin to glow with an intense golden light that she pours directly into the sword. The plain steel blade transforms, humming with holy energy and shining with a brilliant, blinding light. The sacred power radiating from the sword is overwhelming, engulfing the plague human in a pillar of light. For a moment, it looks like it's working. But then, the light begins to flicker. The plague human, though clearly in immense pain, is still standing. The holy light on the sword fizzles out completely. Riley watches, his face grim. It was effective, he notes, but the target still recovered. The power is too far gone. Nain realizes the terrifying truth. The person is already in an uncontrollable state. Riley confirms it, adding that some lunatic must have forced this power on them. This isn't just a monster, it's a victim. The plan has failed. Riley instantly switches gears. "Frisia, Endel, it's impossible for now. You need to retreat." Priscia is shocked, asking if this means even her sacred power won't work. Riley tells her it's the right solution, but for now, it's impossible. Prisca's face is a mask of confusion. She can't understand why the one power that should work is failing. "There's no time to explain," Riley shouts as a swirling purple teleportation gate opens behind them, summoned by Nain. Riley orders them to run. Wasting no time, Nain and Endel grab Priscia and make a break for the portal, retreating from the losing battle. But Riley stays behind, facing the unstoppable enemy alone. In his mind, one thought is clear: there's only one way to kill him. The solution lies in a weapon from his past, a sword blessed by a goddess, combined with his own sacred blade. But that's a tool he doesn't have right now. As the plague human rushes towards him again, Riley lets out a sigh of pure exasperation. "Ha! This is really annoying." His face is twisted in a grimace. It's so freaking annoying. With a violent jolt, he throws the pillow aside, his frustration finally boiling over. The ground crumbling into nothingness as the vision of the plague human finally fades from his mind, and he finds himself back in the snowy shared mind space with his companions, the weight of what he saw settling in. "Plague, breathe," he mutters. The enemy can't control his own power, and worse, he can revive endlessly. This isn't a fight they can win with brute force. Priscia is in disbelief. A power that defies the natural order of life and death. She argues that the goddess Irene would never allow such a thing to exist. Endall cuts straight to the point. With their first plan in tatters, how are they supposed to stop this thing? Riley confirms their fears. For now, they can't. They need a new approach entirely. He knows that if it wasn't for that out-of-control state, Prisha's sacred power would have been enough. But now, only one path remains. A path he truly, desperately does not want to take. The image of a sacred sword flashes in his mind, a weapon tied to a past he's fought so hard to forget. But he can't just ignore this. He tells them they'll have to figure this out themselves. Confused, Prisha asks, "We?" Endall slams his hand to the ground, a magic circle glowing beneath it. He means exactly that, he declares. He explains that his kind, the dragons, were created to stop these kinds of world-ending disasters. With enough of them, they can at least contain the plague human. Prisha understands. With a determined look, she expresses her hope that they all survive to see this through. Nain quietly turns to Riley. "Young master?" She knows what he's thinking, that there's only one true method to defeat their enemy. He looks at her, surprised she's already pieced it together. She reminds him softly that she carries all his memories. He tells her he couldn't sense any sword energy from the plague. Breathe ability. This means the one person they couldn't find in his past life must still have the sacred sword. But, a short distance away, Prisha tries to eavesdrop on their quiet conversation. She thinks she hears the name Nara, but can't quite make out the words. Riley continues, admitting he has no idea where to even begin searching for the sword. Just as he says it, Prisha lets out a sudden, loud gasp. Her eyes are wide with sheer panic. "I forgot about Nara," she screams, realizing her loyal bodyguard must be worried sick after she vanished without a trace. "We need to go back to the desert. Hurry!" A moment later, they reappear in the desert to the sound of a frantic voice screaming Priscia's name. It's Nara, her face a mess of relieved tears. She rushes to Prisha, shaking her gently as she cries about how worried she was, fearing she'd been kidnapped again. Prisha apologizes, explaining it was an emergency, but Nara just blames herself for not being more vigilant. Riley, ever impatient, cuts the reunion short. "All right, now that you're back together, can we go?" But Nara quickly stops him. "Wait, young master," she asks if he's seen Ian, telling him that his butler was searching for him desperately. Riley freezes, his expression a mixture of shock and disbelief. "Ian?" He asks what she's talking about, and Nara confirms it. She met Ian not long ago, noting that he was dressed in a very suspicious-looking cloak that made him stand out. A flashback shows Nara chatting with the hooded figure. At the time, she just thought he was a bit odd. Now, the realization dawns on her. That person was Ian? Riley demands to know where Ian went. Nara thinks for a moment, recalling she mentioned Nain's doctor was in Rainfield. He must have gone there. Riley sighs in frustration. They just missed each other. A new plan forms instantly. "We're going to Rainfield," Riley declares, worried Ian might cause trouble on his own. In her head, Nara marvels at how he talks about the legendary butler like a stray puppy. Nain asks if they should head there directly. Riley hesitates, recalling that an extreme cold front has returned to Rainfield for the first time in nearly 2 decades. He shivers at the thought. I hate being cold. His comfort wins out. Fine, we'll follow his trail." He then turns to Prisha and Nara, telling them to come along. He explains that since their plans have changed, it's more convenient for them all to stick together. "And," he adds, his expression turning serious, "with Nara's ability, we might just find the other members of that underworld group along the way." This journey just became a hunt once again. The scene shifts far away, to a snowy mountain range. A young woman sits alone, wrapped in a thick cloak. It's Earl, the skilled swordswoman from before, standing guard. A man approaches, asking if she's on duty again. She replies flatly that she was just sitting down. He reminds her not to bring any more strangers up the mountain, warning her of the danger. But Earl just looks away, her jaw set. "I don't want to," she says firmly. "I won't give up." The man sighs at her stubbornness, but her resolve is unshakable. "I will never give up." An older elven woman embraces her gently, advising her to simply wait for fate. But Earl refuses. She doesn't care about fate when her grandmother is running out of time. Her back turned to them, her voice is filled with fierce determination. "I will find the warrior who can save everyone here." Suddenly, the crunch of a footstep in the snow breaks the silence. Earl's eyes snap open. "Someone's coming!" A lone figure, completely hidden by a dark hood and cloak, walks steadily down the path toward her. Earl watches silently, her expression serious and guarded. This newcomer feels different. "Hey, stop there!" she calls out, her voice sharp. The figure halts. She draws her sword, its blade gleaming in the cold mountain air. "If you want to enter Romella village, you have to prove your skill with a sword." She sizes him up. "You're carrying a fine blade," she observes. "You must be a swordsman, right?" The hooded figure remains silent. When he finally speaks, his voice is deep and calm. When it comes to sword fighting, I don't go easy on anyone, not even a young girl. Step aside now, and I'll let this pass." Iriel just scoffs, a confident smirk on her face. "Let it pass? You seem very confident in your skills, old man," she taunts. A couple of villagers watch from a distance, sighing. It seems this girl is at it again, challenging any traveler who passes by. The hooded figure draws his own sword, remarking that while her desire to show off is clear, it's futile against him. In a blur, he lunges forward, his blade cutting through the air with practiced ease. But Iriel is ready. With a sharp clang of steel, she meets his attack head-on, stopping his blade cold. Their blades are locked. The hooded figure lets out a small sound of surprise. This girl is better than he thought. "Oh, not bad." He pushes harder, a hint of annoyance in his voice. "This brat." He swings again, putting more of his true strength behind the attack. But Iriel parries it cleanly, her eyes flashing with excitement. "Indeed," she cries out, sensing a worthy opponent. She uses his momentum against him, forcing him back with a powerful counter. He grunts, surprised by her strength as he's pushed off balance. He's starting to get irritated, while she looks absolutely thrilled. "And you're quite tenacious too," she adds with a grin. Their swords become a silver whirlwind, clashing in the falling snow as they trade blows, neither giving an inch. The fight comes to a sudden halt, their blades crossed. The hooded figure is breathing hard, staring at her in disbelief. "Your gaze passed too." He can't believe it. She met his blade perfectly, something that should have been impossible against his strength. "Just who are you?" he demands. She meets his gaze and answers simply, "I'm Iriel. I don't have a family name." She pulls her sword back. "And you?" The man sheathes his own blade. "I'm—" He removes his hood, revealing an older man with brown hair. It's Ian, but he's dyed his hair and shaved his iconic mustache, looking like a different person. He catches himself before saying his real name. "First, I'm Lion." He looks at the young swordswoman, a newfound respect in his eyes. "And like you, I don't have a family name either. A new destination lies ahead, a place that might hold the key to their search. Romela Village." Nara suggests they rest here for a bit, explaining that as the largest village near the desert, it's their best shot at finding information on Ian. Riley, always a pragmatist, readily agrees. He was sick of the desert anyway and craving some real food. But as they walk toward the village gates, he suddenly stops dead in his tracks. Nain looks back, sensing his hesitation. She turns to him, a hint of concern in her voice. "Young master, is something wrong?" Riley's eyes are wide, his gaze fixed on the village in the distance as a jolt of realization shoots through him. It's there. Nain is confused until he clarifies, his voice a strange mix of dread and excitement. "I think it's in that village. The sacred sword the goddess was talking about? This changes everything. The one thing he needs is in the last place he'd expect, pulling him back toward a destiny he's been running from." Their mission just got a lot more complicated. He turns and yells, "Hey, Nara!" Nara snaps to attention. Riley tells her he needs a favor, and she assumes it's about Ian. "No, not just that," he says, his tone serious. His instructions are precise. "Gather all the info you can on Romela Village. Recent events, suspicious rumors, anything and everything." Nara is taken aback by the sheer scale of his request. She starts to panic, wondering how she's supposed to find all that on her own. But one intense, non-negotiable glare from Riley is all it takes to silence her doubts. Defeated, she hangs her head. "I understand. Since you asked, I'll try my best." Soon after, the group settles into a bustling village tavern, the air filled with chatter and the smell of warm food. Riley, finally getting the break he wanted, happily chugs a large mug of ale. "Ah, now that's the stuff." He turns to Nara, who looks completely exhausted from her intel-gathering sprint. He tells her to eat up, but she just collapses onto the table, muttering that she needs to breathe first. "It's my treat you worked hard," he says. She manages a weak, "Yes, thank you," her face still planted firmly on the wood. Once she's recovered, Riley gets down to business. "So, find anything useful?" Nara sits up, her expression turning serious. She tells him she has one piece of good news and two pieces of bad news. Riley takes a long drink, intrigued. "Two pieces of bad news? Let's hear those first." Nara starts with the first one. She doesn't think Ian has arrived in the village yet. She asked around, but no one has seen anyone matching his description. Riley mutters under his breath about his wandering butler, then asks for the second piece of bad news. Nara's tone turns grim. A major crisis will soon befall this village. She explains that the plague they've been tracking has caused a massive migration of monsters from the borderlands. A horde so dangerous that even the great nations have called a temporary ceasefire is heading directly for this very village. Riley glances around the lively tavern, completely unconvinced. The atmosphere is anything but panicked. Just then, Nain runs up, excitedly holding a piece of paper, having finally figured out that the cola he misses is a type of brown sugar beer. Nara looks confused by the exchange, but Riley just waves it off as an inside joke. He turns back to Nara, still skeptical. He finds it oddly peaceful for a town on the brink of an invasion. This level of calm seems almost unnatural. Nara smiles. That's related to the good news. She explains that the villagers are calm because of one person who protects them. It's all thanks to the witch that lives on the outskirts of Romella village. Nain notes that witch is usually a negative term, but this one seems to be a protector. She asks if she's called that because she uses magic. No, Nara replies. I heard she doesn't use magic at all. Riley's eyes narrow. If she's called a witch but doesn't wield magic, there's only one other explanation. His suspicion solidifies into a near certainty. This Witch of Swords has to be another one of the purple humans from the underworld. The next morning, Riley stretches with a big yawn and calls for Nain. He asks if she found the witch's location. Floating above the village, Nain confirms there are a lot of houses on the outskirts. But, she adds, there's only one that shows any signs of life. With a small burst of magic, they float towards it. Nain points to a small, secluded house with a thin trail of smoke rising from its chimney. Riley figures it's their best bet. They land in front of the quiet, snow-covered home. Riley walks up to the door and knocks. Excuse us, is anyone home? A quiet voice answers from inside. Who is it? The soft tapping of a cane grows closer. The door creaks open to reveal a woman with long, purple hair and a blindfold over her eyes. It's Ineril. I'm sorry for the delay, she says calmly. My disciple isn't here right now. How may I help you? Riley and Nain are both taken aback. They can see now that she's blind. Riley stammers for a moment, his well-laid plans thrown off by this unexpected development. She calmly invites them inside, explaining that the cold air is bad for her. They quickly agree and follow her in. Inside the cozy house, Riley asks about her disciple. She explains that because of her blindness, she relies on the help of her student. Disciple? Riley asks. She confirms it, describing the girl as quick-tempered but incredibly kind. A look of dawning realization crosses Nain's face. She knows who this woman is talking about. Riley catches on instantly. Go bring Nara, he whispers to Nain. He has a strong feeling this woman is the witch. He tells Nain that since she's blind, she won't notice the teleportation. As Nain vanishes in a swirl of magic, Riley introduces himself. My name is Riley. Ineril simply replies, It's a nice name. I am called Ineril Esadamis, she says. It's nice to meet you. The name sounds unusual, and she confirms it isn't a family name. Suddenly she asks, Where did the woman you came with go? Riley is completely stunned. How could she have known? He quickly lies, saying she went to the bathroom. Ineril then asks an even more unexpected question. By the way, are you two lovers? Riley is flustered, thinking to himself, what exactly did she see? Can she really not see? Just then, Nain reappears with Nara in tow. Young master, I brought her! Ineril turns her head toward the sound. Oh, as I thought. The woman you were with was a magician. And I hear a new breath in the room. I see there's one more person here. Her senses are preternaturally sharp, leaving the group speechless. Riley is baffled. Can you really not see? Ineril just laughs softly. Of course not. It's just that my other senses have sharpened since I lost my sight. Switching to a telepathic link, Riley confirms that this has to be the witch and tells Nara to check her color. As if sensing their silent conversation, Ineril chuckles. Since you're talking about colors, your new guest must be a basilisk. Riley ignores her and presses Nara. Well, is she purple? Nara stares at Ineril, her eyes wide with confusion. It's not purple, Riley is shocked. What? Then what color is it? Nara's voice is filled with disbelief. That person, through Nara's eyes, we see it too. Unlike the solid, sinister purple of the underworld members, Ineril's energy is completely different. It's a void, an utter absence of color, something Nara has never seen before, colorless. Through their telepathic link, Nara confirms the impossible. She's definitely colorless. As if hearing their silent thoughts, Ineril calmly addresses their confusion. She touches her own chest and states a simple, unbelievable fact. My body took its last breath 30 years ago. This, she says, referring to her current form, is merely a trace left behind by a mighty hero. Does that answer your question? Riley is not satisfied. No, you didn't explain how a dead person is standing here at all. He starts firing off accusations, demanding she open her eyes, but Nain quickly scolds him, telling him to be more respectful. But Riley presses on. Reviving the dead is a power beyond even the most legendary Saintess. This shouldn't be possible. Suddenly, Ineril's head snaps up, a look of realization dawning on her blindfolded face. As I thought, it was you. She begins moving toward the fireplace with a strange urgency. It's a relief you came in time. A wide, unnerving smile spreads across her face. Now I can finally fulfill my mission before I fade away. And with that she plunges her hand directly into the roaring flames. Nara panics, screaming, "Excuse me! That's a fire! Putting your hand in there is dangerous," she keeps yelling, but Inaril is completely focused, ignoring the searing heat. She pulls a small, smoldering box from the embers, but her face falls as she feels its weight. "It's empty?" Nain rushes forward, pulling Inaril's hand from the flames. But the damage is already done. The mission has failed. Inaril hangs her head in defeat, muttering that she was lacking in how she raised her. Her face twists in frustration as she speaks a single name. "Uriel. It seems that child has taken your sword, Riley." The scene cuts to a snowy clearing where a duel is already in progress. Uriel stands confidently, holding a gleaming sword. A young man tells her, "Now for the second test." He points the blade toward Ian. "Try fighting that grandpa with this." Ian, whose disguise has mostly fallen away, is indignant. "Wait a moment, Grandpa. I don't think I'm old enough to be called that yet." Uriel bluntly tells him he looks like a grandpa, so that's what she'll call him. Ian is so offended he's left speechless. The mysterious young master mocks Ian for getting flustered by a child's insult. He then looks Ian straight in the eye, his tone turning serious, referring to him by his real name and acknowledging his past as a famous mercenary. With a grin, he draws his own sword, expressing that he's always wanted a real sword fight with the legendary hero. In the village, Riley's group is desperately searching for Iril. Nara stops some villagers to ask if they've seen her. They're immediately hostile. "Why is a foreigner looking for Iril?" they demand, telling her to get lost. But then, Inaril steps forward and the villagers freeze in recognition. Their entire demeanor shifts. They start bowing and apologizing, realizing Nara is with their revered protector. After Nara gives them a piece of her mind for their rudeness, they finally offer some useful information. They saw Iril earlier with another disciple, a strapping young man. A young girl points them toward a shortcut behind the general store. Relieved, Nara thanks her, finally having a solid lead. She turns to tell Riley, but he and Nain are already gone, having teleported the second they heard the location. The villagers stare in bewilderment as they vanish into thin air, leaving Nara behind once again. She trips in frustration as the villagers whisper that she must be getting bullied. "Why do you always leave me behind?" she wails. Meanwhile, in a flashback, we see Inaril meeting with that same mysterious young man. He introduces himself as Lion. Inaril acknowledges that he comes from a noble house of swordsmen and challenges him to show her his skills. He declares that he wants to learn her unique swordsmanship. But she senses something is wrong. She asks him a simple question. "In all your days of swinging a sword, how many were spent with the intent to protect someone?" He has no answer. She saw right through him. He didn't want to protect, he wanted to win. His talk of saving the village was a lie. It was all for the sake of securing his position as heir to his family. "If you only wield the sword to win," she says firmly, "then I have nothing to teach you." His hand clenches in the dirt, his ambition thwarted. But desperation takes over. "I want to learn." The mindset needed to protect someone, the right way to wield a sword. He gets on his knees, bowing his head to the ground. "I beg you, please teach me." Sensing the sincerity in his plea, Inaril relents. This is how the mysterious young master became her student. Now, back to the duel in the present. Ian is sparring with Iril. He demonstrates a basic form. As Iril attacks, something clicks. His stance, it's the same. The sword style Ian is using, it's the exact same one her master taught her. A style that should be impossible for anyone else to know. Both she and the young master are stunned. "Gramps, who are you?" she screams. "Why do you know this swordsmanship?" Ian's expression is just as grim. "I should be asking you the same thing." "How are you using my master's sword style?" I asked first, Iril yells, lunging again. "Answer me, or I might actually kill you." Ian parries her attack easily. "I can't let that happen. I still have questions of my own." The disguised young master steps forward, his voice cold and demanding. "Where did you get that sword?" His eyes glow with a red menace. "The true owner of that sword should be dead. For Iril, this is the final straw. This isn't just about a sword, it's about defending the honor of the only person who ever believed in her." "What do you know?" "Grandma's not dead," she screams, her rage boiling over as she charges at Ian one last time. Even I know," her voice drops to a whisper, tears finally breaking free as she admits the truth to herself. "Even I know that Grandma's dead." She pulls the bloody sword back. All this time, she'd been running from that one painful truth. Ian slumps to the ground, a pool of blood forming around him. He gave no resistance, accepting the blow as a form of penance. Iril stands over him, her anger replaced by a quiet awe. "You're that hero, aren't you? The one from the story who defeated the Witch of Swords, who was my grandma." Ian just looks up, stunned into silence by her words. The tension breaks as she awkwardly helps him sit up, complaining that her arm hurts from holding him. She tells him to follow her so she can introduce him to her grandma's trace. But the mysterious young master, Lion, screams her name. "Earl, behind you!" A massive, swirling vortex of pure darkness rips open the space right behind her. A monstrous, shadowy hand, crackling with raw power, lunges out from the portal, aimed directly at her. In a split second, Ian throws himself in front of her, taking the full, brutal force of the attack. Blood pours from his mouth as Earl stares in horror, pleading for him to run. But Ian grabs the shadow hand that has pierced his chest, his voice strained but urgent. "This thing is after you, please, run away." Earl is hysterical. "What are you saying, Gramps? You have to come with us. You still have to see Grandma." He just shakes his head, his only concern her safety. "It's more important that you don't get hurt." He looks over at the young master, Lion, a silent plea in his eyes. He is protecting the future of their sword style at any cost. With a guttural roar, the shadow entity rips its hand free from Ian's chest. Cursing under his breath, Lion watches the hand retreat back into the portal. With Ian collapsing, Lion makes a choice. He grabs Earl from behind, forcing her to flee. She struggles, but he tells her that Ian was right. The hand is after her, and staying here means death. "Are you crazy? Let go. We have to take Gramps with us," she screams, fighting against his grip. "No!" she wails, her face a mask of anguish. She thinks of her grandma, of how this was her one chance to bring the hero to her. "Please let go of me," she begs, but it's too late. Lion drags her away, leaving Ian to die alone in the snow. Lion holds her tight, his own resolve hardening. He knows Earl is the one who inherited their master's will. She cannot die here. Back in the clearing, Ian's vision begins to blur. "I've lost too much blood." As his life fades, a lifetime of unspoken regrets fills his mind. "It seems the words I could never say are coming to me only now, teacher. My teacher, Einaril." In his final moments, he confesses his lifelong devotion. "From the moment we met until now, I served you with all my heart." Suddenly, a familiar voice cuts through his fading consciousness. It's Riley, who has just arrived, holding him close. "You must be in bad shape if you're spouting that kind of nonsense, Ian." Riley immediately takes charge, his voice dangerously calm. He tells Nain to take Ian to Prisha for healing. "No," Riley says, looking down at his blood-soaked hands. "I'm going back to find Einaril. I think it's time we had a parent-teacher conference." The lazy mask is gone. In its place is the cold fury of the hero he once was. Meanwhile, at the village outskirts, Einaril walks alone, wondering where everyone went. She suddenly feels it, an ominous, swirling aura moving through the trees. Before she can react, a flurry of blades shoots out of the darkness, aimed right for her. She blocks them with her cane as Riley steps out of the shadows. "I'll be asking the questions now," he says, his voice seething. "In the place you sent us," he snarls. "The man I've known my whole life was lying on the ground with a hole in his chest. Was this your plan all along? Is this how you take care of people?" Einaril tries to calm him, but he accuses her of setting a trap. She abruptly changes the subject, asking about the purple humans he was hunting. Riley explains that two are dealt with. One is a plague, and a priest got away. At the mention of a priest, Inaril's expression changes. "You mean Rebizra?" Then she drops a bombshell. "I thought you might have noticed, but I was once a purple human too. I was in charge of their right hand." She adds that she can sense Rebezra's aura nearby. He's close. Riley is stunned. She explains that they've been drawn here by the sacred sword, which they sensed the moment it was brought outside. Riley knows what they have to do. Einaril closes her eyes, focusing. The aura is moving, making it hard to pinpoint. He realizes what that means. The person with the sword, Earl, is on the run. Elsewhere in the forest, Lion is still fleeing with Earl as the massive shadow hand appears again. "What in the world is that thing?" he shouts. He can tell it's not made of mana. His sword just passes right through it, completely useless. Earl, however, is consumed by grief and rage. Believing Ian is dead, only one thought remains: "I'll avenge him. Because of you, Gramps died. I can't forgive you." She breaks free from Lion's grasp, screaming, "I'll get my revenge! I'll kill you!" as she charges the monstrous hand. The hand descends, its massive fingers ready to crush her. Lion watches in horror, knowing he's too far to help. "No, I'm done for." A calm voice cuts through the chaos. "You foolish brats." Einaril appears, her simple cane held like a legendary blade. In a flash, she intercepts the attack, pushing both her students out of the way just in time. She lands gracefully, glaring in their direction, her voice ringing with the authority of a true master. "This is what happens when you don't listen to your teacher." Einaril holds up her own sword, explaining that what they see is only half the story. Another blade, another soul, is needed to complete it. With a practiced swing, she tells Iril that she has been using the sword completely wrong. Iril then begins to reveal a secret she's held for decades. Back when she was the right hand of the underworld, she possessed a unique power known as the sword's blessing. Riley immediately questions this, knowing that power belongs to only one person. But Iril calmly explains that it's one person per world. This world, and the one he came from, are different. Just as every world has its own goddess, it can have its own blessing, and the same rule applies to the sacred sword. And here's the bombshell. When she died, 30 years ago, the sword's blessing lost its vessel and sought a new one. It found a soul that had just been born into this world, a soul from another place. It found Riley. She explains that the only reason she's even here as a trace is because of a mission given to her by a mysterious black butterfly. Her mission was simple. When the hero from another world finally appeared, she was to deliver the sacred sword to him, a sword named Salvation. The sword itself had been waiting just as she was to finally fulfill its destiny. In the snowy wasteland, she holds the blade out, offering it to him. She calls him the owner of salvation, the brave hero. Riley just stares, the title echoing with all the trauma he's tried to forget. Lion and Iril watch, completely stunned. They can't believe it. The owner of the legendary sword is Riley? Riley lets out a heavy sigh, looking annoyed. So clingy, he mutters, accepting it like a chore. He takes the sword not with the pride of a hero, but with the weary resignation of a soldier called back to a war he thought he'd left behind. Lion is still trying to process this, but Iril places a hand on his shoulder, getting his attention. Both he and Iril look to their teacher, their expressions a mix of confusion and awe. She tells them to be quiet and watch closely, because they are about to see the proper way to use that sword. In Riley's hands, the blade erupts with a blinding golden light, its true sacred power finally unleashed. As he slams the sword down, a shockwave of pure energy tears across the ground. His voice turns cold, filled with a promise of violence. "And now I have to punish you for hurting my people." The golden aura of the sword flares, mixing with his own dark, simmering rage. With a single, fluid motion, he swings Salvation. A brilliant arc of light effortlessly slices through the swirling purple portals of the underworld entity. But Riley notices something is off. The portals feel empty. It's like he's cutting through a projection, not a true enemy. He realizes his strikes aren't causing any pain. Someone else is controlling these shadows from a distance. This doesn't add up. If the enemy, Rebezra, wants the sacred sword, why isn't he here to take it? Unless that's not his real goal. Maybe the enemy has a completely different objective. Just as he thinks it, one of the shadowy tendrils changes direction, lunging straight for Iril. "Iril, watch out!" Lion screams. But Iril is faster, throwing herself in front of her student. A furious voice booms from the vortex, calling her a traitor for abandoning her post as the right hand. Rebezra's voice echoes with rage, calling her an arrogant corpse and demanding she hand over the position that's been empty for decades. A wall of dark energy blocks Riley's view. He notes that Rebezra must be confident, hiding his face like this. Riley's expression darkens. He remembers what happened last time he taunted his enemies. "Which one of you cowards is it?" he asks aloud. "Doesn't seem like you have the guts to say it yourself." He continues, his voice dangerously calm. He says he doesn't mind taking a hit himself. He grips his sword tighter, his knuckles white. But his eyes flash with pure, unrestrained fury as he unleashes a torrent of power. "I cannot tolerate you touching one of my people," he declares. "You will pay the price for putting a hole in Ian's chest." Hearing the name, Iril flinches. "Ian, you say?" A name from a past she thought was long buried. Overwhelmed with guilt, Iril starts to confess to her master that the man named Ian was hurt because of her. But before she can finish, a familiar voice shouts from the distance, "Young master." Ian himself is running towards them, with Nain and Prisha right behind. Riley turns, shocked. "Ian, why are you here in that state?" Prisha explains that he insisted on coming. She quickly reassures him that Ian is stable. His sturdy constitution meant a little prayer was enough to get him back on his feet. Riley lets out a sigh of relief. Ian approaches the blindfolded elf, his voice hesitant. Hearing his voice, she asks, "Ian?" After decades apart, student and teacher are finally reunited. "Teacher?" he asks. She reaches out, her expression a mix of shock and recognition. "Is it really you, Ian?" But Riley has zero time for this emotional reunion. "Hey, sorry, but can you postpone that? We have more important things to deal with right now," he orders everyone behind Nain, who conjures a protective barrier. With Ian safe, Riley's mind has only one purpose: annihilation. There's nothing holding him back now. With a roar, he unleashes his full power. "There are plenty of things I need to get you back for," he screams at the enemy. Golden energy swirls around him like a tempest. The lazy facade is gone. He points his sword forward. "I'll finish you off." Lion watches, his jaw on the floor. "That's really Riley? The same guy who always slept in trees. That Riley?" Riley glances back at Nain. "Is the plan possible?" Her response is calm and confident. "We won't know if we don't try." In the next instant, Nain vanishes. "Huh? Where did she go?" Errol gasps, spotting her a moment later, teleported directly behind the swirling purple portals. Errol remembers the power Nain displayed before, and it all clicks. "That big sister must be with the dragon," she thinks, her eyes sparkling with admiration. Nain closes her eyes, her brow furrowed in deep concentration. Her hands glow as she weaves a complex spell, gathering the scattered energy of the 27 individual portals. She counts them all, her focus absolute. "Myth, 5, 10, 20, 27. Her eyes snap open, triumphant. "It's done. I gathered them all." Rebesra's voice echoes in confusion. "What are you doing?" Nain calmly explains that since magic likely didn't exist in his world, he couldn't possibly understand. With a powerful clap, she unleashes her spell, Space Distortion. With all the portals merged into one, surprise attacks are no longer an option. The 27 portals collapse violently into a single, massive vortex as Rebesra screams in fury. "You dare play around with the power that person authorized?" he rages. "I'm the only one who can wield this power." Riley just smirks, unfazed. He taunts the enemy, inviting them to come out of their hole, promising they'd die the second they did. Rebesra screams at him to know his place, but Riley just fires back, his voice dripping with contempt. "The one who doesn't know their place is your master." "Haven't I already beaten the crap out of the master you serve?" he asks, recalling his battle with the Demon King from his past life. He rattles off a list of names from his past, trying to figure out who is pulling the strings now. Agora? Wisiel? Kiladiak? Nemophila? He demands the name of the one controlling them. Inaril stands silent for a moment. Then, she speaks a single name that stops Riley dead, a name he's never heard before. "Helena." Inaril's voice rises with fury and despair. Helena is the one bringing the lower world here, the one who split their people and bewitched them, the one who commands them all. This isn't just another enemy. This is the name of the true mastermind. A hero's burden is a heavy one, and for Riley, the true source of all his suffering might just be a single name, Helena. The name echoes across the battlefield, and from the swirling vortex, a voice explodes with pure fury. "You insolent wretch! How dare you speak her name so carelessly?" With that, the priest Rebesra finally emerges from the darkness. His hands morph into shadowy claws as he declares he will deliver judgment in his master's place. Rebesra admits his original mission was just to deal with Inaril, but now he has to know how Riley knows that name. He offers a deal, but Riley just smirks back. "That's funny, because I was about to ask you the same thing." Nain offers to retreat, but Riley's focus is locked on his target. He tells her no. "Just make sure this one doesn't run away." He thinks this will be over soon. Rebesra's face twists in anger. "It seems you are underestimating me." He unleashes a massive wave of dark power, but Riley's voice cuts through it, completely unimpressed. "I still don't think you grasp your situation." In a flash too fast to see, Riley is on him. He tells Rebesra that he's the one who doesn't know his place, the one who should be answering the questions. Rebesra barely blocks the strike, gritting his teeth. He says if he'd known Riley was this much of a threat, he would have dealt with him sooner. "That should be my line," Riley retorts, as their blades clash with explosive force. Watching the fight, Errol is in total shock. Is that person also a dragon, a magician dragon, and a swordsman dragon? But Ian and Prisha quickly shut that down. They assure her that while Riley and Nain are ridiculously powerful, they are definitely human. Lion isn't convinced. The lazy slacker he knew is now fighting like a demigod. How could he possibly be a regular human? Ian patiently explains that Riley's mother was human. If she'd been a dragon, the poison that took her life would have been harmless. Prisca adds that her Saintess's eye confirms Nain's humanity, and the goddess would never lie to her. The conclusion is inescapable. Despite their vast, insurmountable power, Riley and Nain are still just human. Back in the fight, Riley presses his attack. He thinks to himself that he didn't understand the importance of the sword before, but now he gets it. This enemy was a threat that required a specific solution. He weaves through a cage of shadowy spikes, his movements effortless. He dodges another attack, mocking Rebesra. "Your attacks have gotten slower. Is this all you've got?" "What do you know?" Rebesra screams back. "I still have plenty left to show you." Riley's reply is cold. "You better use everything you have. It'll be a pain if you die because my hand slips." In the next second, a clean slash cuts right through Ribesra's defense. Ribesra cries out in shock as his arm is severed. "My arm!" As the limb flies through the air, Nain appears in a flash, catching it. She knows he can reattach it with his power, so she calmly tells him, "I'll hold on to this for you." Riley is already moving in again, his voice dripping with condescension. "Getting distracted? Your other arm is about to fly off." Another blur of motion, another flash of the blade. But this time, Ribesra blocks it, reminding Riley he still has more tricks up his sleeve. He lets out a manic laugh, throwing all his power into a defensive barrier and gloating that a mere dagger couldn't possibly break through. But his attack is met by a simple, elegant parry. "Did you think I wouldn't notice a trick that obvious?" Riley asks, revealing a crucial secret. "It seems the great Helena forgot to tell you something about this sword. Salvation has the power to nullify the energy of your world." As he channels his own power into the blade, the surrounding purple magic begins to crack and shatter like glass. This isn't just a power-up, it's a hard counter. The entire field of dark energy shatters, dissolving into nothing. Ribesra is left completely defenseless. Riley holds up the gleaming blade. "This right here is the sword of the underworlds you've all been searching for." Ribesra can only tremble with rage and disbelief. "You, insolent!" With the enemy powerless, Riley gets straight to the point. Tell me everything you know about that witch, Helena." He leans in, his voice a menacing whisper. "You don't want to end up a mindless puppet like Ryutrina, do you?" The threat hits its mark, and pure terror washes over Ribesra's face. The priest collapses to his knees, stammering. That person is," Riley presses him. "Let's start there. You call her that being not that person. So, is Helena even human anymore?" Overwhelmed by fear, Ribesra's mind breaks, and he just keeps repeating the same words over and over. That being is... Riley is confused. He hadn't used enough killing intent to shatter his mind. What is happening? Suddenly, Ribesra's body begins to distort, melting into a formless puddle of purple sludge. Riley steps back in surprise as Nain calls out his name, just as shocked. She asks if this is similar to something he's seen before. A dark memory resurfaces from his past life. Helena's followers would melt away just like this if they dared to betray her. This isn't just a spell, it's a leash, proving her control is absolute. Nain rushes forward. They can't let this information disappear. She asks Riley to slow down time. Riley casts the spell, a golden magic circle warping time itself. He gives her 30 seconds. As Nain begins the extraction, a spectral tree of light erupts from her, its branches digging into the dissolving priest. "That's plenty of time," she says. With the spell complete and the immediate danger over, Nain looks up at Riley. Just then, Ian's voice booms across the clearing, filled with unrestrained pride. "Young master!" "That was a splendid display of your skills." Riley flinches. He'd completely forgotten about his audience. He can already feel a massive headache coming on. He can face down gods and demons, but an interrogation from his family? That's a different kind of terror. But just as he's processing the awkwardness, another voice cuts through the air, calm and serious. "Riley?" He whips around to see his older brother Ryan walking towards him. "What are you doing here? Since when were you watching?" Ryan's expression is unreadable. He looks his younger brother in the eyes and says calmly, "Calm down, Riley. We have a lot to talk about." After a battle that exposed every secret he'd ever kept, Riley must now face his toughest opponent, his older brother. The air is thick with tension as Ryan tells him he has a mountain of questions, but for now, he'll just ask one. He looks his brother dead in the eye. Are you the Riley I know?" Riley meets his gaze without a flicker of hesitation. His answer is simple, direct, and completely honest. "Yes." He elaborates, admitting that while he may have seemed like a different person today, he was still the same person underneath. He affirms his identity, stating that he was born the youngest son of the Ippolita family, and that part of him will never change. A silent understanding passes between them. The lazy act, the hidden power for Ryan, it all finally clicks into place. Ryan lets out a long sigh of relief and exhaustion. "All right," he says, and stands to leave. He explains that he needs to cool his head and promises to be back, telling Riley not to worry. With that, he leaves his brother to handle his own business, a quiet show of trust and acceptance. Riley finds Ineril, who remarks that she had no idea he was fighting enemies of that caliber. Riley just says he was planning to tell her eventually. He then checks on Ian, who is resting in a separate room with Prisha, Ineril, and Iril watching over him. Prisha explains that Ian is stable but needs to rest. He's fast asleep, clearly exhausted. She sighs, explaining that after she healed him, he got so excited cheering for Riley that he ran around and reopened his wound. Ineril looks at her former student with a soft, sad expression. She remarks that he's gotten old. In the past, an injury like that would have been nothing to him. Riley figures the two of them must have a lot to talk about. Prisha reassures him that Ian will be back on his feet by morning. Suddenly, a loud, frantic banging on the front door startles everyone. Riley immediately steps in front of the others, hand on his sword, thinking it might be an enemy. But Nain stops him, a look of realization on her face. "Wait a minute, young master. I think I know who that is." The door creaks open, revealing a figure panting heavily in the doorway. It's Nara, leaning on her poleaxe for support, completely out of breath and furious. "You have got to be kidding me. How could you just leave me behind like that?" Riley stares blankly for a second, genuinely confused, before Priscilla gasps, "Oh, right, Nara." Nara points an accusing finger, still fuming, as Riley deadpans for her to come inside. He mutters that she complains a lot for someone who was too slow to keep up. From the doorway, Nara's voice rings out, "Young master, I can hear you." Later that night, things have finally settled down. Nara, Iril, and Prisha are fast asleep by the fire. The cabin door opens quietly. Outside, under the quiet, snowy sky, Riley and Nain stand together. Nain remarks on how quickly Nara fell asleep, and Riley just says it was an eventful day. He smirks, teasing her about her expanding vocabulary. She just smiles, pleased with herself. "I've improved a lot, haven't I?" The light-hearted mood fades as Nain admits her mind is a mess from everything she's learned about Inaril, Ian, and the complicated truth of the underworld. She worries for Iril, who will soon be left all alone, and for Inaril, who has so little time left. She confesses that seeing Inaril's situation reminds her of her own helplessness when she was facing a terminal illness, waiting for the end. She feels for Inaril and Ian, whose long-awaited reunion will be tragically short. But Riley, ever the pragmatist, points out that at least they get to have a reunion at all. Nain gently corrects him. As he saw for himself, Ian could never forget Inaril because he loves her that much. She smiles softly, saying that all Ian wants is to be with her for as long as he possibly can. Riley falls silent, letting her words sink in. Nain then asks his plans. He admits he'd rather go home, but they have to deal with the epidemic and the underworld first. His most urgent task is tracking down Helena, but without a way to another world, he's stuck for now. Still, he confirms that the moment he finds a way, he's going. Of course. He turns to her, a sly grin on his face. "Do you know why I don't take naps these days? It's because I can't sleep with a clear conscience anymore." He explains that he used to just ignore things that bothered him, but now he can't, and he thinks it's because of a certain maid. Nain immediately panics, thinking he means her. He continues, his voice serious. He can't ignore her when she says she wants to save the world, even going so far as to absorb his own painful memories. This is a pivotal moment for Riley. He's no longer fighting just to protect his peace, he's fighting to protect her future. He grins. "Well, I guess I'm in a pretty similar situation to Ian's." Nain looks up, surprised. A similar situation? Her eyes widen as she understands. He's comparing his desire to protect her to Ian's lifelong devotion to Inaril. "Young master," she asks, "does that by any chance mean—" A gentle snow begins to fall, blanketing them in a quiet, profound moment of unspoken confession. Riley is about to say more when he's interrupted by a voice calling his name. It's Inaril. Nain rushes over, worried. "Inaril, Nim! Why are you out here without your cane?" Inaril just smiles, saying she didn't want to wake the others. She gets straight to the point. She has a selfish request for Riley. "Won't you cross swords with me?" She wants to know who would win in a fight between the one who once had the blessing of the sword and the one who has it now. Riley admits that aside from one time, he's never lost a sword fight. Inaril correctly guesses that the one loss was against Ian. Riley agrees to the duel and asks Nain to fetch them some wooden training swords. "Come on, don't worry," he says with a confident smirk. "I'll be sure to control myself." A sharp crack echoes through the snowy woods. Under a sky of falling snow, two generations of swordmasters meet. This isn't a battle of life and death, but a conversation spoken in the language of steel. Riley's eyes are sharp, focused. The lazy noble is gone, replaced entirely by the peerless swordsman. Inaril, despite being blind, moves with impossible grace, meeting his every blow. Their movements are a blur, a breathtaking dance of blades that seems to cut through the very air. They clash again and again, a final, beautiful lesson from a dying master to her successor. Watching from a distance, Nain is in awe of his skill. She senses someone approaching and turns, on guard. It's Lionfin. He holds up a hand, reassuring her. "No need to be on guard. I'm not here to interfere." His eyes are fixed on the duel, completely captivated. He says that the swordsmanship of those two, he just wants to watch. In the quiet of the falling snow, two figures become a blur of motion. It's a duel between masters. One, a legend past her prime, the other a hero trying to forget his past, their wooden swords clashing in a dance too fast for the naked eye. Riley presses his advantage, his focus absolute. He can feel the pure, raw skill in her movements, the ghost of the peerless swordswoman she once was. A part of him thinks that if she were in her peak condition, this battle could have raged for days. But she isn't. And Riley has an ace up his sleeve that has nothing to do with swordsmanship. With a quiet command, he taps into his true power. Golden, spectral gears materialize around Inaril as time itself bends to Riley's will. Suddenly, the world feels like mud, her movements turning sluggish and heavy, throwing her completely off balance. This single moment shows the terrifying gap in their power. A wooden blade slices through the air, impossibly fast. It stops a hair's breadth from Inaril's neck. The duel is over in an instant. She asks if he used magic, and Riley doesn't deny it, calling it a little temporal shortcut. He tells her she can blame his trick, but the hard truth is she's too out of practice to be a match for him now. But Inaril isn't insulted. Instead, a genuine smile touches her lips. Humbled, she accepts her defeat, grateful he even entertained an old woman's request. She simply asks him not to let his incredible power go to waste. She claims her curiosity is satisfied, that she has no more regrets. But Riley can see right through it. There's a lingering attachment, a sadness she can't quite hide. She sighs, admitting that while one old wish was granted, her new life has brought a fresh wave of worries she never expected. She worries about Ieril, who knows the sword but not the world. She worries for Lion, whose training she couldn't complete. And looming over everything is the monster invasion threatening the village. All these burdens weigh on her, made heavier by the knowledge that her time is almost up. Riley listens, his patience wearing thin. He cuts straight to the point. What about Ian? He reminds her that Ian is more than just her student. He was the hero who saved her, the one she has the deepest history with. He asks why she's leaving him out of her list of worries. The silence that follows is deafening. Frustration finally bubbles over. Riley's voice is sharp, insistent. Ian wants you to live, even a little bit longer. He tells her how Ian, while bleeding and barely conscious, was desperately searching for her. He tells her it's obvious she hasn't said everything she needs to, and it's agonizing to watch. Then he holds out his hand. Give me your hand. She takes it, and in that instant, the golden machinery of time roars to life, enveloping them both in a warm, brilliant light. Inaril gasps, realizing he's interfering with the natural order. But Riley just scoffs. He was born with memories of a past life. His very existence already breaks the rules. What's one little time-slowing spell? He adds that after everything the goddess has put him through, this is nothing. This act shows how far Riley has come, using his world-bending power not for himself, but for the sake of his most loyal friend. The spell settles. He tells her she now has a bit more time than she expected. Faking a yawn, he stretches. Well, I'm a bit tired from all that work. He turns to Nain, declaring they're heading back to the mansion. Nain is stunned, asking if he's really going to leave Ian here. He just shrugs, saying he's done all he can. Then, a mischievous grin spreads across his face. Don't you think a butler deserves a vacation every now and then? Sometime later, back in the comfort of the Ipeletta mansion, Nain reads from a newspaper. A bold headline announces that thousands of monsters were slaughtered overnight by mercenaries in Romella village. She tells him the monster problem is solved, and the paper even names Ian, Inaril, and the others as heroes. One headline dramatically dubs Inaril the Witch of the Sword. Other articles are filled with wild speculation, mistaking the brilliant light from their battle for the missing Saintess or celebrating the appearance of a new mercenary hero. Riley glances at the paper, a small smile on his face as he thinks of Ian. Seems like he's having a good time. Nain agrees that it's a happy outcome for everyone. Riley notes that his brother Ryan's alias, Lion, is missing. Nain points to a small blurb about a mysterious hooded man who helped, figuring it must be him. She's just happy. Everyone is doing well. Riley dismisses it as a well-deserved winter vacation he personally granted, wondering if Ian and Inaril have finally had the chance to talk. With a huge yawn, Riley declares it's nap time and tells Nain to wake him in the evening. His work is done and his lazy life can resume. But peace is short-lived. A familiar booming voice cuts through the quiet. Aren't you tired of sleeping every day? It's the Red Dragon, Endal. Endal stomps over and kicks Riley's chair. Hey, get up! I have something important to tell you. Nain tries to shield Riley, explaining he's finally getting some rest. Endal isn't having it. No, this has to be right now. Get up! But Riley is already feigning a loud snore, committed to his nap. The dragon finally snaps, screaming for him to wake up. Trying to calm him down, Nain asks if the epidemic case has been resolved. Endal's expression immediately darkens. That's why I'm here. He explains that he tracked Epidemic to a place called Ansirium, but someone else got there first, a strange and arrogant human. In a flashback, we see a shadowy figure confronting Endal, asking for his cooperation. A deeply unsettling grin spreads across the figure's shadowed face. Endel recounts the offer the shadowy child made. "Bring me my longtime friend, and I'll hand over the guy you're looking for." When Endel asked how he'd know this friend, the child just laughed, asking if he knew someone who was exceptionally good with a sword. Then, the child gave him a specific message to deliver. A message meant for only one person. "Tell him." I still remember the last thing the hero said before he fell from the sky. Back in the present, Riley's eyes are wide open. All traces of sleepiness have vanished, replaced by a cold, sharp focus. Did he really say that? Endal confirms it. He didn't understand all the talk about a hero's final battle, but since Riley is the greatest swordsman he knows, he brought the message straight to him. Nain whispers that the hero's last words could mean, but Riley cuts her off. He knows. There was only one person with him at the end of his past life, the Demon King. The scene shifts to a dark, desolate forest, the air thick with an eerie silence. Riley and Endel walk through the ruins of an abandoned village. Endel explains that a plague swept through here, leaving nothing but orphaned children behind. Endel lightly teases Riley, asking if he's scared and why he left Nain behind. Riley retorts that he had to leave Nain to create a body double for him, and no, he's not scared. A small, hooded figure emerges from the gloom, greeting Endel. Endel announces he's brought the swordsman they asked for. The hooded child simply tells them to follow. As they walk, Endel whispers a suggestion to take the kid hostage, but Riley immediately shuts it down. It's too risky. Endel mentions that the silver dragon, Isiltella, was also against using violence, preferring a more cautious approach. Riley just remarks that she hasn't changed a bit. Bringing Riley here was a gamble, Endel admits. The other dragons were pushing for a full-on assault, but he put his faith in Riley instead. They finally arrive in a clearing. Standing there, waiting for them, is the shadowy child from Endal's story. Riley stares at the figure. A jolt of chilling recognition runs through him, a feeling he thought he had buried centuries ago. This is the one who captured Epidemic, the one who lured a dragon into making a deal. The shadows around the child recede, revealing a young boy with light blue hair and an unnervingly familiar smile. "Well done bringing him," the boy says, his eyes locked on Riley. "You have the exact same face as in your past life." Rage and disbelief twist Riley's face. His voice is a low growl. "What is your name?" The boy claims he doesn't have a name in this life. But, if you must know my name from my past life, a terrifying image of the Demon King flashes behind him as the boy's smile widens into a predatory grin. Abyss. That's my name. A city burns. A world falls apart. This was Riley's first life. A never-ending war where he was told that if he failed to stop the Demon King, everything and everyone he knew would be lost. He remembers the voice of the Saintess, echoing through the grand hall. She declared him the wielder of the sacred sword as their one and only hope, the only one who could strike down Abyss. He remembers the despair that crushed him, the feeling of utter powerlessness. How could he possibly face a being who could wipe out hundreds with a single gesture? But her voice was firm, absolute. "No, you can. Because you're the hero." A title he never asked for, a burden that was forced upon him. Even now, he can feel the weight of that moment, the fate of the world crashing down on his shoulders. Looking at him now, Abyss's expression is almost one of pity. He remarks that back then, Riley looked so incredibly tired. Riley's face is a mask of cold fury. Abyss just smiles, adding that it's nice to see he seems to be doing much better these days. Endel has had enough of this twisted reunion. He steps between them. "Hey kid, I brought who you asked for. Now it's your turn to keep your promise. Hand over Epidemic." Abyss just scoffs. What a dull lizard. He gestures to the small, cloaked child standing right beside Endal, mocking the dragon for not even noticing the person he was looking for. Abyss explains that the boy is just an ordinary child now. He claims to have taken away the plague-like power himself, and while the boy lost some memories, it was for the best, a past he'd want to forget anyway. His voice takes on a strange, philosophical tone. Possessing a power you never wanted is a painful thing, and it's even more painful when the vessel holding that power is pure. He looks directly at Riley, a memory flashing of Epidemic in his monstrous form, screaming for everyone to run, to save the children. Abyss tells Riley that his refusal to harm children reminds him of Epidemic. "All right, fine," Abyss says, snapping his fingers. Spectral purple chains shatter around the quiet boy. "I'll break those shackles for you." This entire display is a calculated move meant to unnerve Riley by showing control and a twisted sense of mercy. Endel looks from the now human Epidemic to Abyss, completely baffled. The power, the appearance, everything is different. Riley tells Endel to take the boy and confirm he's safe. Endel hesitates, but Riley insists, his voice low and urgent. "It's okay. Now hurry and give us some space." As they leave, Riley turns back to Abyss, his expression grim. "I think you and I need to have a talk." Abyss pulls out a folded newspaper clipping, explaining he found out about Riley's new life from the article announcing the Ippolita family successor. He's kept it with him ever since, just in case he forgot the face of the man who ended his life. Riley is stunned. "I killed you, and you carried a picture of me around? Are you planning revenge?" But Abyss just shakes his head, claiming he learned a great deal from Riley. He would never hold a grudge against his benefactor. Benefactor? Riley can't believe what he's hearing. Abyss explains that because of Riley, he realized he was tired of his old life, and now he can live peacefully. It's all thanks to him. As he speaks, he casually reels in a fishing line, a tiny fish wriggling on the end. Riley asks if he's going to let it go. Abyss tosses it back into the water. "That's right," he says with a smug look. "I learned from you that small, weak things should be spared." He then claims to have taken up a new hobby, looking after the children orphaned by the plague. Riley's patience finally snaps. "When did I ever teach you anything?" Abyss looks at him with mock innocence. "In our past life, weren't you always trying so desperately to protect the children?" he says. Watching Riley do that taught him a valuable lesson. Riley scoffs. "Are you kidding me?" He demands to know who it was that twisted innocent children into monsters, accusing Abyss of mocking the very souls he destroyed. The horrible memories flood back, of children corrupted by dark power, forced to harm their own families, their own friends, caught in a hellish cycle of violence and guilt. Riley demands to know how Abyss can pretend to care for children now after creating that living nightmare. But Abyss just looks genuinely confused. "What are you talking about? Toy with children? Me?" Riley explodes. "Are you playing dumb?" But Abyss insists he has no idea what he's talking about. He explains that for demons, strength is everything. Turning children into monsters is a pointless act that offers no advantage in a true contest of power. Then he flips the accusation. "If we're talking about cruelty, shouldn't we be looking at the humans?" He lists the horrors humans inflict upon each other, kidnapping, experimenting, enslaving all while their leaders watch. He states that in both his past life and this one, humanity has always been disgusting. Riley is speechless. "Then you're saying that wasn't the work of demons?" Abyss looks him dead in the eye and swears on his very existence that it's the truth. He declares, "I have never done such a thing, nor have I ever ordered it." He asks what could have possibly made Riley believe such a lie, and in that instant, Riley's mind goes back to the one person who told him it was all necessary, the Saintess. The memory hits him like a physical blow. The Saintess, standing before him as the city burned behind them, telling him it was too late for the corrupted children. He remembers his own desperate plea, asking why she couldn't save them like she promised. She had just bowed her head, claiming her power wasn't enough. He had screamed at her, asking if they were just supposed to leave those children to suffer forever. And then came her cold, chilling answer. "No, no, there is a way to end their misery. Sir Hero, you must cut them down with your sword." She had twisted the act into a noble cause, telling him to harden his heart to protect the world, manipulating his sense of duty. "Hurry, you must wield salvation. Please don't betray our trust." Her words were a cage, trapping him in a nightmare, forcing him to become a monster in the name of heroism. The foundation of his past life begins to crumble. Meanwhile, in another part of the village, Endel places a hand on the amnesiac epidemic's forehead, scanning his memories. He sees flashes of the boy's painful past and realizes with a shock that Abyss was telling the truth. The boy looks up, concerned. "Endel, are you all right?" Endel's mind is racing. He's trying to comprehend how Abyss could have simply taken such immense power. Even a brief glimpse into those memories was enough to feel Abyss's true mana. A cold dread settles in his stomach. He realizes there's another monster on the same level as Riley walking this earth. Back at a small cabin, Epidemic offers Endel a bowl of soup, but the dragon is lost in thought. The boy gently nudges the spoon towards him. Startled, Endel asks what he's doing. The boy explains he thought Endel might have a hearing problem. Endel briefly loses his temper, shouting that the only sickness he got was from the plague epidemic was spreading. He sighs, calming himself. It's pointless to be angry at someone with no memories and no power. He tries a new tactic, asking the boy what Abyss is like. The boy takes the soup for himself. While eating, he describes Abyss as a good leader, someone everyone in their small community looks up to. He says Abyss is always telling them to be polite and go to sleep early, acting like a nagging grandpa, but it makes him seem mature and reliable. Endel silently agrees. Abyss definitely carries himself with an unnatural maturity. Endel asks for more details. The boy thinks, then remembers. Abyss once mentioned wanting to drink something called cola. Endel freezes. What? Cola? A memory flashes through his mind. A younger, obnoxious Riley complaining at his bar, demanding a drink called cola that Endel had never heard of. And Dahl had tried to explain it was a drink an old friend liked. But Riley had just blown up, yelling at him for not knowing something so simple.